start ringing for the safe now. I see a pretty bird, I wanna cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex pissed, come on, new ones better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex pissed, come on, new ones better.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combine. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate bot to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Welcome to Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. 18 of the best teams from around the world have gathered here to prove that they are the best. The tournament happens over 2 weeks and consists of 4 phases. In week 1, we have groups, Group Kings, and Last Chance. And in week 2 is where the playoffs begin. In the group stage, 16 teams will be split evenly into 4 groups. They will then go through a double elimination bracket through best of 3 matches to become the top team and get their spot in the playoffs. These 4 teams, known as the Group Kings, will then go through one best of 3 match to determine their position on the playoffs bracket. The second place teams from the group stage will have their shot at redemption in the Last Chance phase. Here, these 4 teams will go through one best of 5 match each, and only 2 will win and prove their worthiness for the playoffs. That's all the action to expect in week 1 of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. It's time for victory!
距离上一次跟 OG 打已经是3-4个月前的事情了，希望这一次跟他们交手，我们还是可以同样是上一次的剧本吧，就是拿下他们。
Cioè Nova e BSI, loro giocano bene. L'altra volta in Filippine abbiamo perso contro di voi, però questa volta posso dire solo buona fortuna.
A very strong team. We also will do our best to beat them.
把握好这次的机会吧。
Our time is now. Pressure make us stronger.
No fear, only fight.
我觉得我们团队5个位置都是压制他们的。
Pra ser sincero, no começo eu já achei que a Paws ia ganhar, só que a gente vem mostrando um jogo muito bom. O que eu aprendi é tentar trazer mais esse jogo que a gente joga nos treinos, que é muito melhor do que o nosso jogo em campeonato. Então acho que isso vai ajudar a gente a avançar nesses playoffs.
Ten teams enter today, only 8 will survive. This is day 6 of the Esports World Cup, and every match now comes with a prize. Welcome to the KWC 2025. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. With me, Sagi, Blam. Day 6. What are we expecting for today?
Lots of insane battle with 2 best of 5s and 2 best of 3s, and also 2 teams leaving us.
We always say they have to fight till the bitter end, but this is, for 2 of the teams, gonna be the bitter end, right? So honestly, I feel like it's gonna be all guns blazing.
It's gonna be all guns blazing for sure. The Esports World Cup, the EWC, right over here from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It is an amazing venue. It's an amazing place. We've had a chance just to walk around, to enjoy the venues. What has been your feeling right now as a lot of different other games are finishing? Ours is already halfway through. How do you feel about it?
I gotta say, it has been a magnificent journey. All the ups and downs, teams screaming, teams being sad. It all stems into this Honor of Kings moments that I'm experiencing right now here in Riyadh and here at KWC 2025.
Yeah, just like the heat of Saudi, right? It's all been very intense, and honestly, it's like you were saying there, Sagi, you have obviously the high moments, the low moments, and there's still so much more to come.
It is the moments where the players in here are coming to write their own personal story, their personal legend. How we can see a lot of them from yesterday moving into today. Yesterday we had a lot of people that they had just their last chance taken away from them.
Exactly, and that is the beauty of this format. You get your last chance taken away from you, and you are directly sent home. You were given 2 chances in the upper bracket and lower bracket, 2 chances, but you lose that chance. There be it. You will no longer get a chance in this year.
Dominator Esports, Black Shrew Esports, Non-Stream Red Force, and Boom Esports said goodbye to us yesterday. BSE, they were runners-up last year, and this year not making it out of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, like I said at the end of the cast as well, right? I mean, these are big names that are leaving the competition at this point. And like you were saying there, Isaac, Black Shrew Esports, runner-up last year, KC 2024 champions, no longer in the KWC. If that's not settling it in at home, I don't know what it's gonna.
That just tells you about the evolution of our game. 12 months ago, they were second place. Right now, they are completely gone from the map. The EWC has been just a story about that, about glories of the past that are not glories of the present. Sadly for them, they are gone. But there's a lot of teams, a lot of clubs that they're fighting in there just to be called the top dog over here in the esport world.
Top dogs in the esport world. Just check out Gen.G Esports and Vitality right now. They are actually
at the top.
At the top, and right
top
now,
2.
There are 2 teams right here. They're going to be playing the first best of 5 for the elimination match right now.
Yeah, so they're going to be fighting for, obviously, their club points to this point, but also, more importantly, obviously, at the KWC to stay here and try and accumulate some more of those points.
I'm telling you, they are going to come in today, not only because they need this victory for the KWC 2025, they need this victory for that EWC Club Championship. So today's first game is going to be tremendous. And that has been the main idea about this KWC 2025. The whole format has been so different. We came into the group stage, then today the last chance, the group kings. So big a difference from last year. Sagi, what has been like the biggest highlight you think from this new format that we have?
This new format allows one thing. Only the strong survives.
Yeah.
And only the ones evolving will advance to the further stages. If you get the last chance, now is the time for you to further evolve and snag the last 2 slots towards the playoffs.
Yeah, it's no longer just about points of being at the top of the group stage. It's about if you do lose that first match, you know that you've got a big moment in front of you to try and get 2 more wins on top of you and then get through into the Kings group where you're deciding your fate. Do you join the KPL bracket or will you be potentially their first victim?
And that is something that we're going to be looking for today. Right after we finish with today's games, with the 4 matches that we're going to have today, we're going to be walking into the draw. And that draw is going to divide us into Pool 1 and Pool 2. And we will need to see exactly who makes it into which of those pools. Today's games are going to be defining the destiny of that. The last chance bracket, 4 teams left, and only 2 of them are going to advance to the playoffs.
2 of them, and it will be a best of 5 format. Out of the last few days that we saw so far, it was all best of 3s. If you have all your strats and if you have all the remaining things, you better bring out now.
Yeah, I mean, it's no longer a sprint. It's a marathon at this point, right? I mean, best of 5s is definitely where you need to start pulling out a little bit more of those hero pools. But for those in the group's King stage, they don't have to worry about that too much. These are still best of 3s, but the thing they're looking for is getting into pool number 1.
You just mentioned the marathon analogy right over there, right? And all marathons, you might lose them just in the last 5 kilometers. You cannot just run out of steam right now. So in Group Kings, if they want to get to the top 4 or if they have a chance to make it to the final, they want to make it to Pool 1. They need to make it to Pool 1 so they can avoid in the earlier stages of the tournament the 2 of those KPL teams.
Exactly, because being in the Pool 1 means so much. If you meet KPL team at the first stages of the playoffs, you will potentially be facing a very high wall, a very tall mountain that is very difficult to overcome.
That is difficult to overcome indeed, and that's why today the coaches are going to have to come in and try to create a plan, just to lay out a plan in there on how to make it to that ride. But first things that first, last chance. This is going to be best of 5. This is the moment where the hero pools are really going to be tested. We're going to have 2 best of 5s first, with Gen.G against Vitality and then Twisted Mans against APG.
And following for the Group Kings, we will be looking at Paws SG versus Alpha 7 Gaming from Chalk BR. And lastly, the highlight of the day, Group Kings, Nova Esports facing off OG Esports, the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Sean was saying in the introduction, right? Like, Nova hasn't played OG Esports for a couple of months now. So honestly, both of these teams evolving at the Group's King stage is really going to show like a potential kind of like foresight into the playoffs.
We will see exactly what they have right over there, right? It's still a best of 3.
Yes.
So that's a different game. We've been always talking about best of 3, best of 5, best of 7, the difference in there. We talk about the hero pools, right? And because of the hero pools in there, you need, for each of these players, they need to be able to master 6, 7, 8 heroes that then, with the combinations, with the compositions, can have a completely different result.
And exactly, due to that, you have to factor in pick and bans as well, especially the global ban pick sort of system we are using. 6 and 7 is not enough. You gotta be looking at 10, 12. If not, when you're burning so many of these heroes going into the final stages, especially Game 6, you're gonna be running out of steam.
In an ideal situation, yes, we could have 10, 12 heroes, and that would be amazing. It would be amazing for us to watch. It would be amazing for the players. But what do they have in their pockets right now as we move into the first game? I don't know if they have 10. I don't know if they have 12. I know that Gen.G, Esports, and Team Vitality, they do have a plan, though. What is that going to be, that plan, Blam?
They do have a plan. I mean, honestly, it's going to be coming out of the gate guns blazing, right? Obviously, you want to try and get your first, like, tier 0 picks onto the board so you can kind of secure that momentum. And both of these teams, Gen.G and Team Vitality, in the past 2 days, have really been gaining that momentum. So, honestly, I feel like both of these teams looking for that solid Game 1 victory so they can still have that momentum going forward for the rest of the best of 5.
Gen.G and Team Vitality, both of them right now in the last chance. Did they expect to be in the last chance at the beginning of the tournament?
With their performance in their respective groups, I do think so as well, because their respective group had a lot of dominance for us being in Group Kings. But when they went down to the last chance, they performed exceptionally well. They beat out their opponents. They beat out whatever they have to do, and their execution was flawless, especially. Props to Gen.G. They destroyed Boom Esports yesterday.
Well, Gen.G on that side, right? Like their performance against Boom Esports for sure just kept them right now with high morale, because yesterday it was completely dominating.
Yeah, speaking of domination, obviously the 5 boys that are going to be leading the domination onto the Gorge is going to be Inua in the mid lane, Ray as their marksman, Clue as their support, Wawa and Rock obviously is one of of those star players that we love to shine onto, right? Like his pay performance yesterday, perfection.
It was a really good performance by all 5 players from Gen.G, right?
Yeah.
Like in the moments that it was not the jungler, it was the Clash laner that was actually dealing damage and just making the openings for the team.
For me, if there is a Best Improvement Award in KWC 2025, I will definitely crown it upon Gen.G Esports.
Okay. Why is that?
I feel like their entire performance, out of most of their international performance, this has to be their best one so far.
So if you compare Gen.G Esports before the KWC 2025 till right now, you would say that it's 2 completely different teams.
2 completely different teams. I mean, Season 3, they got knocked out in the group stage, right? Against, obviously, they struggled against the PKL teams. Who did they knock out yesterday? They got the full revenge against the PKL region.
Well, it's going to be a lot of pressure on their shoulders, right? Like they know that it's not only important for them to win today, but it's important for them to stay on the run. They need to win against Team Vitality. Team Vitality today is going to be trying with the same goal. They want to keep their hopes up. They want to be able to make it to the top 8.
And with the top 8, their roster will have to be with Puffs in the Clash lane, Zhang Q, their star jungler, as their core engine, Zan in their farm lane, Neil as their mage player, and 19, their new and daring roam.
I like 19 a lot. I think that 19 is one of the, from those 5, like everyone is always talking about Zhang Q, everyone is always talking about Tubbs, but when you start thinking about like the performance of the team, I really like the way that 19 has been playing that roam position. It's not only giving vision, it's giving initiation, and I do believe that is the reason why Team Vitality has been able to turn things around after losing that first game in the day 1.
After losing that first game in day 1, I mean, honestly, personally, maybe it's the avoidance of odd numbers. If he was named 20, people might focus him in a little bit more. But 19 is going to be on the back of his jersey at this point in the game. So yes, he has been putting some performance onto the Gorge. And obviously, a lot of people like to shine light on Jungkook, shine light on Zan as well. But respectively, all these teams, all these players have definitely stepped up since their respective region.
That is the beauty of this format. If you don't grow, you will be the ones going home. And right now, these 2 teams, they get to stand here facing off each other. But then, the sad news is there's only 1 slot between them.
There's only one. Only one of these 2 teams is going to be able to move forward. The teams are already going to face each other. At the beginning of the game, we always have this lane staging, right? We have the laning where one person is fighting against the other, or even in the 2v2. In this match, when we think about head-to-head, in the moments that we're going to have to think about who's going to dominate the pace, who's going to dictate how we move the fighting here in this Gorge, it's going to come down to these 2 men.
And these 2 men will be the jungle core players from both teams. As we've seen from day 1 until now, Rock has been the stable man, the carry player that you want to put focus on. And for Vitality as well, they have 2 very similar playstyles. Whoever gets the map state, whoever gives space enough for their junglers to really move around the map, that team will have a competitive edge in this series.
When we talk about numbers, Blam, where do you think that is going to be the little opening that we might be able to see there?
The opening for me, I see there, is the fact that obviously Jungkook's able to deal a lot of damage,
yes,
but also takes less damage as well compared to Rock. So for me, I feel like he's going to be slipping around the Gorge a little bit more, whether it's due to the due diligence of his Fade pick as well. That could be a direct response on how those stats look as well.
But we have to remember one thing. Boom, Gen.G has such a fast game against, I think, almost all their games in the last chance. And you look at on the side of Vitality, they have very long games. And that's where the numbers actually are generated into a different statistic here. So for me, it's a very random or very unknown area that we are touching on right now. For me, it's best if you can see them live facing each other in this head-to-head.
All right, so on that point right you just mentioned, Gen.G might be a little bit more fast-paced, or at least has been in this KWC, as of Team Vitality might understand better how to play the later game. Do you think that Team Vitality is going to want to push for it? Or do you think that Gen.G is going to want to just finish the game early?
Again, I feel like it just kind of falls back onto the drafts here as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you are obviously drafting a early game team comp, you're going to be pushing with a lot of aggression. Where if you are, say, for example, Team Vitality, and you lock in stuff like the Orgrin, the heroes like the Orgrin, you're going to be waiting and stalling until the moment is right.
Well, Team Vitality is going to be first over there in the picks, right? So they're going to have the first pick that they want. Do you think that they're going to push for what, Sagi?
And they pushed for the Dharma here, this Dharma hero. We are crowning this hero, this champion, as one of the best engagers of the Hero's Gorge. So much mobility, so much flanking potential. 3, 4-man knockouts we've seen so far in this tournament. So I'm definitely loving this pickup coming in from Vitality.
I mean, we speak about knockups, we speak about pickoffs. Liam Poe here, obviously, we've been seeing a dominant performance from other members of other teams on this pick. So that's going to be a great setup for obviously not only Dharma, but also the Luna here as well, right?
Exactly, and Luna, this hero is so mobile, and Zhang here, picking this hero up, definitely wants to be able to farm safely towards the early to mid stages of the game. But you look at Gen.G Esports, they're playing with Rock, another assassin-heavy jungler. And what's the assassin-heavy favorite pick? It's gotta be this Jing.
It's gotta be the Jing. I mean, there's only really one way that we've been seeing in this competition where we see an assassin jungle not shine as much as it should be, is when you play fire with fire as well, right? So Jing against the Luna is gonna be a bit of a race and a focal point on both of these players, that they are the carries.
And this is what we talked about right back in the head-to-head. It's about the team formulating the space for these two jungle players. Whoever plays the tempo around their jungle better will secure a better lead towards the early to mid stages of the game.
Early to mid stages here. I mean, the Dong Huang pick here, obviously, this is going to obviously try and maybe potentially they've scrimmed against Gen.G here, because obviously this is a great pick onto those high frames, very agile heroes like the Luna. So a bit of a desired ban. I don't think we've seen that Dong Huang pick ban come through previously within KWC either.
Oh, I do think so as well, because when we talk about Dong Huang and we talk about Liang, as you mentioned, locking down the fast frame heroes here. They love to dash, but Liang, Dong Huang, the press of an ultimate, they lock them down. So this removes any threat from Vitality onto this Luna here, making this Luna available to really traverse around the gorge.
Yeah, I mean, for those at home, obviously the Liang and the Dong Huang are the only two heroes within Honor of Kings at the moment that have suppression. So taking those two off, like you were saying there, Sagi, is going to allow Jung-Kyu to be in the driver's seat a little bit more, worry a little less. But looking up to the side of Gen.G, they do obviously go for the Lady Chen. Lady Chen has a great kind of counter initiation as well, right? Her ultimate, Destruct the Deluge, you drop down the AoE, you do a lot of damage, you try and get out. If you don't get out, it's not the worst.
It's not the worst indeed. And we look at both these two drafts here, Blam. They spell one thing. We play the early stage for our jungler, and then we allow our junglers to really push forward that mid to late game stage. And right now, you look at both sides here. They have the same role on the side of Vitality. Who's on the engage duty? It's gonna be Tufts onto this Dharma and 19 onto this Liam Poe. On the side of Gen.G here, you want Fatih, who is being so consistently played by Wawa to find these backline engages here. So both of these teams, they have a similar identity.
Yeah, speaking of backline, obviously the backline onto the side of Team Vitality is going to be this Lady Soon that you can see on your screen here. Obviously survivability, not the best, but damage in the early game, difficulty, it's a late game hero, right? You need to stack up that itemization. Those resources coming through really makes this pick shine. But like you were saying there, Wawa on Vati, great performance this far, but I mean, it's looking like we're going to get the Liu Bang into the support role here.
Indeed, Liu Bang into the roam here, as we've seen so far. All these Liu Bang players towards the Clash, and they love to build a full damage build, full magic. So when you ride onto the assassin that's diving in, you get to explode with your spell kit when you land. But this Liu Bang into the roam, you don't necessarily have enough damage to do this.
You don't have enough damage, but I mean, it's going to offer over, obviously, that taunt that we have from the Liu Bang as well, right? Really just trying to lock down the Luna just for a little while, just so the rest of Gen.G can come in on top. But for those that did miss the draft come through as one pick by pick, here is the full picture. I mean, there's a lot of control here over to the side of Team Vitality, right?
Exactly, and when we talk about it, you'd have so much control, and what is a better way to defend from that is gonna be the Liu Bang with the Battlefield Commandment, landing in when the time matters here. So two team comps here. I do think that it's a 50-50 as Vitality, they want to play the dive, and Gen.G here, they want to play the scrappy team fights with the backline access. So these two team comps, it's down to execution.
Down to execution and down to the wire is game number 1 in the last chance. This best of 5 between Gen.G and Team Vitality.
And so far, we see a cheeky start coming in from Liu Bang here, wanting to secure the Clash lane priority for the side of Gen.G here. But definitely, these two teams will have to see which of these junglers get the better early to mid game.
Better early to mid game, exactly. I mean, it's a base, we always say, right, the junglers set the pace of their team, and it's all going to be down to Rock. Jung-Kyu looking to set the pace here right now. But like you said, obviously, Wawa Clue just having a bit of a fun slapdash up into the top side of the map, trying to secure the side lane.
And that's the thing, right? But yet again, if you're an IKL fan, you gotta be cheering for Vitality, right? Because this is your last representative that has potential to go through the further stages of the game. So, Mengyala Abangku coming in from Astro Boy. Let's go.
Let's go. Shine, bro, is exactly what they're going to be giving over here to Team Vitality. That third seed, I mean, to have your first, second seed being taken off of the table already, and your third seed is your last chance, is definitely where you want to triumph. And that is your CD key here. Put it into the game, and you will get some freebies.
Head over to the settings, click that community button. There will be a CD key for you to enter this code, and you will be getting 666 Arcana fragments and 50 Dragon fragments.
Dragon fragments, I mean, that is a way to get some free skins, some free heroes, right? But, I mean, you can see here, Inua is just stalking the bush right now. Maybe trying to get that knock up onto Tufts. Able to get it, but he's able to dash out. Not using his flash, common skill is still available.
I love Tufts doing this, you know. He's so disciplined. He knows that, okay, Inua on this season is not on the map. I can't be really aggressive in taking these trades here. And this rewards you for being patient, for being disciplined.
Yeah, patience is a virtue, right? They need to make sure they're playing this early game, not to the speed of Gen.G, because Gen.G knows if they get a lead, they strike hard, like we saw against Boom Esports yesterday, right? I mean, 3v1, top side of the map, they were just having some fun. But now, Team Vitality, Gen.G, they're kind of playing the same kind of game, right? They're playing very coy, looking for the pickoffs, keeping the intel fresh with their teammates.
Intel is Wintel. You have intel, you get to plan what's the next stages of the game that you're looking for. And right now, Zangq here just casually clearing out the jungle here, making sure that he's up in tempo off the farm, and Inua here. Still level 3 here, kind of low on resources here for this mid lane coming in from Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, typical playstyle here from the Liempo, right? 19 just playing the Liempo to get those phase checks. Because, I mean, if you're going to get phase check, it's going to be your tank that's going to be the one that's going to be able to get out alive, like we saw there with the burst ram. Just going over the wall, use that CC immunity so you don't get locked down and picked off as first blood.
It's especially important, like you mentioned here, like the tanks, they have to open up the map. They have to give information, like we mentioned about intel is Wintel. If they get open up the map, they give information to all these laners on the side of Vitality. That's when you know, can I be playing aggressive? Will I have to play passive here? All this is very important.
Very important indeed. I mean, right now, obviously, both of the farm lanes onto the side of these two teams are just kind of having their way, getting their resources. No congestion right now, because we know, obviously, vital parts onto the Gorge is where Gen.G is going to be looking, right? We really want to be trying to set some kind of priority up into the clash lane for Wawa, so he's able to kind of be a lot more free and able into these team fights.
I'm really putting focus onto Tufts and Wawa here. Yes, we keep coining that, oh, Zangq, oh, engage goes in bit.
No, it's going to be a first blood 80 by Q there. That's going to be the Battlefield command coming through, and this is the deathliness of this pick.
Exactly, and right now, look at this. Ray might be caught out here as Zangq is dancing around. He still has the ultimate refresh here.
I mean, that was a little bit of a bait right there. I mean, he had intel onto Zangq, but then flashes out. We see 19 has to use the common skill as well. Wawa from the side lane is going to be pulling under damage. There is Clue, put in the suppression, bringing down 19.
But that's 2 members out of the side of Vitality here. And right now, if Zangq's on the map, this Tyrant goes free towards side of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, right? I mean, we always say that D-Ranger, his wave clear gets a lot better with the Sparkforge dagger, but let's pause that for a moment. Tufts here was trying to go for a bit of engage, kind of just helped out Rock here.
Yeah, it's kind of a desperate approach to really get something back for the team here. As we mentioned, right, the 2 junglers will be the key factor here, and Rock, 2 succession in getting the dives here. First, it was on Neil in the mid lane, and second, it was immediately over to the side of Zangq's Luna.
Yeah, I mean, look at this replay here. I mean, it was a good engage here from Gen.G, really baiting in Zangq.
And right now, when we talk about objectives, right, it has to be the Crimson Golem here. And right now, look at Rock here. He's putting so much pressure alone and making sure that Zan does not get anywhere near this tower.
Yeah, I mean, he was just keeping them away from that T1, right? The T1 was their primary goal onto the side of Gen.G. And we can kind of see here already, thanks for the takedowns, thanks for the first blood, they're ahead by about 1k gold.
Ooh, it's still a very healthy goalie here, but as we mentioned, we still have to see the further team fights, like the 10-minute setup. We still have yet to see Tufts find these backline engages here. So if you are a Vitality roster fan, you gotta be looking at Tufts.
You gotta be looking at Tufts, but you've also gotta be looking at Inua here. He does come in untargetable, but it is the Winterers here that's get placed onto him to keep him out of the team fight. But going down is Clue in this one. Rock onto the backline, gets taken down. Wawa gets out with a scratch.
Crucial Team Fight DPS of 77%. Zan.Q coming out clutch, dashes across the gorge, secures himself a double kill.
A double kill indeed. I mean, that dive into the backline really was a statement piece there onto Rock, right? But right now, that is going to be a big opening here for Team Vitality.
This goes back to the head-to-head, right? Just look at this. Zan.Q dancing around the gorge with the new moon, making sure that every attempt he had on his ultimate was always available, and he was single-handedly tearing up the entire roster of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, tearing it up, and right now we look a bit of a payback here, down to the bottom side of the map. Zan does go down 19, looking to follow his suit also. Double kill going up to Gen.G. Wawa trying to pay a little bit more here, maybe trying to get a 3-0 trade, or maybe just try and aim for this T1.
I feel like every moment we're looking at is just these junglers going at it. This head-to-head between these jungle is never getting this serious. Every moment we're talking about, it's Zan.Q, it's Rock, it's Rock, it's Zan.Q.
This is why we spotlighted them, right? This is exactly why Rock and Zan.Q were in our spotlight, and they're showing it perfectly here. And neither of them look as dominant as the other. They are definitely playing to their best strengths.
Oh yeah, they are just playing in this game, so much confidence in this game one here.
Yeah, huge confidence. I mean, the confidence is here. Obviously, nullified the kill lead. We saw that Gen.G was ahead, and they've actually been able to go ahead with the gold lead for themselves over the Team Vitality, looking around about that 1.6k gold lead.
And especially, I want to talk about one thing. If you're Vitality, you have a late game safety net on Zan on this lady soon. Whereas if you're on the side of Gen.G, the Demon Jin is just going to be slowly scaling off here.
Slowly scaling off. We can see here the Zan.Q's trying to get away that blue Azure Golem, but it does go over to Rock.
Ooh, a very good reflective play here coming in from Rock as he really secures it for himself. So we talked about scalability, right? Lady Sun, yeah, she's not the best of the early game. She has long range. At the very least, when we see Zan scale towards the late game, he might pick up the ominous premonition here to really save himself from the likes of the Rock Jing.
Exactly. It's not a kind of an out-of-pocket itemization. It's just a little bit more defensive. It just makes sure that your enemy team slows down their movement speed as well, right? But I mean, already damage dealt is a matchup here between Zan.Q and Rock. And Zan.Q right now is 5k gold, 5k damage ahead. But then, speak about some more damage coming through for the side of Team Vitality. Tufts actually gets leashed down by the golden token from Ray. But that is going to be a crucial takedown here for Team Vitality.
Jungler going down means one thing. If you're an assassin jungle, you can't be affording to be dying or falling down in these fights because you lose out GPM, you lose out gold to be able to scale a jungler towards the late game stages. And right now, Zan.Q, Tufts doing an exceptional good job in stopping Rock.
Exceptionally good. I mean, the fact that he got the takedown onto Rock, he got the emergence down the bot side of the map and then went for the Tyrant. Paying back the fact they didn't get that neutral objective. And look at that. You were speaking about it briefly, Sagi, is the fact that 9k to 7.1k between Zan.Q and Rock is scary, right? But speaking of scary, it's getting a little hairy down to the bot side of the map. We do see 19 just trying to tank a lot of that damage, but it's not going to take and stop that takedown of the T1, T2.
Zan.Q and Vitality is pouring exceptionally well here, especially they know their limits. They are only here for what? The tower. After the tower, what is it? It's going to be the Azure Golem. Afterwards, we're just going to be collecting our own jungle, pacing ourselves towards the mid game and towards the Shadow Tyrant that's going to be spawned in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, these neutral objectives are falling like dominoes at this point, right, Sagi? I mean, it's definitely playing into Team Vitality's favor for now. But both of these teams, like we've already examined, they like to take the time within the close down of the game. And obviously Gen.G, they do finish early when they have the advantage in the early game. But right now, there's no advantage in sight for Gen.G.
Will this be a discomfort coming in from Gen.G Esports? Because with their track record back in the last chance of their group, we were dominating them in every game. So right now, Vitality putting them into a spot where this engage goes through, but it fails as Tufts escapes with a sliver.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that was the bait of the Battlefield command, right? I mean, you could really see that that was the whole idea of the side of Team Vitality, was making sure they expand that big resource, because it does have a big cooldown as well.
Oh, exactly. And 2 ultimates down right before the 10-minute mark, you have no access towards any team team fights, especially if your main carry burns their ultimate already.
Yeah, no leverage within these team fights, and Team Vitality do take the first Shadow Tyrant of the game number 1. So yes, obviously those shooting at home, this is a best of 5. So this is still not a sprint. It is going to be a marathon between these two teams.
A marathon in terms of hero pool, a marathon in terms of the overall pick and bans, and right now, even under the influence of the Primal Bond, Vitality knows they are strong enough. They look to take the other Shadow Vanguard off the map.
Yeah, looking for complete domination in that 10-minute mark is Team Vitality. They get the takedown of the Shadow Overlord. So already they've got the pressure into the mid and to the bot side. So this is going to allow them to surmise a little bit more of a lead for themselves.
Man, one hand onto the Tyrant, one hand onto the Overlord. They have team fight prowess. They have the map clear here. Just look at this wave coming in from Rock onto the bot side. A Vanguard will shortly be summoned towards the bot side to bring all 3 waves crashing down Gen.G's base.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of like the saving grace there for the side of Gen.G. Maybe it was played into their playbook. I mean, only time will tell, but it was definitely a solid attempt here for Rock to try and get some pressure down to the bot side.
And right now, we need to see how Gen.G really plays these defense, right? Because from last few days, they were always on the dominating force. They were never pushed to this certain extent here. And right now, Vitality is the first few teams to actually push them to this extent.
To push them to the extent and push them to the limit, right? I mean, around about 4k gold lead, almost surmised into that 5k. Yes, we see here that Team Vitality have lost the Tyrant buff for now, but they do have the Vanguards.
Yep, they do have the Vanguard, and Lady Sun, with the spell 1 rolling rig, can be damaging towers out of her range. The tower won't be hitting you, and the Lady Sun will be damaging hard. And look at the build coming in. Already finishing the Daybreaker, and as we talked about, we'll slowly be working towards the Ominous Premonition with this Cloth Armor pickup.
Yeah, I mean, the 10k to the 7.8k between Zan and Ray, is obviously already showing here that the fact that they are 5-slotted rather than 4-slotted here is pretty huge between these two fights.
And damn, look at the side of Zan.Q here, 1,000 gold per minute here, but the engage goes in. Nothing much to be picked up from the side of Gen.G here as 19. Without burning anything, baits out all the spells from Gen.G.
I mean, a little bit trigger happy on this battlefield command, right? We see Clue as soon as Rock goes in. He's like, guys, I'm pressing the ulti. I don't care. I'm doing it. You're not going to stop me. But I feel like that might be the detriment to their draft within this game number 1.
Exactly, and it's a very solo carry type of team composition, especially there is no late game safety net if this Jing does not perform.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, we said already, Team Vitality do have that safety net. Gen.G don't quite have that same kind of privilege within this one. And speaking of privilege, you need those higher ground turrets to have that privilege into the late game.
With how Zan.Q and Zan is playing, especially Zan escaping from all these engages, it's kind of hard for Wawa or Rock to really find these engages to capture the late game safety net, making Zan.Q isolated for their team to be taking down.
Exactly that, right? I mean, we're looking at the potential here of Team Vitality looking like the favorites in this game number 1. I mean, Gen.G, we've seen teams come back from a much worse situation. No high ground turrets, no problem. We just need to get the resources and then take the right team fights. But we already said Team Vitality like to play the long game.
They indeed like to play the long game, and they're exceptionally well in these team fights. And look at Zan.Q going for 3-man.
A bit of a 5v1 rotation there. Tufts gets 1, but Rock goes in with the Mirror Domain. He's going to be on top with a Battlefield Command, but that's not going to stop Gen.Q getting the kill onto Rock, onto Inua. Looking to take some more onto Ray as well. That is a 4-0 trade. Triple kill going over to Team Vitality.
Tufts and Zan.Q, the 2 key differences, making light work of the side of Gen.G Esports as they secure such a clean game 1.
That was feisty. I mean, Gen.G in the early game was thinking, guys, like, honestly, this is looking hairy for Team Vitality. And then Team Vitality was just like, bet, hold my drink, we're going in.
I really love the fact that the entire early game, pre-4 minutes, it was just these 2 junglers duking it out, making sure that whoever gets the early game lead, they get to scale towards the mid stages of the game. Just look at this. Rock immediately, before the Tyrant spawn, takes out Neil. Following this play, yes, Zan.Q gets onto Ray, but Ray gets to escape, and immediately Zan.Q gets punished heavy here.
Yeah, I mean, there was some like flickers of hope here for the side of Gen.G. I mean, we saw the bait like we just saw there on the replay, Sagi. The bait of Gen.Q thanks to Ray. But at that moment, maybe that was the moment of realization here for Team Vitality, that they knew they cannot be taking bait into these team fights. But here, that fight into the mid lane was huge.
Exactly, and every moment in this early game was just these two junglers competing themselves on who can make the better play, who can make the better catch. After this, just look at Zhang. He single-handedly killed 2 here on the side of Gen.G.
Kills 2, kills 3. I mean, he got the
my.
quadra kill towards the end, man. I mean, that was so punishing, but it's just been a little bit of, like we said, in the head-to-head, right? The highlight between Zhang and Rock was definitely where the focal point needed to be within these team fights.
And this game, this final fight, the focal point was on Tufts on the initial engage. And look at Zhang. Thanks to the GPM that he got so much gold, and his damage was literally unstoppable.
Unstoppable, and that is going to be the breakdown of the crystal.
Man, what a spicy game 1 towards the start of a best-of-5 here, Blam. I'm telling you, Gen.G, they're not backing down without a fight, but they definitely have to go back to the drawing board after this.
Go back to the drawing board, indeed.
Well, I don't think that we've ever just had a head-to-head that has been so much more accurate. Like, this was a matter of the junglers, both of them, Zhang and Rock, great performances, really just trying their very best to try to demonstrate that they dictate the tempo. And Zhang with the best game right now.
With the best game right now, but I honestly feel like with that Lubang, obviously we've been seeing up into the clash lane, but now we see it down to the bot side of the map. And it feels like the fact that Clue was always constantly activating his ultimate battlefield command whenever Rock went in, felt like a little bit of a confidence issue here.
I do think that this comes down to draft, right? Because think about it. When we talk about the clash lane, we want the battlefield command to be an explosive tool instead of a defending tool. When we go down to the roamer, you don't have the exploding factor because you're not building damage. You're building the full tank. You're building utility. You do not have enough gold. And one more thing, you do not get to push out the side lanes as you are compared to a clash lane.
You don't indeed. I mean, I feel quite bad, obviously. I do my daily predictions. This time around, it's the first time I've predicted for Gen.G to win.
Yeah.
Maybe I've cursed them. I'm sorry.
Well, it's totally fine. At the end of the day, it's going to be a best-of-5. First game is not that important. The first game is just a matter of understanding what you can get out of them. For me, in terms of best-of-5s, it's always about the ban and pick. What you get them to expend in the first game so they do not have it available for the next ones is actually what's going to dictate exactly where this game is going to go.
And if you think about towards that perspective, there's still a lot of these strong picks that has yet to be expended, especially on the side of Gen.G. You still have the priority coming in from the likes of the Maestro Nui, from the likes of the Arlie, especially Rock's favorite Pei has yet to be picked yet.
Well, they already used the Gen.G though.
They did, on side of Gen.G, they did. I mean, this is where we kind of see the limitations of Ray into the farm lane, right? I mean, yes, he's played the Gen.G, he's played the Flowborn Marksman, I believe, as well, and obviously gone for the Lady's Son also. So really, he's only got a few more picks to go, and this was where we could kind of see potentially the limitations of Gen.G.
Do you think that Gen.G in any moment of the game had an opportunity to actually take control of it? Or it was always Team Vitality that ones that they were in command?
I think pre-4 minutes to 6 minutes, Rock was having a field day. He was getting engaged after engage. I think at one point he had like 4 kills all towards himself. But Zhang was always actively looking for these opportunities to get the game back to his grasp. And I really commend him on that because he single-handedly took control back from Rock.
Okay, but in which moment of the game does Rock just lose complete control of that and then Team Vitality just takes it back? What was the core moment that happened?
The core moment was these huge pickups into the mid lane, right? I mean, we saw a double kill, almost a triple kill, and then they open up that T1. So into the mid lane, those are at home, if you focus that T1 into the mid lane, you then open up your enemy's jungle. And who's reliant on jungle? Rock on the Jing.
Exactly, and if you fall behind, as we talked about, as an assassin, especially in this assassin matchup, you're going to be losing on a lot of gold, and your buffs, your objectives are going to be faltering at any given moment here. You're not a tank. Once you're behind an assassin, you won't be doing damage.
Right now, for Gen.G, in my personal opinion, I think that they did have the early game, they did have the pace. They did not know exactly how to solidify that. They had a very different opponent today in front of them. They had Team Vitality. Team Vitality is known, as we explained at the beginning, for being able to stall, to try to push the games to later times. Gen.G is going to have to come up with something different right now for Game 2.
For Game 2, I want to see more focus being shifted onto a tempo jungler on the side of Rock here. Yes, Rock was playing a heavy, reliant type of jungle where he was always on the active front, looking for these big engages here. But props to Vitality. They were positioned very beautifully towards the mid to late stages of the game. They were always aware of where is Rock and what angle is Rock coming from.
And not only that, it was the angle of where Wawa was coming from, right? I mean, there was so many times in that team fight where Wawa was situated to the side of it, and then you had 19 just always catching him off. I mean, that was the whole thing of 19 on the Liempo.
I did say about 19, the fact that the vision that he is given and everything is actually one of the reasons why his team is actually being able to push forward, right? So the roaming that he's doing, the information that he's giving is dictating what's happening in here.
And exactly, and just now we saw from the stats, 47% damage coming in from Gen.G alone onto this jungle assassin. And just look at him, 14 minutes on the clock, 14.6k onto this monster Luna.
That's a K per minute. That is a K per minute onto the side of Team Vitality. But like you were saying there, the phrase that Sagi coined within that game was, Intel is the Wintel.
Intel is the Wintel. Well, boys, right now we're going to have to move to Game 2. Game 1, we need to leave it behind. We need to start understanding what are we going to have to do in Game 2 in order to don't allow the 2-0. Now, that is the one thing. The first game, yeah, it's all right. You don't take it, no biggie. But you don't take the second one and you put yourself in a 2-0, then you need to win 3 in a row.
Oh, reverse sweep stories are really nice, but practically speaking, it's very stressful and tough to actually execute it, especially we talked about here, Blam.
Yeah.
Ray and his hero pool in this best of 5 will be probably a very big factor coming in from Gen.G's loss.
A big factor, and I mean, maybe if they do get to that point, maybe we'll start to see the switch up between Ray and Rock in their formation. Rock goes down back to bot side, and then Ray starts to take formation into those tank jungles.
That is something that we have been talking about since day one in here, right? That's one of their characteristics. They have the ability to just swap players in that lane. If you give different roles to the players, is that something that Team Vitality have been prepared for?
I do think so as well, because everyone known for a fact that Vitality pre-KWC 2025, they were a team to put Rock always onto a carry, be it the jungle, be it the farm lane. Farm lane, when it comes to something very hyper-mechanic like the early, Rock will be getting it. Jungle, if you put it on Assassins, he will perform. And Ray, he was always on these duties of being the tank, like the Dun, like the Ogre, like the Monkey. Or when it comes to the farm lane, he'll be playing safe like the Gen.G.
Blam, what do you think?
I think that could be the cause for a concern here for the side, obviously, Gen.G, that they might have to pull this out so early within the competition. Maybe it's something they're really relying on to kind of see them into the playoffs and then reveal that identity. But hey, this is the last chance. You have to pull out your big guns.
It is their last chance to stay alive and to move forward. Before we move into game number 2, let's talk about game number 1 MVP. Clearly, it's going to have to be Gen.G on that Luna 7-1-2 KDA.
He was an absolute monster here. He single-handedly, without any prior setup, managed the game for his team towards the early to mid stage of the game. Just as you wonder, like, oh my, Rock is super on form onto this Jing. He was saying like, hey, I can do that too, and I can do that better.
Yeah, he did do better. I mean, after that 4-minute mark, after we saw that Battlefield Command and Mirror Domain kind of combination between those two picks, it became very stale, very early, because Team Vitality was just like, all right, bet, we'll just bait it out, and then you've got to wait quite a while for the cooldown of that duration of the skill.
Both of the junglers already spent 2 very big picks, right?
Oh, yes.
The Luna on one side, the Jing on the other side. I am looking forward to another Luna coming in, but I do believe that that's going to be put on the bans.
Ooh, when we talk about Luna coming in, you have 2 things you have to take note about.
Yeah.
You can't allow the pay. You can't be allowing the early here. And those 2 picks coming into this draft, it's a very rare scenario here, especially coming into this best of 5.
Into the best of 5. I mean, if we're going to start looking, obviously, the take out of the Luna or the Jing here into the first parts of the banning phase, then you're going to allow stuff like the Mai Shirunoi to come through. But what's not going to come through, which has been kind of like a bit of a historical tradition within the KWC, is the Arlie. They're considered and keep going to make sure that Zan does not get that pick.
Zan not getting the hands onto the Arlie will be a definite pick as well, but who gets the pick? It will be Inua onto this Mai Shirunoi. That he has such a great performance back in yesterday, but that gives away the pay. The Byron combo here going to the side of Team Vitality, which may be the potential pickup.
It could be the potential pickup. I mean, Pei has not been banned out just yet, and they do need their Clash lane. I mean, Clash lanes have generally been part of the first part of the picking phase, but no, they're going to get over to 19, and honestly, I feel like this is a good call, right? We are replacing the Liempo with the Zhongfei. Who do we know that can phase check just as well as Liempo? The Zhongfei.
And 19 has had amazing job being the front line, being the intel gatherer
Yes.
of side of Vitality here. So prioritizing the Zhang Fei coming in from Vitality for 19, it's a smart move.
Yes, a smart move indeed. I mean, the only time we've seen the Yukio Tachibana was on Clean with Twisted Minds, and it's a great counter to
The Pei. We saw it before, like you mentioned, Twisted Mind Clean, picking up the Ukyo Tachibana here. It's a good matchup against the Pei, because why? Pei likes to jump in. And Ukyo, he has a lot of burst when you're near his face.
Oh, when you're near his face, indeed. But speaking of burst, we're getting a little bit more burst here for the side of Team Vitality. Zhan wasn't able to get the Ali, but he gets to pick up the Lalung. So we know that he's going to be overextending into these team fights when he has the infinite vastness come through on this pick.
I have the same worry coming in from Gen.G Esports.
Yep.
The first 3 picks compared to Vitality, Gen.G Esports, they love to play the early game here. And right now, these 3 picks, if they don't get a superb lead in the 8 to 10 minute mark, they're gonna have a tough time when we scale towards the later stages of the game here, Blam.
Exactly that. I mean, speaking obviously scaling towards a late game, the late game insurance here for Team Vitality is obviously going to be Lung, right? And we really want to protect in this pick for the side of Team Vitality, which really shines these bands here, right? The Ho Yi and the Consort Yu. These have been 2 picks that like to counter the Lung.
And this is what we're talking about coming in from the best of 5 series here. If you don't have a sufficient hero pool to back it up, you're gonna be the shining target from the side of these coaches to target you and lock you down in this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of lockdown, we see that obviously Gen.G has started to kind of look at the top side of the map as well here. So obviously, Team Vitality, they used the Dharma in game number 1. They banned it out for themselves. And now they're banning out the Fati, they're banning out the Sunset. So up into the clash lane, will we see the likes of a Mayin looking for some pickup potential, potentially?
That may be the potential here, right? The Mayin, the Alain potentially. But of course, we've seen the side of Wawa here. He had a fantastic Mayin as well. It can be a potential pickup here, but they did pick up the Byron here. So it favors the Byron if it is a Byron into a Mayin matchup in the 1v1.
In the 1v1, exactly. I mean, what was Gen.G really like lacking before these 2 picks came through was definitely, obviously, some more late game. With obviously Lady Soon, we were saying it in the post-game 1 analyst that Ray really only has like a few more picks, and here it is. He is one of the picks that we've mentioned, but also the sustainability here from Hugh-Wan. Also, Clue had a great performance on this for the KWC so far.
For me, Gen.G Esports' second game draft is definitely starting to fix up what they really missed out in game 1. Especially if you look at the first 4 picks here, it's exceptionally well to tackle Zhan and Zhan Q onto these strong picks, especially Zhan Q wants to play fast onto this Pei here. What's greater than that? You have the Maestro Nui, Byron, Ukyo Tachibana. This is a very strong trio in the early game.
A very strong trio in the early game. I mean, are we going to be seeing that kind of Gen.G that we saw they play against Boom yesterday, where we saw very sort of like heavy rotations from jungle and mid up to the top side, really putting toughs to the paces?
For me, it definitely stems on one key thing, like we talked about back in the pre-game, before game 1. It comes down to which of these teams can play around and give their jungle a very comfortable space to play and carry the game.
Play, carry, and make that pace, right? I mean, Rock had the pace in the early game of game number 1, but then it was soon given over to Zhang Q. But right now, we're going to look at that overall draft of these 2 teams, right? Gen.G going up against Team Vitality. If we're looking at this one, obviously we do have great control senses here from the Destructive Deluge as well as the Unbridled Outburst. We also have the fact that we can be baiting the side of Gen.G in on top of Zhan as long as he has that infinite vastness to get out and just kind of make sure that then the rest of the team come around and try and culminate onto that team fight.
Gen.G Esports in this game really has to put their focus onto Inua, onto Rock, to really find these early tempos, to build the lead if they want to see Vitality towards the late game.
See Vitality towards the late game, or is it going to be Gen.G taking game 2 here from Team Vitality? Only time will tell, but momentum currently sits onto the side of the court of Team Vitality.
And look at 19 here, he face checks into 4 members of the side of Gen.G here, but he gets out alive with the Leaping Savior.
Yeah, Leaping Savior was literally by name, by nature, the Leaping Savior, but it does mean that Zhang Q is able to get access into the enemy's Crimson Golem here, shortly lived, checked up by Inua.
Seems like a trade is happening here onto the map here, so at least both teams here, they do not lose in terms of the early game as they get an equal trade onto the Crimson buff here. However, it does seem like Gen.G has more of a top lane priority here, especially coming in from the side of the Byron matchup.
Coming in from the side of the Byron matchup, that 1v1 definitely favors Wawa for now, but I mean, the The HP regen here for the side of Team Vitality onto the Mayin is definitely going to help them kind of sustain that engage in the 1v1.
And Inua steals away the Spike Tail Beast there. Man, to add insult to injury, Inua onto this match journey, he seems to be heating up.
He seems to be heating up. I mean, honestly, I was thinking going into this one that maybe Gen.G, without the momentum, could show a bit of a weak sign here for Inua, but he's proving me wrong.
Oh yeah, I have to see how he's gonna set them up for success here, because back when we saw Wawa and Inua onto these two picks, they had an amazing performance here. And especially, look at now, we talked about this, the Gen.G lineup, they need to prosper in the 8 to 10 minute of the game. They need to make sure they make Zhang and Vitality lives hard in this early game.
I mean, they already are, right? I mean, we've already seen that Rock's overextending into the enemy jungle. He's taken a few of the enemy camps at this point in the game. But at the same time, the gold lead is pretty much not even night and day. It's probably 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., you know?
There's not much of a difference here, so they really need your cheer to support your favorite team, especially Gen.G and Vitality needs your cheer right now.
They need the cheer. They need all the support that they can get, right? But right now, we are seeing a little bit more of a tit for tat into the early game. They're looking to try and get a few early pickups. I mean, right now, before he gets to level 4 is where you really want to be focusing 19. But as soon as he gets to that level 4, it's a different ball game.
Just look at the Crimson buff here. Look at Wawa and Inua's position here. It's a very dangerous place to be here, 19.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You got one in the brush here, you got one to your right, and then if you even come from this angle, the double knock-up, the triple knock-up, the setup for Gen.G in this early game is huge.
We are talking about this. Inua and Wawa once again, the key playmakers here comes in clutch. I am loving this energy from Gen.G Esports.
They're coming back with a boom. I mean, they've taken out Boom Esports, but they've definitely acquired it for themselves into this game too, and it's exactly what we needed here from Gen.G.
Man, this early game just got destroyed wide open for the side of Gen.G Esports. They are right now in the driver's seat. We have a healthy 1.5k goal lead.
That's exactly it. I mean, we was on about having the great 8 to 10 minutes, right? But what gets you there? It's having that early resources in the mid game. But honestly, look at this. Wow. A triple man knockup. They couldn't do anything.
There was no counterplay to the end. Inua, Wawa played that to perfection, and Ray might be a victim here towards the hands of Vitality as they get a comfort kill onto the side of Ray here.
Comfort kill indeed. I mean, to me, it seemed more a bit of a revenge kill, but at the same time, we are seeing Tufts is a little bit lost in the source here. It's going to be Neil dropping the Destructive Deluge to get his teammate out.
Ooh. Quick feature coming from Tufts here. Makes it out alive, makes it out safely here. And Inua, making sure that his presence is there onto the Gorge. Tufts, you want to go back here, you gotta think of an alternative way.
Oh, yes. I mean, going in with the skill, knowing that Inua was going to be there is definitely a good playstyle here from Team Vitality's Tufts. But I want to know one thing. Is Neil a dancer? Because he's thinking on his feet, man.
He is thinking on his feet as well, because right now, you gotta be thinking, okay, Vitality, what's the game plan here? How do we stall the insane mid to early game here coming in from the side of Gen.G? Because 19 is gonna fall victim again!
Oh, it's a takedown here. I mean, Gen.G get the Tyrant, they get the takedown onto the Zhang Fei, so front line is gonna be sacrificed for another 10 minutes.
That's another 10 minutes, and that's another going to the hands of the side of Gen.G in terms of the tower here. That makes for one thing. Zan is having lesser and lesser space to farm right now as this long. He needs so much items to scale towards the mid to late stages of the game.
He does indeed, right? I mean, it's not like he's had like the best lead here. I mean, he's what, 200 gold up at this moment in time, but he's lost his T1. So like you were saying there, Sagi, he's not going to have that safety net to go back on for now. But what we're going to be looking at is obviously trying to keep this T1 into the mid lane alive.
Exactly, and what you want to be coming in from the side of Gen.G Esports, they will be looking to break your outer turrets, and they'll be looking for all these angles to enter your Crimson, your Azure Golem, if you're on the side of Team Vitality here. And especially, if you look at the map right now, if you're looking at towers here, Gen.G's having a field day right now.
Gen.G is having a field day. They've opened up the side lanes exactly the way they need to into this mid game to get a lot of pressure onto the side of Team Vitality. Something that was lacking in game number 1.
Oh yeah, and I'm especially loving Gen.G Esports game 2 early game here. Inua coming in clutch, he's been having such a beautiful engage.
Very good engage. I mean, those triple man knockups into the early part of the team fight really maybe rethink my position in here with Inua and the Mai Shiranui.
And this Mai Shiranui single-handedly zoning out tree, throwing out these Kachosas, these spell twos. Look at Zan. He's already so low from 2 spells.
So low from 2 spells. I mean, all it takes is a bit of a collapse here from Gen.G, and then that's it. We force the Infinite Vastness. He gets out of the team fight. But look at this. T2 takedown into the bot side of the map. We're seeing a Gen.G domination here.
And we're talking about this, right? Zan Q onto the space. He needs the items. He needs the gold here. But right now, the space for him to farm is just getting so small here. And if Gen.G keeps up this tempo without any counterplay from Vitality, it's going to be spelling doom for Vitality in this game too.
Yeah, farm potential for the side of Team Vitality is diminishing by the second, Sagi. I mean, we're at around about 6 minutes. 19 is not looking too happy with not being able to phase check these bushes the way that he was able to in game number 1.
And especially that he's so far away from his first Roman item here, he desperately needs that upgrade, that active spell, be it to clear out the waves, be it to show vision, be it to give shielding. So he definitely needs to be able to reach this Roman item first.
Roman item first, but how do you get the Roman item? Your hero first has to rise. So hero rise is your CD key for the redemption in-game. And right now, I don't think it's the heroes that are rising. The minions right now, they're pushing that mid lane. They deserve a props.
And Gen.G is the one definitely rising right now as they are looking to position themselves to target onto this Cryptic Golem.
See a bright light burst. He does use it, but is there going to be a follow-up here? John-Q maybe gets stuck in the Destructive Deluge. He does! Anywhere from the sideline gets the kill. Ray onto John-Q as well. You don't lose your support, you lose your jungle as well.
Wow, Inua once again finding these angles onto the members of Vitality here. Inua is on fire on this Mai Shiranui here.
He is on fire. I mean, the portrait for Mai Shiranui definitely has flames in the background, right? I'm not tripping. That is the case, and he is bringing the heat. I mean, Saudi's already hot enough.
Saudi's really hot enough, and he's even bringing more heat here. And Ray here, we talked about this. He might be the magnifying weakness here, but if your team is playing so well here, he's just going to be farming and being the safety net that Gen.G requires.
Exactly. I mean, Gen.G Ray right now is just living in the shadow of the rest of Gen.G, and that's absolutely fine, because what do we know about Lady Soon? Lady Soon needs to get to that late game, needs to get those resources. How do you want to do that? Under the radar.
Under the radar and farming as we speak here. And right now, the entire jungle, again, being countered from the side of Gen.G Esports. Ray with the cheeky ultimate steals away his own team's Azure Golem, but it's A-okay. He's a lady, so he needs the Azure Golem.
Exactly. I mean, if it's given away, you may as well take it for free, right? I mean, that's going to be better off into the hands of Gen.G than Team Vitality at this point. I mean, John-Q is not going to be having the happiest of times not having that extra cooldown reduction.
Oh man, exactly. And look at the side of Rock here. He knows for a fact that if he doesn't die in these team fights, he's going to be sustaining with the ultimate. He's going to be dancing around the team fights. Look at him. Ominous Premonition already here. And who's the primary target that's doing damage here for side Vitality? It's Tufts on the Mayit. It's Zan Q on the Pei. It's Zan onto this Long. All three of them, one thing in common. Physical damage.
Physical damage. And obviously they need to get out of a team fight if they aren't looking like it's going to be going into their favor. But speaking of favors, it's definitely the T2 going into the favor of Gen.G into the top side of the map for now.
It indeed is a dominating fashion. 9 minutes, all outer towers are down here. They are in such a comfortable lead here, Blam.
Very comfortable lead. They're just kind of pushing and prodding towards the high ground turret. They've got about 34 seconds left on this Tyrant. It's not even the Shadow Tyrant at this point, right?
Exactly. And in 40 seconds on the clock, they can move towards the double objective takes off the Shadow variant and can look to close out the game just like how Vitality did back in game 1.
Back in game 1. Definitely a more dominant Gen.G in game number 2, right? I mean, even if you're just looking between these lanes gold, they're just trying to get a bit of catch into the back line here with Clue, the CC from the Shu-1. Clue's been playing the Shu-1 as well, like really well.
Indeed, he was always in the front line, pushing out these vision, making sure that he lands all these stuns here. But if you want to give props, it definitely has to be Wawa Inua here. Man, they are so good in this game.
They're laying it on thick as well, right? I mean, they've got the advantage with obviously into the enemy jungle, but they're not kind of just like doing nothing with it. They're just securing everything, and it's just completely making this goal lead even bigger between Gen.G and Team Vitality.
A very dominant goal lead, right? And look at them right now. They are finishing up this Tyrant here, and they want to formulate a push right here. They are looking to fight over this Crimson Golem that potentially is about to be spawning soon, because one thing's for sure, if you lose out all these outer tier turrets, all these tier 2s, you have no control over your jungle. jungle.
I mean, it's already looking like they've got no control, right? I mean, you're seeing 5 men rotating at the same time. That's not where you want to be when you're playing on here Honor of Kings, right? You want to make sure that you're kind of moving in a pincer movement, getting those split pushes, but right now, Team Vitality do not have that privilege.
They indeed do not have the privilege because there's so much pressure here coming in from Gen.G Esports here, and right now, they're looking to formulate a final push here at the very least. Clear up all the tier 3s, rinse and repeat, get that Shadow Vanguard, and then they look for the game-ending push.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, just maybe, Team Vitality stall into wait for this Shadow Tyrant buff to go off, right? Because, I mean, the extra damage coming through onto Gen.G wasn't necessarily needed. It's just going to make these team fights a little bit more impactful for the side of Gen.G.
You get the extra damage, you get the zap onto the ulti, so you definitely have a lot of damage. And just look at this masterclass here coming in from Gen.G Esports. Secures both sides, almost going down. Rock gets it, and that's 2 towers already down. And right now, they're going to play slow. They're going to be very chill with it. They revisit back the jungle, recollect the resources, and they revisit the Shadow Vanguard. Whew, masterclass.
Masterclass in opening your enemy's base, right? I mean, like you were saying, they're chilling, but they're being aggressive. So it's a very chilling aggression here coming from Gen.G at this point. But I mean, just look how low the kill count is for both of these teams. It's a 6-kill game. This is like completely different story to Season 3, to all the competitions last year.
And low kill count, it's okay. But look at the amount of goalie here. 12 minutes? That's a 10,000 goalie we're looking at.
10,000, that's a big fat band of stacks, right? I mean, definitely what Gen.G need going into this game number 2 when they don't have a point onto the board, putting that down to the bot side of the map. I believe it's going to come through here, but potentially these Vanguards could be the last frontal assault that Gen.G need.
Exactly here, and Ray, with the help of the rolling Ray spell 1, pokes down the final tier 3 coming in from the side of Vitality here. There are no more turrets. The Crystal stands alone for Vitality here as the Vanguards, look at it, slowly marching towards the base.
As the boys in blue look to run through into Team Vitality's base, Team Vitality right now are able to cleanse that off, but with the Vanguards coming through, this is going to be trouble. Into the backline, in trouble is Neil. Tuff's looking pretty low, he gets taken down. Even the fastness, it's already been expanded here. But before he can even land, the Crystal is taken down by Gen.G.
We were talking about this, right? How do they recover coming in from game 2 here after Zhangqiu's dominating game 1? But man, that was such a beautiful escalated game, pre-planned game by the side of Gen.G Esports, especially props to Inua, props to Rock. They perform so darn well.
Perform very well. I mean, even on like a pick like the Ukyo Tachibana, right? I mean, we were seeing it into the draft. This pick obviously is a great counter into the pay, but what we really wasn't shining on here is obviously due to statistics. Maestro Nui comes through, doesn't quite perform sometimes, but Inua, he performs super well.
He indeed performs super well. Multi-man catches, always landing onto the cruel key targets. Look at this. Inua, he's lurking, he got 19 spell, immediately flash engage onto 2, securing the kill onto Zhangqiu. And we talked about this. If Zhangqiu falls, they have no chance of making any tempo plays.
Exactly. If Zhangqiu does fall, the tempo play is not going to be in your best interest right now. And right now, we are going to get into this one as well. So obviously, Gen.G were able to bring that one back in game number 2. So this is now 1-1.
What a game coming in from Gen.G, right? 1-1 with such a dominating game after losing game 1 like that. They have a strong mental game that you really need in these best of 5s.
Momentum is very strong here for the boys. I mean, let's see what they're going to do with this game number 3, right?
I was just walking around, just trying to figure out what's going on in here, man. Like, I am just kind of like just running all over the place, just kind of like checking, like, is it Gen.G? Is it Team Vitality? I want to know about it, man. Like, I'm just like kind of like literally all over the place right now.
Yeah, I mean, was you going around looking for extra gold for Team Vitality? Because they weren't finding it for themselves.
I was roaming, man. You know it. You know it. You know that I'm always roaming, trying to get the vision, trying to get the stories surrounding here. But, well, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about this, because one of the important things that we just saw was that Mai Shiranui.
Yes.
For me, that Mai Shiranui was the winning condition for this game. It was just impossible for them to be able to get this dub if it wouldn't have been for that hero.
Exactly, and he had a masterclass performances. We talked about this. Okay, Pei, you want to play the early game. You want to dictate the tempo here. And for the side of Gen.G, they countered that insanely well. I would say perfect with the Maestro Nui, with the Ukyo Tachibana combo, mitigating any early game hopes that Pei wanted to have.
But it's just like the opening of it was just so beautiful. It was the way that they just started the game, that Mai Shinui waiting in the bush, and then just comes in, 3 people come, check on the bush, turns around, immediately bursts them out.
I mean, that's the thing, right? With Mai Shinui, what we've been seeing within the KWC is that people have just been picking her and sticking in lane. But what was the one thing that Inuit wasn't doing? He just wasn't in lane. He was giving it all over that resources in the mid lane to Rock, getting in fat, getting in big, and Inuit was getting those big pickups.
Yeah, I would love his positioning, his lurk, his flanks, and his spell usage. It was just so on point here. Every time you see Inua, okay, he's lurking around these team fights. He's sticking into this bush that potentially multi-members of the side of Vitality will face check. And in the end, they get punished hard.
They get punished hard. I mean, it's going to be sat here on the stats as well, right? I mean, 50k damage here for the side of Gen.G Inua, and the fact that he had 75% team fight rate, well, as he was there setting up these early team fights also.
That's exactly the case. He was always there, and he was the key playmaker here. And also, Clue, he was also across the board here. 100% team fight rate here. He was everywhere.
And that's important, just for people to understand that 100% team fight means that every single time that they just started throwing hands, that person was there. And having one extra player in these big games, it can be crucial for the victory.
Absolutely crucial. I mean, you can see here that even though he was always into the team fights, Clue did not drop a single death either.
Exactly.
So really playing this Yu1 to perfection.
Playing this Yuan to perfection, playing this Ukkyo Tachibana to perfection here. I do think that we're seeing a trend here, guys. Pei being the hyper-aggressive, super high-value pick here in the KWC, and especially a frequent visitor towards the ban. Seems like Ukkyo Tachibana is the answer towards to this pick.
It seems right. I mean, it's definitely, it didn't work when we saw Twisted Minds pick it up. I mean, it put the pressure on, but it didn't get the dub. So it is obviously infecting onto the Gorge, and the effects are felt there. But the overall victory, I feel like this is his first win for Yu-Gi-Oh!
Let's talk a little bit about that for the people that are completely new to our big tournaments and when we go move from a best of 3 into a best of 5 or best of 7. We knew that the Luna was already out there, right? Like, and we knew that Team Vitality was not going to allow that. And Sagi mentioned it. He said, if you do ban that Luna, then you put the Arlie and the Pei out there. And what was the choice? Okay, the Pei. So it comes to Gen.G to understand, if I am going to allow the Pei in there, then how do I counter that? And Ukkyo Tachibana was the perfect answer.
The Ukkyo, the Mai, everything was on a perfect lockdown to really counter the Pei's early game. Because we know for a fact, Mai Shinui also has a fantastic early game. Ukkyo also has a strong early game. You pair that up together, you mitigate the Pei's approach in coming the early game.
Everyone just played an amazing game in here. It was really good. The synergy and the communication in between them. For me, the MVP for the game gotta be Mai Shiranui. It's got to be Inua. The way that he started, like he just made that opening. Every single time that Gen.G needed him to stand and be big, he stood up and was gigantic.
Oh, absolutely. He stood on his business, right? I mean, that triple man knock up into the first part of the team fight. At that moment in time, I was just thinking, this is it. This is the lead that Gen.G needed.
The battle of the early game, and Inua came out clutch, deserving the MVP title of Game 2. He was so good. The engages were so clean.
Very clean indeed. I mean, that's the clean victory that you need for game number 2, right? I mean, if it wasn't, then Team Vitality could have been looking at a different scoreline here, 2-0, which what we were saying before game number 2 is like, you don't want to be in that situation if you're Gen.G. And Gen.G was like, all right, bet, we're not going to be in that situation.
Let's not push it for the 2-0. Let's go for the 1-1. And the 1-1 is the result right now. As we move into the next game, we already have some heroes that cannot be played no more. And that is going to be crucial because best of 5, you come to game 3 with a 1-1, the BP is going to be crucial, right, Sagi?
More and more heroes are going to be expend, and you cannot be practicing your perfect composition here. Like all these assassins are starting to flow away the hands of Vitality and Gen.G here. So you look at this, you're going to be thinking like, okay, Vitality, Rock, these two players, Vitality, Zangq, and Rock, you want to be locking them away from these carry picks here. And what's the better way of doing it? Global ban pick.
Okay, so it's going to come to a moment in the game where we are going to have to go in there with the tank kind of jungler. That has not been the meta for these 6 days. Is it going to show up in the next games?
I mean, it almost showed up in the last game, right? I mean, Orgren was the second ban for the side of Gen.G, so they really thought, you know what, maybe that's what Zangq is going to go for in this game number 2, try a bit of a different flavor, but it is definitely going to be destined to come along.
If it is not the Orgren, could it be the Twin? Because Twin, again, has not been a meta pick in these last 6 days.
Ooh, we gotta see, right? Because Dolia, it has historically performed pretty well, or we might see the Ogren and Diadea combo as mentioned by Blamp here. So there are still different ways of playing this game aside from the Assassins here. We still have to look at, is this the best way of allowing your team to get the dub, or is it the best way of formulating a winning team composition here?
I think that right now for everyone at home, I'm going to invite you to do a little activity with us. I want you to take a piece of paper right now. I want you to take a pen or a pencil as you like, and then just start writing down all the possible options, and then just try to predict. Just try to predict what you would do if you would be the coaches. Draw it down, and then just start thinking about the players that you have, the heroes that they can play, and try to do that so you can understand how difficult it is to be an HOK coach.
It indeed is very difficult here because of the global ban pick system here. Aside from having to think about your heroes, you have to think about the bans, you have to remember every single hero that has been expended and banned in the previous games.
Exactly that, right? I mean, it's either you remember it or you ban it. And you can see here, the side of Gen.G, remember that they picked the Mai Shiranui and they're going to ban it out because they don't want Team Vitality to take that. And then vice versa, we obviously have the Luna pick here, been banned out, already used for the side of Team Vitality. But Dharma, once again, is having no show onto the Gorge, but Liang coming through here, maybe forcing Team Vitality to pick up a tank pick into the jungle.
Ooh, we have seen this Liang before, right? It has been banned several times. It has been one of the few picks that has been the frequent visitors of the ban slot here.
Yeah.
And if you look over the side of Vitality here, you're opening up the picks like the Arlie up for grabs. But yet again, you talked about it. How to counter the Liang. You need a beefy frontline. And what does it well? It has to be the Dune.
Dune here coming through with the Dolia, like you mentioned earlier, Sagi, is going to be the combo that we're looking for within this game number 3. So we're going to have a solid front line. We're going to have that double Unruly Blade come through, or maybe even get paired somewhere else within this lineup.
Well, we talked about the assassin matchups, right?
Yep.
The two junglers coming into the global ban pick here at Game Tree. They're coming along with the tank matchups right now. These two tanks are going to be the beefy boys, and the carry responsibilities will fall onto the hands of the other players, especially Zan and especially Clue or Wawa.
Especially Clue or Wara at this point. But I mean, look at this. We're having two combos come face to face, right? We have the Dune Dolia, the double D, and then we also have the Liang and Princess Frost. This has been a dominant control pairing since KME, KMW, and pairing that with the Ogren. I mean, you're going to set up the Winters here, you're going to set up the Suppression, and then all of a sudden, Ogren's going to come through. So really, for those with the pens and paper at home, you're looking for some more damage, right?
Exactly. You're both looking for a key damage dealer from Vitality and Gen.G Esports. But I want to point out one pick here. Guan Yu being locked in for Vitality here, it makes one thing real. Dune here, yes, he goes in, takes the Liang ultimate, and Guan Yu, whoever gets ulted by the Liang, he will come in charging, breaking the formation of Gen.G Esports.
That could be the way in, right? I mean, he does ride a horse, and what do we need? We need a Trojan horse in this case to try and get the disruption here for that suppression. But Gen.G are denying the Hu1. Potentially could have been Hu1 into the mid lane, because again, the double sustain from the Dolia and the Hu1 paired with the Dune is almost unkillable.
Exactly, and this is a rare occasion coming in from the pick and ban stage here. Arlie going through the entire second phase with no one picking it up or banning at all. It's a very rare phenomenon here.
A very rare phenomenon, right? I mean, is it going to be the best case for Arlie to come through here? Because if you go for, obviously, this control pair, and then you kind of take the Arlie but lose with it, it then means that, obviously, as you get into game number 4, it's going to be harder for you.
And that's the beauty of global ban pick, right? You have to think, is this an expensive team composition to draft? Am I really locking the Arlie here, or will I let that Arlie go towards the later stages of the game?
The answer is, Sagi, that they are going to lock in the Arlie here, so it's going to be all down to Zan to see how he actually is very formidable within these team fights. I mean, if we look at it right now, with what we have, we can't imagine we're going to be seeing any kind of engage happen before Guan Yu gets in, right? Obviously, try and get the disruption onto the Liang to get rid of that suppression, and then Arlie can come through and have a little bit more of an easier time.
For me, we have to think right here, okay, all these picks has been expended from both teams here.
Yep.
For the side of Vitality here, one Arlie is not to say the most solid one to take down a beefy tank like Ogren. So Vitality, you want to round up the composition with a high burst major, be it the Kongming. But Ganemo is banned, so you have Kongming or Nuwa to be posturing around. And Gen.G Esports, what's a good way of fighting against the Arlie? And the Guan Yu, it has to be the Concert Yu. It's so good into this matchup.
It's so good into the matchup. I mean, the lockdown of the vaulting shot or ultimate is good, but I mean, with the ult bolt, we know that Arlie, obviously John on this Arlie pick can obviously mitigate any kind of projectile with the parasol as well. So it could be a good pick here into the bot side of the map, but I feel like here, Wawa getting another great engage-eccentric clash lane. Obviously getting that knock-up from Charlotte's ultimate could be the difference of night and day here for Gen.G.
I'm loving this Charlotte pick here. If this pick gets to scale towards the later stages of the game, that's going to be a big issue coming in from Vitality's roster as they lock in another utility pick coming in from Vitality here. So, Vitality, you only have one carry, and that is Zan onto this Arlie.
Zan, if he goes, that's it. I mean, you pretty much kind of like, all right, guys, we're going to have to wait and go and try and peel away. Wait for Zan to get back onto the gorge, and then we go again. So it's kind of like the Lady Soon kind of protect Madam President. It's the same kind of comp here because they have no damage, rather that Arlie being your main source.
Exactly, and that's a very risky team composition because you cannot be putting all your eggs into one basket. If that basket falls, you're gonna be in a big trouble here coming in from Vitality here. But of course, it comes down to execution here. If Vitality, Zan gets a masterclass game, he might be pushing it to a game 4.
Yeah, don't speak about execution though. Kin might get excited. We say execute, it's within execution. He's probably in the back room doing something in there. But anyway, this is the two-team drafts coming through right now. Gen.G up against Team Vitality. We see the draft here. A lot of control, a lot of engage potential. I mean, in terms of the damage, we can see from multiple aspects off to the side of Gen.G, whereas Vitality, like you pointed out, Sagi, there's only one there.
And what's a better way of finding out how real is the execution here, Blam? Let's check out Gen.G versus Vitality in their game tree of this best of 5.
Yep, getting onto the gorge already, we're seeing that maybe Team Vitality need to play a little bit more of a close unit rather than playing separate here, right?
Exactly, and look at the rotation here coming in from the side of the Princess Frost here. As we look at this so many times, the Princess Frost acts as a second roamer for the team. Not taking much of the farm here, making sure that Rock gets all the resources and he becomes this beefy tank. While on the side of Inua and Clue here, they make sure that the gold funnels to the correct members of the side of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking to give it over to either Rock or Ray, right? Obviously try and get the itemization up. But for those obviously looking at home, Harley here, you can see at the bot side of the map, Harley's combo is usually first basic attack 2, basic attack 1. And obviously you can lower the enemy's health while minimizing the damage taken as well, if you play it very well.
And that's the beauty of Arlie, right? You get to have so much mobility onto this marksman here. Playing around your parasol, spell 1 goes out, poke the enemy a bit, come back safely here. And the ultimate, the autumn dance here, pushing the enemy away from you and making sure that you have what it takes to fight off enemies here.
What it has to fight off enemies. I mean, Neil right now into the mid lane is just looking to use that Silk Imprint to kind of bring Rock into the turret, right? You want to be taking damage from the turret because, again, like we said in the draft, the damage really only comes from Zan, so we need to try and find other avenues of damage here for the side of Team Vitality.
And Gen.G Esports knows the fact that Zan is a solo carry here, and they put so much pressure onto this Arlie into this early game here. And right now, we gotta think here, Neil is getting chased down by Rock here, almost going down to the execution coming in from the All-Grass Seer State.
Yeah, Seer State almost got the execution there onto Neil, which could have been fatal for them. I mean, the extra bit of bonus gold into the early part of the game could have been trouble here for Team Vitality, but not really wanting to take any brawls here, I feel like is the best call. But here we go, Rock uses the conductor souls pretty early on. The Unruly Blade in, gets the first kill. It's going to be Zan. Are they going to look to finish there? No, we get the flash from Inua though, so this could be scary here for Gen.G, knowing that Inua is susceptible to ganks. But not only that, we got 3 flashes being expanded.
3 flashes going down, and the next time Tufts comes in with that Guan Yu, you're not going to be having a fun time with your escape path here. So, Zan Q, Vitality comes up clutch thanks to Neil's Silk Imprint here.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about fun times though. I mean, mean, the Flowboard outfit design contest is now live, and that's a way to have fun times. So Team Vitality, Gen.G may not be having the funnest of times right now. They are battling 1-to-1, but right now you can get your mitts into this and get a chance at winning the cash prize and a limited avatar frame.
That does sound pretty fun as well, Blam. And let's get right back into the game and let's check out the current standing, the current situation that we're having here. We're talking about playmaking potential coming in from Tufts, coming in from Zan.Q, having to tank the damage from the side of Vitality. But we forget about Neil here. Yeah, your clue. You're doing the power control onto the enemy, you're suppressing them, but you're standing still here. What if Neil comes in with a Silk Imprint here?
Exactly, I mean, it completely throws out the entire tempo you have with your team fight, right? I mean, you're playing to somebody else who's owning the control of you, so when you're not in the controller seat, it becomes very difficult for the side of Gen.G to try and maintain the fight for themselves. But we can kind of see here, Clue, Inua, within that brush by themselves, trying to get a handle onto anybody. There is going to be the wind slash onto 2. Sure is potential coming through here. That is going to be a 2-0 trade for Team Vitality.
Beautiful rotations here coming in from Vitality here. They were punished heavily on the side of Gen.G Esports. They do not have flash onto both the mid and the roamer.
So they knew as soon as they committed, they had to stay within that team fight. But right now, we get a lot of pressure down to the bot side of the map, and Team Vitality playing to timers. 4 minutes up, they get the T1 and the takedown.
That 1v1 solo kill here coming in clutch. We were talking about this early here, Blam. He has to be the key difference maker. He has to be the DPS machine. And in this game, in that fight, he's coming clutch.
He came in clutch, absolutely. I mean, he put the pressure on for these teams, so he's able to get that T1, but then also to take down Ray. And what do we say? When you're off the gorge, that's your GPM being sacrificed.
With that GPM being sacrificed, it goes to the pockets on the side of Zan.Q. Right now, they are looking headstrong and invading this jungle.
Looking to invade the jungle, looking to get that Azure Golem. It does go over to the side of... Actually, Gen.G gets it. It's going to be Inua with the Winter is here. He claims it. Zan.Q gets out. Using the flash, it's going to be Zan as well over to the wall. He doesn't have his common skill. Obviously, the Rage has been used.
The Rage has been used here, and the Inua gets pulled by the Silk Imprint here. Both teams battling for the control of the mid lane here, but surprisingly, Vitality comes up clutch from that blue buff invade, making out 4 members alive.
Yeah, I think that's the best case scenario there for Gen.G, right? The fact that obviously they got invaded but was still able to keep hold of that Azure Golem was definitely where their eyes needed to be on the prize. But right now, 4 kills to 0. We're already getting close to that kind of kill count that we saw from game number 2, but right here, we're seeing that very sufficient in terms of gold lead is going to be Ray in terms of Zan.
That is a very dominating gold lead here coming in from the side of Zan. 2,000 gold lead over to the likes of Ray onto this lane on Consular U here. And one key item that we have to look at for these 2 mid laners will have to be the Venomous Staff that's going to be completed just shortly for both these 2 mid laners.
Yeah, Venomous Staff, but also those paying attention that may have liked the early shout out in the early part of the game. The early power spike here is obviously that Doomsday. We can see already that Zan has the Doomsday and looks to funnel over the enemy's Crimson Golem over to that as well, so more damage coming through here.
That's a scary combo here. Early with the Doomsday, early with the Crimson Golem here. She's such a strong side lane menace here. Whoever comes up to her, her spell kit can just kite out almost anyone coming in from the side of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be careful. I mean, Ray's already fell victim to Zan on the early at this point in the game, right? So they have to make sure they're putting everything in the right place within these team fights. Positioning is going to be key.
Positioning has to be key here. We have to see, can Clue and Inua realistically find these big engagements here, because Zan.Q is being so tanky here, but Inua gets caught.
He does get caught. I mean, is going to be able to get out, though. Unfortunately for the side of Team Vitality, it would have been a great pickup for them, but fortunately for the side of Gen.G, they don't lose a member just yet.
They indeed don't lose a member, but as the game progresses, Vitality is starting to get more and more control of the map here. More of these side lane towers are starting to falter on the side of Vitality. No, on the side of Gen.G Esports here. So we gotta be thinking here. Gen.G Esports, what's the way of pushing the game back to your face?
I don't know, but ImRun seems to think it's easy peasy lemon squeezy, so he's already got a big shout out from the IKL region. He's already saying, look guys, you're 4 kills ahead. Don't get too cocky.
IKL Samanga coming in from the side of I'm Ron here. So right now, another invade here, as we talked about.
Yep.
What are objectives? Objectives are the buffs. Objectives are in the form of the Tyrant, the Overlord here. So securing objective is another way of expanding your goal lead in Honor of Kings.
Expanding your goal lead, and also helping yourself to the enemy jungle as well, right? I mean, we've seen 2 times now in a row that Crimson Golem's going over to Zan. So they're not sacrificing any extra damage here for the side of Team Vitality. They're taking it all away from Gen.G. I mean, Gen.G right there, we saw that Rock built the Dragon Scale, right? So in terms of basic attack, that's going to be a little bit higher now on this Ogren.
That does provide some form of extra damage here. And another invade comes through, coming in from Vitality onto this Azure Golem. Will a fight break out? I do not think so, because Gen.G do not have the resource to do so.
Exactly that, right? I mean, right now, they were able to get the Azure Golem this time around, so a very successful invade here for the side of Gen.G. For the side of Team Vitality, they were a much better position in there. Inu, I feel like, dropped that Winter Tear a little bit too early.
Indeed, and right now the wave has collapsed towards the mid side, and Inua gets pulled towards the arms of Vitality here. But fortunately, there was no members of Vitality to really punish that.
I mean, we speak about punish, but at the same time, they are getting punished in a way, right? They're damaging the enemy heroes, and then that's kind of making sure they have to stay away from this team fight. I mean, you're already looking at Inua playing it very sort of like risky here. He's very low, but still continues to roam around.
He has to be finding these opportunities, because the Clue and Inua combo, the Princess Frost and Liang, has yet to find any success into this game.
Speaking of success, we get a little bit here from Gen.G. They get the T1 into their favor right now, into the top side of the map, so trying to create a bit of pressure here is Gen.G. They're doing a good job of stalling the inevitable, right?
The inevitable is slowly approaching here. We have to see who pulls the trigger here. Will it be Gen.G Esports? Will it be Vitality here? You will get your answers shortly in 40 seconds as the Shadow variants are about to be spawned.
Yeah, another mid-game menace here for Team Vitality potentially being brewed up right now. 30 seconds onto the Gorge, we have the Shadow Tyrant and the Shadow Overlord coming through. The last game, we saw them take 2 for 1.
Exactly, and look at these 2 junglers here. They completed the Eye of the Phoenix here. What does it do? The lower your health is, your recovery increases here. That's why the Venomous Staff is so important to cutting down these healing heroes coming in from the side of both teams here.
Yeah, we can already see the Venomous Staff for these 2 mid lanes come through, right? So anti-heal coming through is going to be potentially here what Gen.G can look at trying to go for, but right now, they lost their Azure Golem, and what's one of the worst things when you're Ogren? Not having that constant refresh on your mana.
No refresh, no cooldown reduction, that's gonna be pain here. And right now, Gen.G voluntarily starts off the Shadow Vanguard here, and look at Tubbs, he's looking for a flank!
He's looking for a flank, we are getting the Winter Tear, but it's not gonna stop the side of Team Vitality. We get a takedown onto Clue and Wawa for now, and that is gonna be another 3 pickups here. Rock getting taken down in the wrong part of the fight.
Brazel Cavalry from the backline. Tubbs comes up big with that flank of this series here. That was crucial. Check out this replay real quick. He was roaming behind. Gen.G starts off the objective here. All his spells were wasted in the front line immediately. He punishes everyone coming in from the back end of the side of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we see that within, obviously, console use kit, that they have the Blessing of the Direct, and that was definitely a blessing in disguise, right? The fact that she didn't get hit with that CC meant that she kept alive, but right now, they're playing those 2 objectives at the same time perfectly, because they struck both of them, and not a single bit of Primal Bond came through.
Not a single bit of Primal Bond came through. They are hand strong. Left hand with the Shadow Vanguard. Right hand with the Shadow Tyrant here. Healthy 4,000 gold lead. They're looking to further push this game to a 2-1.
I mean, it's looking frightful, right, for the side of Gen.G, but I feel like there is still a potential here of a comeback. I mean, they still have a healthy amount of turrets, right? Like, they aren't down in Monopoly. They have some real estate onto the Gorge, but whether they can utilize this to get into Team Vitality's head is going to be questionable.
The first thing they have to answer if they want to make a comeback will be Zan onto this island. That's 4 key items being completed already. Let me visualize it for you. If you get hit by the Ali twice, you're dead.
Yeah, if you're a very squishy hero, you're going to be dead, right? I mean, there is quite a lot of squish here. I mean, you have the Princess Frost, you have the Consort Yu, you have the Liang. There's many targets here for the side of Team Vitality. They've got to be careful into these next few team fights.
And especially this all-ground wouldn't be an issue. There is zero physical defense item coming in. There's no Ominous Premonition.
No.
There is nothing here. So this Arlie, if she is untouched in the team fights, that's going to be a big issue for Gen.G Esports.
A big issue indeed, but speaking of big issues, losing turrets is definitely one of those issues you don't want to be facing right now as we go into the 12-minute mark. Losing the T2 into the mid, into the clash lane is looking scary.
It's looking scary as Ray, his flash was just popped as well, coming in from Neil's Silk imprint here. The wave, it has been cleared from the bot side, but another Vanguard crashes towards the clash lane.
Crashes. I mean, the big rotation here from Gen.G has to be an answer to Team Vitality at this point, right? I mean, Winter is here, has been taken off of the Gorge for now. It's on cooldown for Inua. So obviously the wave clear right now is not looking too hot.
Who gets pulled twice, but no follow-up coming in from the side of Vitality here. Thanks to that double objective here, they seem to create a 4,000 gold lead. But it's not the biggest of the gold leads that we've seen. Still manageable, but we have to see who is the key difference maker coming in from Gen.G.
Right now, I mean, who are we looking at, right? I mean, is it going to be Rock? Is it going to be Wawa? I mean, there needs to be a pickup between Inua or Clue for me here. They need to make sure they're making these two picks, these control pairings, a threat to the side of Team Vitality.
But that's the thing, right? The presence of having Clue and Inua is so big here, it mitigates any form of engage or sieging here coming in from the tier 3s here, because who is going to tank the ultimate under tower pressure here coming side from Vitality here? Because if Zankyu goes in and he explodes, the team fight just erupts.
The team fight will erupt, right? I mean, that's the problem that Gen.G don't want anybody facing as they go into the potential 14-minute mark here. And I mean, we look at the gold lead, it's around about 5k. 5k across the Gorge is pretty scary. But what's even scarier is the fact that Zan is 11.8k and Ray is only 8.2.
Ooh, that's gotta be tough. And Zan just picked up his Curious of Savagery here, so any physical damage that's gonna be accessing towards the backline, like the likes of Wawa, is gonna be not much of an issue coming in from this early.
Yeah, I mean, we're really banking on Wawa to get that pickup onto Zan, right? Like, he's the only one that's seeming to be the one to stop him. But I feel like it's really hard here for Gen.G because not only do they have to face Neil with the Silk imprint to pull them in to begin with, and they're already losing that control, that tempo into the team fight with that Sure.
Exactly, and right now, in the span of 3 seconds here, both objectives will be once again spawned onto the map. If you're Vitality, you want to be formulating your push around these two objectives and look for these big chances to end the game thanks to the Overlord.
Yeah, they take the Tyrant this time around, obviously. They're not going to go for the Overlord at the same time because they don't feel like they have that same amount of control because, I mean, Gen.G could strike pretty hard here.
That's very risky. Imagine a Liang just coming at you with the Howl roamer item and they make a big catch if you do split your resources treated to in terms of the objectives here. So Vitality playing it smart, playing it cool, gets the Tyrant, gets the extra damage to finish off this Overlord even under the influence of Primal Bond.
Yeah, I mean, Tuff's there. I mean, Tuff was just basically playing a little bit of a spy, right? He was just sat around the Golem, making sure that Gen.G wasn't going for it and letting the team know that their intel was on point. But right now, both the Overlord and the Shadow Tyrant once again coming through here for Vitality.
Oh, Clue gets pulled, Clue flashes out and has had to retreat here. Look at the top side here. It falters towards the minions here. And look at the mid side. Once again, another pull!
It slowly opens, but surely Inua gets taken down here as well as the T3 into the top side and mid of the map here also. It's only looking like time will tell if they're able to get this bot side here. The pull comes in onto Wawa. He gets taken down. John picking up another kill once more. The unruly blade, so crucial in this. The Conductor of Souls takes one. Can it take two? It does, but they get takedown onto Rock at the same time. The wind slash comes through. Minions are going down. Crystal, more crucially, in game number 3. Team Vitality with the 2-1.
2-1 match point for Team Vitality here. Neil coming in so clutch with all these engages here. Pull after pull after pull. This man is being the sole engager here coming from the side of Vitality here, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, in the draft, we were kind of like alluding to the fact that they needed a bit of a burst mage, maybe. But the Shurt coming through, I mean, Shurt can do the damage, but that pull is the most crucial thing about it, right? Just the team, enemy team, seems to think that they are in charge. shirts on the board. You're not in charge. We're going to pull you to us. We're going to make sure your tempo is now matched with ours.
That's the thing, right? We gotta be looking at Clue and Inua here. Their influence in this game is not the best of the best here. The ultimates, the combo is nowhere to be seen. The pressure has not been really high here coming in from the Princess Frost and Liang combo.
Exactly that. I mean, we were really hoping for some really stellar sort of like pickups here with Inua and Clue with this kind of control pairing, but nothing really came of it. So I think it's down to, obviously, like we were saying in the draft there, Sagi, Tufts on this Guan Yu really came out. It's like a saving grace, really. I mean, he's not very graceful with the Razor Cavalry. It seems very frightful. I mean, he does fall towards the end here, obviously thanks to the Death's Precipice, the execution here for Rock, but that's the only time he fell.
That was indeed the only time, and that was overall a very clean game coming in from the side of Vitality here. From 0 all the way to the game-winning push, they almost dropped no members.
No members indeed. I mean, it was a very low kill game once again until towards the end where we started to see Gen.G finally get a few kills on the board. But unfortunately for Gen.G, it seems to be like a pendulum. It's going to and fro and to, and currently it's in Team Vitality's court.
And they hope that that trend is going to keep going, because that means that the next game is got to be for them. But if it is not, that's going to be a 3-1 victory for Team Vitality, sending Gen.G back.
Yep, ding dong goes the clock, right? I mean, Team Vitality are definitely looking like they are in the stronger position within this best of 5.
Currently, they are at match point. They have the competitive edge in terms of the mental pressure. So that definitely stems on how the coaching staff of Gen.G really comfort the players, really give the words of wisdom, the words of affirmation that really need to power up for this game 4 to really bring it to a 2-2.
Well, we're going to have to check on what is going on in here, because Gen.G, they did go with the Ogren pick. That Ogren pick is going to be a painful one, because not only they had the Ogren, they had both the Princess Frost and the Liang, and that combo is very expensive.
It was very expensive here, but they were awfully quiet in this game here. Not a lot of plays, not a lot of moments here that was shown onto this deadly combo here, and especially look at Neil. 40% damage onto a utility mage? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the damage, like, output and potential here of the Share pick ever since KMW, right? I mean, there was a team that loved this pick. Mid lane always used to go for this when the Organ would come out, because, again, it's just a great way. If you see that path of passing come in, say, hey, buddy, come to me. I'm going to rope you in. We're going to dance. We're going to do a bit of a tango, and you are going to go down. And speaking of going down, Rock fell 3 times.
Rock fell 3 times, and it was very important 3 times, all affecting the tempo of his jungle here. And look at Inua here. 0 kill participation coming to this game. It was very different from his Maestro performance here. And does that mean if you shut down Inua, it doesn't allow Rock for much space to play the game?
Exactly that. I mean, at the same time, though, we're looking at the sort of timer that where Inua and Clue get online, right? It's that level 4 point where they both get their ultimates, and that's where the potential of this crucial control duo come through. But it just never did. It just never activated. And you can see there with the lack of deaths on Zan, it just never was impactful.
It was very difficult. Tufts on the other side, like with that Guan Yu pick, I think that it was a very good counter pick to what they already had shown, because we know that Team Vitality was gonna try to answer back to that Liang and that Princess Frost, and they answered back with Tufts Guan Yu.
Yeah, Tufts Guan Yu, he had his moments here. That fight towards the Vanguard pit, that was beautiful. He was lurking behind, and all the spells were expended onto Zhang-Q, and this we talked about. Once Zhang-Q gets locked down, and Tufts come in, no one's going to be stopping Tufts.
Second initiation coming in from Tufts. When Zhang-Q cannot do it, Tufts is going to have to do it. But this game, it was Neil on Dasher, the one that was amazing, taking the MVP. Neil in Dasher with a KDA of 3, 1, and 5.
Very crazy, right? I mean, you think of it, it's a utility mage at the end of the day. It's not a burst. It's not an assassin, but it has the same impact.
He has the same impact here. He was doing all the engages, all the damages. He was taking one of the least gold out of the entire team as well, but he was showing up clutch when it mattered to close out the game for Vitality, pulling it to 2-1 match point.
2-1 match point. I mean, it's looking very scary here for Gen.G, but like we said, the pendulum swing in, maybe it'll swing back into their core, or the clock breaks, and a broken clock is rung at least twice per day, right?
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen. when one player needs to stand up, it does not mean about the hero that it is. It is going to be about their performance, about their attitude. How do they come in for this challenge? And they were challenged in a way that Gen.G decided to go for the twin, right? And we had already talked about that.
Yes.
So they knew that someone else needed to be the core. And Neil came in clutch, and he decided just to wear a cape and be the superhero.
I love it coming in from these both teams, right? They are telling us a story here. HOK is never about one person. It's about 5 persons working strong together here. And this game, Vitality came in huge. Everybody played a crucial part, from the Clash lane to the jungle, to the mid, to the farm, to the roamer. Everybody from the side of Vitality was just better.
It was better in terms of performance, and at the same time, they forced that Ogran on the other side.
Yep.
And sadly, that Ogran is not going to be available for Gen.G, and we have been talking about how such a strong pick that could be.
Yeah, it should have been a strong pick, right? But I mean, with that shirt coming through, again, like I say, back to my time back in KMW, it seemed to be the kind of counter pair that really sort of like upset the pace that you can actually attain with the Ogren. And unfortunately for the side of Gen.G, they lose that Ogren pick. But if we look over to the side of Team Vitality, it's not like they've expanded no expensive picks. They've used the Arlie, they've used the Dune, they've used the Dolia.
They've used the Dolia, they've used the Twin, so that composition out there is up for grabs for Gen.G. Would they be able to take that and give us a good result?
For me, both these teams are having a current situation. For the side of Gen.G, if you pick up the Arlie, who is it going to? Is it going to Rock? Or is it going to Ray, who's not having such a great performance this series so far? So what is the key takeaway in this? So are we prioritizing the pay or the Arlie? You can only pick one as of this point.
You can only pick one. You can only pick one, but I feel like we haven't seen Clue on the Diadea yet, right? I mean, Diadea is one of those picks that it's been not even banned. It's not been banned, but it's not been selected. So maybe this is the trump card they need getting from game number 4 to get that 2-2 score.
Getting that 2-2 score will be very critical here, especially. This is not just any other best of 5. Losing this best of 5 eliminates their hope towards the playoffs, and they will have to stop their journey here in the KWC 2025 here, Blam.
Yeah, and they'll have to take their eyes off the prize, right? I mean, it'll have to be going back to next year and then hopefully coming back and trying to fight for the vengeance of Team Vitality if they do take this game 4. But Gen.G, I feel like they got something up their sleeves, right? They aren't going to get knocked out with just having one win on the board, especially after their kind of momentum swing they've had already within the group stage.
I do agree so as well, especially if you're on the side of Gen.G. You still have a lot of picks like the Rock on Pei, like Rock on Luna. There's still many of these picks up for grabs here, but you have to be protecting yourself from the likes of the Maestro Nui, from the likes of the Ogran here. So many of these picks are still available up for grabs.
All right, so we're going to move into our game number 4 of this matchup. It is going to be Team Vitality sealing the deal 3-1 or forcing us to the 5th and last game. Is it going to be Gen.G, Esports, the ones that they're going to be able to clutch that? What do you boys think? Let's go into the BP.
Let's go into the BP. Obviously, Ogren being banned here for Gen.G for the 2nd time within the series means that Team Vitality might be getting pushed towards that Jing, right? I mean, they can now lock in the Jing and not have to fear the fact that Liang or Princess Frost is going to come through for the side of Gen.G.
But Gen.G still has Arlie and the Pei. Those 2 picks works exceptionally well against the Jing that Vitality is looking to play here. So what is the first pick here coming from the side of Vitality? It has to be the Yu Huan. Flexible, going to the mid. Flexible, going to the roam.
Yeah, keep your enemy team guessing at this point. I mean, this could be match point here for Team Vitality. And what we were saying yesterday about these teams, right? The BP is where the action starts and where it all starts to go down. And speaking about going down, it's going to be the Arlie going over to the side of Gen.G, but it comes to your concern here, Sagi. Is it going over to Ray or will it be Rock?
Ooh, that definitely is a question that Gen.G Esports will have to answer us, because if Rock doesn't play these tempo jungles here, so who is going to be handling tempo for this Arlie to really manifest in these games? Because Gen.G, that's a counter towards the Arlie.
Counter towards the Arlie, obviously, thanks to the hybrid damage. I mean, it's a splash rather than just a single kind of output there for the Gen.G. So, again, can do a lot of damage, especially into the early to mid game as well. Looks to build a little bit more defensively, so it can kind of look more of a solo unit rather than to be dependent on the support. But we get a little bit more damage come through here for the side of Gen.G. Nua onto Inua.
Nua, Inua. That kind of rhymes, actually.
It does. I think there is a kind of a plan here. Maybe a plan that's alliteration, name rhyming is going to get them through.
it might get them through, but let's look at the continuous bans coming in. Gen.G Esports, they saw the fade coming in from Zankyo, and man, that was deadly. And deadly deserves a ban towards the ban spot.
Yeah, I was very shocked that obviously Fade's not going to come through here just yet, but I mean, maybe, just maybe, if Gen.G get this 2-2, then they may have to start to allow picks like the Fade to come through, or unless it's going to start looking very heavy in terms of the favor of the bans to Jung-Kyu, and then the rest of the team can then obviously shift the call. Like we've already seen already, Team Vitality can do that.
Both these teams, they are actually putting so much pressure on the jungler here. Look at Gen.G. That's 3 bans on the jungler here. Look at Vitality. Soon to be... Okay, 2 bans, so that's 5 bans in total, adding in the heroes that you already expended from the past 3 games here. That's a total of 8 bans per team on the junglers.
Yep, quick maths, and it does check out for me, Sagi, so I'm not gonna not gonna impress you just to make sure that it is correct. But we did speak of the Diadea obviously recently. Diadea being banned out here for Clue, because again, what's lacking here is a little bit of sustain, right? Like they could have really used a little bit of healing come through, because right now the healing's only going to really be on the Main.
Oh, that's exceptionally true. Especially, they say, you know what? Let's forget about the healing here. All the healings has been removed from the table here. Sakir, not the most consistent of engages, so let's lock in the Zhangfei here. Let's go in together with Wawa and Clue.
Do you reckon the Sakir might come through here for Team Vitality though? Because I mean, we do obviously have the forefront that is going to be the Hue one, right? If it goes into the mid lane onto Neil, we've already seen him play a utility mage. Could we see the D-Ranger and Sakir combo come through here?
That might be the case here, because if you want to amp up the tempo here, that does seem to be a pretty good combo here. And I'm currently looking at, is it an assassin jungle that we're seeing coming in from Vitality here?
And there it is. The Jing comes through, as well as the Yixing as well. So we've been seeing a little bit of a conflict between the Yixing and the Zhangfei within the KWC, right? Like, obviously, the Unbridled Outburst is crazy. Really upsets the tempo of the enemy team. But if you start already on your own terms within a board and you catch out 3 of the enemy team and you drop that mirror domain, it's going to be scary.
It's going to be scary, especially these type of games when you, on the side of Gen.G Esports, hold such an important engage spell and you whiff it. That's going to be a big confidence breaker. And talk about confidence breaker, Neza, the crown pick of Gen.G Esports in defeating all these teams in the upper bracket, it came clutch with it.
With it indeed. I mean, this is going to be quite scary, right? I mean, we're not getting the Dolia paired with the Nutsa, but it's still going to be a rock on the Nutsa, right? I mean, he played that very well. Because, I mean, I remember we saying fondly, is that a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a rock coming in with the Skyfall. So, maybe, just maybe, we're going to get Ray onto the Ali, which, to you, seems a little bit of a coincidence, right? A little bit of a concern for the side of Gen.G.
It definitely is a concern, because we've known for a fact that Ray has traditionally not performed so well on these super high mechanics picks. So this is the downside of global ban picks, when your player does not have mastery over a lot of heroes, and especially Ray has suffered a role swap change here as opening up the path for Rock here. So we gotta see, can Gen.G Esports Ray pull this pick off?
Can he pull the pick off? I mean, a little bit of a Samsung and dance here. We always see this now with Gen.G's Clue. When he picks up the Zhangfei, he's looking for that stun. So really trying to put a bit of a stop here onto Jung-Kyu, into the engages, right? Trying to get that lockdown with that command skill rather than going for the second smite.
Exactly here. So ladies and gentlemen here, will this be Vitality closing off the series, gaining their spot to the playoffs here? Or Gen.G breathe life back into the series, making it a 2-2?
I mean, it'd be a great way to start off the day, right, Sagi? A full best of 5 when it is the last chance as well, right? I mean, it's not just any best of 5. It's not like this is just the format, but it's basically the team who loses this game is either going to stay in, or Vitality is going to knock out Gen.G with that 3-1 victory. But right now, a lot of pressure already down to the bot side of the map. A bit of trading here between Ray and Zan. But Zan is naturally the counter here to Ali, right?
Exactly, this is what we're talking about, right? Because of how strong the D-Ranger's early laning is. Even if Ray comes in with the Frenzy, comes in with the early spell too, you can't be winning the D-Ranger if D-Ranger just stands there and auto you.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for that matchup down to the bot side of the map. But Gen.G have Inuit on the Newer here. Obviously, having the Emergence as well as the Skyfall could be very scary, right? I mean, you feel like your team vitality, you feel like you're playing on your terms, and all of a sudden, Skyfall comes, Emergence comes, and then that's it. You kind of already nullified that lead.
So that's a lot of mobility here coming in from the side of Gen.G here. But let's check out this Heaven Pulse Alessio skin here. I think you can get that for free if you go claim the Honor Pass of this season. Level it up to level 80 and you get it for free and it's all yours.
It's a British man's favorite price, free. I mean, if you give me anything, I'll take it, you know? I mean, I'm not going to let you keep that or hoard that. I'm going to take it for myself and I'm going to be like, thank you, guy. I mean, free, I'll go for that.
Yeah, thank you, Daddy HOK, and we are happy with it. And Tubbs might be caught out here though, but he has the mobility and he escapes safely.
Yeah, escaping safely but not using the common skull, right? I think that's the Brucey bonus here for the side of the Tufts on Team Vitality. The fact that he didn't have to use the common skill, he's able to maintain that and maintain his life. But right here, the Emergence just used a bit of a bait there to kind of drive away 19 from that mid lane.
And Rock, they're also expending that Skyfall here, forced to cancel it because it's too deep into the enemy territory, especially here, Bam. If you fight in the enemy jungle, you suffer a 10% damage reduction and they are more tanky.
Exactly. I mean, it's scary. It's very scary on the side of Gen.G, and they have a solid front line. And then they've got Wawa to do the pickup into the back line as well. I feel like it's definitely one of their stronger drafts.
It is one of their stronger draft gears, and Tubbs buffing out the ultimate, just getting himself a River Sprite here towards the top side here, making sure that they have a healthy lead here. And look at the lead here that's being formed so far. Already a 1,000 gold lead through the laning phase alone.
Yeah, I mean, over the gorge, a 1k gold lead at this point in the game is pretty good. But, I mean, if we can see either of these teams get a bit of a dive here, obviously Inyo is into the top side of the map thanks to the Emergence. Could be potential here that Rock gets taken down, but he is tanky in the early game. We know that Jing needs a few bits of itemization before she can deal a lot of damage.
That's a very tanky Rock here we're talking about. Rock solid onto this Nuza.
Solid as a rock, as they would say. I mean, it's rock by name, rock by nature. But we'll have to see if that's going to stand the test of time or stand Team Vitality's damage output.
It indeed has to be, because one thing's for sure, Gen.G Esports in this game, they have a pretty decent mid to late game stage here. So if they can survive the early game coming in from the Gen.G, coming in from Neil's boards, maybe we can see a much stronger Gen.G towards the late game.
I mean, they're doing well so far, right? They're able to kind of keep themselves alive. Nobody's died yet. They haven't lost the first blood as well either, which is pretty much a blessing here for Gen.G. But the thing that's going to be the fork in the road right now is these neutral objectives spawning in around about 12 seconds, because there's going to be pressure for these teams to take either of these camps.
That is definitely the case right here. So we see Zhang here. He needs to pick up this Azure Golem. Immediately swaps himself toward the mid lane. Rock gets caught by the board, but it's wrong. Rock solid, as you say, super tanky. Is not bothered by it. And right now, both teams looking at position over to the side of this Tyrant.
Yeah, right into the back bush there of the Tyrant pit. He found out immediately. He's like, I'm not going to be able to be sneaked there. And he does sit into another brush, maybe potentially going to get down Bridal Outburst onto 19. But Jiangqiu tries to go in, but Ray claims the Tyrant.
Ooh, a smite war here breaking out from both teams here. It's not won by anyone, but instead, Ray, with his original jungle nature, picks it up and makes it safe and sound for Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, that art of the skill of last hitting is never left Gen.G Ray, it seems here, but it looks like the Team Vitality are like, okay, they got the Tyrant, but we're going to just make sure we get resources across the gorge here. Obviously, we saw up the top side, Sprite being taken there. There's not really much between the clash lanes at this point, right? I mean, it's only around about 200, 100 gold difference.
But looking at the jungle, though, that's a 1,000 gold lead over to Zhang here, so... Yes, they lose a Tyrant, but they're securing such a comfortable farming pattern for Zhang. He's already 2 levels up against Rock as of this moment.
Yeah, level advantage is going to be looking pretty strong here, but at the same time, Wawa does go for the dive in. The CC immunity comes through, but the damage from the turret is going to be the first blood for Team Vitality.
Zhang comes in clutch, dodges out most of the damage here, even dodging out the crucial annihilation from Inua here, making a 1v2 look easy.
Making it look easy. I mean, it's hard to make it look easy when you are a farm lane that's being ganked, right? I mean, in my ranked games, it happens a lot. I get quite triggered, but at the same time, these are pro players. I am not. I will just continue perceiving and persevering through my ranked games. But right now, speaking of persevering, is going to be Team Vitality. They were able to not take a team fight when Gen.G had that Tyrant.
Exactly, and 1.5 thousand goalie already here. Props to Zan for finding out the 1v2. And look at the farming tempo from ZanQ. Still untouched, still unbothered from both teams here. And right now, they're having such a comfortable environment, making their late game Assassin Jing to really prosper and grow.
Yeah, I think this is the scary thing about Team Vitality, right? They've not been checked by Gen.G, even though Gen.G got the Tyrant and didn't really upset the flow of things, but 19 is able to take those blows thanks to the Unending Sorrow and the healing from the Q1.
That's the beauty of the roam coming in from Yu Huan, right? You can allow yourself to face check the bushes, get the intel for the Wintel, making sure that you pass on the message and you come out alive with the Unending Sorrow.
Yeah, speaking of coming alive, I mean, both of these farm lanes are looking for specific items to come alive, right? We mentioned it in the last game. Ali likes the Doomsday, whereas Dira and Jet, we're looking for that Sparkforge Dagger, and even the Doomsday going to come through for the next item, right? Attack speed, and obviously attack damage coming through. Clue taking a bit of a blow here, but he does have the Unbridled Outburst.
But that's a lot of members committing towards the clash lane off the side of Gen.G Esports here. Just look at 4 members going for the engage.
He catches tough. The world is my board comes through, but is it going to be enough to zone away the side of Gen.G? The minions are crashing through with a second wave. I feel like this could be a trade for the T1 into the top side to T1 into the mid lane, and that for me is not a good trade when you're losing Wawa. Potentially losing Clue here as well. He doesn't have the beast mode, but he's able to get out. Is Ray and Inua going to be just as lucky?
They are indeed just as lucky as they make it out unscathed. But look at this trade coming in from the side of Vitality here. A silent tower, not as valuable, but losing out mid tower. And wow, that is really, really bad here. And Drake here might be getting caught out 5 times in a 1v2.
Speaking of really bad, I mean, a 3v1 with a little bit of help there from Rock. A little bit too late, a bit like British Transport there, Rock was. But we still get the kill there for Team Vitality. 4-0. And a 3k gold lead.
3k gold lead, and Vitality is slowly but surely getting the hands on this game-winning lead that they desperately need.
They desperately need it indeed, right? I mean, what, 4 kills up again. This is kind of looking like a already dominant Vitality we've been seeing it for the previous part of this series, right?
Exactly, and ZanQ here, he's having a field day here, single-handedly invading the buff, making sure that he has a 2,000 healthy gold lead against his jungle opponent.
Exactly, 2,000 is a kind of a starting point where we start to think, right, okay, it's getting a bit scary. Maybe Gen.G need to focus ZanQ, right? Tyrant being taken down here. Team fights already looking scary for the side of Gen.G. That's a lot more damage now for 80 seconds for the side of Team Vitality.
And look at the gold chart here. All 3 members of the side of ZanQ, Zan and Tubbs, they are dominating this gold chart, and Inua might be caught out.
Speaking of dominated, Inua gets taken down, so does Clue. Rock coming in with a Skyfall, but is it going to have the impact that he needs? We do see Ray Wawa into the backline, but the damage coming through onto Rock is just a little bit too much. Wawa claims 1, claims 2, and he falls before 3 comes through.
Crucial 70% teamfight DPS here coming in from Zan before he falls. Beautiful catch as well coming in from Wawa, but it's not just ZanQ. Tubbs, ZanQ, Zan, the core 3 members that gets all the gold from the side of Vitality. They are standing strong and proving themselves value of these gold. They are the sole carries of these teamfights.
Soul carries indeed, but let's look at that replay, right? I mean, Rock does come through, but it's a little bit too late there. He's already taken too much damage for my liking, but the Red Wawa into the backline, just trying to salvage that team fight that went into the favor of Team Vitality.
That indeed was the case here, and you cannot be banking onto one member, which is Wawa, to do anything he could, because he actually tried his best. He got 2 members and almost eliminated ZanQ, but right now, the Shadow variance has been spawned onto the map. 4,000 gold lead, that is a lot coming in for this Tyrant take.
A lot of gold. I mean, they've managed to basically wait before that Tyrant was taken off, right? They had the Tyrant buff for a few extra seconds, and that was the timing of Gen.G, I feel like. I mean, if they went go there, it could have been a tricky start for that team fight, but neither of these teams, they don't want to give up either. The Crimson Golem, we've already seen that if they take a fast Shadow Tyrant, they focus and go to the top side to take that Crimson, but they're securing that before they go for this.
Exactly, and that is what it matters. Gen.G with the Crimson buff, with the Doomsday, he's able to attack the tower thanks to his 3rd or 4th token, making sure that he hits the tower out of the range, chipping the tower slowly but surely, but managing the siege well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the annoying thing, right? I mean, you hear the the announcers say, hey, your turret's under attack, your turret's under attack, and you're thinking, well, they've got no minions, but it's just Gen.G, it's just Zan, just dashing every third token. It's going to be scary, but speaking of scary, is Jing's damage at this point in the game, taking down that T2 with ease. The Unbridled Outburst does come through as well onto John. That is going to be damage taken off to the side of Team Vitality. 19, looking scary. A fight on two fronts. Gen.G into the back line. He's able to just stay alive, but not claim any kills.
That was almost a double heal here coming in from Zan here, but perfect engage here coming in from Clue, punishing Zan for wasting his legal immunity, and that is a very good timer that they can stall, because right now Gen.G, they got themselves more time to scale.
A lot more time, right? And they were able to secure the Azure Golem as well, right? So that was a little bit of a Brucey bonus for the side of Gen.G. But if you want a bit of a bonus, Hero Rise, CD key in the game to get yourself a free everything box.
Yep, and I hope you guys get a legendary box, because that gives you limited tokens, that gives you skins as well.
Who doesn't love a free skin, right? But I mean, speaking of free, we're looking at a lot of free damage here onto the side of Team Vitality. I mean, top 5 is all Team Vitality there.
But still, we gotta look at this plan. Thanks to that play coming in from Clue, Gen.G Esports has so much more space coming into this Vanguard fight. If they can snatch this, if they can win this fight, they can pull a game to a 50-50 even.
They can pull it 50-50 even, right? I mean, this definitely is kind of like the brewing up, right? There's definitely a calm before the storm, and there's no Tempest Dragon on the Gorge right now.
There is no Tempest Dragon. 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. All waves are met with each other equal onto the Gorge. So right now, if you're Vitality, you're thinking here, oh, if I lose this fight, my entire lead that I have been building for these past 13 minutes will be gone into vain.
It got in vain. I mean, that's definitely not the position you want to be in going into the last game of the series as well, right? Knowing you had such a solid lead and then you lost it like that.
Exactly here. Look at both of these teams. They're playing with so much caution. No one is willing to pull the trigger. No one is willing to take extra risk to be the hero of this game here. So right now, Zan.Q looking at the blue buff here, but
no, Ray gets taken down. That's a lot of damage for the side of Gen.G. So they have to be careful. We have 2 minions at the T2 for now, and Zan just poking it away with those tokens.
At the most crucial moment of the game, where the game is at a stalemate, Zan.Q comes up clutch, catching Ray out of position here. Wait, can Inua steal this?
No, he's waiting for the Annihilation to come through. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. I don't think the global teams are going to fall for that anytime soon, but definitely Team Vitality here, Shadow Overlord, potential T3 looking very close by the skin of its teeth, holding on.
That tier 3 is close to being gone as of this point. We can probably see Zan.Q using his mirror shadow to go and get that turret here. So right now, the push is starting to commence. It's starting to build up right now because the Vanguards has been spawned onto the map.
Vanguards onto the map here, going to be putting pressure for the side of Gen.G. Gen.G already behind by around about a 5k gold lead as well. So they've got to be careful how they take these team fights. And at the same time, Gen.Q is holding on to that Shadow Vanguard like it's his pearls.
It is indeed. And look at Zan.Q. He's already full slotted and he already has all the items that he needs to cut through the backline here. And look at Ray. He's not the richest of the players here. He is really falling behind on this early pick.
Yeah, I mean, all the resources seem to be going over the rock here. I mean, in terms of being like a solid front line from out of nowhere, that's what you really want, right? I mean, it hasn't had quite the impact I've been really wanting for the side of Gen.G, but Clue, however, has had a lot of impact within these last few fights.
I definitely have to agree with you here. So right now, we have to see how the high ground commences. How does Vitality pull off this high ground push? Because Tubbs, he is very fed as well. If he jumps onto your backline, you're close to gone.
Yeah, close to gone. I mean, you're really hoping onto Wawa to make that counter, but there it is. The Unbridled Outburst does catch onto 19. Nothing to be too concerned about here as well. Rock is already into the bot side of the team fight here. The Annihilation does come through, but catches Nan onto Nod, where it is. The Unbridled Outburst, Wawa, a little bit too far in, tries to get Zan. We set the Tufts into the backline with a successful takedown onto Ray, Rock, and Clue.
Neil with the 4-man board, sealing the hopes of Gen.G in KWC 2025. We congratulate Vitality towards the playoffs.
Team Vitality, the third seed of the IKL, get to go into the playoffs.
What a game coming in from Vitality. Their growth, their story coming in as the third seed of the IKL. Proven to prosper, proven to bloom, and right now they are marching as the top 8 contestant towards the playoffs.
Destined for great things is going to be Team Vitality here, where all else failed within the IKL, they persevered. We saw Kagendra fall first, then Dominator thanks to their brethren, and now they go forward holding on that responsibility, saying, hey, look, we took out one of our own, we have to make sure we make it into that playoffs, and Team Vitality with that 3-1 score makes it through.
They indeed make it through, and they make it through with a clean and decisive scoreline. 3-1. Dropping that one game, but having the remaining 3 games to be so darn clean. It's a statement coming in from Vitality.
It is a statement, but it's hard to watch as well, right? I mean, you get to see these guys go through, but then somebody always has to lose. And you can tell by the guys' faces on the side of Gen.G, they're trying to be as sportsmanship as possible, but it's going to hurt regardless.
It's going to hurt, but I do want to give props to Gen.G Esports as well. Yes, this is where they exit the tournament of KWC 2025 of Esports World Cup, but still, throughout this year, throughout this tournament, they have improved so much.
They've improved so much. I mean, they've already beat their standings for the last EWC as well, right? So that's definitely something to take home, and being within the top teams that didn't fall within that group stage, they fell at the last chance. So really, this was a team of last chances, right? Their journey to get here, they did the KME. They were second place. They went to the last chance between KME and KMW. They lost. They got the MENA qualifier. They came here. They got all the way to the last chance. And unfortunately, that's where their journey ends for now.
And they will have to be going back to the drawing board, back to what they have to really practice to actually gain their spot for the next season, the next tournament, or the next KWC.
The next KWC potentially here as well, right? But I mean, looking at this back at this replay, there was some masterful team fights for the side of Team Vitality. Majority of this game, right? We did have some comebacks here for the side of Gen.G. We saw that obviously Wawa was trying to get the counter onto the backline there, but it was just Tufts. He was given free access knowing that Wawa wasn't there on his backline.
And I gotta say, Vitality really came up clutch. Everyone was having a piece of responsibility, and they were really huge in executing them, especially towards the last fight. Neil boarded 4 people with his ultimate. Even the Skyfall came through. Rock, you're alone. There's no one coming because they're all trapped in that one singular board.
Exactly. When you're trapped in a small space, it's hard to break out.
Team Vitality is going to take a 3-1 victory over Gen.G, finishing Gen.G's road over here to the trophy, right? Like, because Gen.G, on that hand, they've had that story. It took them a while to get qualified to KWC.
Yes.
And they came all the way down to the lower bracket. It has been ups and downs for them, but that whole story that we were looking forward to see if they could be the dark horse has to end right now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that is always going to be one of the potential outcomes. And unfortunately, it was Gen.G's outcome here that it was their last run for the KWC 2025. But let's have a little breakdown of these stats.
Wow, just looking at this, everyone on the side of Vitality came up clutch, but we were underlooking onto Tufts.
Yeah.
This man, he was clean coming into this game. We're putting our focus on Zan, Neil, and Zan. But look at Tufts, he was this solid damage dealer coming in from the side of Vitality.
I mean, he puts the tough in tough, right? You know, I mean, you don't spell it T-U-F, you spell it T-O-U-G-H.
That is indeed the case.
You put the tough in tough.
You put the tough in tough.
He put the pressure on. I almost failed my spelling test there. Live on air. Never mind, but there we go.
It's all right. This is no spelling bee. This is the KWC 2025, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Blam might not be the best at what he does right now with the spelling, but the best at being the player in this game is going to be for Tranq, as he takes the most valuable player for this game with that Jing performance 303 on the KDA.
So this is what we talked about doing pregame, right?
Yeah,
You need to win the jungle matchup.
True.
And who won today? It was Zan. And who won the series today? It was Vitality here. So props to Vitality. They identified the jungle matchup, and that resulted in their series win today.
What about if we just go and talk to Tranq right now? Let's see if he still loves Danny or if he got some more information for us.
Here we are with the MVP. Thank you. Congratulations. This was such a great series for you, especially Game 3. Complete domination. Huge gold lead. You actually didn't even allow your opponent to have any kills until the final few seconds. So what we've noticed is that your team is much cleaner today compared to the other games before. What has changed? Did you guys have some sort of meeting last night? A serious conversation?
No any secret, just we always believe each other, and we have if we have mistake, we like just talk each other, so makes our team like do better, then better like that. Yeah.
So basically recovering quickly when teams make a mistake. Now, you guys are heading to the playoffs. Congratulations. I know lately you've been taking a huge breath. What kind of relief does this give you now that you've headed to the playoffs?
I don't understand.
Huge relief that you're heading to the playoffs?
Yeah, we lucky. Thanks God.
And what are you expecting now with the opponents that's possibly going to go there? What do you think is the biggest challenge for Vitality?
No any challenges. We can stay in Riyadh 1 week. Macam itu lagi 1 week lagi macam itu, macam mana cakap?
We're going to stay in Riyadh longer?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much once again. Congratulations. You can take a rest.
Yeah. Today, our teammate like with our support and mid play so good, so we can win this game.
And
salute.
Salute to you. Congratulations.
Not me, my teammate.
The teammates. Salute to the teammates. Once again, job well done. Now we're gonna head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
I love Tranquil. Tranquil has the best interviews ever. Number one, first step, he first aura form. He's just like hitting all the different poses. He first goes like this, then he goes like that, then he goes like this again. Like he's hitting all the poses, man. Like the aura right now, farm top.
It is great. I mean, the fact that he's going salute. I mean, I expected the pow to come out.
I was looking forward to something like that. Lovely, man. It was
that
actually
is
really nice.
indeed lovely coming in from Zankyu. I love his energy here.
Of course.
And he always gives credit when it is due.
True.
His MVP, yeah, he got interviewed, but he gave it back to like Neil. Gave it back to like 19. They had a spectacular performance as well this game.
Come on, like it's not a matter of just Tranquil right now. It's the whole team Vitality working together that sealed the deal to make them into the top 8 of our KWC 2025. We have one more spot left right over there for the top 8, and it's going to come out of the result of the next match. Before we move there, what about we have a little break and we come back quickly?
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party! Ignite the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
Once upon a time, there were 18 of them, and right now, there's already only 7. We need to take one more ticket, and that's going to be defined in this last matchup, this last best of 5 between Twisted Minds and Alpha Gaming. I am your host, Isaac Peña, and I'm gonna be here accompanied right now, not by the Blam and Sagi, but by your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu, and Holler.
Yeah, no special intro for me, but I'm happy to be here. All the best. I mean, well, look, we've got a favorite kind of tofu, and that's all we really need on this.
Your favorite kind of Holler?
Yeah,
like
it doesn't really work. It doesn't have
right?
that ring. I'll work on that. But again, this series is where everything is at. Of course, it's the last chance for both of these teams. One of these teams going home, and to be honest, I kind of don't want to send any of them home.
I mean, that's not for you to choose, but I have a line for you. Like a true baller, it is Holler. And that's how we're going to be like today. This is an important day for both these teams, and it is an important day to really play your best at this point.
Off the dome with that one, Kin.
Yeah.
I need to praise you, man. That was actually very impressive. Very well done. Twisted Minds against Alpha Gaming is going to be our match. Twisted Minds, we have had amazing performances from them. They come with energy. When it's not one court, it's the other one. All of them can take turns just to come in and deal so much damage and clutch the games.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds here is going to be made up of Clean, Nighty, Hailang, Shanks, and CT Boy. And you saw that interview yesterday. Hailang was like, put some respect on our names. We are not out of this one. We're not the underdogs. We're going to make some serious waves here.
A true call for the team. He is is one player we have seen multiple times throughout these, 2 years or what so. And I think he has really put up a consistent performance. But not only that, a consistent but a good performance as well. So that's what we expect out of this lineup for this team today. Hopefully they can put their best foot forward against Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, and this is a team that has actually learned so much throughout the times. They haven't had the best experiences on, when it comes to the international tournaments, but they've decided this is their best opportunity. The way that they look right now, with the fact that they've picked up Clean, this is a team that is looking to make some serious headways at the KWC.
Exactly, and both teams now, it may not be the best start, but it's exactly how you end, how you make that journey work for you. That's the result we're looking for today. You want the best possible situation to be in.
They did stumble in that first game, right? But after that, it's been victory after victory after victory. Can they just keep that going on today?
Oh, of course, of course. I mean, never say die with these guys. I think you can't count them out. I mean, they've made like some serious upsets when it comes to the KMW. They really upset OG, who are a powerhouse on their own. And the fact that they're in the last chance, attempt for this playoff moment, it's going to be huge for this team to see if they really have the resolve to kind of take it to that next level.
Exactly, and today they will meet their second MKL team. Yesterday they bested Black True Esports with a clean victory, I would say, a very dominant performance. But today, a new challenger steps up in the form of Alpha Gaming.
Alpha Gaming is going to be their opponents. They're going to have all the hopes in there trying to make Yulong, Daohen, Saber, JD, PHY stand up and really deal what they need, which is a ticket to the top 8.
I'll be completely open about Alpha Gaming. I did not have them at the top of my list.
Okay.
In fact, Alpha Gaming, I'm so sorry, I put you guys pretty far below in my tier list. But I have to say, their growth has been insane in this KWC 2025.
I think that's something interesting to talk about, right? Like at the beginning of the tournament, everyone's got their tiers, tier 0, tier 1, 2, 3. And all that just goes down the drain in the moment that everyone starts playing, isn't it?
I mean, it's all about those games, right? Everybody, all these teams have done so much research on the other teams that they're getting a leg up. Some have had an easier path in terms of the groups as well. And so that's something to consider when we're talking about where they rank in the end.
Exactly.
Alpha Gaming right now, who do you think is going to have to be the core if they want to be able to beat Twisted Minds?
So we talk about this, backstage as well, and I think Yulong is the person that has really impressed us a lot. This jungler, he had his moments where he didn't really shine, but so far, moving towards the deeper end of the competition, Yulong has been showing up time and time again, and maybe it's because of his name. He's showing up in the longer run.
Yeah, and look, Yulong is definitely the guy you want to look out for, but I'm going to go a different route. I think JD is the other type. In terms of the farm lane, he's the stable farm laner that you want. He's always going to be there to end the games for you. All you need to do is give him some space and time, and Yulong provides.
They have found their timing so far, and if there's any better timing to hit the strides, I think it has to be today, right? Or at least this part of the competition, because this is where we figure out where our top 8 teams are going to come from and who they will be.
Yulong, we know that he has amazing stats, and when we analyze the numbers, it is very important for us to look at which are going to be the key moments of the game for him to be able to deliver a little bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this one, let's talk about a little bit about this head-to-head. It's going to be none other than the jungle lane, of course. Clean, very clean with his play. He's able to get those kills on point in terms of the neck and neck with Yulong, 24 to 27. It's a bit of a wash. More damage dealt. Clean has had definitely an impact, especially when it comes back to the early game with those roams.
Very close. In fact, the damage taken, both teams, they operate similarly, right? So Clean and Yulong, they actually are dependent of the team to set things up, but they're not afraid to dive in the front when it's necessary as well. That explains the damage taken percentage. So I think they're pretty closely matched today, which makes this game super exciting for us, because I think we've been reading the chat over the past few days, and one comment that really stuck out, KWC, full of twists and turns.
Yeah, full of twists and turns. And I mean, the biggest thing about Twisted Minds is the fact that they've played such a great early game. I think BSE would have to play a very defensive one from the beginning, and they were kind of struggling. It's a tough situation when you're behind early, because Twisted Minds likes to just kind of take over the map as quickly as possible.
And taking over the map is one thing. It's about how do you hold off that counter-aggression from your opponents once you have the lead, right? You don't just want the lead, you want to keep it as well.
They don't only want to take the map, they want to take that trophy. And that trophy is standing right in between them. Only one team is going to be able to continue the path to total domination. Is it going to be Twisted Minds? Is it going to be Alpha Gaming? I know that the coaches right now are ready. The players are ready as well, just ready for the BP to start.
Yeah, and look, if we're talking about this last chance, the biggest change from the group stage to now is the fact that we're in the best of 5. This is a marathon, not a sprint. It's really going to come back to just like how deep the hero pools are, and there's going to be a bit of a chess match in terms of this ban pick.
It also means even if certain heroes are open, you might not want to snatch that up because it could cost you in the next game.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, and that's why the global ban pick is so amazing, right? Yes, you might pick it out front, but then you've picked all the meta ones, and you have nothing when it comes down to the game 4 and 5, so you might really struggle.
So first option now, if you take a look at the bans, we know that the Mai is open, the Fatih is open, the Dharma is open. So which one would you want to pick as your priority in game number 1?
For me, I'm always looking at kind of like where Shanks should be, right? They have the first pick, and they can, I think the Arlie, or sorry, not the Arlie's been banned, maybe the Lung at this point to kind of just set this up, and it's like I'm reading people's minds at this point.
Great job. Telepathy with the teams at this point for Twisted Minds. Maybe you have a Twisted Mind at this point.
I probably do have a Twisted Mind, but let's not talk about that one here. I do think that it's, I mean, look, the Lung is so good because in terms of a farm laner, it's very stable. It has your get out of jail free card and that infinite fastness, and it does so much single target damage. It could really wreck things, but Alpha Gaming going the other way. The Yuan, which has been the hero of the KWC thus far, it's the most picked hero. It has had so much flexibility and adds quite a lot to this draft here.
Exactly. Like we mentioned, if you're new to Honor of Kings, Yuan can be played in the mid, can be played in the jungle, can be played in the support. She offers you stuns, heals, and maybe even burst damage as well. She has iframes, which comes in the form of her ultimate, where when she activates it, you will not be able to land any damage on her, and she gets to damage you and heal her teammates at the same time.
Just a lot of utility. Just adds so much, but it looks like Twisted Minds are going to go fast and furious. They've gone with the Ferrari pick in the sense that they're going to go with the pay, right? And they're going to set that one up with a nice roamer, really solidifying the farm lane with this Zhang Fei. I'm liking where this Twisted Minds draft is thus far.
Similarly to you, I actually also enjoyed the Alpha Gaming lineup here. There is a little bit of early game coming in the form of Ogren. As we have seen, right, even last year in the EWC, Ogren was a monster to deal with, very strong early game as well, and hopefully will be able to match the pacing of this clean pay.
Yeah, and the most interesting thing about this is that some teams will pick the pay even like first, right? And the counter pick to that is they look at it as the Ogren. In the same way, we've seen some games where they pick the Ogren first, and then the pay is used as a counter. It really comes back to the comfort of the team in terms of how to play against it, right? With the pay, they're saying we can outfarm you, we're going to be able to invade, and just make things very difficult in that early game.
So one of the things that you hate as a pay is control. You don't want to be caged up, which is why Twisted Minds have actually banned out the Yixing along with the Shi, both with very good catching capabilities. One, Yixing can catch you in a box. Shi can also kind of mind control you with a second skill, pull you back into danger on the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, look, no hero likes to be caged. Let's be very honest with that. I think that CCs are a huge one, but especially for this one, but the fact that like Pei wants to do that damage, he's going to be able to just kind of pounce in, pounce out, and get on his way, and just potentially go for the back line. But if we're looking at what Alpha Gaming have thus far, Yuhan, kind of sustaining, kind of difficult to deal with. Fatih, also kind of tanky in his own right. And then you have the Dahlia, which is probably one target, but it's just the roam.
So one thing you need to notice about the Alpha Gaming lineup is the fact that they are actually very, very sustainable. Ogren, with the ultimate Conductor of Souls, will be able to recover health when he uses it to touch his opponents. Yuan also able to give you the heals, and when the Fatih uses his ultimate, he's able to get insane amounts of lifesteal. And to back that up, they pick up the Consort Yu. This is going to be physical immunity, maybe a game-changing skill.
Maybe a game changer. It's going to have the potential to kind of deal with the Lung and the burst. I mean, yeah, the magic damage is going to be on point. But if we're looking at these drafts here, I mean, with the final 2 picks from Twisted Minds going with the Charlotte and the Nuwa, what are your thoughts on this one, kid?
I like the burst damage potential. Also gives a perfect answer to Consort Yu, right? Like we said, she has physical immunity, but she doesn't do well against huge burst mages. But nonetheless, both are very squishy picks, so you have to be very careful about your positioning.
Okay, but who are you giving the edge to? Like, specifically in terms of the teams? Obviously, you know, I think that they're very, very solid with what they want it to go. Nothing too meta in the sense that there's still a bit of flexibility when it comes to the later games.
Okay, so I know you know me as a guy that doesn't really like stats, but for this particular series itself, I'm going to have to go with the stats. I think Twisted Minds could have this game #1 in the bag.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the way that they're going. Twisted Minds, again, The early game monsters, they've been able to really set the tone and the pace, and when you have the pay, it's like the perfect hero with this playstyle going into this one. And of course, this is going to be game number 1, the second series of the day. It's going to be Twisted Minds going to get up against Alpha Gaming. Loser of this series is going to go home.
Do or die day. This is one of those monumental moments where you will see the early game dictating the pacing.
And it's all about pace in this one, right? Yes, it's a best of 5, but I feel like really striking first, putting the fear in the enemy team, especially in that last series where Team Vitality stuck it to Gen.G, taking game 1, it really set the tone.
And decisions are super important. And right now, Clean straight away has access into this Azure Golem. And now, you know what? APG, they know it as well. They're going to do the counter invade.
I mean, it's really smart. I mean, the junglers are going to be counter movement around, but it looks like the steal is going to be taken at Yulong. Smites him for good measure, but now he's in not the greatest of spots, but he does have backup.
They're looking for an opening here.
They find Saber. He's a little bit on the lower end. He's taking quite a lot of damage, but he will whittle away, and they try to heal him, and he does stay alive, but just with a sliver of life.
Yep, super close between the two.
All the way forward, they find CT Boy, and Yulong is going to give up first blood. Not only do you get the steal, but you're getting first blood.
Big win, right? So level 3 immediately takes another camp away from the side of Twisted Minds. A beautiful start for the side of Alpha Gaming.
Totally an incredible start, right? I mean, 600 gold lead at this point. What more could you ask for? It hasn't even been 2 minutes, really setting the tone for the rest of this game.
I mean, it's lucky that Clean didn't get taken down. He actually dove into 3 different people there.
Yeah, I mean, it was risky at that point, and I wasn't sure if they were going to go, but PHY was like, actually, we can get this kill. Let's flash forward. Let's continue on. Yulong was there with that tether. Just too much damage in the end.
Yeah, the heal by Saber, actually, that calming spell, was one that really changed the fight. If he did not have heal, I think that would have been a very different story.
Yeah, very different. He was so close to dying. I mean, he was being focused, and Twisted Minds really did try to go all in, but it was almost seems like Saber baited them out with that heal, and he got himself to safety.
Definitely a bait, right? I think that's one of the reasons that they actually took up the heal down here. They expected this situation to happen. Like you say, they have done a lot of research on their opponents.
Yeah, and it was just the absolute maximum that you could go, right? Really setting it up. But in the top lane, Hailong with the emergence finds Dao Han, but he wants to go for 90, but he gets annihilated to the face, and it's going to be 1-1.
Yep, and this one was a crime by Twisted Minds. Low crime doesn't mean no crime at this point, and it was a brilliant steal of a kill coming in.
A brilliant steal, brilliant rotation, completely caught off guard. Once he had that emergence, those are the kinds of plays you want to make with a new blow. You can, again, just go for those 2-on-1s and really take advantage of it.
And why this is so important is because 90 is going to be responsible for diving onto the back lines of APG, or at least pushing them back when they want to take objectives like the turrets or the camps.
And look, both of these clash laners is going to be key. The 90 now Dao Han matchup is going to be huge. 90 with a slight advantage. I mean, it looks like Dao Han has just hit level 5 and tied.
Interesting. CD Boy actually did not want to commit the smite to steal that camp away. It goes in the hands of PHY. So there is a balance in that mid lane matchup.
And it looks like teams starting to kind of prepare for that 4-minute tyrant, one that does spawn in about 40 or so seconds. But APG now are going to get caught off here. Twisted Minds. CT Boy just moving through his way
top lane.
Top lane. They've got the connection. They find 90. He gets zero-stated. Yulong just runs it down.
Showing you why Ogren is such a painful and powerful pick as well. His passive, that Seer State, once activated, will execute you if you have less than 10% of your health. Shields do not matter.
Yeah, it does not matter at all. And again, he was just kind of running up on you. 90 thought he was a little bit safe, got a little out of position. Dao Han and Yulong made him pay.
And they're looking for that pushback, right? They want to get that map advantage. And now, with 90's death, it actually does 2 things. Yulong gets an advantage, Dao Han recovers.
Yeah, Dao Han recovers, which is the biggest thing, especially in that top lane. But they're going to start grouping around that tyrant. It's going to be started by APG, and it looks like Twisted Minds might go for the steal. They go for the annihilation a little too early.
Okay, so kind of a tempo issue here on the side of Twisted Minds. Did try for the steal, like you said, but Hailong, a little bit too early.
Yeah, and I love the fact that both of these teams have like really honed in on the play styles. They've done their research. They see exactly how they play. I mean, they've been watching the VODs and realize that Twisted Minds are playing. They usually play a fast game. And APG are like, actually, we can go faster. Yeah, you have the pay, but we have all the pieces that we need to counter this.
Yes, and if you take a look at the body language of the players, actually, you know, Twisted Minds to me seems a little bit more stressed. APG kind of like in a comfort zone. This is the kind of game that they're comfortable with.
alive. And there was, look, you're from the MKL, which is arguably the best league in the entire global Honor of Kings system, right? In the esports world, right? So having that experience where you're playing up against BSE and Nova is just going to prepare you for this moment.
Exactly. You have to be the best by playing with the best. And at this point, they force out that ultimate by Shanks where he turns into a dragon. JD did not expend anything. He has that T1 on the top as a reward as well.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't really been talking about is Shanks, Lung, JD, Concert, Yui. I mean, this matchup hasn't really been in play, but the top T1 being traded for the bottom T1 right now.
But this is exactly what they want, right? You don't want to have your farm laners fighting it out right now. You take a huge risk.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a risk. Yulong eating a flaming bomb. Here's the Umbrella Outburst onto 2. Nighty looking to go in for this one, finds this, and it looks like he's going to be backing off, but the Annihilation snipes out PHY. That's going to be a huge one for them, but Nighty taking a decent amount. JD chipping away at him, but it looks like PHY, the only casualty.
This is why it's so important. You need to give 90 that advantage if you're from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and look, the Unending Sorrow, the secondary one, the Celestial Melody given by Saber really helped keep him alive, at least for a bit, but PHY just taking way too much. That Annihilation, the snipe out.
And with this, there is a slight lead for the side of Twisted Minds. So Alpha Gaming, they need to control the pace of the game. They're going to try and do that by putting the numbers advantage into the bottom side of the map.
I mean, APG had a 1K net worth lead and everything shifted, right? And here comes the emergence from Hylon just repelling the assault at this point. But they're back in this game in the sense that Twisted Minds are actually in a bit of a lead.
Yes, and APG, this is a good plan here. They want to force that entry into the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, I'm going to make things a little bit tough. Yulong does not actually get that steal. Clean takes it away, but every single piece of resources on the map is going to be contested. Yulong going in with that Conductor of Souls. He's going to connect. Nighty's still up in front, just trying to attract their attention more than anything else. Both teams are disengaging.
Okay, a slight concern for me, you know, JD is popping that Protecting Winds, the second skill, Physical Immunity, a little early for my taste. And it might cost him later in the fight because Nighty can always re-engage at any point of time.
Yeah, but I mean, he hasn't died yet. I think that's the biggest thing, but yes, it could be a potential issue. Here's the Emergence, and it looks like the Protecting Winds keeping JD alive. That tower is still there, and it looks like Twisted Minds, again, another attempt at an assault, not able to get it on them.
They have committed quite a lot. On the bot side, it's not looking good for Twisted Minds, though.
Not looking great. Umbrella Outburst pushing Yulong in a bad spot. There's no way that Twisted Minds is able to get the jump on him. CT Boy kind of walks away in a little bit of shame.
It feels like Alpha Gaming today is a completely different team. They are controlling Twisted Minds, something that was not apparent yesterday.
Yeah, look, I think it was kind of more the fact that they were playing, you know, Nongshim, right? It was a little bit of a higher tempo pace. They were definitely behind in this one. And this one, it seems like they've kind of taken the fight to them, but they're trying to calm it down more than anything else.
Yes, but they're keeping that same kind of tone from the other day across all the different series, which is we keep close. This is a very tight game played by both these teams so far.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just Yulong just staying alive. Once he's continuing to get that farm, it's going to be very difficult for Twisted Minds to kind of really get back into them. There is a bit of a timer on the Twisted Minds side. Yulong, though, getting a little bit low. He gets the Conductor of Souls just barely off, but Yulong gets annihilated to the face, and the Emergence on back. Nighty's going to be traded away. PHY, that Umbrella Outburst was on point. PHY dying, though, and Shanks looking to go aggressive with that Infinite Fastness, finds him out, and they want to go for Dowhen. They get another kill. JD is the only one that survived.
Beautiful timing by the side of Twisted Minds. We will probably have a replay of that moment. I mean, APG, they felt like they had the advantage. But once again, as an Ogren, yes, you are strong. You want to go in the front line, but you cannot take too much damage.
Can't take too much damage. I mean, he was completely focused in, but break this replay down.
Okay, so it's really a timing of the skills here. Yulong knew he was dead, so they were looking for an opening. I like the bait coming from 90, right? Actually pulling the rest of the team on the side of APG to come in deeper. And with the help of Highlang, look, he had no fear. This is what we need from your teammates. You need to understand the power, the strength, the turnaround potential.
Yeah, and not only that, the CT Boy, the way that he held his Unbridled Outburst for so long to get the maximum value, maximum impact, knocking out 2 right when you needed it, it was a perfect team fight for Twisted Minds.
That's why for the newer players, we always talk about timing. Timing is very important. When you use your skills, when it's the appropriate moment. Even though you have the resource, you might not need to use it right there and then.
I mean, look, if you use it too early, and we actually saw it in the first series, I'm not going to name names, but it was used where it tried to initiate and it pushed everybody away and they couldn't really fight, but they continued on. They lost the team fight because that huge spell was expended early.
Yes, so decisions are so important in Honor of Kings, and right now, APG, I think, look, this decision to continually invade, it puts a lot of stress onto the side of Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds, they're a team with experience and they're recovering.
Yeah, definitely recovering, and they've been taking it on. The Annihilation onto PHY. He was so low. He's looking to go back. Nighty potentially go for that tri-slash, but Dao Han gets sniped instead in the bottom lane by Clean.
It's perfect timing for the side of Twisted Minds. This is the 10-minute mark. You don't want to lose members here because you're giving away very important neutral objectives here.
I mean, but Clean with that one-on-one outclass. He kills Dao Han. Now they take the first Shadow Tyrant. That's a huge swing in favor of Twisted Minds.
So if you're a new player and you're looking, oh, hang on.
It looks like CT Boy in a bad spot. PHY, he's going to get under that tower. Saber's looking to go back as well. The siege is on. The Umbrella Outburst going to be negated by that Unending Sorrow. APG will hold.
The answer is very clear, right? So they're trying to waste Saber's ultimate on that Celestial Melody and also trying to make that double out for PHY useless. They want to make sure there is no value, no heals for your team, no damage on us.
Yeah, actually very smart. And the fact that they're trying to bait that ult out. I mean, make him use it and know that we're not fully committing to this fight. But when at the last moment they go in, very smart with how Twisted Minds are looking to approach this.
And I hope you guys are noticing this at home. At this point, Shanks has been getting very important flaming palms onto the different members on the side of Alpha Gaming. This also has been majority onto Saber.
Yeah, the protecting wins. He's going to be Dovan. This is probably the better fight. The Annihilation. JD actually getting sniped out, and they've got Nighty in return. He gets Seer stated for his trouble, but now APG looking to limp away.
Okay, that was a great start by the side of APG, but Twisted Minds, they are better at playing the macro game. We've already seen this multiple times. They take the T3 at the top, and they're going to get away scot-free. Yeah. Mostly, I guess. 90 did die.
90 died, but I mean, he'll trade away his life for JD any moment, right? Trade. It's a great trade, and I think 90's going to be very happy with that. He was focused, fired, and right, he wanted to find JD. JD just a little too far out of his base.
And at this point, because they have a double smite composition, it's really difficult for the side of APG. Now, take a look at that snipe coming in from Highland. That actually caused a lot of damage. Yes, 90 did give his life, but it's all about buying time. Look, when you are pushing for a fight, you sometimes have to oblige on the side of APG because you don't want to lose members unnecessarily.
Yeah, Hailong has just been absolutely amazing with that Annihilation. He's getting yet another one, a 4-man stun. JD already been picked off. Here's the emergence on 4. They want to go for Yulong. They're doing the decent amount of damage, and they find him as well. Clean is just too much, but Shanks is traded away. It's a 3-for-1.
And it's a wrap at this point. A very nice flank coming in 90, making sure that there is sufficient pressure and a wave at the top as well. They're going to try and push Saber and Daohan away. A 2-man defense here.
Yeah, 2-man defense. This is going to be tough for Daohan and Saber. Not the ones you want to deal with this wave clear, but Twisted Minds looking to go in, look to close this game out. Daohan is going to be focused. 90 gets that kill, and more importantly, they will take game 1.
Beautiful start for the side of Twisted Minds. It's not how you start the game, it's how you end it. And Twisted Minds had the victory in sight.
Yeah, but APG really stuck it to them in the early game. They definitely had a chance. There were moments where you're kind of like, APG have kind of like grown up in that sense. They leveled up. They figured out how to take the early game on. But man, Twisted Minds understanding that actually when it comes to the neutrals, we know exactly when to go for the ganks to really solidify this early game lead.
Yes, and it's one thing about recovery that I really like about Twisted Minds. You can give them a horrible start, and let's be honest, they didn't really have the best start. Constant invasions coming by Yulong and gang, trying to get that Crimson Golem away from the hands of Clean. Not only did they defend it, they also managed to get so many nice snipes, so many nice kills, and forcing out skills from the side of APG where it did not have the best outcome.
All right, but look at this one. Going into this one, Hailong, to me, his annihilations were on point. Almost every single highlight had him with like multi-man annihilations, 2-man, 3-man, just really softening up the enemy team. APG really not able to fight that or even outlast it.
So let me double down on your point at this segment here. City Boy as well, you talked about it a few times. His unbridled outburst, that ultimate for Zhang Fei, was always at the critical moments. And City Boy was never really at the threat of dying which was even bigger because his shields from his second skill, the Leaping Savior, really provided so much value.
Everybody stepped up. Everybody understanding their roles, how to play this one out, and the fact that they were actually focusing fire onto JD. He got caught out. APG cannot fight. They're on a run, and now it's a full-on route.
Exactly. And the way that Twisted Minds have played this game, you will notice that they're actually swapping positions as a 5-man, and at every moment, you're actually attacking a different member of Twisted Minds, which means they tank as a team, and you can't get kills.
It's all about target prioritization, right? And the positioning that Twisted Minds have been going in, understanding who needs to go. Nighty's been up in front, creating so much havoc on the back line, and then you have just everybody playing so well together.
So it's the little things that matter, right? That first kill going to the side of Nighty in the Clash lane. Why is it so important? It's because he's the one responsible for diving, which means the advantage is actually not against your fellow Clash laner, it's against the farm laner, against the mid. If you have an advantage there, you can dive them for all that you care.
I mean, it was everything. It was just trying to get to that back line and clean with 31% of the damage, always finding the back lines, always finding the squishier guys. But Hailang also 27% of the damage. The fact that he was just staying alive, just constantly cycling his spells, he was such a nuisance.
So the percentages here for damage dealt are appropriate, but it's also the damage taken. Look, 90 tanking 26%, City Boy tanking 32%. They were soaking it up so that the team, important members, could deal the damage against Alpha Gaming.
That was the biggest thing, right? Just keeping everyone else alive. You know, Clean, Hailang, Shanks, all of those guys, super squishy, right? And the fact that they were able to keep them alive, be those like bodyguards, and there's a reason why there's a lot of donuts in terms of Hailang and Clean. They played a flawless game, didn't die a single time.
That's right. Now, if you're wondering why are they so tanky on the side of Twisted Minds, I want to point you at that white color item for City Boy right in the center of your screen there. That is called the Dawn Light. And for landing your skills or basic attacks, you will get a shield to the lowest member plus yourself. So there was always a form of defense coming in from City Boy. He gives you a shield, his items give you a shield, so how are you supposed to get kills on the side of APG?
Yeah, it was not going to be easy. I mean, there's just too many targets for them. And APG, again, they were always on the defensive. This is not where you want to be, especially when you have an Augur. You want that farm. You want to be taking the siege to the enemy team.
Yeah, and the goal difference was quite significant, which meant that the itemization for the side of Alpha Gaming was not as much, which allowed that damage to really soak in through the armor, which is a very painful experience.
And look at how the fact that they were able to just close that game out. I mean, Twisted Minds, not phased. Alpha Gaming came out swinging, and Twisted Minds were like, let's weather the storm. They were kind of like Bruce Lee, dodging the punches, and they're like, hey, we're going to be fine in this early game. We can still win this one.
So the important question here is APG aggressive enough, or did they not just play safe enough?
I think that they were aggressive enough. They started the game very aggressive. They turned it around for Twisted Minds. I'm telling you, Twisted Minds, everyone played amazing. One of them just stood up higher. That it was one of the person that I think that allowed Twisted Minds to win this game, and is going to be the MVP of today, right? Like the MVP for this match is gotta be Clean. Like he moved around in the moment that where he needed to go and take. He took his solo kills. When he jumped into the fights, he got the kills as well. Thanks to Clean, Twisted Minds were able to turn this around, I would say.
It was also due to Clean that they actually got that first turnaround in that game. That solo kill you were talking about onto Daohan at the bottom side of the map. That was where it became a 4v5, and this was perfect timing because it was 4 minutes in the game. First Tyrant, and suddenly you have that Tyrant buff, you have the power, the lightning charges. Let's go and fight.
Yeah, I mean, but that's why you need somebody like Clean on your team, right?
Yeah.
To be when somebody gets isolated, you don't need friends. All it is that I can solo this guy, I can get that kill, and then it turned into objectives. And then from that moment on, it was like a tipping point. Everything went in favor of Twisted Minds.
On the other side of Alpha Gaming, what I'm thinking about is they had the advantage at the beginning. They were really like commanding. It felt like Twisted Minds at the beginning, first 2-3 minutes, they were a little bit too nervous, I would say, because their performance on their solo mechanics were not actually really good.
So Alpha Gaming, I think they're showing you shades of greatness, but we don't want shades. We want the deep colors flowing through, because in order to have the success, rainbows and butterflies, you need to have the full picture here.
Okay, I just like rainbows and butterflies though, but I do like where you're going with this in the sense that, like, yes, they need to be a little bit more assertive. The moves and everything that they're doing, it seemed like they were like winning, but then they were like, let's take our foot off the gas just a little bit, and that's just all they need for Twisted Minds to really take over this game.
I mean, I agree. I don't think they willingly let go of the gas, right? Because at this point, APG, they were trying so many things. They were going for invasions. They were trying to get solo kills and stuff like that, but it just didn't work out. And that is the result of the ban picks for the first game. And take a look at what's happening in game number 1.
I mean, look, the global ban picks always ever so important, especially in a longer series. This is a best of 5. These heroes cannot be picked again by their respective teams that have picked them already, so we will not be seeing that. APG probably aren't happy in that sense, because some of these heroes kind of annoying to deal with in terms of like the pay and the loom.
I'm telling you, from when I see all these bans and picks, I think that for APG, losing this one is something that is not going to hurt them that much, because they did not spend a lot of very costly heroes. And on the other side, like, they use the pay, they use the long already. They're not going to be available.
I'm not sure whether I agree with you, because I love Ogren, and I think we have seen in KWC, right?
Yeah.
The Yuhuan has been picked so many times, and now that you pick a Yuhuan, you lost with it. You pick an Ogren, you also lost with it. You picked a Fatih, you also lost with it.
Yeah.
So that's 3 very big picks coming for the side of Alpha Gaming. I'm sure they have a very deep hero pool, but picking up the Ogre, these 3 heroes, you wanted the win.
You mentioned to me at the beginning of the game that it was going to come down to the junglers, right? That whatever that we can give to the junglers. The Ogre has not been my top pick for jungler right now.
Agree.
And my point would be, can we get Yulong into something else? On the other side, they already used the pay. And that, for me, in terms of trying to cut losses, I would go with that trade.
No, but I do agree with Isaac in the sense that, like, yeah, the Ogren is there, and it's kind of like more of a flex pick, just being like, hey, we're going to try this one out.
Yeah.
It wasn't the greatest lineup for Ogren. Let's be honest, if we're talking about the Dolia, like the Celestial Melody, Conductor Souls, not so great, right? This was not a massively good synergy in terms of draft, right? There were definitely some, like, question marks, I would say. It wasn't the best one. And to your point, Isaac, I do think that the Alpha Gaming lineup wasn't as strong as Twisted Minds, and you're only pretty much giving up, you know, again, the Fatih and the Ogren.
Okay, so take a look at what's happening here. Twisted Minds, they picked up the Arlie. You know, one of the considerations I had for this game was the fact that maybe let's put Yulong on one of his specialty heroes, which he performed very well, which was the Luna, right? But Luna suffers against an Arlie because it's so hard to catch. So Alpha Gaming, they go a different direction. Let's go for the lockdown instead. They box Sky, Yixing, along with Dharma.
All right, I'm pretty sure Yixing Box Guy is not really his name. I don't remember the nicknames that were given in game, but it was definitely not Box Guy. But I see where you're going. Definitely Yixing is the guy to really kind of make things uncomfortable. And plus you're setting things up for the Dharma. You wrap him up in that box, Dharma is going to knock him down.
I mean, at this point, this Yixing that's going to be piloted by PHY is kind of like giving a unboxing video to the side of Daohen, right? Like, hey, I got you this chessboard, there's some gifts inside, can you open it up and see what you got? So I think this game for Alpha Gaming is going to be very reliant on this, the world is my board. That's the name of the ultimate for PHY on this Yixing. If you can get multiple members on the side of Twisted Minds locked down, that is a perfect present for Daohen.
Yeah, I don't want any gifts from Dharma. I'm not falling for that in terms of the box. But the Lady Jean and the Mayan kind of rounding it out and going more to the counter picks, right? With the Lady Jean versus the Yixing, I think that that's fine. I think it's not a terrible matchup. Mayan versus the Dharma, sometimes you need to throw that one out. But the Mayan, the amount of control, the ability to potentially get onto the Yixing and Chano is going to be huge. But it comes back to PHY. How does he deal with Yixing and setting up those boards?
Actually, you know what? I think the challenge here actually going to start for Twisted Minds in the farm lane, because Chano has a natural advantage against Arlie if he's able to activate those traps, right? That's number 1. Number 2, this Lady Jean pick, why is it picked here? It's actually to deal with the Dharma, because Dharma wants to be in close range. Lady Jean actually enjoys it when you come close to her, because that is the perfect range for her to not even bother about aiming. She just throws her ultimate, gets a setup, and then this Dharma is going to disappear.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the jump in, you have that counter, you know, the counter initiation, which kind of she's great for, right? And it really adds quite a lot of value. But we're going to see exactly, okay, this Chano versus the Arlie. Your thoughts on this matchup? Obviously, it's in favor of Arlie, but what about the Chano? You don't think so?
No, I disagree.
One-on-one, fine, but I'm talking like late game.
Nonetheless, okay, nonetheless, the thing is, you don't want to allow Arlie into the late game, right? Alpha Gaming here, look, late game Channel hurts like hell as well. But the thing is, in the laning phase, he's not going to have a good time on the side of Shanks because Channel is quite hard to play against. And now you add a Mozi that's going to keep consistently throwing those cannon blasters in your face. How many dancers can you have that blocks the projectiles? You don't have that many.
Yeah, you don't have that many, and it is going to be super annoying to deal with, right? Assuming he hits those cannon blasts, I think Saber is more than up to the task in that regard, just kind of ensuring that you provide as much cover as possible, because right now, it's about locking guys down, letting the rest of your team really do that damage.
Okay, I really like the structure of Twisted Mind's draft. So they can actually congregate really quickly, but they can play very independently as well. Sakir able to weave in and out of brushes. Arlie obviously has an umbrella parasol to work with. And then you have Mankey who has that dream roam to enter and disengage from fights as well. So in fact, I would go as far as to say APG Daohen Dharma is going to have a very tough time.
Yeah, he might not have the easiest of times, especially with the amount of stuns and the ability to just kind of get on top of you. They're kind of on the tankier side. I mean, it really comes back to this, this Mankey. How much does he provide? How much, space and that body blocking? It's going to be key in this one.
I think at this point, one of the strategies that Alpha Gaming can actually go for is let's shut down this Mayin, right? Because if the Mayin cannot engage and, make a mistake of jumping in a little bit too early, especially for 90, he will be taken down. And then it's a free-fall. It's a buffet for Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, but 90's so good on the Mayin. He just provides so much space. He's always in front. Super annoying to deal with. But, okay, let's talk about the draft here. If we're looking at these guys, let's take away the player names, the teams, and all that, and look at things from in the sense of a vacuum. Who are you giving the edge to in this game, too, here?
I know I praised the side of Twisted Minds, but I like the Alpha Gaming lineup a little bit better, right? There is a better chance of setup. City Boy, in order to really maximize the Sakir first skill, right? That mulberry power, you actually need to commit a flash if you are not aiming well.
Yeah. But I mean, if we're looking at these, both of these lineups, I think they're pretty well matched. It's really going to come down to the team fights in terms of just multi-man stuns. How are these things going to be able to play out? Is JD going to be able to survive, get away when he needs to?
I would find it a bit difficult for the side of APG to be able to catch this Arlie out consistently. Yeah. But when they do, you can definitely expect a kill. And at this point, City Boy, you can take a look at that. He misses his first skill, even committed a flash as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge common skill, going to be on cooldown for now. Not the end of the world, but just staying alive, which is the most important thing at the early game. The first blood, of course, you never want to give that up, especially at this stage.
Yes, it's not ideal for the side of Alpha Gaming. Look, they're under a lot of pressure at this point, right? Game number 1, you had a loss, and you had a loss with pretty decent picks as well. Now you have big picks in the form of the Yixing, in form of the Dharma. You want to make this lineup work.
Yeah, so when you're making this lineup work, APG right now, are you looking to play even faster, more aggressive in the early game? What is the thought process here?
So, end of the day, your win condition is Daohen managing to make a good trade, right? Getting more members than your members getting caught out. So ideally, you want to force them in the corner. So I would say aggression is great, but at the appropriate times. Likewise, they also have the counter-attack initiative, where PHY can use his board to catch them out when they are being over-aggressive.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, but Shanks getting caught out. First blood is going to go the way of PHY. Shanks just a little too far out.
Yeah, so this is actually also due to the skill of both Yulong and PHY. So Yulong has hit 4. I'm not sure whether he was 4 at that point, but PHY is perfect setup. Using his second skill, he's actually able to drag you back into that little box itself.
Yeah, and setting it up, I mean, that would have been huge for them. But APG with a great start, the mulberry power right onto Saber, who Peacebringer's back to safety. This is something that you kind of need to worry about, because CT Boy, I mean, he's the potential to fly in, get that multi-man stun. APG, generally speaking, will probably try to death ball, but it's one of those things where they start to get grouped up, and it's a little vulnerable then.
I mean, their synergy is really strong, right? You have Saber, you have the Yixing for PHY. So you have taken a look at that very simple combination. Skill 2 by PHY, skill 2 by Saber, lock up everyone together, get the cannon blast, a lot of burst damage for free.
I mean, there's a lot of burst damage. I mean, look, everyone, the stuns, if they're locked in up together and they're comboing on top of one another and stacking them properly, you're going to have a great time. But it really comes back to JD. How much damage can he do? Is he going to stay alive to really get those kills?
That's right. And I think it's also dependent on Hailang, right? Can he get a knockup? We have seen teams that have used this Lady Chen in a very good way. Like, even if he trades his life, Hailang, if he gets a knockup, it spoils the timing on the side of of APG, and they can't deal with disruption. This lineup needs the combos to land in sequence with no disruptions.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I love the fact that you're bringing up Hailong. I love the fact that, like, the guy has just leveled up so immensely. Like, the spotlight should be on him. He was like that high-flying Shangguan, always in your face, being aggressive, and it looks like the box is going to be locked in. CT Boy gets picked off. PHY finds him out, gets that kill.
That is a moment you need to burn into your memory. As an Yixing player, PHY, he played so well in that particular moment. When a team over-aggresses, don't be afraid. Put the board down. And when you have support such as Saber, and you have the support and help of Yulong, who's able to throw the fur ball down, get the stuns, so many combinations available for you.
Yeah, I'm going to speak on behalf of CT Boy. That is definitely going to be in his head about being out of position, getting stuck in that board. It's going to be a tough spot. Dao Hen now putting the work into 90, who actually has to sprint away.
I like this recovery from Alpha Gaming. This is exactly the kind of mentality you want as a champion material hopeful.
And pick off the Tyrant from Yulong. Clean was going for that drive-by, not able to smite it in time.
Okay, this is a perfect situation. You can hear the comm coming out from APG. Be patient, but we must still put pressure.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a different story, right? I mean, they want a different story from Game 1 because they had that lead in Game 1, and now this is the moment where they're kind of in the same position. They need to put the pressure on, turn it into objectives, and they're doing a great job as a flash forward. Finds Dao Hen, he dodges the Ocean of Tears.
Overthinking coming out from the side of Hailong, trying to predict the movements of Dao Hen. I mean, we both can see it very clearly, right? But I think Twisted Minds, they need to calm down a little bit. Don't get ahead of yourself. Play this step by step.
Yeah, Dao Hen, I love the movement, right? He knew it was coming. If he gets caught out, that would have been a bad spot. But Dao Hen was like stutter stepping, and he actually was able to dodge that one. Really smart play. And now Dao Hen put the pressure on to 90.
Yep, turning it around. The flanks are coming in from the rest of the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, putting it on at this point. But this Overlord, I think he's just going to be spawning at this point. But the true fight is going to be right in front of it. They've got the pullback on the Clean. He's tanky. He was just kind of scouting that one out, but he's going to take some damage on his way out.
But still, look at the map control. APG this game, much more steady performance. They're putting pressure on the top T1.
Yeah, putting it out. But their Twisted Minds are looking for the potential jump. They do see that there's two members in the top lane. Twisted Minds could potentially jump in here.
Is it really the best decision though? They're going to take the T1 at the bottom. I think that's a guarantee. But right away, JD has made that trade even before that situation happened. So still, APG maintained their lead.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Looking to trade, understanding that, hey, we can't shift in time to defend that top T1. We'll take the bottom T1 ourselves. But Twisted Minds down about 1.3K. Twisted Minds, generally, they don't play well from behind.
Yeah, they don't really do well at this
point. Ball, they find him. The Dream Roam Clean is taking some serious damage. He gets picked off. Yulong with just enough, and now 90 looking to join, gets the revenge kill onto PHY. CT Boy, that is. 90 now on the run, the flash forward, and it looks like the sprint away, just way too much speed. Cannon Blast, the soaring signal on to find, and finds 90, gets that snipe in. They want more. They find Shanks, and they're catching them out one by one. The piecemeal piece, and Twisted Minds looking to retreat at this stage.
This is the Alpha Gaming we wanted, and Alpha Gaming has shown up in game number 2. Look, the amount of chase down they have, that's one. But the control, do you see how much control they laid on to Twisted Minds?
I mean, every time you're trying to run away, they have ways to get those stun locks. I mean, Yulong with that Furball, Saber with a Cannon Blast, you have so many options just to lock them down. Twisted Minds realizing that, hey, we're actually behind. These are the tough times to be fighting.
And you know what's the main difference here? The focus for the side of APG changed from, hey, let's put pressure on the buffs. Instead, let's put pressure on the map. The buffs will come naturally.
Yeah, no, I like the way you said that. That's absolutely true, right? I think that the map control has been key. APG, again, this is kind of what I was talking about in terms of game 1. Like, yes, they had the lead, but they didn't really take over the map.
Yep, so I mean, this is what I want from you when you're playing farm lane, right? Hey, take the map.
Whoa. All right, look, just because you steal my buff, now I have to cower in fear because I don't have the red buff to really take any fights.
That's because we didn't take the towers. This is a base game. We need to take the objectives, and then, like I said, the buffs will come naturally.
Okay. We'll try that one in the next game. We'll see how that one plays out. But APG doing a much better job in this one. Really taking the fight to Twisted Minds. They've been on the defensive. And again, Shanks and Clean haven't really gotten going this game.
And I mean, it's hard to play because JD, he has been using that
Portal, hang on. Oh, the furball right onto Nighty. He's gonna get a little serious. Finds Yulong, goes, you wanna go for me? Let's go. Nighty with that kill. And now the Dream Roll finds PHY. The board has been set up, but PHY dies in his own board.
This is why you never let go of that gas. And APG now have to run away clean. Once they push them back, they want access into the T1 here.
Yeah, they're looking to be aggressive, but they're gonna go with the truth. They go for the counter. The Formless is right onto CD Point, who's looking to fly away. The box is locked in clean. That's gonna be a kill. And JD on the prowl wants to find it, gets the kill on the CT Boy, but trades away Saber.
Yep, all of that farm has been worth it, but JD, he needs to run for his life. Nighty, can he catch him though?
I mean, he's got that speed. It's a matter of time. The Wolves are just chipping away at Nighty. He goes for that play, gets the shutdown on the JD.
A beautiful comeback for the side of Twisted Minds, but it's not that final product yet. They need to get the steal. They did manage to take it away from Yulong. Not a great situation for the side of Alpha Gaming.
I mean, if you're going to ask Twisted Minds how many buffs you want, yes, they have every single one of the buffs on the map right now. Huge win for them. Twisted Minds even taking up the Tyrant at the stage.
And that's a good recovery, right? If you take a look at the goal difference, now it's down to 1,000. Twisted Minds, they have regained a little bit of control of the map. Not entirely yet. It is still in favor of APG. But for now, that 10-minute mark is approaching and dawning upon us. 45 seconds to go. What is the next decision from both teams?
I mean, look, both of these teams are they're trading blow for blow, right? I mean, APG are still in the lead. I think the biggest issue was JD dying to Nighty. He can't be isolated. He needs to stick with the team.
Yeah, isolation actually is not a friend for the side of Chano, right? Chano, you want to be given the freedom. Yes, the only isolation you want is just a short distance away from your team where you're able to stay safe but still deal damage. That's the only isolation you would consider as a farm laner.
Yeah, you want to stick with everybody. Everybody needs to be there to ensure that those stuns are kind of going off, because Nighty had a free reign, like a path to JD, and just finding him out, JD needs to stick together. He's going to do a much better job in these later team fights.
I think the big concern here for the side of Alpha Gaming is they're allowing those catches.
Yeah, they find clean. The box has been set up. They've actually got 3 of them. They find them with the truth, knocking them on the edge. Gets an amazing truth on this one. And 2 members down thus far. PHY has been killed, and it looks like they're going to get another. They find Nighty and Clean and CT Boy on the retreat.
That's why, and this is the definition of synergy.
Yeah, the synergy. The Dream Roam back just for Clean to stay alive, but that mid T2 is going to be under siege. APG finding them. Yes, they're low. They're going to be looking to regroup, but they're going to focus their attention on the first Shadow Tyrant of the game.
This is an important marker for the side of Alpha Gaming. They will secure it. There is no pressure coming in. Let's take a look at the replay. This is why you want to be very careful checking brushes even though you're a tank. And this is also why you pick up the I-Ching with the Dharma combination. That chessboard laid down on the floor. It creates a wall you cannot escape. And as a Dharma, you want extra walls in this game.
Everything, anything at this point, and it's like right off the backboard. It was just set up so perfectly. This draft has been on point. APG making it work, but man, PHY with these monumental boards.
This really was just due to the way that they drafted for this game. Alpha Gaming, I really like this. And like I said, even though I prefer, I was singing the praises of Twisted Minds, APG's draft is really strong.
Very strong. They're ready to go. They're looking to siege you. I mean, they have a 2K net worth lead. This lead is going to be tough to relinquish here, but now they're looking to go for the flank. Clean face checks the brush once again. Daohan finding him out. Shanks is in a bad spot. Looking to trade with Yulong. Shanks is very low, needs to be careful. He's looking to run away at this point, but now they find him and they're going to isolate Clean instead, and they get that pick. 2 members down, and I don't know how Twisted Minds is going to hold.
I don't think they will. T3 should be taken with general ease at this point. It could be the game. There is a wave.
I mean, the wave is slowly trickling in. The Crystal is under siege. They're doing a little bit of damage. They're focusing it down. The soaring signals are doing some work, and Nighty trying to make the heroic play. Tries to get serious. Does get the pick up onto JD. What a play by Nighty, ensuring that they stay alive just for a little bit longer. But now APG back on the attack. They still have 4 members. Hailong and Shanks looking to go for the ultimate hold. Daohan gets pushed back. He's going to be going to go in, but Yulong focused the Crystal, and APG back in this series. 1-1 we go.
There is no other way. This has to be the tempo and the pacing of this series. 1-1. Daohan at the end of that segment there actually got a very nice truth mantra. Also delayed the respawn and staggered the deaths on the side of Twisted Minds, which is why this push was beautiful. Take a look at this replays of the game. Twisted Minds, I think they need to rethink how they're supposed to do those counters, because the amount of synergy, the combinations offered by the side of Alpha Gaming absolutely beautiful this game.
Absolutely beautiful. And again, this is why the global ban pick is so amazing, right? Sometimes you go in with a draft that's like, got some weaknesses, but APG, it's so well synergized in the game too, in a pretty much must-win game to get back in the series, because you never want to be down 0-2.
Here's the thing, there is never a perfect draft. Every draft has a set of weaknesses, a set of strength. It's up to you as a team to expose those weaknesses, and that's exactly what Alpha Gaming did.
Yeah, it did such a great job. And I mean, look, Twisted Minds had options to get back in this one, but just APG understanding the win conditions, like understanding who needs to die. And they were able to just focus them out. Twisted Minds were kind of on the retreat, really couldn't get back in this one.
And this is important information you need to understand, because as we hit deeper into the depths of proficiency in KWC, you will need to learn things like target prio, right? Target prio means you want to focus on one particular target. And as we go deeper in this series, you will notice that Twisted Minds and Alpha Gaming will be looking for very specific targets.
Very specific ones. And understanding who needs to die. I mean, they did such a great job of target prioritization. Like, just Shanks is surviving, but Hailong had gone down, and now they got the numbers advantage, and they actually take down Clean so quickly. He's a tanky boy, but not against 4 people.
And the timing that they took this fight, this is another consideration if you're learning this game and you're new to this game. When do you exactly take fights? Alpha Gaming took that fight when there was a wave, 2 waves crashing down onto the T3 at the top of Twisted Minds' base. And what was the result with the victory for that fight? The game.
Yeah, and that was perfect, right? And understanding just like, again, how to close the game out. How many teams have we seen, they see the exposed crystal and get out of position, or they force it, or they do something silly where they're not able to end the game, and it looks like Alpha Gaming found out exactly how to do it properly.
Yes, so this is the time where you have to get serious, as the Mayan unfortunately did not perform in this particular series. But the games will get more and more difficult as we explain to you and break down those little moments that are actually critical points on how to win your own ranked games.
I think that you mentioned target priority as something very important in this game, right? And target priority, it needs to go hand to hand with communication.
Yes.
Because it's in that moment when everything goes crazy, when the chaos just hits the gorge, that people need to communicate. What are some tips on communication that you can give to the players at home?
I think, like, just, okay, first things first, pre-game, understanding, like, right before the game starts, who needs to die. Once you find that person makes the call of, oh, I found the Chano. Everybody needs to be there, and that one person making that call ensures that everybody is target priorities.
So before the game starts, there's already need to be a plan.
Exactly.
That says, like, okay, we're going to first prioritize finding this person, and then after that, we're going to just push in. Is it correct?
Yes, that's the first part. The second part of that is, okay, since you know who to find, you then need to open your bag. Do you have the equipment to do it? Are you farmed up enough? Do you have the damage to finish the job?
So it means that it doesn't matter if you actually found the person, you still need to wait for the right moment to find that person.
Which was the mistake that Twisted Minds did earlier in this game. They got the first few kills, and then the turnaround by Daohan in the jungle on the side of APG turned that fight around. They regained control of the map from that point.
It looked like Twisted Minds were trying to take the fights to APG, but PHY with those boards either just locked them in and they were able to get away, or when they did, they would face check brushes and get caught out again by those boards. So APG understanding what Twisted Minds like to do, how they move around and face check at times, really was the detriment to this team here.
And look at the draft on the side of Alpha Gaming, right? One of the important things that you need to notice is that most of the heroes on the side of APG, they don't really require a lot of gold. So PHY on the Yixing, he's a utility mage. Saber, the Mozi, also utility. He doesn't need those big items. He just needs to make sure you stay in place. And where's the gold supposed to go? It's supposed to go into the 2 members, which is JD and Yulong.
And I mean, if we're looking at this one, comparing mid lane to mid lane, you were talking about the fact that PHY doesn't need the gold, but he did have the gold. I mean, 8,100 versus 5,800 from Hailong here, a huge mid diff, and the impact that you saw with not only the items, but the spells, PHY was really my MVP in this one.
That's one of the things that I love about the game, when you start just kind of like scaling up in there, and you have already a gold difference. It does not even mean like, okay, team and team gold difference. In the same lane, when you have like a 3,000 gold difference, that's already a complete item.
Exactly, and with a completed item, it also increases your killing proficiency. And you know what? If you are in a position where you can take out one member on your opponent team, instantly becomes an unfair advantage. And we love unfair advantages because you want to win the game, you want to win the series, but you want to do it in such a convincing fashion that nobody will question your abilities.
I love advantages, and I'm going to just jump in there just to say that I love advantages. I love advantages in terms of gold. I love advantages in terms of teammates as well. When my teammates are doing great, I am super happy for them, and I'm completely sure that APG was happy that PHY was doing such an amazing performance, and that's the reason why he's going to be taking the MVP.
Okay, learn the lessons of PHY, right? End of the day, look, giving me the farm, that's what you get, right? Mid lane, yo, this is the gameplay.
Look, your Yixing is good. I'll give you props where props are due. But look, PHY is next level with this hero, right? The impact that he had, the boxes, how many times he set it up. And I mean, you talk about the fact that you don't care about KDA, but PHY had a great one, 535. That was great.
I have good KDA sometimes as well. I mean, sometimes. But it's the important times.
Yeah, okay, a couple of times. I've also seen you die 17 times in one game. I don't think I've ever seen that on any other player, even with bots.
Okay, so he's not a liar. I have died 17 times in my ranked games, but it's the mistakes that you make and then you learn from them, right? Which is exactly what Alpha Gaming has done.
But why are you making mistakes with me? Do it in your solo queue. Make all the mistakes there, man.
I mean, it's a learning journey, and it's not about the destination. It's about the company you have during that journey. I just want to experience HOK with you.
If we take our eyes right now to what we're seeing on the screens, the global ban and picks, from what I'm seeing right over here, Twisted Minds and Alpha Gaming, they're really going to try to plan to push it to the 5th game.
Yeah, I would think so at this point. I think it's going to be the most important thing for both of these teams. We knew that both of these teams were very ready. They've been preparing. They're playing to a very high degree, and they're getting better and better as each game goes on. And going into Game 3, ever so important, but pretty much we have a best of 3 upon us.
For sure. I think at this point, I cannot decide. I'm sure you guys feel this as well. We cannot decide who has the advantage in this series because both teams have shown great, shades of greatness, and it's nothing is like, no, it's a fluke. No, that is not the case. They are very strong.
They are actually playing really well, not only in terms of like the mechanics of the players, but the communication. Alpha Gaming in that first game did not look that well, but right now, after they turn things around, they might have the upper hand.
I think the biggest thing going into this one is the fact that, yes, both of these teams are 1-1, but the other team can draw blood in the sense that you're able to overcome them. You're able to get that victory. That's a huge win in terms of the confidence boost going into this Game 3.
It's very important because you cannot let an initial difficulty put you in a position where you think, oh, this game is over, let's surrender. I mean, in professional competitions, that is not a case. You need to figure out what is the solution. Where do your winning moments come from? And both teams have shown us that you can find multiple winning moments even if you're behind.
If they can find the winning moment, they need to really just grasp that and then just hold it dearly, like dearly close to them, because this game is going to define who's going to take the advantage and who's going to get the match point.
Yeah, and it's all about this elimination game, right? Game 3 setting the tone. You would be at match point if you win this one. This one is going to be the most important run because, again, you never want to be behind. You don't want to be in that situation where literally backs on the wall.
Yep. You are able to now dictate the pressure that your opponent team is going to face as they head into potentially that last match point, right? So this game, like you mentioned, I agree, it's a very critical and important game to win.
Yeah, and look, when we're talking about Twisted Minds and the fact that they're able to play a really good early game and kind of dictate the pace, and they kind of dominated the other teams because of that suffocating style, but they haven't really been able to get going. Alpha Gaming have just taken the fight to them. They've been the aggressors early and made them pay.
And Alpha Gaming really, once again, they have re-impressed me because the way that they play game number 2, they are a completely different beast than what they have shown us over the first few days of KWC.
Yeah, Alpha Gaming really stepping up to the plate. I mean, there were some inconsistencies in MKL. There were some moments where they were like flashes of brilliance, and then there were some times that were not so great, but they've really stepped up here. They seem to be getting much better, and this is starting to become another scary team from the MKL.
I mean, that's exactly what we wanted, right? We want champion material, and these teams are leveling up, showing us that they are worthy of this spot to take the honor in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, and look, if Twisted Minds was to beat out Alpha Gaming after they beat BSC, knocking out another MKL team, Is Twisted Minds the Malaysia Destroyers?
Yeah, with so many destroyers in this particular Kings World Cup. And right now, Alpha Gaming, they say, no, that is not the storyline we're going with. That is not the destiny that will be realized today because we have the Long and the Diadea.
Yeah, nice little 1-2 punch here in that that bottom lane. I think that APG will be happy with that. But, you know, again, still far away. I do think that the Diadea Loong combination scales up quite well against the Gen.G on bottom lane.
I would actually favor the Long and Diadea matchup as well because, look, the Long, if you have that lead, you're actually able to force out preemptive ultimates from the Yuhuan. You can force her to use her ulti at bad times, right? Because she is already low. Now, they have the counter pick in the form of the Fatih. It's a skill matchup in the Clash lane because of this particular pick. But then also comes about positioning, right? We have seen teams use Fatih as a burst, big burst potential, and he's not a glass cannon.
Not a glass cannon at all. I mean, he does some serious... He has a lot of sustain. He does that damage. Plus, he has an amazing hat. I mean, what else could you ask for from a hero?
That's true. Okay. Maybe he is a glass cannon if you can land control, which is actually a big potential coming out from the Byron pick and the Diadea pick, both of which the second skills are able to latch onto people or stun them up.
Yeah, and that could be annoying to deal with. I mean, that CC, that crowd control, ever so important, especially on some of these heroes that are looking to just kind of get away, but you need ways to, again, just kind of bait out the Yuan on ending sorrows as much as possible. He might be a little tough to deal with.
Which is why I think I really like this ban coming out from Twisted Minds. They ban out the Shi. Now, you guys have already seen this performance, right? If you get caught out by her second skill, that Silky Beauty, she will be able to control you, pull you deeper into danger. And this is not what Twisted Minds want to do because they're going to try for the Luna. We have seen the Luna destroyed by a Shi many a times in KWC. Let's see what this Twisted Minds Clean have for us on this Luna gameplay.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see a spectacle upon us. I mean, Clean is one of the best in terms of this Luna. The ability to get to that back line, in and out wherever you want to go. Plus, you're able to kind of potentially burst out Loong and then force him to take on, you know, the infinite vastness early in those team fights, and then you have the rest of them. But now Alpha Gaming looking to counterpick here. What kind of helps solidify this draft?
I think they like the independence here, Alpha Gaming, but they also need to be able to group up and fight, right? Because right now, oh wow, they go for the exact same strategy. You want to play the split fight, right? Jing and Luna, they're both very adept at going into their selected target, which is what we talked about, target prio, right? Finding their target, get the burst down, and then you have an unfair advantage in terms of numbers.
Yeah, if you're able to get that jump in, and especially with that Lady Jun, that protection of just like, you know, the Luna jumps in on you, you have that Ocean of Tears potentially saving you. Not the easiest thing to do, but you're going, you know, you're playing fire with fire, right? In the sense that the Jing versus this Luna, it's going to be high-flying, assassin-style junglers in your face.
This is a very different Alpha Gaming. Look, I love this draft coming out from Alpha Gaming. The killing potential coming out from Jing is much scarier than the Luna, only because of the Long and Gen.G pick. Long has a safety option in the form of his ultimate. He's able to get out of that particular space. The Gen.G, second skill, legal immunity, he gets debuffed, gets rid of the debuffs, but you're still stuck there. And I think as a Jing, you love that possibility.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Gen.G is really like the utility type farm laner, has a lot of options, has a lot of, you know, potential, but your positioning needs to be flawless. Obviously, Shanks is up to the task on this one, but he needs to ensure that he stays alive, doesn't get jumped on by the Yulong, which could be a potentially scary proposition.
Yes, and look, I like Hailang as a player. I think he has impressed me so far, but if he can use a Princess Frost to win and set up fights for the side of Twisted Minds against this particular lineup of APG, he is set a new impressive record because, look, this game is not for Princess Frost. Too much mobility.
Yeah, too much mobility. He's going to be, like, targeted at the end of the day. He just needs to kind of, again, stay alive, get those frigid prisons off, give your team a chance more than anything else. But, of course, second match of the day, Game 3. We're going to go through a best-of-5 between Alpha Gaming, Twisted Minds, and this is an elimination series here.
And the games, let's be honest, have been really quick. We have not seen a Tempest dragon between us for the first 2 games yet.
Yeah, and we will definitely will at some point. But, you know, I think that both of these squads are willing to go the distance in that one, right? I think that it's going to be key for both of these squads to ensure that they get to that late game. But, I mean, with a Jing and a Luna, do you really want to be there?
I don't think so, right?
Yeah.
Both of these have very high burst potential. I think if you're talking about individual pickoff, yes, I think Yulong wins that battle. But if you're talking about team fight potential, I think Clean does a better job. He's able to catch more people out.
Yeah, and being able to catch those out, there's a lot of juicy targets in the back line. I mean, from both sides, right? So it's really going to come back to like Yulong and Clean, how they go. Saber looking going in for that one, but Hylong goes down, PHY, but JD trades his life away, but he got first blood, so maybe not the worst thing.
Actually, in my opinion, it's a very bad thing for the side of Alpha Gaming. You traded out JD's life for Hylong, right? Yeah, Hylong died. So a mid for a farm, and farm laners need that gold.
Yeah, they're definitely needed this one. But look, the Ocean of Tears on to 2. The biggest thing here is that Hylong is kind of like a second roamer in this one. He's going to not, like, literally just funnel everything into Clean, stay alive more than anything else. But he, again, wants to cycle those cooldowns as much as possible.
We have seen teams use this particular strategy, where Hylong, I think in this game, he's prepared to give his life multiple times so that they have the distraction of target. And you can't leave Hylong alone. If you leave him alone, you give him the patience, the calmness, composure to land his second skill, you are done for.
Yeah, you won't have too much of a chance. But PHY kind of in the same boat, right? Very similar play style in terms of just staying alive, ensuring that, again, he's getting those stuns off as much as possible. It really comes down to the mid laners in these team fights, especially in the mid to late game of who's controlling whom.
Yes, it's really about efficiency, right? Because given a choice, both teams, they will ignore Hylong, they will ignore PHY, right? The ideal targets on both sides is, let's go for the farm lane, let's go for the jungle. We get those big burst damage down, and then we can start to work on the rest of the team.
Yeah, which is going to be key, right? And look, they definitely can put them down as much as possible. The potential for burst will always be available to them. But it really comes back to, like, how do they get to those backliners? JD is going to have far superior positioning.
Yes, both teams right now need to really consider this question that you just posed, right? So positioning, like you said, is going to be very important. And also, I think this then reverts us back into that situation. What difference can Hylong and PHY make? Because they are the utility mages. They are the setup for the team.
Yeah, a lot of setup. But speaking of setup here, PHY looking for that potential gank. I mean, he scots out CT Boy, which is really not the target, especially since he's got Unending Sorrow. But seeing as PHY has been off the map for so long, Twisted Minds are gotta suspect something is array.
For sure. At the same time, top lane as well, right? Everyone is missing off the map for the side of Twisted Minds. You have to be concerned as your APG.
Yeah, but here's the teleport. Clean showing up. The mirror domain, that's going to be the first one of the game. Yulong, he dashes in, dashes out, gets the safety.
Yeah, but they burn out an important skill about, what, 20 seconds before that first 4-minute Tyrant. Is that enough time for them to force them away in the attempt for that Tyrant?
Yeah, but you can't really burst it down, especially with this lineup. You don't really have that tanky frontliner, so I think that they're going to be looking for the kill before they take that Tyrant down, especially since they don't want a 50-50 on it.
That's true. I mean, the goal gap is really close, right? And you know, in situations where you have a decent lead, the jungler goal difference is going to make a huge point. But for now, they're really neck and neck.
Yeah, definitely neck and neck in this one. The Tyrant being pulled out of his lair, he's going to go right back in. The Unending Sorrow used a little bit on the earlier side, especially in this team fight. CT Boy is going to be committing that. The Tyrants, Yulong looking to go in. Callisto is clean, gets the kill, finds PHY, but the stun has been up. Saber's going to be killed, and with the mirror domain, it's not going to be enough. 3 members down from APG, and with that steal, I think that is okay in the end, but they lost 3 members.
Yes, but you know what? The one person we need to talk about is Hylong. We talked about this Princess Frost. He got the freeze on the team, and he got the freeze onto the jungler. That was the biggest moment. He put down that Winter is here. The nice freeze. Yes, he get the steal, but you do it at the cost of so many members on the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge commitment. I don't think it was really worth it in the end. Yes, it's the first Tyrant, but 3 members down, that is a huge shift. 2.4K net worth lead for Twisted Minds.
Yep, so we talk about proficiency depth, and you can see the damage. One mistake, it's a 3,000 goal lead.
Oh, he goes right in. He wants to go right on top of Shakes. Shakes gets picked off Yulong with a homing missile, but he trades his life away.
That's a good trade. I would take this trade any day as a Twisted Minds player. I once again shut down Yulong, I delay your farm, and now Clean has an advantage. He can dive onto your backlines.
Yeah, it definitely has that potential here, but here we go. It looks like APG want to make the action happen, even with Yulong down for the count. Twisted Minds are like, okay, that's a questionable call, but Clean in the mid lane, cleaning up that farm.
It's a bait, right? And Twisted Minds doing so well. Look at the amount of space they got for themselves. Clean, he gets 2 lanes of waste, gets his buff, the Azure buff in that middle, the bottom part of his jungle. And now, APG, they're lacking behind in farm. And that 3,000 goldie they've acquired stays there.
Yeah, actually huge. If you're looking at Clean right now, not only does he have that net worth lead, but he has a 2-level advantage over Yulong. And Clean might not be in the greatest of spots. He's going to be focused here, but he's got those shields. He dashes over the wall, eats a flaming palm, and now APG on the run. They realize that the reinforcements have arrived, but CT Boy taking most of the damage on his way out.
That was a damage limitation coming in from the side of APG.
But Dowhen just running it down, finds Dowhen, slash after slash, and Dowhen, all he can do is eat it, and he goes down.
Yep, truly 19-night at this point. As Twisted Minds, they're taking this dominance to a different level. You had a great game 2, never mind. We will have game number 2 in our points.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing. I love the fact that they're like, hey, Dowhen had a pretty good game. Let's focus him down. Let's make him a little bit uncomfortable. Really take the fight to him. And they've done that as well as on focusing on Yulong as much as possible.
Yes, and look, the trade is never in favor of APG. Even if they get the T1 at the bottom, they lose the T2 at the top, and they also give away the Overlord to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think they'll be okay with that. I mean, Nighty was not able to defend that bottom T1. APG able to take that the first tower of the game for them, but now they're on the defensive still. This net worth lead, almost 4K at this point, pretty sizable.
Yes, if I'm on Alpha Gaming, I am in shambles at this point, right? Where is our winning moment? Where is the turnaround time? And it's not going to show for the next few seconds.
Not going to be easy for them. Twisted Mind still up in front. CT Boy, he's going to take a lot of damage. Not able to get that on any sorrow. He was trying to face check that one, and I guess that's one way for APG to get back in, but it's just a roam.
I'm glad I said it in seconds, because literally seconds after I said that, he got taken down. But yes, a good recovery for APG, but they need a little bit more.
Oh, Dowhen, the force field suppression. Clean is going to be focusing on. Saber's walking around, potentially going for that steal. Gets the bitter farewell on to Clean, who's just dancing in and out. The ride the wind, knocking him back. He's going to be pushed back. He's going to eat some damage. Clean now running for his life. He might have gone too far. He gets picked off. JD with the damage. Here's the flash on forward. Nighty looking for the revenge. Finds Saber, but Infinite Fastness right on top. They've got Nighty as well. 2 members down. Hylong now is going to be focused in. Shakes solo. Eats a flaming palm from JD. Gets the pick off and finds him out, but here comes CT Boy. Gets that revenge kill.
Worthwhile trade, because if you take a look, once the dust settles, APG, once again, they don't have any map control. There is no recovery. You cannot invade camps. You cannot take turrets. Maybe the T1 at the top, but the map is fully in control on the side of Twisted Minds.
But you have to kind of continue to push, right? I mean, they got a 3-for-2 trade. That was not the worst thing. APG looking for these small wins in this game. Yes, they have a long way to go, but that's a good start.
So let's do the comparison and take a look at the replay here. The dive. Why did they make this dive in the first place? It was not exactly a good fight for the side of Twisted Minds, but if you take a look at what's happening across the map, that mid T2 already being chunked down by the Vanguards, and at this point, I need to point you in the direction of Hylong. Hylong on this Princess Force has been a game changer, getting the appropriate pieces and getting JD down. That's important. It doesn't matter whether you trade Shanks for it, as long as you get JD in return.
Yeah, and look, Dowhen, the way he was able to bait out Shanks in that fight, I mean, Shanks just like was sticking around. He wasn't sure exactly how to do it, and that was enough space for JD to get that kill onto Shanks, which was huge in terms of just changing the dynamics of this game.
Yes, and once again, they are looking for that positional advantage. Twisted Minds, they have pressure in the mid lane, they have pressure on the T1 on the bottom. They get rewarded with the T1 at the bottom for now.
They'll take that one. I think at this point, Twisted Minds will be happy with it. But again, 20 more seconds before the Shadow Tyrant. It's going to be pretty huge for Twisted Minds to ensure that they continue with this map control. This net worth lead has kind of dwindled a little bit, though.
It has, but Twisted Minds, if you take a look at what they're making APG choose, there's always a choice they have to make.
Oh, and 90 finding Yulong. CT Boy is there as well. They're doing the damage. The Heart Link is, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The Mirror Domain, the Unending Sorrow on back, keeping CT Boy alive. And APG, yes, they've been aggressive, but the Mirror Domain has been used. Shank staying alive, but that Infinite Fastness, he is very low. Needs to be careful where he lands. Hylan goes for the flat forward play. Doesn't actually get him with that Frigid Prison. He's going to stay alive in that regard, but Twisted Minds still sticking around. Yes, Shanks and Twin 90 are back in their side of the map, but Twisted Minds, again, putting the pressure on.
Look, Twisted Minds keeps giving so many options to APG. Number one, you have to defend your base. Do you manage the waves? Do you go for the Tyrant? Do you take a fight? Too many choices. More is less at this point.
Yeah, but I like the way that Twisted Minds are playing. You want to ask questions, right? Does APG have the answers to all of them? I mean, right now it looks like the bottom lane will push, so Twisted Minds will have to kind of change on that one. But with this Shadow Tyrant potentially going to be up, kind of be careful. They find Clean, they get the pick off, and JD gets the kill. The Tyrant is going to be back in. What an amazing initiation, but now Daoan on the run, they're going to be backing off. They still have the numbers advantage. JD with a flaming palm, snipes out Hylan. He caught him out. JD's still there. He gets picked off. 90 makes him pay, and now APG solo. PHY is down for the count. It's a 2 for 2.
Okay, a decent recovery for the side of APG. Yes, they get that Shadow Tyrant for themselves. They did manage to get Hylang and Clean. Decent targets, not bad, but they had to trade JD for it.
Yeah, not the greatest of trades. But again, the fact that Yulong stayed alive, I think he is, again, one of your win conditions, not the end of the world.
Okay, we also have to highlight JD in that previous skirmish. He was on point, getting those snipes really big. Let's take a look at JD's positioning, right? He's going to be hiding at the bottom side of the map with the help of his support as well. Now, JD gets the first kill on the Clean, so that takes away a lot of control coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. But then he follows it up, a double onto Hylang, and now there's a lack of control, even lesser fighting prowess on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I'm wondering if JD kind of went a little bit closer to his side, but here's the Unending Sorrow from CT Boy. They're going to get the pullback, they get the kill. Yulong makes him pay. You stick your foot out, and you pay with your life.
Okay, so it's a little bit of consolation prize because still they have to head back and defend that incoming wave on the top side. Let's take a look at how the gold has been progressing so far. Both junglers neck and neck at 10,000 gold already.
Yeah, and this is the battle that we wanted to have seen, right? Like both of these guys really going at it. Of course, they're going to do so much damage. They're trying to just control this game, have that like jump in, that miracle play, and really have that impact. And both of these junglers up to the task, but man, this game is 50-50.
It truly is, right? There's less than 1,000 that sets them apart. In fact, it's about 500 gold. Now, if you take a look at the itemization, a little bit more damage going for Yulong here, taking up the Siege Breaker, but it's a little bit more defensive coming in from Clean as he has taken the Protector Q-Ras. Now, decisions have to be made. Twisted Minds, like you said, posted question. There is a Shadow Overlord flying on the bottom. What's the play here?
Yeah, well, obviously just looking to hold, right, more than anything else. Deal with that Shadow Vanguard. Don't lose anything. The top Vanguard is going to be pushing in. That's a problem for them now. And now you have a numbers advantage. You force somebody into the top lane. How do you respond?
It's a very smart move. They keep pulling them away.
Oh, JD still up in front. Needs to be careful with that Flaming Palm. The Infinite Fast is used instantaneously, but 90 with a two-man stun. He's going to find the rest of them, and Saber taking a lot of damage. He might have got caught out, and it's not going to be enough. He does. He gets to safety, with that flash, but here come the reinforcements. They've got him locked in. The Frigid Prison from Hylang. So clutch.
Who are you? I mean, Hylang, he was asking the questions. So what if you're the Jing? I'm going to freeze you. And they took the timing of that fight perfectly because, look, the Overlord now has opened the door to T3.
Yeah, this is a huge one. The Winter is here covering it, most of this, doing a lot of the zoning. The Oceaneers in return, but they've already taken the bottom T3. Twisted Minds taking advantage and control of this game.
Now, they're presented with the exact same situation they had yesterday. Are you going to over-aggress and make that same mistake?
I'm going to answer for them, and I'm going to say no. I think that they've learned their lesson. They should do a much better job. Slow siege, don't do anything risky.
Yeah, this is the power. Hylang pushes them back.
Yeah, the Winter is here again, just clearing the area, making things difficult for them to go, but they didn't take the mid T3. It's barely hanging on by a thread.
Okay, so that that's not necessary at this point, right? We want to stifle the growth. Can they get the Crimson buff? They will not. JD puts his hands onto that Crimson Golem, and now this is the next big, more monumental moment for the side of Twisted Minds, or maybe APG.
Yeah, this could be huge here, but I mean, Twisted Minds, they do have a bit of an advantage. The bottom lane will constantly push. JD's already there to kind of shore things up, but they're looking for the pull. Clean finds PHY in a little bit of an aggressive spot. He's at half-life, needs to be careful. Shadow Tyrant, like, potentially being started.
Yeah, it's not a good situation. PHY was forced and baited to use his ultimate early. That is a form of control that is lost for the side of APG.
Force Field Suppression was also used as well. The Tyrant is going to be back in his lair. The Winter is here. It's going to be used. Yulong tried to go for Clean, not able to get the pick off, but now Hylong on the run. He's going to get a little bit low. Shanks gets picked off the Infinite Fastness. JD looking to go potentially aggressive. No, he's going to go in reverse.
90 holding on the back line, so making sure he gives information to the team. Twisted Minds, they're going to try again.
Yeah, but no real chance.
Nice
Clean looking to go in. Nice little catch, but that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. 90 on cleanup. Gets the kill on this. JD and Yulong both down. Make that a triple. Saber goes down, and they find them out. The pullback from Clean. Absolutely amazing. Dowhead fighting for his life. He's going to be killed, and a quadra kill going the way of 90.
You have to run for your life, but that life is no longer available. Twisted Minds, this is a comeback game for them. A dominant display. They are so far ahead, and the crystal is wide open. All three lanes, the waves are marching in.
What kind of team was like, I don't have my farm laner, it doesn't matter, we have Clean, that initiation, that pull, and because of that team fight, they win the game. They're up 2-1 in the series.
That is why they're called Twisted Minds, because they will fight you even when it looks like a bad situation.
Just a great call right there. I mean, like, it's questionable, right? If you're talking about your own games going in 4 versus 5, but Clean was like, no, I am at that point. I am Superman. I will take this game over.
I think this was really a overconfidence coming in from the side of APG. Yulong, he found himself in a very dire situation. Do you know why? It's because he dove into the backlines on the side of Twisted Minds, and suddenly he found himself in the clasp of 4 different members on the side of Twisted Minds with no backup. 90, his positioning this game was so sick. He was hiding in the brushes, waiting for JD and Saber to be grouped up together. And late game, Fatih, it is a burst cannon. It's a rocket, boom, and JD was gone.
Yeah, and that's why he's so good, right? Just being able to be in the perfect spot and the ambush spot to understand that this movement, everybody's going to be coming here. I know exactly where I need to be. I need to be patient, just waiting in the wings for that perfect moment, and he's always on point.
This is why I love the later parts of a competition, because when you have the creme de la creme teams, they show you those little moments that you can copy in your ranked games, and I'm going to copy that play tonight.
Hopefully, Ken is going to be good at copying that. Hopefully, it's not going to be with us. Hopefully, we hope for that. But it's totally fine, man. You just go and give it a try. I think that at the end of the day, this is just a game. You need to go and give it a try. And when it works, it works. And when it doesn't work, I hope that it's just not going to be in our rank. Well, boys, Twisted Minds right now take an advantage. That's lovely. That last fight, we mentioned that it is just unconventional, the way that they do not have their core players, the core deal bringers, and they still go for it.
Yeah, I think that this is more of why Alpha Gaming were like, actually, there's no way they take a fight 4 versus 5.
Yeah.
We can be a little bit more aggressive. We can kind of be trying to go in as much as possible, and that's why they got caught off guard, because they're like, oh crap, we've grouped up, Clean is coming in, gets that amazing initiation, and just cleans them out.
Exactly. I think positioning is the key lesson here on the side of this game number 3 between Twisted Minds and Alpha Gaming, right? Always find yourself in a good position and don't overcommit into, you know, the middle of 4 different people. I know it sounds like a simple advice, but this is why we're here, right? We have hindsight bias. We get to see the play first before we get called out. But take a look at the stats here. Shanks dealing 22% of the team's hero damage, 71.8k. Respectable amount. But I think, look, this game, it's really just Clean and 90 for me. They were the big difference makers, especially Clean. 31% of the damage offered by APG soaked up like a sponge by this guy.
Yeah, and also Hailong, the fact that he had that amazing Frigid Prison right onto Yulong, that catch, that could have completely changed the dynamic of the game. Just really well played right when you needed to. And I mean, that was a nail-biter. That was a very close game. That was not a full Twisted Minds game, but just understanding the win condition, getting that kill and turning it into a victory, were really well played by Twisted Minds here.
Hailong, he has impressed us from, EWC last year to championships. And once again, as we head into this new year, KWC 2025, he has once again raised that bar. The amount of times he caught the most important member on the side of APG, Mr. Yulong, with a Frigid Prison. That was insane. How do you do that? How do you pre-plan that he's going to be at this exact place with your Frigid Prison? Because there is a delay. You don't instantly have it.
And then it's very difficult since Yulong was playing such a mobile hero as well, right?
Yeah,
well, I'm telling you, let's move forward with the game because it's been an amazing performance by Hailong, amazing performance by 90 as well, because he's going to become our MVP of this game.
I think 90's, I mean, look, 7-1-4, it's all about the KDA on this one, but he was doing so much damage, 26% of the total team damage. I mean, he had a lot of gold, and he was always in front at the right time with the right ambushes, ensuring that he got those kills, getting that number advantage to really take over this game.
Yeah, you know when a punch hurts? It's when it lands, right? So you need to be in position and close enough to be able to get the guy. And that's exactly what 90 offered on the lineup of Twisted Minds. If you take a look at the replay, you just go back, watch the game again, watch where 90 was. He was so close to JD, and here's the restraint that I'm talking about. He did not show. There were moments where he could have just, hey, you know what, I want to get a couple of punches on the JD first. But if he did that too early, JD would have understood that this was a dangerous situation and moved out. He waited for the team to melt JD to an appropriate amount, and then he came out and threw the punches.
I'm telling you, that Fatih, I don't know how many times it's been MVP. I think that hero is one of the answers to this KWC 2025. It's very sad because we cannot just use one of those bans for the Fatih. We cannot put him in there. We have to prioritize other heroes. So Fatih has been the answer in these 6 days.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this lineup here, I mean, it was really just kind of solid throughout. They really understood what they wanted to have done. Like, everybody really stepped up. I mean, with that Princess Frost from Hailong, even to the Fatih, Luna, Shanks on that D-Range. Like, everybody had that impact. Everybody was always there at the right time, and they were backing each other up. Again, the team synergy, the coordination, the communication has been really on point in this series.
Okay, so I want you guys to pay attention to these a couple of heroes. Number one, Long, Fatih, the Yuhuan. These three heroes now have been picked by both teams, which means that there is no more options for these heroes to be played by both of these teams. So now we're going to go down that rabbit hole about, okay, let's take a look at the new options for both teams.
It is not only about the new options, right? It's just like the new combinations. Because you can just actually just come up with, okay, I have a lot of heroes out here, but do you actually have the comps? If you don't have if you don't have the composition for that, it is going to be really difficult to actually make it work.
Yeah, and it's about just having the deep hero pool to play them, and then to have something that's actually synergizing, right? Like, yeah, we could kind of spitball and we can kind of pick whatever hero we like, but it's got to work well together. And obviously, it's a best of 5. I'm pretty sure these two teams, especially the KWC at this stage, are going to be well prepared.
That's why you have to take every pick with serious consideration. Is this the best time to play this combination? And if you do pick it, do you get the win? This is why it hurts so much when you have what may seem like a good composition and you lose. It hurts you a lot because it's a double whammy.
Ken, would you be able to become a coach? What do you think? Is this something that would passion you, just going and analyzing all this and just being able to come up with strategies?
I can answer on behalf of Ken. Yes, he could be a coach because he's really good at yelling at people.
Oh, okay. Wow. So he would be that kind of coaches that then when the players are saying, like, may I be on this one? He's like, no! You are going to hear me.
Yes, and yes, dare I say physical violence maybe, at least for some walls, let's be honest.
Okay, look, no one can hurt me better than myself. So I'm going to say, yes, I can be a coach, but you may not like my coaching style.
Ken, if you become a coach, hire me, I'll be playing for your team.
Okay, let's go right now. Next KWC, guys, we're going to be showing up, and our team name, I don't know. I can't think of it now.
Well, we'll have to figure something out, but still, this brand of tofu is an acquired taste, huh?
Oh, okay. You know, this is fermented tofu. It ages with experience, and it's a good taste. Only for those that have learned to appreciate the goodness of wisdom and time.
I am loving this. I am loving this. We are going to move. Maybe next year we will be coming here as hosts and casters. Maybe next year we're going to go through the Open Series, and then we can make it all the way back over here to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Same as everyone at home, right? Everyone, if you're at home, go and talk to your friends, go and talk to your family. Try to put together a team and try to go and sign up for that Open Series.
Guys, if you feel like you can do a better job than Isaac as well as Holler, don't be afraid. Feel free to reach out.
Please.
I will be your coach for the next KWC if you make it. All right, now let's take a look at Twisted Minds and Alpha Gaming. We talked about this earlier in that previous game, which is the winner of the previous game now gets to put this immense amount of pressure on their opponents. And Alpha Gaming, unfortunately, they are the ones experiencing this immense pressure, because if they lose this game, they are going home.
This is the scary moment, right? You're down 1-2, elimination. You got to get this game, you got to win 2 games in a row, right? That's the way you got to look at this. But of course, 1 game at a time. Let's go slow and steady. It wasn't the worst game in the world. Yes, we made some mistakes, but we need to shore those up, and we need to do them very quickly.
Yes, it's really not about the mistakes that you make, right? It's really about, okay, understanding why that mistake was made. How do you correct it? Is it correctable in the first place? And don't dwell on your past mistakes, right? Look forward, look for the future, look for those winning moments. You have to, in order to make the difference, you have to find the difference first.
Yeah, and if it's anything, if it's like my ranked games, and I would just blame my teammates. But in this one, it's not as easy. Obviously, you guys have been playing together for as long as you have, both of these guys, both of these teams. There's got to be a lot of the whole growth, the experience of, yes, we lose, but we're learning and we're getting better. We need to shore up those mistakes.
Oh, I really love this, Alpha Gaming. Now, one of these combinations was shown yesterday, which is the Lianpo and Liu Bang combination. Now, that combination is no longer available because Alpha Gaming have banned out the Ogren as well as the Liu Bang. Now, this means Twisted Minds have not used the Ogren yet, which is why they have that pick as an availability. But they have also banned out 2 different junglers on the side of Twisted Minds, so I feel like maybe the farm lane or maybe the support is going to be the prio.
Yeah, definitely with the prio here, but it looks like they're going to go with that farm laner in that Chano. Great pick, just kind of start things off. Again, doesn't show your hand, and that's like the biggest thing when it comes to these drafts, of like just trying to outclass them, outsmart them, and just having a very solid, well-rounded draft.
Yes, so Twisted Minds have already expanded the Yuhuan roam, they've already expanded the Zhang Fei roam, so you're left with the Lianpo, right? This is why Alpha Gaming said, okay, no Liu Bang, because we know that's one of your potential picks. Now, Alpha Gaming, they're going to showcase the other side of the coin here, the Princess Frost and Liang combination. We have seen teams crumble, or we have seen teams really take it to the skies with this particular combination. It is very vulnerable to disruption. So, does the Lianpo come into play?
I mean, yes and no. Okay, yeah, it's clearly a yes here. It's a great way to kind of deal with the Liang, that lockdown, right? I think that teams are really honing in on this in terms of just how to just stop him from controlling you. Like, that's like the biggest thing, because again, he's a very static target, but they also picked the Guan Yu as well. So just really great in that regard.
Okay, so let me explain to you guys, our new players, why Guan Yu is picked here. One of the things you will notice about Alpha Gaming's lineup, Princess Frost and Liang, is that they must be consistently close with each other. And what is the strength of Guan Yu? He is a person that enables you to gather your opponents into one spot. And who benefits more greatly than Lianpo, who has the Tremor Smash, able to get an AoE stun and setup on your team?
Yeah, the repositioning is huge. I think that that's going to be like the biggest thing of just like setting them up. I mean, we've seen the power of the Guan Yu in some other series where they're able to really dictate things. I mean, if you're looking at Alpha Gaming and just kind of how static they are in terms of the Liang and the Princess Frost, getting on that rear, potentially pushing them back with that Razor Cavalry could be team fight winning.
Okay, so that's one perspective that we offer you. Here's the reverse of that perspective. Now, one of the things that Guan Yu suffers against is the fact that if he cannot get his movement speed up, he is a terrible hero to play. He's practically useless in that essence. So, Liang, suppression, he's able to cancel out the Lianpo ultimate. Princess Frost, if he gets the Frigid Prison onto Guan Yu, you can easily burst him down. So this is the double-edged sword. And Alpha Gaming, in order to kind of cut out that disadvantage, they're going with the huge burst potential, the Fade, also known as the objective monster. He should be able to get every single neutral objective in this game if left undisturbed.
But, I mean, if you're looking at this Alpha Gaming lineup, very squishy. Really, like, glass cannon-y utility style. There are definitely some weaknesses to it. Twisted Minds, definitely on the tankier side. They're beefier boys in that regard. Is it going to be enough? I mean, Fade could potentially jump the back line, but aside from the Chano at this point, like, who are you looking to go on?
I have no idea. And oh my goodness, we get to see it. Yes, yes, yes. Han Xing. This is a hero I have missed in the entirety of KWC. Why is Han Xing so strong? He has anti-CC in his ultimate. He's able to reposition himself multiple times in a flash of a second, right? 1 second, 2 seconds, he's gone. And Twisted Minds, they're going to double down on the strength of Hailang. He's going to pick up the Mai. Once again, not the best win rate. You know, Mai has not been very consistent in KWC, but if it's in the hands of Hailang, maybe it stands a chance.
Yeah, and look, this is more of Hailang's playstyle, where he likes to be that high-flying type. Yes, he's sacrificed himself in terms of playing like more like Lady John, Princess Frost types in the series thus far, but he is more than capable of playing this Mai. I expect to see fireworks here.
So it's a good draft from the side of Twisted Minds, but it's also a risk that they are willing to take, right? Because they have that backseat cushion, the safety net that, hey, even if they lose this game, they have the final game in this series. Alpha Gaming, it's kind of different for them. They need to play picture perfect in this game. They have to come back.
APG right now, I mean, that lineup, kind of tough to play. Like, it's a very high risk, high reward. Everybody needs to have perfect positioning, stay alive, and then, yeah, we can steamroll and take this game. But if we're looking at lineups, I mean, I'm looking at the Twisted Minds one, and it's looking way more balanced and, dare I say, easier to play, which is always kind of what you want in some of these games.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but then we can't discount JD. Lady Sun is one of those very big burst potential heroes. He can get rid of 90 really fast, and Hailang as well.
Yeah, and look, if we're going to see which of these two lineups that you're going to give an edge to, who are you giving it to?
I am actually going to give it to APG. I feel like that level 4 power spike is a little bit stronger on the side of Alpha Gaming, but only if they're allowed to grow to that level with no deficit.
I don't know. APG's lineup to me is you're on a timer. You got to finish the game out. Oh, nice little two-man stun. Hailang is on the dashing away. Has to flash away, though. Wasn't able to get the follow-up. No kills were had.
Okay, but that's a big advantage for the side of APG. So they force out that flash from Hailang. So for the next... until the cooldown of that flash, they are in absolute danger, but a lot of damage on the JD so far.
A lot of damage at this point. Twisted Minds, though, wants to get the Firehawk. Don't want to give it up to Saber, who's a little on the lower end. Does need to be careful. The burst ram onto him, finds him. The flash away, just staying alive. But now JD wants revenge. He's doing some work on his Shanks. Yulong is looking for the revenge tour. He tries to go for Shanks, not able to get the snipe out. Yulong makes a rotation, not able to get the kill.
That was a little bit too early. I think, okay, that's good to trust your teammates, but you also have to have that situation awareness to know that, hey, maybe we're not going to get this kill.
It's a commitment there, right? And they're trying to make it happen, but unfortunately, sometimes when you swing, sometimes you're going to miss, right? And that happened to be the case in this one.
Yep, the shimmy is coming through. Shenanigans as Clean comes in, gets that extra EXP shared between the 3 members of Twisted Minds, and Clean now looking for an opening.
He's going to be your win condition, right? Yeah, you have Shanks. Hailang is going to create that space and provide a lot in that regard. But, you know, Clean is the guy that you want to be getting as much farm as possible here.
That's right, because not only can he do damage, he is a monster at split pushing as well. Now, taking the first cap away from Yilong.
Oh, look at this Crimson. Potentially up for... no, they're not going to contest on this one. Twisted Minds will just deal with it. They're going to take their own red instead.
Yeah, smart decision here. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. At the same time, when he comes back to take this Crimson buff, he also inadvertently provides protection to Shanks if they choose to dive on it on the side of APG.
Okay, okay. Yeah, no, I think that's definitely where you want to be. You want to protect Shanks as much as possible. And any sort of, front liner to keep him alive, I think they're going to have a great time. APG, on the other hand, like, look, this lineup, like, I look at them and they just might die. But if they get the jump on me, they're going to pick me off. Like, this is a very bursty glass cannon lineup.
High risk, high reward from both teams, right? So if you get that successful catch, I think it's almost a guaranteed kill, and it could potentially turn into a very successful team fight on either end. So vision is very important. The T1 in the mid, very important. And your buff timings also very important.
It's going to be huge on this one. It's going to be game-changing. But, like, again, you have also Yulong, who's going to be kind of stepping on those walls, using his map hack, so to speak, to kind of provide that vision and get the jump on a potential target from Twisted Minds.
But he's trailing, right? He's at 2.3 thousand right now. He's behind in EXP, behind in gold and clean. He's just going to keep pushing and putting pressure onto the different objectives on the map for APG.
Oh, clean, potentially going in, finds him and gets first blood onto Saber. Twisted Minds have been sticking together for quite some time. Finally, it pays dividends.
That's why he's called clean. What a perfect performance. And to take Yulong's life at this point, is Saber's life is such an important marker because number one, it amplifies your farm and EXP for clean. But also, this 4-minute mark, it will take some time. They can't contest this.
You're complimenting clean, and yes, they're going to pick up the Tyrant here, but he had the rest of the team to back him up. Hailang and CT Boy. This is why I don't like you all as a core, because you're ungrateful of all the support that you're getting.
I'm just looking around at the map. We have to focus on the important members. Oh, Saber.
Oh, the control. They've got him locked down. They have a lot of damage. He was trying to go in for the save, but 90, not enough. Gets the pullback. At least they're going to get the return in PHY. Do they get more? Yulong gets sniped in as well. Gets that kill. And Twisted Minds with a 2-to-1 advantage.
Clean coming in.
Clean looking to go even for more. Finds Daohen. Gets the pullback. Doesn't get the kill. Actually, Daohen running away, but he gets the rest of them. APG down 4 members.
They don't care. Okay, they gave Daohen a sliver of a chance to run away. That's fine, but they take away the Azure Golem. Yulong needs that cooldown reduction. He needs that mana regeneration. So what if you have the burst potential? If you don't have access to your skills, you're still in that same position.
And it looks they've actually found 90, and it looks like Clean is going to be on the run, so they did get at least a return kill, but the mid T1 is taken down.
Yeah, it's a horrible situation for the side of Alpha Gaming. At the same time, look, 90 is playing so well. This is the reason why you pick up the Kwaki, right? You want to gather the team into one singular spot, and that is a strength on the side of the synergy for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, great play right there. Twisted Minds ensuring. But look, Clean was actually very low. He could have been killed here. They find Daohen, who has to get a little bit serious. He gets pulled back. He gets killed. Hailang with another.
Yep, pick-off after pick-off. This is exactly the game that Twisted Minds wants, and there is more to be had. The rewards are bountiful here. Crimson Golem available for the steal.
Yeah, but it's going to be contested. Shanks is going to be all the way. He's going to be pulled back in.
So
They're
smart.
zoning them away. Twisted Minds doing some Twisted Minds thing by invading the enemy jungle, taking everything.
And also, they forced out Yulong, right? So they knew that once his ultimate was activated, sure, you are guaranteed that buff. So what do? We reset that buff.
Super smart, understanding just the micro of this game, like the mechanics and how to play against it and just taking it away. Yulong thought he had it, was looking to walk away, but Twisted Minds not giving up anything.
Definitely not giving up anything, and in fact putting more pressure on this Azure Golem.
Azure Golem is going to be pulled away. 90 looking for that perfect entangle. He gets the first ram though. They find PHY. 90 still under the tower. They need to be careful. Daohen looking to go all in. Finds Hailang, but he trades his life away.
Yeah, PHY and Daohen for the price of Hailang. I will take that. That's a offer at this point. 50% off as more damage is laid down on the T2 in the mid.
I mean, with 2 members down, I mean, yes, you have Hailang. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to take the mid T2. They've been taking over this game with this map control.
Yeah, very clear understanding of what the win condition for Yulong is. It's not even about, hey, what's the win condition for Twisted Minds? They are taking the win condition of Yulong and making it into a lose condition.
He's got no chance. He's been struggling. Yes, he's got the most amount of gold on the team in terms of APG, but Clean and Shanks have just taken even more. Clean has been on fire. The way he's farming is just all over the map.
And we talked about the Lianpo pick, right? Why is it so important? Because he's disrupting everything. And that's not the only disruption. 90 as well. Because of the distraction of City Boy, they have to focus on defending against City Boy. 90 is free to roam, gets the catch, gathers everyone, the fishing net.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Saber really make those sorts of control ganks, right? Like, a lot of it wants to be around. We haven't seen very many at all. I can't even count of a single one, to be honest. But CT Boy is there for that counter initiation with that burst ramp, disrupting everything. This has been a great pick.
Yes, and now, once again, we readdress the Mai. Hailang now at level 10. What is this use of the Mai? Mai with a level advantage against Saber, very easy burst. One full combination, Saber is dead. Against PHY, one level advantage. Same situation, and even if he can't get the kill, Shanks has an opening to get the jump shot.
Yeah, it has a lot of damage. I mean, Clean, Hailang, Shanks, all of these guys really pick your poison of like, yeah, you might go on them, but like, how do you control Clean? How do you deal with Shanks and Hailang looking to jump on you? They really don't have any answers, and now the bottom T2 under siege, Twisted Minds having their way with them.
Yes, and if you want to understand what is the win condition for Yulong as this played, he wants you to be able to be at a low health. But with City Boy standing in the front, he's the one soaking the damage. So there is no insta-kill option for the side of Yulong. And take a look at the goal difference. It's 2,500 ahead for Clean. He is way ahead of his competition.
Feels bad, man, especially if you're Yulong. You're trying to get his farm. You like make that entire shift, and that's what APG, they were looking for somebody in their jungle to potentially get the pick off. They didn't find anyone. They got caught wanting, and now they have to go back to their base to defend. Right now, APG not finding any kills. Unlucky in that regard, but man, this is a tough game to come back from.
They definitely cannot find a clean opening at this point. If they want to kill Clean, they have to commit everything just to be able to take him down. He's at 15. They get the freeze, but what can they do? They have to run away.
Yeah, if they didn't hit that freeze, though, that could have been a potential kill. So PHY, you know, that was a massive frigid prison in that regard of keeping the team alive. Because again, if they get the power play, a one single person advantage, Twisted Minds might be able to just end the game.
And the timing of the itemization, once again, I mean, my attention is pointed at Hailang. He just got this Scepter of Reverberation, but he completed the Insatiable Tome first, that pink color book that you see there, because he wants to survive so that they can provide more room for the team. But APG might be caught out. 90 is looking for an opening.
Oh, he goes for the Razor Cavalry, catches out two, but he's been stuck in that frigid prison in return. 90's going to trade his life away, but they have the stuns and they have the damage. They find three members. They want to go for Dao, and they do get this. In fact, 90 and Hailang both down for the count. CT Boy still up in front, wants to go for JD, makes his life a little bit trouble, but Shanks is still there. He's got the mid T3.
They don't care. You're outnumbered. JD, what can he do? 10-minute mark. The map is free and open for the side of Twisted Minds, and they're making a very conscious decision. We know we have the advantage. We want to make it even tougher. Let's get the T3 first.
Slow sieging. Twisted Minds understanding the state of the game. This is just 10 minutes up against Alpha Gaming, right? The third place team in MKL, and Twisted Minds are like, I don't care who you are, where you're from, we're gonna stick it to you.
Yes, it does not matter who you are called. You will remember our name. And Twisted Minds, they have to get this. They go
for the control. They have the lock-in. They find CT Boy, and they do get the pick-off, but Saber is so low, he gets story signaled in the face. And now Daohan, he's gonna try to go in. He gets picked off as well. Two members down from APG. Twisted Minds want more. They find PHY, who has to flash away, but Yulong gets picked off. Clean gets him down.
Top 8 in sights for the side of Twisted Minds, and it's looking very possible right now. JD and PHY, a two-man defense against a four-member strong Twisted Minds.
Minions crashing in. Bottom T3 is still standing, but Twisted Minds are like, it doesn't really matter. I mean, 8 more seconds for Down to come back in. Clean gets the pickup, finds PHY, the insta-kill, and it looks like that's going to be it. And Twisted Minds will be in the top 8.
Yeah, can you see Hailang? Come on, bring it, boys. We are in the top 8, and Twisted Minds fully deserve that win of a series.
What a great game by Twisted Minds, really stepping up when they needed to, just finding like how to just stop Alpha Gaming. There were some moments, but that game 3 was almost all Twisted Minds. They had so much momentum. They had so much control. They understood how to play the laning phase. But Twisted Minds, this team is for real.
Yeah, for real. I mean, they had the dream, right? They had some flashes of brilliance in KMW, the major West Pro League, where they took down OG. And, you know, at the start of KWC, it didn't seem like Twisted Minds was very strong. But today, they have showed up once again. And what a way to do it, because Fade was looking like a hero that was almost uncounterable.
Yeah, almost uncounterable, but it looks like Twisted Minds had all of the answers on this one. They were able to just play this one out. Yulong never got going. This is a frustrating game for him because he never really had that space, never really had that time, because Twisted Minds was taking everything. Clean was being aggressive. Look at how this is 4 minutes into the game and they're diving behind the T1 tower in the bottom lane.
This looks like endgame, right?
Yes.
It looks like a Tempest timing at this point. And here's where the advantage really comes in, because Clean was way ahead of the competition. He was successfully having 3 levels, 4 levels even, in advantage to majority of the lineup of APG. And with a level advantage, gold advantage, item advantage, Clean, you cannot touch this man.
Cannot touch him at all. I mean, especially on this Han Shin. And you were kind of thinking, even with the APG draft, they had actually banned the Liu Bang, which is a critical proponent if they want to go with his Han Shin style. But they were like, no, we can still play it regardless of what they pick. We have this nice little combination. And, you know, APG really had no answers.
And it was, I mean, like you said, pick a poison. Because if you didn't ban out the Liu Bang, look, the Guan Yu was extremely potent in this one as well. 90 was the best assist in this game for the side of Twisted Minds. There's no two ways about it. And look at the result of what a good team play is. God-like for the side of Twisted Minds. Clean.
It was amazing. And right now, Twisted Minds, they sealed the deal and they're gonna be in the top 8 of our competition. All of the 8 teams that we needed right over there, all set. With this Twisted Minds performance, I'm telling you, the gap in between the first one to the 8th one is not going to be very big.
It's not going to be big at all. I mean, the biggest thing about this one is another huge confidence boost. How many naysayers were there for Twisted Minds? They were the KMW champions. They beat OG. Put some respect on their name. And then coming into the KWC, like, you were kind of thinking, where do these guys stand? But they've proven that they stand in the top 8.
You know why he's so motivated? It's because he gets to say that they won OG. And you know, OG is waiting on the top, in that top 8 at this point. But, you know, I'm so curious about what the players feel at this point.
I'm very curious as well, and we're going to have to send it to Mara. Mara got the players right over there. Mara, tell us, what is happening there?
Here with me is the smiling Hailong. Congratulations, man. You were so clutch. It was just so smooth, everything that you're doing. Very good tempo at the right time. How do you make those good split decisions so consistently?
Because in the game, and somebody will say something like, sometimes I will say, follow me. And others will hear say, okay, and just follow me. And then also I want to thank to my friends, Shanks, CT Boy, Clean, and IT. They are playing so well, so we can now win the game. Because you know that we fight nearly every Malaysia team. Yeah. The first one, the second one, the third. It's a pretty hard game because in the first time we see this group, they said our group is a death group. And all of the guys didn't think that we will rush out. But I want to just thanking my coach also. He do very well. Every night he sleep very late and watching the game one by one every time. So first I want to thank all of my friends and the coach. And also we are doing very well and we are doing all in one mind. And then I just want to say thank you.
And you know, because you're doing so well, did you know in the in-game app prediction where people get to predict and vote who they think is going to win, last time, not a lot of people voted for Twisted Minds. But guess what? Today, it's 4-1. 400% more voted for Twisted Minds. How does it feel that now the world is recognizing you and your team and believing that you can come out on top?
First, thanking for the fans to vote us, and also thank you for all of the fans that support us. And please keep watching our game. And then I think if we are lucky, maybe we can go more far. And our name is Twisted Mind. Yeah.
Your name is Twisted Minds, and you know what? I hope you know that because of your interviews, a lot of people have actually found you so amazing, so adorable, and you're gaining a lot of fans all across the globe. And remember their name, Twisted Minds. So we're gonna go back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. I would say that they have proved themselves with performances. People did not believe in them, and right now, after these 6 days of performances, they have seen how everyone right now just got to really understand that Twisted Minds, they did not come here just to participate, they came here to compete.
Yeah, and this is a team that's really starting to hit that momentum. We saw this in Season 3 with Nongshim Red Force, but now this seems to be the team that's getting hot at the right time. I would say them and Team Vitality, both who kind of are moving on. They made themselves into the top 8, but I am kind of all aboard the Twisted Minds train. Let's go.
Me too, choo-choo, because look, at this point of the game, you realize that there are certain markers where, look, the belief on your team may not come, but the belief of yourself is very important. Always believe in yourself. And Hailang has been very confident that they would have made it this far from day number 1.
Just one play after the other. Hailang has just been setting up the script to become one of the most influential players in these last 6 days.
Everybody on that team has really stepped up. There's not a single weakness on this team. Everybody understands how they need to play, how to play the hero, how to take the team fights, the movements, the coordination, the communication. Everything has been on point. Can they continue? Yes, I do agree with that. Yes.
They kind of forgot to give me their jacket, though. That's a weakness.
Yeah, that's a personal thing, and that's completely different than what's going on. Yeah, just stop trying to reach for merchandise at this stage. We're talking about and singing the praises, but of course, I could use a jacket myself. I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah, but talking about reach, that was a very far reach, and I'm talking about Clean. I'm very confident he is the MVP. Take a look at his itemization. Siege Breaker is the last item as well. But just for a safety measure, he took that Ominous Premonition. You know what that does? It slows your attack speed down. And that was what was the killing blow against Yulong, because Yulong wants to melt you down. He wants to make use of his ultimate to be able to instant execute you with that Jade Seal.
I mean, they had so many different ways to deal with this. I mean, Clean had a great game. Shanks was 8-0-4 as well. I mean, what more could you ask for? Everybody had an impact. 90 was always up in front. CT Boy with those saves. Everybody just played really well together.
I'm going to double down. You can ask for a jacket.
Kin, you know what? Clean predictions from Kin. He wants to know that Clean gotta be our MVP, and that is true. Clean is gonna be the MVP with a performance of a 6-0-6 in the KDA.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could have been a 6-6-6, but he's not like you where he does all these dying and all that stuff. But he was pretty much a demon for Alpha Gaming, really what you would wanted to have done. His farm, the ability to just steal farm away from Yulong, but the 31% of the damage, huge impact throughout the entire game.
Made of dreams for the side of Twisted Minds. A beautiful picture for TM, but a nightmare for the side of Alpha Gaming. And just to be clear, right, 12.2 thousand gold, that is the marker where you are 6 slotted, and you have seen the 6 slots that this guy has had clean. A very impressive gameplay. And I think moving into the top 8 of KWC, there is much more to expect from Twisted Minds.
The top 8 are already sealed. What we need to see exactly right now is going to be the next 2 games, right? Like the next 2 matches are going to define in which pool each one of them is going to be. The pool B or the pool A is going to be set up on stone right after the next 2 matches. But you know what? It is going to be amazing. What about if we look at the brackets real quick, just for us to understand a little bit more of what's going on?
Okay, so last chance bracket, this is what is happening. We have Team Vitality that has, already moved off to the playoffs, and Twisted Minds is going to join them in this amazing journey. Both teams actually achieving a 3-1 scoreline. So a beautiful start of the day for both of these teams, but we have more coming up later.
Oh yeah, no, we do have a lot more. Right after the last chance brackets are set with Team Vitality and Twisted Minds moving forward, we're going to have to move to the Group Kings.
This one.
Yeah, the #1 team in all of the different groups. We're going to find out which of them are going to be the true kings, as we can only crown 2 of them today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. This has been half of our stream. We're going to move into the second half with Group Kings right after a short break. So go get something to drink, and we'll be back.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate bot to low HP. Victory!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate bot to low HP. Victory!
其实我们对我们的旅程的感受啊，就是我们打 Blacklist， 其实没想过就是一开始会这么顺利的2-0。我们现在打到季后赛了，我们心情肯定是高兴的，但是我们的任务还没结束，因为我们肯定是要争取着去做1号种子去出现。
A gente está muito feliz de ter conseguido o top 8, porque esse era o nosso primeiro objetivo e agora a gente conquistou ele e agora vamos para cima, vamos tentar o objetivo maior agora, que é o top 4 e conseguir pontos para Alpha 7 e representar bem o Brasil aqui fora. O meu sentimento sobre agora os playoffs é porque os times agora vão ser muito mais difíceis, né? E sobre os times chineses que são invitados, com certeza eles são os melhores times do campeonato, então enfrentar contra eles assim nesse playoffs vai ser muito difícil.
如果说是那2个 KPL 队伍的话，我们会尽量去打出自己的风采来，因为确实来说，他们以个人能力来说确实比我们强，但是我相信，只要我们团队就是做好一点，我们是可以跟 KPL 的队伍是有对抗的。
O que me ajudou assim nessa fase de grupos é porque o jogo em stage é muito diferente. A gente treina e joga de um jeito, mas no stage os dois times jogam de jeitos muito diferentes. Então, o que eu aprendi é tentar trazer mais esse jogo que a gente joga nos treinos, que é muito melhor do que o nosso jogo em campeonato.
就是不要急着去做一些事情，因为其实在比赛中，其实你们都能看见我们会有一些决策上的失误，或者说会掉点，那我们肯定会把这个问题给改善好，然后尽量不要在季后赛这么重要的时候去犯这些错误，我们会尽量做得最好。
Pra ser sincero, no começo eu já achei que a Paws ia ganhar, só que a gente vem mostrando um jogo muito bom. Paws, se eu for enfrentar vocês, eu vou com tudo, então tome cuidado.
因为你们遇见我们，你们除了去刺名之外，我想不到你们有什么特别的思考。
The boys have been called home and only men are left right over here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Paws Gaming against Alpha 7 Esports. It's gonna be our game next in this first best of 3 of Group Kings. Sagi, Blam, what can we expect for this game? Because it's going to be amazing. It's gonna be electrifying. It's gonna energize us so much. Whoever that loses in here is not going to go down. But what's gonna happen is that the pools are going to have a very big influence in here.
If they want to have a realistic shot at going to the top 4, you want to be avoiding the KPL teams, the MKL Seed 1, which is Nova Esports, or potentially OG. So securing this Seed 1 in this important series of the King Stage allows you to avoid these very tough matchups.
Very tough matchups. I mean, really, we wanting, obviously, the best matchups within the playoffs as well, right? Like, Paws Gaming against Alpha 7. It's been a bit of a tricky one here. I mean, Paws Gaming with a dominant kind of clean sweep throughout the group stage. It's going to be very hard for, I think, Alpha 7 over Paws here.
All right, Paws Gaming is going to move in here from what we saw over there in the video. We know that they are already looking forward to the KPL teams, right?
Yes.
Like they're not even thinking about like, we want to avoid them. They already told us that it's going to be difficult to face them. Do you think that they're okay with facing them in quarterfinals or in semifinals? What do you think, Sagi?
Ooh, facing the KPL teams. I think facing them whenever is going to be a bad take, but let's not think towards there first because they want to be competing for the Seed 1. So thinking about Seed 2 is still too early for Paws Gaming.
It may be too early, but I mean, we've already alluded to this on broadcast before, right? 3 of the players of Paws Gaming versus the KPL Dream Team last year at EWC. So they already have that witness there to obviously some of the greatness of the players on the KPL Dream Team, but also the experience, which is obviously just invaluable.
You know what? And we don't need to be thinking about that much, right? Like they have Alpha 7 in front of them today. And if they want to beat Alpha 7, they're going to have to bring their A game, isn't it, Blam?
Absolutely, bring their A game. But like I said, they've had a clean sweep all the way through to the group stage. So really, do they need to bring the A game or just maintain their game?
Well, it's been 2-0, 2-0 for Paws Gaming. So it's been actually a very good run up until right now. What do you think about that, Sagi?
With how their performance has been so far, we definitely have to see whether is it coined as their groups being easy or do they have the actual power in dominating everybody? Are they actually one of the underdogs? Are they actually one of the powerhouses?
Well, on the other side, for Alpha 7, it hasn't been 2-0, 2-0. It's actually been a really tough road for them, right? Their first game against Loops, very, very hard one. Then they come in their second group just to win their group. Again, a 2-1 victory. It's been really hard for the boys.
It's been a hard victory, or a hard journey, like you said there, Isaac, but compared to their Season 3 Invitational, it's definitely looking like the progress that they wanted, right? Obviously, Chuck BR, they were the winners of Season 1 Invitational. After that point, it seemed like a little bit of a struggle for them. Now Season 3 come around, didn't get through the group stage.
Yeah.
Now they're in the KWC, they're at the Kings group. So regardless, these boys go to the playoffs.
I'm telling you, for Alpha 7, this is going to be one of the most important games that they've played in a while, because trying to avoid being in pool 2, it's going to be vital if they want to make it to top 4.
Exactly. Making the top 4, your prize money immediately increases to a certain extent. And even if you lose in top 4, you still have a shot towards the top 3.
Exactly that. Like being able to sort of like try and vie for the higher kind of currency, the higher rewards, prize money here is obviously going to be Alpha 7's goal, trying to get past Paws Gaming within this Kings group matchup.
So, well, Alpha 7 against Paws Gaming, we need to be thinking about the players. They're already there. They're down there already prepared to let us know how they're going to be playing this game. When you think about the players from Paws Gaming and from Alpha 7, their performances, who would you say that has been the strongest in each team?
Ooh, strongest, I think everybody had their own moments. But if we do compare this specific matchup between these two teams, it gotta be Feng Jie from Paul SG and it gotta be CR7 from A7. These two marksmen from the farm lane, they are the main firepower of these two teams.
Blam, do you agree with that?
I'm going to take it to the side lane as well, the opposite side lane. I'm going to take it to the clash lane where we have Snow and Niap. So those are two big playmaking players that we've seen already throughout the group stages and definitely impact some of those team fights.
Well, Niap has been with us already for such a long time, right? So he actually needs to wear that cape and be a hero if they want Alpha 7 to be able to take the game against Paws Gaming. Paws Gaming is not going to make it easy for them. We know that they have come with a great tempo, great mechanics, great coordination. Is that going to fall? Is it going to continue?
For me, Paul SG, coming in from their performance in their own respective group, they show us one thing. Even though they're against maybe coin easier teams, but still, their way of ending games, their way of execution has so far been very clean.
Well, there are no easier teams in here, right? We got to admit on the fact that we are at the top level worldwide of Honor of Kings. So I don't think that there are easier teams in here. For sure, when Paws Gaming saw their group, I imagine that they had clear plans on how to beat them.
Clear plans how to beat them. I mean, they did say, obviously, in the introduction, right, that they weren't expecting the 2-0 from Blacklist. So really, they were perceptions already for stronger teams. But then actually, when it came to the grits and the gravy, they were the stronger team.
Well, yeah, Blacklist, Gen.G, both of them very strong teams. Gen.G today just showed us that they are actually really good at the game. Sadly for them, they were unable just to win that last ticket. Paws Gaming, I think that they have done really well. Which are the heroes that we're going to be looking at during this game, though?
Definitely Fatih. I feel like A7's Niap and the side of Paul SG's Snow, these two players on the Fatih has been legendary and has had their moments. So this pick, I won't be saying that it will definitely come out, but one of these games, it will be out.
I mean, even the previous series you just watched, right? I mean, Vati in 2 games came through and was definitely the deciding, like, playmaker. The hero itself was just so oppressive into the back line. Yeah, it's definitely going to come through for both of these teams. I mean, it is a best of 3, however, so it is bringing the format back down a bit.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about what we're feeling. Let's conversate a little bit so we can give enough time for the players to get ready, for the teams to get ready, for everything downstairs over there just to be ready. What are the feelings? What are the feelings that we're having right now in terms of we move forward into the group, into the top 8? What is going on through your minds so everyone at home can understand what is going on in here as well?
For me, right now, the feeling is thinking about, okay, we're not here to only go to the playoffs. We're here to actually fight further. And we don't want to just be like, is top 8 our limit? Are we satisfied with top 8? No. We want to be fighting further. It's KWC 2025. It's the biggest tournament of Honor of Kings as of this point. So if you look at it, man, you made it this far. you have to go further.
Of course, like you imagine just making it all the way till here and then just going home just like with a little bit of regret, right?
Yeah, regret, just saying like, we got the prize pool, but really, like we were saying, that all these teams, they just want to keep pushing forward. Their only direction is going forward, not backwards at this point of the game, because I mean, they already battled their hearts out within the group stages, so it's not like they're going to be like, take the easy seat, take the foot off the gas now.
Well, Bland, if you're thinking about that, are you coming with everything you have in this game, or are you gonna just kind of like save something so you do not show all your cards thinking about the quarterfinals? What is your take?
Well, I think the format itself, so the best of three, you're not going to have to show everything for yourself anyway, all right? So it's literally, we've seen most best of threes, they either go 2-1, 2-0. So both of these teams, potentially there is a case that either of them do go 2-0 and don't really hold much showing it to the rest of the tournament.
For sure, the coaches have some cards right over there that they're still hidden, and they do not want to show them. And you know what? Let's jump into the BP and let's just get the answers.
Let's get the answers indeed. I mean, the answers so far is the fact that Dharma and Pei have already been taken off the board. We've been seeing this time and time again within the KWC, and then respectively over to the side of Paws Gaming, the Mai Shiranui and the Liang. Liang actually came back through in the previous game we just watched for APG. And obviously, we've been seeing that the disruptor of that Liang and Princess Frost combo is that Guan Yu, right?
Exactly. You do not want someone to be actually crashing your entire formation. You want the Princess Frost and Liang to be actually able to target down one target. But the Guan Yu, since someone has to take it, the Guan Yu has to come back for the flight and it will break the formation apart. And right now, Blam, I'm starting to see some sort of a trend here coming in for the bans. We're looking at all these high tempo picks, like the Pei, like the Dharma, like the Mai Shiranui, all these very strong picks in terms of building their own tempo, setting up plays for the team. I do think that in this best of 3, these picks won't be the frequent visitors in the picks.
They won't be the frequent, they'll be looking for the most strongest, right? And speaking of strong down to the bot side of the map, we have the Ali as the prio pick over to the side of Alpha 7. But we go and look over to Paws Gaming. We have the Motsu and the Orgren, two really good shot-making call heroes. I mean, right, we're going to be seeing that Xingling is going to be on that Motsu with the Cannon Blast, setting up some great engages here for Myosotis on the Orgren.
For me, if this is any other team, I would say that potentially A7 might look for in Luna here. But yeah, Danny, once again, he's showing us, like, back then he was jokingly saying that, oh, Truck BR turns me as the only tank jungler. I only play tanks. But he surprised us with the Pei. Now, he's surprising us once again with the Luna pickup here. That's extremely good against the Orgren.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting some kind of like pocket picks to come through here. The Luna definitely wasn't expected here for A7 Danny. But now that we've seen him play the Pei, we know that he does have the potential of the Luna, but does the takedown of Paws Gaming, obviously the aggression here that could potentially come through for them, is that going to be enough that he can handle the heat of Paws?
Ooh, that's definitely something he has to answer because we have never seen Danny on this Luna before, at least in the KWC 2025. So that's for them to answer. And let's check out a bit on the farm lane matchup, right? You have Arlie into the Shoya. Early to mid game, Arlie definitely does amazing against the Shoya. But once Shoya hits that Daybreaker, hits that 3 to 4 item power spike, the Arlie comes in, 3 shots is all it takes for the Shoya to take her down.
And there we go, we can see here, right? Obviously, he has come up onto the left side of our screen. Survival isn't the easiest, right? I mean, he can get caught out if you close the gap of the Shoya. But the damage you can get from this pick, from the word go, is pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy indeed, and especially Shoya, although the early game auto attacks may not hurt as much, but if you get those hits on the wild rounds, man, you're going to be having a field day.
An absolute field day, indeed. I mean, the range of this pick, it basically may as well be like a football pitch, a football field, so to say. But right now, we are looking at these two picks here as well. Obviously, the combination of the Shoyue and the Motsu is going to come through, right? Obviously, long-range stun, long-range damage is going to be a good little bit of a setup here for the side of Paws Gaming. But then we look at the bans here. Obviously, we did mention the Vati as expecting this to come out for this series, and it has been banned, as well as putting some respect on the Yixing.
The Yixing, so far, we have seen a lot of amazing plays into this tournament. A respect ban is deserved exceptionally. And if you look at all these bans, right, so many focus onto the key players that you mentioned about towards the Clash lane. These two players, on the side of Paws, you have Snow. On the side of A7, you have Niam. They are key playmakers. So right now, the pool is getting smaller and smaller as on the side of Paws, you have locked in the Sun Ce, a very consistent blind pick coming to the series.
Yeah, I mean, the playmaking potential has definitely stepped up now. The fact that they've locked into the Sunset here for Paws Snow. So obviously, you land the Cannon Blast, you land the Set Sail. It's a huge moment and a huge opportunity for the Ogryn to then come through with the Conductor of Souls, do a lot of damage, but we're going to get some CC. We're going to get some counter to the Ogryn here as well, right? The Lady Gen, we've been seeing throughout the entire of the tournament that Destructive Deluge can sometimes upset the flow here of Ogryn.
And a very smart way of A7 that they can tackle the Set Sail, which is the boat from coming in for Sun Ce.
Yep.
The Lian Po, he has a lot of CC immunity, so if he just blocks in front, takes the boat, it's immediately over for the side of the Sun Ce. But an interesting pick here coming in from Paul SG's mid laner Xiao Yang. Xiao Qiao, our first ever Xiao Qiao in the tournament has been locked in.
That's crazy. I mean, this pick obviously can do a lot of damage, right? Obviously, the poke from her umbrella, the fans that goes through, it does obviously travel forward, travels back, but then her ultimate comes through with a lot of AoE damage, magic damage coming through, and we can already see to the side of Alpha 7, they're playing to a lot of AoE potential.
Exactly, and if you look at the side of Paul SG, right, they're spelling one thing. Once you get hit by the Cannon Blast, you're no longer there for the stay. Immediately, you get hit by one Cannon Blast, you get hit by one snipe, you get hit by an umbrella. Everything is thrown onto you, and you just evaporate on the gorge.
You evaporate, and I mean, when you don't play against heroes on the stage that you don't normally play against in scrims, that's already going to throw a bit of a spanner in the work here for Alpha 7 here, potentially. But I mean, if we're looking at these two drafts as a whole, obviously, great engage, Liempo, we've been seeing it. City Boy, obviously, Twisted Minds had a fantastic performance. Valau, no doubt, is going to have the kind of same thing. Tremor Smash coming through, really going to help set up Danny here onto the Luna. If that doesn't work, we have Niap here onto the Charlotte, right?
That is exactly true for the side of A7 here, as you mentioned here. All these mobility, you want the Charlotte, you want the Luna, scale towards the early to mid game, making sure that they have access to the backline of Paul SG. For the side of Paul SG though, once they get that one target, they're going to be melting the target almost immediately.
Melting a target, but what we really want is this game one to come through with a lot of combat, a lot of action for the side of Alpha 7 and Paws Gaming already. Exhausting the Flash within 30 seconds is Paws Gaming.
And that is the style that Paws wants to be playing, right? One Cannon Blast, one Umbrella, and Miles Notice is just going to be like, hey guys, serious days are up. I'm here to reap what I'm here for.
Exactly. I mean, right now, we're seeing a very heavy roam here from Xingling, and it's looking great so far for the side of Paws Gaming. Got to make sure that they don't get caught out here.
Exactly. And I want to talk a bit more about this like Xiao Qiao pick here, right? Although she has not a lot of mobility here, but if you hit your spells onto the key targets, you get additional movement speed. And she's one of the rare mages that we have in competitive that has a lot of high burst potential.
High burst potential? I mean, with these invades into the lanes that we could potentially see, right, she can put a lot of pressure on. I mean, this is a pick we generally see within normal ranked games. So I think a lot of people at home are going to see this hero and be like, ah, this actually come into my game, but I haven't seen in competitive yet, and are really going to pay a close attention to this hero.
I do think so as well, especially this hero requires so much resource. And if you think about it, oh, CR7, if he enters with the early, isn't he going to be melting down by all the meteors coming in for Xiao Xiao's ultimate?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can only block one projectile, right? You're not going to be able to block the projectiles coming from above you, so that could be an issue here for the side of Alpha 7. Already putting a lot of pressure down to the bot side of the map. We could... Oh, okay, he's able to get the health back, so Feng Jie is not going to get taken down just yet.
CR7 showing the lane dominance of Arlie towards this matchup in the early game. But yet again, we have to see, can CR7 bring this early game lead towards a mid-game power spike where he needs that Doomsday to realistically take down all these tanks coming in from Paul SG?
Yeah, I mean, this is another good thing about the Xiao Qiao as well, right? I mean, you can hide in this brush and you can take the boars within the brush. So that is a good little bit of a setup here for Paws Gaming. Just putting the pressure onto A7 Danny on the Luna.
Exactly here. And just look at the mid lane discrepancy here. That's a big money being swung over to the side of Paul SG Xiao Yang here due to the fact that Fury, he got punished hard at the level 1 phase.
He did get punished pretty hard, to be honest. I mean, they were looking like it's going to be a bit of a fight. Fury almost did lose his life. He had to use the common spell, which is now back up. But speaking of so, we have a 2v2 down to the bot side of the map here. Cannon Blasters land on the 2. CR7 looking pretty low as well. Xingling maybe get caught out here for first blood. Overextended there. Tremor Smash with the flash is not going to catch Feng Jie.
Feng Jie here If Fury does not have flash, he might be getting chased down, but Vilao there to save his faithful mid laner. So Fury gets to live another day. But that's the 2v2 we talked about for the side of CR7, right? You're an early, and Feng Jie, show you, yes, the wild rounds hurt. But if you go to close quarter battles, long range auto attacks, you're not going to win the early in the early game.
Yeah, not in the early game. Maybe when we get to level 13 and have obviously the likes of the Doomday and whatnot. But Alpha 7 Danny was able to take that Crimson Golem away from Myosotis. So already we see that Myosotis is lacking a little bit of damage in this early game.
Exactly, and look at it once again. The close quarters 2v2, CR7 coming out on top into this lane, and through this lane pressure, they're absorbing so much time coming in from Xiaoyang and Myosotis coming in from Paws SG.
I mean, the good thing that obviously Paws Gaming has going for them is obviously the long range. Obviously, they have the Xiao Chao, they have the Motsu, they have the Shoyue. But if you're able to get close in quarters with them, obviously, like Liam Po can, that's where the trouble starts to happen, right?
Exactly. Vilao here will be a very crucial pick in making all these dives happen for the side of A7 here. And right now, the Tyrant has been spawned on the map. However, both junglers, their game plan is to prioritize their objective, which is the buffs first before touching this objective.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have a priority list, right? I mean, both Orgren, both Luna definitely need that Azure Golem. You don't want to be losing one to the other. And they've able to secure it for themselves, not quite quickly going on to the neutral objectives just yet.
Exactly. For me, Paws SG, they still have a decent enough tempo because they want to scale towards the late game here. Look at CR7. He's taking so many hits and he's forced out the frenzy right now. And he's very low as of this point.
Very low at this point, but at the same time, Liam Po's just that great front line that you need paired up with something like the Ali. But right now, we're looking at the gold. It's very much pretty similar between these two teams. A few hundred gold difference is not a lot at this point. We use the getaway, but we do see the Tremor Smash connected onto Feng Jie as well. We almost saw that Xingling went down there as well, but that was a great Tremor Smash from Vilao.
Beautiful Tremor Smash from Vilao, and Feng Jie there was too confident with the getaway and immediately gets punished without using his flash.
Gets punished without using his flash. I mean, he probably didn't think he was going to get caught out. He probably thought that the getaway was going to be enough, but no, the flash coming from Vilao was very much on point. And speaking of on point, Vilao does get the last hit onto the Tyrant there as well, and they do get the pressure down to the bot side of the map.
Exactly, and breaking through this bot tier 1 is exceptionally important for A7 to expand this game, making sure all these side towers go down. Once this Shoyue onto the hands of Feng Jie does not have a safe environment to farm, he's going to have a tough time towards the mid game.
Speaking of tough time here, Niap is definitely going to have a tough time with his 3v1, especially being able to protect his T1. That gets taken down. Danny is on the prowl.
Danny's on the prowl here. The mark is onto Snow here, but an umbrella forces Fury back as he's so low on to help. Vilao here might not want to find any engage onto Myosotis here.
Yeah, bit of bait and switch there from Myosotis. He's able to bring away the attention from the rest of his teammate, but Snow looks like it's going to go down. So is Xiaoyang. That is 2 kills going over to the side of Alpha 7.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Niap here. Feng Jie just barely dodging the new moon reset coming in from Danny here, but beautiful stuff here coming in from Alpha 7 as they are dictating this early game in such a beautiful motion.
A very beautiful motion. I mean, Xingling within the introduction says that obviously we need to make sure we make our gameplay cleaner. We do make mistakes, and currently it's looking like Paws Gaming are making quite a few mistakes here.
Rather than, yes, Paws Gaming are making mistakes, but on the side of Alpha 7, they are also capitalizing on all of these errors that Paws SG is being thrown on. They're capitalizing on the fact that Paws are repeatedly disrespecting them and not using the spells when they need to.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that, right? I mean, they're kind of just playing as if to say, hey, look, we kind of stumped out group stage. You guys did get to the top, but you didn't have as successful as a run as us. But now, Alpha 7 definitely laying to them thick, but it is going to be, oh my goodness, the rage of the Xiao Chao there. Gets to pick up onto CR7. That is not who you want to be picking up into these early team fights.
Exactly, and Vilao there with the help of the CC immunity gets out alive while tanking the bolt coming in from Sun Ce. And that's what we talk about, the potential of Xiaoyang onto this Xiao Chao, right? If the early goes in randomly, he's going to be nuked immediately with all these spells that's being thrown at her.
Yeah, nuked immediately, knocked up as well. It's not going to look too hot for CR7. He just have to make sure he watches his step into those team fights like he just made the mistake there. But hey, Paws have been making mistakes so far. They got to make sure that they aren't going to continue with this behavior.
I do agree so as well, but we got to focus on one thing. A7's draft does not scale as well compared to Paul's draft right here. If you give Xiaoyang and Feng Jie towards the 12 to 14 minute mark, they're going to be a big trouble for the side of A7.
Big trouble, but A7 at the moment, they're definitely making do with what they've got, right? They've taken the neutral objectives, they've got the Overlord as well as the Tyrant, so they're definitely manning the early game, right?
Exactly, and Danny, he's having an exceptional game onto this Luna. We were questioning, oh, Danny, you know how to play the Pain. Now you know how to play the Luna? What has gotten into you?
Exactly, he's a changed man going into KWC with everything that's at wits and at respect. They need to make sure they are changing up a little bit of pace here for the side of Alpha 7.
And it's for him to triumph, like just like the CD key right here that all our audiences can claim in the community box in the HOK app.
Exactly. Some freebies for you guys there. Obviously the Arcana as well as the Dragon Horde coins as well. So a little bit of a freebie there from ourselves. But right now, speaking of freebies, nothing being given over yet onto the Gorge.
Exactly here. Still a very 50-50 game from both teams, as if you're on the side of A7 here, you gotta figure out how you want to expand this lead, how you want to look for these backline engages, as a lot of members are being committed towards the middle lane right now.
I mean, they're looking for that all-important T1 in the mid lane, right? They've opened up the side lanes. The next point of call would be that mid T1. Jingling uses the think inside the box a little bit too prematurely there for me, but it is going to Xiao Yang. They're picking up the kill once again onto CR7.
CR7 goes for the kill, but that's a roamer, man. You can't be trading your life as a farm lane that needs to be racking the GPM up, because right now, though, oh, Danny goes in, but does not get anyone, as Myosotis is very tanky.
Myosotis is very tanky, but he is 2 level lows behind as well, right? And I can imagine with those 2 level sacrifices, it is also going to be behind in terms of resources here. But Palau, very thick with the Tremor Smash into the backline here. Feng-Jie is still alive, but who is not alive is going to be Myosotis here for this point of the game. Palau is on the run. Maybe a trade here for Feng-Jie and Palau as they're fighting on 2 fronts, but he is able to take him down. At the same time, Fury and Danny were able to get Snow.
Danny clean with the Luna there, playing within his limits there. Not the fastest, but a lot of consistent resets here. And right now, 10 minutes in, without the jungle presence coming in from Paws SG's lineup, this Shadow Tyrant goes over to the side of Alpha 7.
Again, what's that? The third neutral objective here for the side of Alpha 7. They are definitely making their way with these neutral objectives, and it's none other than the Shadow Tyrant, right?
A very important buff. Gives you about 3,000 gold worth of stats if you were to think about the damage buff. So definitely, right now, if Alpha 7 were to look for fights, that is when they will get their lead expanded majorly.
Yeah, strike now and strike while the iron is hot, right? When you have that extra damage, Alpha 7 could definitely do a lot more damage and obviously get out of these team fights as well. But yeah, look here, 9.5k for Danny compared to Myosotis' 7.4. So already a 2k gold lead just in the jungle alone.
Exactly, and especially you gotta think about the late game hero. You have Niap. Niap is gonna become a very important factor in settling Paws' double carry backline, which is Xiaoyang and Feng-Jie onto these carries. So if Niap gets enough gold and he gets towards the late game, he's gonna be a menace for these players, and Feng-Jie might be caught out as he has no flash.
Folks, down the bottom side of the map, we do see that Danny is getting hit by it, intercepted by the boat, but it is gonna be Feng-Jie that gets taken down. Can they get any more for the side of Alpha 7? Myosotis taking a lot of damage here.
Feng-Jie having a lot of uncharacteristic positioning here, disrespecting the catch potential coming in from Villar here. And I gotta say, Villar is having an amazing game with his Lian Po.
I'm telling you, man, Lian Po is a great pick so far. I mean, we've been seeing it quite frequently within the KWC, and some of the performances here on this hero has been fantastic.
Exactly here, but right now, the mid lane, there's still a bit of a tug-of-war from both teams here, as the focus has been shifted towards this Shadow Vanguard that's available for grabs for both these two teams. Gold lead-wise is still a 2,000 to 3,000 gap. Not the biggest of all gold leads here, as for the side Paws SG here, they still are allowed to scale.
They're allowed to scale. Below is again hit by the cannon blast with a knocker from the Xiao Chao as well. Is going to be enough to kind of deter him away? No, he can tank that damage.
He can tank that damage indeed. And look at CR7, the amount of damage onto Myosotis.
The Blood Rage has to come through for the save, and right now he's on top. Villau with Danny as well. That is the pickup onto Xiao Yang. He has to be close, but Danny is getting a little bit too close for comfort. He gets taken down. So does Jinglin. But there we are. Niap into the backline. Feng-Jie takes down CR7 and Villau looking for another one, but Niap closes it.
Niap closes it, makes it a salvage kill, 4 for 3. Paws SG's Feng-Jie comes in clutch with the flank onto CR7 and the members of A7.
That was a very scrappy team fight, right? I mean, overall, a 4-for-3.
Overall 4-for-3 here. Look at this engage coming in from Vila. It was beautiful. He got the frigid charge, he got the stun, but a detrimental mistake here coming in from Dani. Misses the refresh onto the new moon, does not get to continue the team fight at all, resulting in such a big fight. And CR7, not knowing the fact that Feng Jie was coming in, gets demolished immediately. It did 2 shots.
2 shots is all it takes for the side of Paws Gaming to get takedown onto CR7, right? I mean, now that's that T1 into the mid lane fallen. This is now putting Paws Gaming into a little bit more of a healthier position.
Oh, they are definitely in the driver's seats right now, as we are talking about. Once the game progresses past the 13-minute mark, look at the items coming in from the Xiao Xiao, coming in from the Shou Yue here. If the early does goes in anyhow and does not look at her positioning, she's going to have a bad time tackling these heroes.
Speaking of being tackled, it is Myosotis that can get tackled here as well. The Blood Rage is going to keep him alive just for now. Valau is in the thick of it while CR7 gets a takedown on Snow. Tries to do some damage from the back line, but it is going to be Valau for Snow.
That is a very worth it trick coming in for the side Alpha 7 here, as right now they have so much control over this Tyrant right now. And Paws, you cannot go near this Tyrant as Myosotis has the base.
They do have the base, but at the same time, we can look at the top side of the map. We have 3 Vanguards rolling through. That's going to take a lot of resources for Alpha 7 just to tend that farm, because Charlotte is going to be there for quite some time if she goes on her own.
He is going to be here for quite some time, as Niap and Dani might be going on to be helping him. But yet again, it will take some time, but it has been cleared on the side of Niap here. Looking at the items here, Dani has already finished the gold, and he's already finished the build within like 13,000 gold. That's a lot of gold, man.
A lot of gold. I mean, the Ominous Premonition here makes sense, right? Because, I mean, Dani is going to be into the thick of it, and obviously reducing the enemy's movement speed is going to be a great thing here. Obviously, Xingling tried to get a phase check there with the pushback. Nobody in that brush, but he did catch Valau.
And especially CR7 completing the full build onto the early here. And look at Valau. He's looking for an engage on the Feng Jie, but misses it.
Yeah, big engage here from Valau. He gets a takedown onto Myosotis. CR7 with Fury come through right in time. We do see Alpha 7, Dani, and Niap into the top side of the map. Is this going to be a clear way out for Xingling? No, it's going to be collapsing on the thing inside the box. This is not going to connect good enough. It's going to be Alpha 7 with the cleanup.
And once again, Paws seem to be very disconnected onto their gameplay here. The 2 members of the side of the Paws, the solo lanes, are nowhere to be seen, while the other 3 members get caught out so far towards bottom side.
They got caught out. I mean, it's definitely like a pincer movement, right? I mean, we saw there that Xingling was really trying to use that think inside the box very impressively, but right now, Alpha 7 maybe looking for the final blow. Destructive Deluge is going to trade places. Fury and Shangyao, the first game going over to Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 comes up huge into this game, and who else comes up huge? Dani on the Luna, CR7 on the early. They made so many clutch plays.
So many clutch plays, but I mean, no, we can't mention clutch without Valau, right? Valau on the Liampo was so impressive.
He was the key difference in finding all these crucial mistakes that Feng Jie was delivering towards their doorstep. He was punishing all these mispositions. His engages were just beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful indeed. I mean, definitely the Liampo there being super, super aggressive. Great rotations. The tremor smashes with the flashes. Great.
Great indeed. And look at these plays coming in for the side of A7 here. They were just looking for all these early to mid-game team fights, because talked about Paws, their rotations, their heroes, they don't excel in all these early screen fights. But once again, CR7 not respecting the burst coming in from Xiao Xiao here, so he gets punished. But that is A-okay, because the mistakes coming in from Paws SG was too much.
Too much indeed as well, right? I mean, there's a lot of CC for the side of Paws Gaming, but the fact that obviously, thanks to Liampo's kit, he does have the Magma Slam, which gives him CC immunity. So if he's able to bait all those skills, they get completely null and void.
They indeed get this. See, they dissolve so easily here, and Dani, no one was there to really point him down, as all these fights, it was always all these members, especially Villau, catching Feng Jie off guard. Paws SG, Paws Gaming, was never fighting as 5. They were never fighting as 1.
No, never fighting as 1, and always were getting caught off into the sidelines as well, right? But I feel like this is just at to the detriment of Alpha 7 and how much they've improved, right? They're kind of splitting apart. They're not always just running in one direction, right? Like just charging in one line and hoping for the best. These boys have definitely polished up their playstyle.
As of this point, that tier list of ours, we gotta throw it into the dustbin because right now all these teams, they have improved and they are showing up when it matters the most.
Showing up when it matters the most. I mean, here right there was a potential glimmer of hope for Paws Gaming, especially with that team fight, but then it was just quickly answered back by Alpha 7. They had a bit of a lead. They were able to get that T1 into the mid lane, but then nothing more.
And exactly, look at these fights. They were getting caught 3 men at the bottom side, and Xiao Qiao and Sun Ce was nowhere to be seen. A disconnection coming in from the team. Is it due to ignorance, arrogance? What is it coming in from Paul SG here?
I think it's just a little bit of a shaky game 1 draft, right? I mean, we don't normally see the Shou Yue or the Xiao Qiao come through in Thirst game number 1. This is the first time we've seen it within KWC, especially the Xiao Qiao. So maybe they're just trying to burn some of the bigger pulls for Alpha 7, as when they go through for the rest of the best of 3, they haven't got to worry about big picks like the Luna.
I think that Alpha 7 came in here with all seriousness, taking this as what it is, which is a very important match. They came in, Paws Gaming on the other hand, with the very unorthodox picks. Are they trying to figure out something that we cannot see?
For me, I especially love the Xiao Qiao coming in from the South Xiaoyang. I do believe that this pick can really tackle the early with no issue. Especially when we talk about the early and the Xiao Qiao and also the Shou Yue, these 2 picks, if they are allowed to scale towards the later stages of the game, it can really handle the early and Luna with no issues. But once again, the issue here being Villau being able to find all these important catches onto the backline, especially onto Feng Jie, such an important pick onto the side of Paul SG.
I think that Sagi makes a very interesting point, right? Like the Xiao Qiao could be a very good option for the late game. In these 6 days, have we had a bigger amount of games that go to late game, or a bigger amount of games that go to finish in mid or early?
I think we have quite a few that go to the late game. Obviously, it depends on the bracket and the group itself. Obviously, some groups have been a little bit faster than others, but when it starts to kind of conjoin, when the 2 groups are coming together, that's when we see that it's no longer kind of like, oh, Group A was faster, Group B was slower. It's now like, okay, we need to kind of react to how we've seen them play already within the KWC.
Of course, right? We analyze the KWC 2025 stats, we see the picks, we feel the ground, right?
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, it's a matter of the feeling. It's a matter of understanding that as human beings, we come and then we compete and then we have a feeling. Is the feeling going to maybe the Xiao Qiao could be an option as we move into quarterfinals?
It could be, but I feel like the Lian Po is definitely the stopper for the Xiao Qiao, right?
I do think so, but yet again, Feng Jie's positioning has been very questionable this game, so let's not magnify on that, but look at the items here. I do believe that, yes, we apprised Danny that, oh, Danny had a magnificent game, but CR7, this man, he was a DPS monster.
Yeah, DPS monster. I mean, CR7, 3 letters, 1 number. DPS, 3 letters, no number.
Your
you can
spelling
see
is
where
not
I'm
working
going.
out today, man.
It's going
just
okay.
not working.
Stick with me. Stick with me, okay? Stick with me. You got 3 letters, 2 letters, 1 number. You can't spell DPS without CR7. Figure that one out.
Yeah, I think you can, but you know what? You know what you cannot spell without CR7 in Lance terms? MVP. You cannot spell MVP without CR7 because CR7 is going to be the MVP for this game.
There we go. Another 3 letters, right? MVP, CR7, DPS. It's going. It's rolling.
It's rolling. I get what you mean now. MVP, CR7. Yep, definitely this man. Although he was very aggressive, but that aggression really paid off. He was always on the front line, hence the damage dealt coming in for 38% coming in from this early. This is why we prize the early so much. It is not because that it is easy to use. It is not because that it is strong. Yes, it is strong, but only on the hands of the correct user, and CR7 showed up in the series.
Yeah, I mean, one of the key factors is the damage taken, right? Like, you can't play an Arlie and be around about that 28% when you're around about 37% damage. You need to be very low in that percentile, so you can see that the player understands that hero.
All right, let's look at the other side. Feng Jie decides to go on Shou Yue, right? And Shou Yue, we know that is not that mobile of a hero. We know that can deal a lot of damage, mostly in the late game of the game. What happened in there? In that matchup in there, there's no actual match.
For me, since the early stage towards the mid game, Feng Jie was playing hyper aggressive. He keeps wanting to look for these fights. Hence why his team fire was 90%. Yes, he has a high team fire rate, but that only means one thing. when he's around, the team will win. But if he is caught out early, the team does not win. So in that situation of events, Villau on this Lianpo here was consistently catching out Feng Jie in every team fight.
Yeah, I think that both Villau and Niap had a very good control of the positions where that Shoyu could be actually just ganking, isn't it?
Yeah, they were definitely kind of just seeing the potential position of where the Feng Jie could be onto the Shoyu, and just making sure that it was always present there. And then, honestly, I feel like Xingling didn't have a very strong Motsu game as well, right? I mean, this pick's generally very oppressive, especially with the Cannon Blast from a long range. When you have something like the Shoyu, it generally shines, but it was just Alpha 7. They were very aggressive from the early start.
I do agree so as well, especially even if you have Fury Burn Flash from the get-go.
Yep.
All these team fights, all these early aggression, it came from none other than CR7 and Villau 1.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely a duo to the death. Like, they were great onto the Gorge. And here we can kind of see an updated version of what was picked and what was banned, right? So, Paws have already expanded. The Orgaran, I mean, that's one of the big picks, right? Motsu as well. Sunset, kind of not been seeing too much of it, but it can have some great presence, especially within that draft. But if you look over to the side of Alpha 7, there's a lot that's already been expanded there.
Oh, exactly. They expanded the Arlie, the Luna. So definitely top 2 picks that really paid off in their win coming into Game 1 of the series here. So coming into Game 2, some picks are expanded, such as the Orgaran. I do feel like these 2 clash lanes, you do not want to give them the Dharma here. So the focus is back to the other remaining picks, such as the Pei, such as the Mai Shiranui, such as even the Fatih up to a certain extent.
Yeah, I mean, Fatih was actually banned in the second part of the banning phase of the last game. I believe it was banned by Paws because they were on the red side. But a very farm lane-centric ban here. Obviously, the Ali, Alpha 7's already used. Lung, they don't want to give over the blue priority side of Lung, which means that the Pei is going to come through here.
Exactly, and Pei falls onto the hands of Mayoso this year. So this fast tempo pick, we have seen so far multiple counters for this pick, the Ukkyo Tachibana, the Musashi. All these picks can limit this pick, and also one more pick that is out there for grabs on the side of Alpha 7 Esports will be the Mai Shiranui here. Do they go for it, or do they allow that strong pick to go over to Paws Gaming? But yet again, it's a strong pick here, so Alpha 7 has to respect it, and they have to pick it up.
They have to respect it, or it's going to go over to the side of Paws Gaming. But they're going to answer nicely. They go with the Yixing as well, obviously, in terms of control and locking down the Mai Shiranui, so she doesn't have as much freedom as possible. It's going to be the Yixing, but pairing the Byron up with the Pei here. This has been a common combo that has been scary.
That is scary indeed. Very strong laning coming in from Byron. Very self-sustainable. Very strong early to mid-game in terms of its overall raw damage. And on the side of Pei, very fast tempo in terms of moving across the map, pouncing, running around. And the side of Alpha 7, though, you know what's strong? But he is strong as well. This hero has been consistently showing us highlight plays after highlight plays.
Highlight after highlight, right? I mean, definitely up into the clash lane is going to give Byron a bit of a run for its money. But both of these picks, obviously, and both of these players, we know like to play into the backline, right? So they'll be looking for the backline pickoffs, potentially like the Yixing, potentially the Lady Soon here as well. But getting into the banning phase, once again, Gen.G, as well as the Zhang Fei. Because really what's sacrificed here for the side of Alpha 7 is they need a tank, right? So it's either going to go into the jungle, or it has to go over to Villau. We've seen the Lianpo, Zhang Fei's gone. There's not really many meta tanks that we could go for down to the bot side now.
And this comes back to maybe the drafting coming in from the side Alpha 7 Esports, because that's 4 marksman farm lane ban coming in from the side of Alpha 7 here. We talked about the CR7 versus Feng Jie dynamic here, and right now, 4 bans coming into the series. What is there left to play? There's maybe the Concert U, there's maybe the Meng Ya that he's picked before, but still, those 2 picks are not notoriously great against the Mai Shiranui.
They're not great against the Mai Shiranui, but if you can lock down the Mai Shiranui before even they get to Meng Ya, but I mean, if we think about it, how did Paws Gaming play the Meng Ya when they had it, right? It was never in team fights, it was always circulating around the Gorge, but it's actually going to be the pair that they brought out in the Ultimate Battle within the WKS Ultimate Battle. It's going to be the Futsu and the Chao.
I'm definitely loving this energy and this draft coming in from Paws Gaming here, because if you think about it, okay, you want to jump towards the backline here. What backline is there to jump towards? There's no backline here. I lock the Fuzu, you jump to me, I'm going to be punishing you hard for that decision.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very scary for the side of Paws Gaming. I mean, we've seen it played before. I mean, not many teams like to pick this up because they can't handle the way that it functions, or at least function it very well. But there it is. It seems to be a bit of a prize pick now. Whenever the pay comes through, it's kind of falling back onto the Yukio Tachibana. First time for Danny, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. And the SNK duo coming in, Ukyo Tachibana and Mai Shiranui. Today, we saw that in action as well, and it was bombastic. Can it be repeated here for Alpha 7 to seal the deal? Or will this Fuzi Da Qiao that the WKS first seed champion here bring in to really show us how it's done?
We'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, there's not going to be much time between now and the speculation on how that duo is going to do down to the bot side of the map. But it's definitely going to put a bit of a spanner into the works for the side of Alpha 7, right? I mean, you're going to just leap in with the Sage's might. You're going to just do a lot of damage, get out of there from the Da Qiao, and then come back in.
Exactly. A lot of split push focus, because if you look at the side of the draft coming in, the pay does seem to become like a pseudo marksman, right?
Yeah.
You have double side lane, and you have Pei, the jungle carry, really pushing forward. So Maya Zotis is gonna be this important jungle, important carry that Paws can never let go. If A7 gets to engage onto this Maya Zotis pay pick, they are doomed.
They are doomed, exactly. If they are able to sort of lock down the pay, I mean, they still have the range, obviously, of Yixing, but only time will tell. We're getting into game number 2 between Paws Gaming and Alpha 7 Esports. Currently up is the Chuck BR second seed. Can they take this a 2-0?
If they take this a 2-0, they will advance towards the Kings group, and they will be the first seed pool. So right now, let's look at the early game here as we see a small 2v1 towards the top side for Snow against Niap.
Snow against Niap as well. I mean, we got Da Qiao up there as well. Maybe just give it over a little bit more of the leeway. Ease up that early game here for Snow, but already quick with the rotations is Fury.
Fury is pretty furious with this Maestro pick, as he's very aggressive with these Kacho sets. He's been hitting one after the other here. And ladies and gentlemen, if you like HOK Esports, if you like us casters here, do drop us a follow, as you can get amazing rewards and latest esports updates.
Yeah, just make sure you tag your favorite team and stand at a chance to win those prizes as well, right? I mean, there's still quite a lot of favorite teams within this Honor of Kings KWC, but right now we are looking at Paws Gaming and Alpha 7 Esports. So, win condition of Alpha 7, what is it?
You will have to make sure that this SNK duo coming in from Dani and Fury, they get the early tempo, right? Making sure that they have enough space for Niap and CR7 to come into these team fights. However, we talk about Paws Gaming here. Maya Zotis have to stay alive for majority of the fight, and Feng Jie has to scale towards 2 to 3 items for him to be actually starting to impact these team fights.
So obviously with Feng Jie into the bottom side of the map, we'll be looking to see something like the Spark Forge deck being built first, obviously to try and get a little bit more of a zap into the back line, attack speed, and obviously wave clear. I'm assuming that's what we're going to be seeing here onto this pick, because it's generally the go-to, right?
Exactly. The Spark Forge Dagger, the Glacial Buckler, once those two are completed, you will see Feng Jie being more active in these team fights, and Paws Snow gets punished for overstepping, and he has to burn the flash to escape.
Burn the flash. I mean, that's going to be big intel here for the side of Alpha 7, that they could potentially go for a gank as well, right? Like, they know that he can't get out. Yes, Byron does have a dash, but he does not have his flash.
Exactly here, and especially these flash cooldowns are especially important when it comes to common spell. One flash is about 2 minutes here, so that's 2 minutes that you cannot be playing over aggressive. If not, Dani, Fury, just gonna appear in your lane and you'll be donezo.
Yeah, you gotta be careful that you don't get abused here by Danny. I mean, had a fantastic game number 1, so I can imagine with that momentum coming through for game number 2, it's gonna be scary. Right now, obviously, gold lead, not looking too stark here, but speaking of stark, it's gonna be Snow getting this 2v1 here. Yixing comes through, Xiao Yang with the board. He's gonna be able to get the first kill here, but no, it goes down to the bot side of the map. The Futsu is already online.
The Futsu is already online, and that's the beauty of this pick. If you get the Sage Might, you lock down the target, such as the Squishy Lady Sun on the hands of CR7. There is no escape. Immediate follow-up coming in from Qingling and the gang with the Da Qiao ultimate.
Yeah, very well played here. We're going to see the replay, because obviously we missed it, but there it is. There's the Sage's Might, gets the lockdown, the Eye of the Whirlpool, but also the send back to base we go. back to base, back onto the gorge. It's that quick.
It is that quick. All the assistant from the team appears immediately because Da Qiao's ultimate, the Eye of the Whirlpool, allows you to spawn all your teammates. Your teammates can press a button on their screen and they can immediately teleport to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very big impressive thing that they have onto the side of Paws Gaming, right? Is the fact that they can just transit their whole team down to the desired place they need them to be. Potentially onto an objective, potentially onto a turret. Potentially, we're having a bit of a fight here. Niap looking pretty low, already caught into the board, but they're not going to overextend because Danny is close by.
Danny is close by, but that's a lot of cooldowns being burned, and Niap is extremely low. And they're nowhere near this Tyrant here. So this Tyrant goes over to the hands of the Paws Gaming lineup, safe and sound.
I mean, we saw there the CR7 was definitely going to try and go for the ultimate shell to get the steal of that Tyrant. Didn't quite connect, and it went over to Paws Gaming. Already with a little bit of progress in this best of 3 is Paws Gaming finally getting their first neutral objective here.
That is very good news for Paws Gaming. And at this point of time, the Fuzi definitely outperforms the Lady Sun on the marksman here. Because why? So much initiative here. You have the flash stage bite. You have all these engage tools here, so you always get the priority of the lane. You can push out and you can look for all these plays. But look at Snow here though. Good flash here to avoid the gank.
Yes, I mean, luckily though for Snow, he has the flash. He's able to get out. He's not going to be taken down right now. But he has definitely done some good work into that top side of the map as well. So we're maybe going to have some Alpha 7 rotate and be heavily present in that top side.
Exactly, and look at the bottom side though, a mass rotation coming in to tear down this tier 1 tower. A very beautiful play. Top side, they managed to clear all the wave, immediate response coming to the bottom side. After Whirlpool being spawned, getting tower for free with no damage occurring.
Yeah, 5 men onto 1 turret is not the position you want your turret to be in, right? That is going to be a huge fast takedown for the side of Paws Gaming. So I feel like Alpha 7 have definitely got to double check where that either Whirlpool is going to land.
Exactly, and look at Feng Jie. He knows there's no one that can cancel him. The burst is not enough coming in from A7. He takes this recall and he goes back safely. And right now, a fight breaks through topside. Snow might be able to make Niap stay, but Niap, thanks to mobility, gets out safely.
He does get out safely. Fury was going to look for the rotation there, but I feel like he was wise. He was wise to the fact that Xiaoyang was waiting in the brush nearby, and he couldn't go back to his lane because we had 3 men waiting in the wing for him.
Exactly, and look at the rotations coming in from the side of Paws right now. They're putting a lot of pressure onto the map right now. They're making sure that their early game tempo is consistent because they need Myosotis and Feng Jie to get as much gold as possible to prosper towards the mid to late stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be looking to that mid to late stage of the game, right? I mean, right now, C7, though, he's able to get this T1 potentially here, but we are going to get a fight here. Fury goes into the rung brush, and he gets hit with the Sage's Smite, and at the same time, we catch CR7, but can we contain the kill? Speaking of contagion, it's going to be Alpha 7 Danny getting taken down by Myosotis.
Beautiful engage coming in from Feng Jie. The follow-up coming in from Xiaoyang to lock the remaining members of A7 here, and right now, A7 wants to look for more, but the mid tower.
Oh, Myosotis into the back line. Bilao dives in a little bit too deep. He gets taken down. That's what a 2-0 trade there for Paws and the T1 in the mid lane.
2-0 plus another kill. Make that 3 kills. Make that mid tower. The game is wide open for Paws Gaming right now as they, the WKS representatives, make the tempo up and heat it up.
Yeah, a little bit of karma, right? I mean, we saw in the last game that Alpha 7 was 4-0 up at one point, but now Paws SG are in that same position.
Exactly, and this is what we talked about, right? You cannot count Paws as G's out because their macro, their basics, their foundation is so good here. And right now, look at them. They're playing this Fuzi Da Qiao competition in such a good manner.
Oh, again, the lockdown onto Bilao is going to be the right key here, but we are going to get the board. So they wrap the circle, the square around the circle there, which is going to be the defining combo here of Paws Gaming. But coming back, Fury with a lot of damage, but does get wiped out. Niap is trying to come through onto the back line, gets taken out. Myosotis with the triple.
Xiaoyang and Feng Jie with the Force Coliseum here. You are not locked with me. I am gonna make sure that we are locked together and we brawl to the death.
Yeah, there was a massive brawl to the death. The Sage's Might into the World is my board.
Beautiful.
It's a fantastic display here. Look, circle in, square in the circle. It's normally circle in the square, but square in the circle here is going to be the MO for Paws Gaming, and it worked very well. Even though Niap did obviously do a lot of damage onto Snow into the backline there, but had to force the flash and still lost his life. So that's 2 minutes on his spell.
2 minutes on his spell, and this is the current best timing for the side of Paws Gaming to further push out their lead. This is when Feng Jie and Myosotis is actually online onto the gold chart. Here, look at Myosotis. He's leading the pack with a 2,000 healthy gold lead over Danny here. And Feng Jie, even though he's playing a melee fighter, he's having a very good display so far.
A very good display so far, absolutely. I mean, definitely something they pulled out in the Ultimate Battle. There's a reason why. They're comfortable with this Dachao and Futsu combo. They are very aggressive with it. It's hard for teams to react with it as well.
Now, the only thing we have to worry about coming in from the side of Paws Gaming's lineup, who will be the one to really siege these towers? Because you have a very long-range wave clear here coming from the Lady Sun. So if you overdive it, it might be leading you to your demise here. So for Paul SG right now, you have to figure out how to end the game.
They got to figure out how to end the game. And I mean, it's only a matter of time, right? I feel like, because I mean, they are 32k to 27k overall, just rounded up there. So roughly around about that 5k goal lead already going over to the side of Paws G, and then not even into the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, not even right at the 10-minute mark, and right now 30 seconds on the clock. Three ways pushing towards the towers here. Feng Jie, not a care in the world, takes down the mid tower as they look to rotate for the shadow variants.
Yeah, high ground turret taken down is going to be the potential first pickup here for the side of Paws Gaming. But they could obviously go for the Shadow Overlord, they could go for the Tyrant. They've already done a lot of priority into the lanes. But speaking of priority, Feng Jie may be getting prioritized here by Alpha 7, but no! He's like, you're trapped in here with me, buddy! Oh! That's a 4-0 trade for Paws Gaming, making an ace and a win for the Paws Gaming boys.
Insane board coming in here from Xiao Yang, locking in once again 4 members of the side of A7. Immediately makes them forced to fight Feng Jie with the immediate engage, and Xiao Yang coming with the immediate follow onto the board. Wow, what a display here, ending the game just short of 10 minutes.
Short of 10 minutes, just over the 10 minutes mark, right? I mean, we saw that they were on the gorge, but at the same time, this was like, hey, we've got the mid, we need to strike now, and that's exactly what happened. But it's just showing the ferocity of this pick down to the farm lane. Like, we've only seen it once within the KWC. WKS, it was pulled out the most by Paws Gaming, and they finessed it.
They really finessed it. Everything about this lineup, they played it to a perfection. It was always up to their tempo. They always knew when was the fight. And look at this, the first board, making it a full-on fight here. Everyone was locked in with Paul SG. If you don't fight, you die. If you fight, you die as well. So beautiful stuff in here coming in from Paul SG to really solidify their lead towards the mid-stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was so impressive, right? The fact that they're able to just lock them in and have this team fight within their own means, and it's just pow, pow, pow. A lot of damage coming from not only Myosotis, but Xiao Yang here on that Yixing was incredible.
In that last fight, they wanted to make a statement, right? They could have just let CR7 leave, but they were like, nah, I think we want to go for the ace. We want to just get the whole house cleaned.
It's about sending a message and making sure that they come in clutch in Game 2. Game 1 and Game 2, both teams performed exceptionally well. It was not close at all. Now we're heading over to Game 3. Man, the tension, the heat is rising.
The heat is rising. I mean, it feels hotter in here already. I mean, phew, it's getting hot, man.
Before we move into Game 3, why don't we analyze what was the win condition here for Paws Gaming, right? As you just mentioned over here in the replays, I do believe that the way that they came with the control chains, it was amazing. It was just the way that they just set the board, and after they set the board, there's no way out.
The team fighting coming in from the side of Paws Gaming, it was always initiated by Feng Jie onto the Fuzi. Once he gets that lockdown onto the stage, you will see the immediate call in coming in from the Dachao's ultimate. All members come in, and if the side of A7 wants to help the one that's being bited down, they're locked in the board immediately. So that event kept on repeating every fight, if you notice.
I mean, you can see here, I mean, is this 100% team fight rate at the choice of Alpha 7? Or is it at the behest of those two ultimates, right? It's like, hey guys, you're not going to have a choice. You're going to have to fight us regardless 100% of the time. That's crazy.
they're locked in and they're like, if you don't fight me,
Yeah.
your teammate's gonna die.
Yeah.
And if you fight me, you're gonna die as well. So you're forced to fight me.
Yes, fight, fight, fight is definitely the MO here for both of these teams, but definitely played it very well. I mean, the Dachau, Futsu, that combo coming through, we sometimes like, we wince at it, but fact that we know that it comes from the WKS first seed, we know that it was like, okay, they're cooking with this one, they want to send a message, and that's exactly what they did.
I want to ask a question right over there. We have been seeing from Fungie one time after the other that he comes in with those picks that they're not actually that meta, or those picks that are not actually that common to see. Is that going to give him a little bit of an advantage as we move into Game 3?
I do think so. It will give it a competitive edge because these are the sort of the team compositions that Paws Gaming are so comfortable playing back in the WKS. They have mastery over this. It's not just some picks that they're like, oh, today I feel like playing this, tomorrow I feel like playing that. No, it's something that they actually master to really counter the meta that they're playing against.
Of course, and they have mastered it in a way that allowed Fonjie to take that Futsu and to be able to make it to the MVP. He's going to collect one more most valuable player, Fonjie, in that Futsu, with not an important KDA of 1-1 and 10.
That was just 10 bonks to every teammate. Every time he was just into the team, I got bonk, 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 bonk. Hey, I'm going to get the assist. But the thing is, it's the impact of the team fights and the impact that he had there. And it was definitely evident because that was a almost, around about 10-minute mark match.
Exactly, 10-minute mark match, and he was always the one to be on the front end to engage all these team fights. He was the crucial player in making sure that if the fight were to happen, if enemies were to trap in the board, he was the one to get any form of cash to start off the fights.
I think that in the game number 1, it was Alpha 7, the ones that they had a little bit more of an understanding of the feeling of the day. They came in a little bit more energetic. They were a little bit more aggressive. It was amazing from them. But on the second game, it was Paws Gaming that came up with a little bit more of a strategic approach to it.
I do agree so as well because these sort of team compositions are explaining one thing. The players are playing their comfort, and comfort brings in value here. And maybe for the side of Alpha 7, they have never seen this sort of playstyle before, or they rarely play or scrim against this, so they're not used to the tempo or how to tackle this kind of situation. So it may be a surprise factor that you guys mentioned about. Are they hiding strategies, and are they really showing strategies? Because this is an important match about deciding are you pool 1 or pool 2.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we talk about the fact that obviously Fungie picks up these picks like the Futsu and the Chao combo, but really, I mean, it was the result of that huge ban on Alpha 7's side. That was 4 marksmen being banned out in that game number 2. They forced his hand, and he was like, all right, bet, I'm going to make you, I'm going to basically go, you know what, I'm going to go for the unconventional pick here, and we are going to display it very well.
Why don't we just start analyzing a little bit and decomposing this for people at home that might not be that experience in this game. When you have a Tatsiao and Futsu strat, what are we looking for?
We're looking at the first level 4 combo here coming in from Futsu and Daqiao. So Futsu, the ultimate, binds someone. He can only move towards that circle, right? And once he's binded, Daqiao calls in all the teammates with the Eye of the Whirlpool. What does it do? You spawn an AoE circle, and if your teammates press the button on your screen, they're all going to be spawned. So, step 1. Futsu binds the enemy. Step 2, Daqiao ultimate spawns everybody in, and you become a 5v1 or a 5v2 immediately.
All right, so one of the ways that you could play it, it's just going to be, as you just mentioned, land in the ultimate from Futsu and then just bring everyone into fight. Is there a different way that we could use that Daqiao and Futsu strat?
I mean, more so for the sort of like split lane push, right? Like this is kind of like the split lane mechanic that you kind of build the Spark Forge dagger very early, so they actually have a little bit of range when you're playing the Futsu, because naturally he doesn't have it. And then you can obviously use that show is obviously a great with the movement speed and attack speed that allows you to just get that aggressive increase that you need to take down these turrets quickly.
So Daqiao Futsu could be used in the way that if I want to just initiate fights very quickly, try to gank and try to bring it into 5v1s, 5v2s, that would be one way. The other way would be just to split push.
Yeah.
Exactly. Better said and very well said. So that is definitely what Paws did just now. And especially, you have the recall circle coming in from the Daqiao spell too. So you put it near the turret there. So Futsu can just wrap the tower with initiation that gives him the damage reduction, and he will always survive for the full recall circle, making sure that he gets free tower damage without losing his life.
All right, we're going to move into game 3. This is going to decide which of these two teams is going to move into pool 1 and which of these two teams is going to move into pool number 2. This is going to be important for both of them based on what their hopes are when they move into the next round, the quarterfinals.
Exactly that. The BP of game number 3 is going to come through very soon. I mean, we're probably not going to see another sort of marksman-heavy ban here for the side of Alpha 7. If they are, then it's kind of just like pushing further Paws just to be like, you know what, let's play something a little bit unconventional, and then that just kind of hides the rest of the strats that are a bit more conventional when they go into the playoffs. So it's kind of like they're guising their own hand here, but at the same time, they are going to lock in the early here. They don't want that to come through again.
Ooh, and a very interesting pick here. The Hino has been locked away as well from the hands of Xiaoyang. We know Xiaoyang, he loves the Hino.
He does love the Hino. I mean, it's more so obviously to counter obviously the burst of the Mai Shiranui, but Mai Shiranui has already come through here for Alpha 7, right?
Exactly, and right now, Paws Gaming, they have direct access towards their Mai Shiranui that can be picked into later stages of the draft here. So, right now, Alpha 7, they have the direction of going towards the Lone. They have the direction of going towards the Dharma here. What is the decision here? Because if you give away the Mai Shiranui and Dharma combo, that's very scary on the hands of Paws Gaming.
Very scary. A lot of pickup potential, but it is going to be the Loon being picked in here. So maybe, just maybe, Paws Gaming are going to go for the Dharma and the Mai Shiranui here, which could be very scary, right? I mean, right now, the good thing about the Lung is obviously Lung generally gets priored onto the blue side because, again, it's just a great sort of first pick. It means that obviously CR7, we've seen fantastic performances on this. They don't actually lock in the Mai Shiranui, but they do get the Dharma, but decide to lock in the Marksman early, which I think is a very clever thing here for Paws.
Exactly, and it's very clever because of global ban pick here. Alpha 7 has expanded that Mai Shiranui.
Yep.
So for Paws Gaming, they have no rush in actually selecting the Mai Shiranui. They can leave it towards the third pick here if they really wanted to, but for the side of Alpha 7 here, they go for the Aguro and Mozi. They want to speed up the early game tempo with these two picks.
Yeah, they're trying to just pay back Paws Gaming for that game number 2, right? They want to have that aggressive early game, but also have that late game ticket that is Lung onto the board here right now. We have late game potential here for obviously the Lady Sun, but pairing it up with the Ming here, so we are going to get Protect Madam President team come through.
That's a lot of damage coming in from Lady Sun and Ming, and these two, they have an insane tempo game here. And going to the second stage of the draft, Paws Gaming, they're doing a very wise decision. They're banning out all the potential engages, especially Guan Yu, that can really hunt for this backline menace. So right now, if you're Alpha 7, you gotta think, out of the mid and Clash Lane pool, what's left to really go for these backlines?
I mean, it's probably not going to be the shirt, right? I mean, sure, I've not seen Alpha 7 play it. I've not seen Fury play it. And we normally see come through when we have sort of like a very intensive engage within the jungle. But they don't know what Paws is going to go for here, right? So they're definitely looking at just making sure that the jungle and the Clash Lane pool are looking to look a little bit more worse for wear here for the side of Paws Gaming. But they still have, they could go for a high frame, they could go for a high damage jungle if they really wanted to. But it looks like they're thinking, you know what? Their team comp looks a little bit more kind of weaker, a little bit more squishier. Maybe they'll go for a tank this time, banning out the monkey here.
Exactly here, because they do indeed require a front line to be able to be the front man tanking for the Lady Sun and Ming to be walking forward for all these damage, to do all these sieges here. So for the side of Paws Gaming here, they do indeed lock in the Dune, a very solid tank and a very solid front line to be allowing this Lady Sun and Ming to prosper towards the mid stages of the game.
Exactly. I mean, you just want to kind of support these two, right? You just want to support the Ming and the Lady Sun, and obviously Dune and the Dharma are going to be the ones that's going to be able to help that, especially with the catch-up potential and the playmaking potential here for Snow onto the Dharma. We haven't seen too many good playmakings today with the Dharma, so hopefully Snow can kind of give us that pulse we need.
Exactly. So Paws Gaming here, they are playing towards their comfort. We know for a fact that Qingling and Feng Jie, they have picked this Lady Sun and Ming before when they were against Blacklist, and they really came out clutch and strong. Ooh. On the side of Alpha 7 here, we talked about it. You want access to the backline. What better way of doing it is by the Mayin and by the Gan and Mo. One cannon blast for Mozi and some couple blades freshly forced straight towards your faces, and you are gone.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Motsu, though, is the fact that we need it to work in the early game, because if this starts to become an abundance into the early game, it then makes this combo now it doesn't no longer makes any sense, right? It's like it's not as great as it was because you're playing on the behind foot. You're kind of always using the Cannon Blast defensively rather than actually going in, phase checking, and being able to kind of land it and make way for either Mayin or Agudo to go in on top of the enemies. But that is a draft locked in. Obviously, last pick for the side of Paws Gaming was going to be the Nua to give over a little bit more damage and obviously a little bit of global presence thanks to that emergent skill.
Exactly, and one thing I love about the Nua versus the Long matchup, when Long soars towards the sky with the infinite vastness, when he lands, he has a frame where he is locked unless you use the flash. So, if you're low on health and an Annihilation coming from Nua snipes you, you're practically dead if you don't burn your flash.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a contention of those common skills that come through, and if he can just get those flashes off the board, which then gives great intel over to the rest of side of Paws Gaming, means that they invade for either of those side lanes or wherever that flash is burnt, is going to make it a little bit easier for you.
And that is the beauty of intel. If you have intel, you get the wintel. So definitely timing these common spells, as you mentioned, will be a critical thing for these two teams to do, because they are slowly approaching the final game of the series here, Blam.
The final game of the series, only one of these kings can go into Pool 1, which is where they will go and join the likes of AGAL and TTG, right? So that means that they won't get drafted into that first part with those teams. They may, however, see them later on into the playoffs. So really, everything's on the line here for these two teams.
Exactly, the stakes are high. Yes, you are secured for top 8, but if you are looking to push further towards the later stages of the KWC 2025 playoffs, you kind of want to fix yourself into a better position due to this pool drafting here. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the complete draft once again for the final game of the series here, Blam.
I mean, there's a lot of burst damage onto the side of Alpha 7, right? So really, if they can get the Motsu to work in the early game, and then obviously get a Mo for Fury, CR7 on the Lung, there is so much damage potential, so much catch onto the side of Alpha 7. Whereas obviously to the side of Paws Gaming, we're going to look to see, obviously, the more tanky, wait for the engage of Myosotis, wait for those team fights when Myosotis is ready. But we are seeing a bit of a lane swap here, right?
Exactly, a lane swap here coming from the side of the Fengjie Xingling from Paul SG. They want to make sure that this Mayin does not have a good time in lane. So, the game plan here, we know for a fact, right now, top side, you have the River Sprite. You can secure it once it spawns as the first minute. So it's an equal trade coming in from both teams here. But for the side of Paws, you kind of sacrifice Snow towards the roll towards his bottom lane, because he's getting a lot of pressure from this Motsu and got him mowed.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot that Dama can do in level 2 when it's against like 2v1, right? He doesn't have the Truth Mantra. He's not going to be able to kind of like dash around too much because he's going to take a lot of damage already. So it's a little bit of an unfair matchup here for the side of Snow. He's kind of having to play the kind of scapegoat within this one until we get the resources funneled through to Fengjie.
Exactly, and KWC Power will be your CD key for 1000 Honor Pass EXP instantly. Check it out in the community tab, hit the CD key button and enter this KWC Power.
Exactly. I mean, power, that's going to get you a little bit closer to that Alessio skin. That's obviously the Heaven Pulse skin that is the KWC exclusive skin. It gets you just there one step faster just by popping in that code. But speaking of getting out fast, it's going to be the Mayin.
Exactly here. Look at this 1v1 coming in from the side of the top side here. Niab doing a pretty good job making sure that he survives that lane, and the 2v2 commences towards the mid lane. Both teams here want to get this priority here, but Myosotis here diving on.
Oh, yeah, the Unruly Blade with the Wind Slash connecting onto A7. Danny is going to be able to keep him alive. No, oh, Myosotis in a strange turn of events there, thanks to Fury, gets taken down. The emergence was a little bit too late.
I love what A7 did. They really positioned themselves away from Myosotis, not allowing him to heal up from his passive. And it's very well played that Dani also micro sidestep away from the Nua ultimate, making sure that he came out on top in that 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that finer detail, both of these teams are very good at it, right? They're making sure that they don't hit or try and proc any kind of activation like the Wind Slash or any kind of heal in there from Dude. So already we're seeing the displays of the knowledge of these players.
Exactly, but look at Nyapto Fury Fury is coming. Niap is coming down. He looks for an engage onto the ladies.
And it's going to be aided there by Danny. That's going to be the first second kill for the side of Alpha 7. Nicely done here. Definitely putting on that early game pressure that they need to, right?
Sneaky, yeah, but look at the bottom side. They've come back with another kill back onto CR7. Both of the farm lanes, the key players are under fire here. Man, these clash lanes are coming in clutch.
They are coming in clutch, but I mean, now that Snow is above that level 4 cap, he's going to have that truth mantra. So if you do decide to go in, or at least if you get brought into the Dharma, it's going to be close to comfort for you.
Oh yeah, and look at these two teams, right? One thing that we never talk about back into draft, both of these clash lanes, they have to come out huge if they want to be the backline access, if they want to really be the key factor in taking out the backlines here. Okay, for Niam, who do you want to take out? Xiaoyang and Feng Jie onto the carries here. For the side of Snow, you want to make sure that Fury and CR7 gets taken down. So they have a similar job that they have to do for their team, for them to really get the win.
Exactly. They got the same role, but they just got to execute it a little bit more differently. Depending on how far ahead they are within these team fights is going to be where these teams start to shine, right? But right now, about 2 seconds on the board, we can get that Tyrant up, and that means extra damage coming here through for the side of Alpha 7 or Paws Gaming. But Alpha 7 looks like they've already taken it very quickly, very decisively.
Very quickly, very decisively, and the Tyrant of Game Tree has fallen to the hands of Alpha 7 here as they ride on with a 700 goal lead to really carry on with this game here. Lanes has been swapped back to the farm lane here for both these marksmen here, as we see a 3v2 being commenced for the side of both these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, we can see here that Feng Jie's got the XP level, but here it is, the shutdown, or at least the control onto CR7, but he uses the infinite fastness to get out of there. This is the great thing about Lung, right? He has that get out of the jail card.
So many spells being thrown at one another. One small misstep, you might be met with a Forge Blade. One small misstep, you might be eating some of these rolling waves coming in from Feng Jie. It's down to all these high-risk, high-reward playstyles. Whoever gets caught first, they're going to be evaporating the team fight.
Evaporated. I mean, I don't really want to eat any blades. I don't want to eat any rolling raids. I just want to eat some good food, right? I mean, that's where these teams are really looking in terms of resources, is not food, but gold.
Gold is the #1 thing that you can get, and what else? How else you can get it is all through these small plays and objectives here. But that's a big play coming in from the side of Alpha 7 here. They get a lot of help coming in for Xiaoyang and Snow here, but mid lane here, Fury's flash gets forced out.
Oh yes, I mean the flash gets forced out here, so Fury is going to be a little bit more susceptible to ganks now into the mid lane. Got to be careful. CR7 also has to use that, but Vlau, he used the think inside the box a little bit too prematurely there. So, and the flash, so a lot expended here by the side of Alpha 7.
A bit of a mechanical misplay here, but it's still a 2v2 handshake. Both sides comes out alive, but as we mentioned, common spells are exceptionally important. Through that 1 minute exchange here, the mid, the farm, the roam coming in from Alpha 7, all of them burn their common spell, which is the flash.
Oh, that flash. I mean, there's a lot of flash there and a lot of resources within that flash, but at the same time, there we go, another flash being used there. Trying to counter is going to be Danny into the backline there, trying to get the tail onto Feng Jie. He gets the kill onto CR7.
That's the potential of the damage coming in from the Ladies on M main. Normally, you wouldn't expect that damage, but that's a big burst coming in, immediately annihilating CR7.
Yeah, huge burst here from both of the marksmen, obviously. They are both late games, but right now, it's looking like Feng Jie is having a little bit more of a fun time here. They are trading blow for blow, but at the same time, Alpha 7 overall are ahead with the gold.
This is a very competitive game between these two teams. They have the exact same SOP. They want both of these marksmen to have a very good to late stages of the game here. And both these clashes here, they are throwing punches to punches. They are looking for these backline engages here. So right now, we have to see here, Blam, who comes out on top and who's the hero that's going to be saving either of these teams.
I think it's a calm before the storm, right? I mean, there's not been any big team fights. It's just been very much focused into these side lanes. So you can already see that Alpha 7's MO is just trying to open up these side lanes, but at the same time, they've got to be careful. Jingling looked pretty low with all that interaction. He wasn't getting taken down, but still looking for a second advance here. Could be the side of Alpha 7, but thanks to the Annihilation, a little bit of a safety net, but it's still not going to stop Alpha 7 here.
It's still not going to stop, but mid lane goes for a 1v1. The clash lane wave is crashing towards the tower here, so Sneap, you have to go there and get it fixed, my buddy.
You have to go and get it fixed. I mean, right now, they're trading T1s for T1s at the moment. They're just putting pressure here into the side lanes. I think that is absolutely okay for now.
Yeah, it's okay for now. It's a calm before the storm, as you mentioned here. 8 minutes into the game. Ooh, that's big damage here. 2 catches onto 2.
Catches onto 2. I think they're going to be able to get out of there, though. The Cannon Blast disconnect onto Feng.G, but nobody actually followed up from the side of Alpha 7.
Man, these couple blades are starting to hit from the side of Fury here. If you're Feng.G and Qingling, you have a lot of things you got to dodge. The flaming palms, the couple blades, Agudo throwing the furball, and Million in the backline. So realistically speaking, if Feng.G can stay alive after all that, they're going to be having a good time. But before that, that's a bad time.
It's a bad time, but at the same time, I mean, you missed out this. I mean, Hauler won't be happy. Support lives matter, right? I mean, the Cannon Blast is something he's got to dodge also. So out of 5 of Alpha 7, there's 5 things you have to dodge. And I mean, I can imagine these boys don't have much experience with dodgeball.
Not having a lot of experience with dodgeballs. It's still finger sports, right, for Honor of Kings.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we've got to dodge things here. We've got to sidestep. We've got to make sure we just miss out and bob and weave a lot of the times. I mean, most times we just hopefully don't use that flash.
Exactly, and both of these teams, they are putting a lot of pressure onto this mid-tier 1 that's about to be happening a team fight right now. Just look at the amount of focus here as look at
No, Niap does flash into the backline, gets a takedown onto Xiang. Is this going to be more for the side of Alpha 7? No, Paws game in. Xunling gets the kill onto CR7. Danny gets taken down by Feng.G, and they're looking for a little bit more. Falau is going to be the cherry on top of that cake.
Feng.G and Qingling came in late, but late is good because all the spells were expanded onto Xiaoyang and Snow. No, they were untouchable. There was no backline access. There was nothing in front of them, and they came in huge with the flank.
Huge with the flank and huge with the damage. Oh my goodness. Fury was there for a second and he was off the gorge the next. Paws Gaming were waiting for this opportunity.
I blinked and Fury was missing it. That was so much damage coming in from this Lady Sun main combo.
Huge amount of damage. I mean, this is a showing for those at home that haven't quite yet played this with their designated duo. This is something you want to be trying out. The damage you are given over, thanks to Ming, is crazy.
Exactly. The Lady Sun has innate burst damage, but usually you will be like damaging like 60 to 70%. Ming here comes in clutch, gives you the damage buff, makes you 100 to 0 the enemy in one combo.
Yeah, one combo and then one shot. I mean, this is what the side of Alpha 7 was all falling victor to just a few moments ago. But right here, we saw that Alpha 7 looked for a very good engage, but Niap had to dive very far just to get one kill onto the side of Alpha 7. But it was that big engage, the soaking from Myosotus that kept themselves alive, and Feng.G was just able to just have the time of his life.
Exactly. As of this point, after Niap and the friends all went towards the backline, there were no spells at all to stop Feng.G and friends to actually push towards this tower. He was untouched, there was no harm, there was no threat at all for this Lady Sun.
I mean, coining the phrase, Feng.G and friends, sounds like a little bit of a child's program, but it's definitely no child's play here. There is a lot of battle going in onto the gorge. Obviously, Snow into the backline, onto Danny, putting pressure. The reset of the Tyrant is very huge here.
The reset of the Tyrant, both teams commencing strong over this Tyrant right now. Couple blades are not landing onto the key targets here, but it's Gun and Mo. You do not want to play a 50-50 smite, whereas this Gun and Mo's couple blades is higher damage than the smite.
Yeah, I mean, Ganamo, one of the notorious heroes within Honor of Kings that's great at stealing these neutral objectives, and he doesn't even have a smite, right?
Exactly, he doesn't even have a smite, he just has these blades, and these blades be packing big damage here. So right now, both these teams, they are looking to recenter themselves towards this Tyrants once again, but yet again, A7, your mid-wave is looking in a horrible state. You need someone to attend to this first.
Yeah, I mean, look at Niap here, being very patient up to the Azure Golem as well. I mean, we can kind of see that Myosotus goes in, hasn't quite detected him just yet, so that's a little bit more worse for wear. He's not reacting to the fact that Niap is in that brush. He's just hoping to be like, guys, he's got the Azure Golem, he's coming back in.
Okay, a fight might be commencing here. Feng.G looks for the burst on Danny. Danny, so low on the HP, but gets out like thanks to the blood rage here.
The annihilation does come through, but the push away from God Her Grave from Ganet Mo is going to be enough. The Flaming Palms connects onto Snow. That's clash for clash right now. 4v4 between both of these teams. A bit of a re-engage. Feng.G does go down. That is the damage gone from the side of Paws, and Myosotus has been left alone.
CR7 getting such a big cap onto Feng.G. That was so crucial. CR7 with the insane flank.
Insane flank, insane damage. Great positioning as well, right? Like, he was positioned very well within that entire team fight. Now, I mean, Xiaoyang has come down to the bot side of the map. I think it's just a little bit of a mistake here. I mean, he's just like, you know what, guys? Take the ace.
Take the ace, and the ace has been served from the side of Alpha 7 to Paws Gaming here. CR7 finding such a beautiful cap onto the overconfident Feng Jie here. Feng Jie thought there was no threat left after Niap has fallen, but CR7 surprised him with a flaming palm to the face.
I mean, that's definitely something that's very surprising, right? Having 2 flaming palms to the face is definitely something I don't want on a Monday morning or any day of that matter, but that is a double knockoff onto the Paws, guys, into the backside of that Overlord, and he's not going to get stolen there. Feng Jie is still able to claim this neutral objective.
Niap there playing around with his potential plays here, walks out alive thanks to the pure sky here. So right now, look at the damage dealt. 90,000 damage onto this gun and more. We talked about this. He will be the key difference maker in limiting Feng Jie onto this Lady Sun.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we're looking at either Myosotis or Snow that's going to be able to get the access onto the Gunner move, but that guard her grave just kind of gives him a bit of a second kind of advance, right? Just push them away, you go away, and then you're able to try and escape. And especially if you've got your command skill off cooldown, which is going to come back off cooldown for Fury in a few moments.
Now, Blam, we're at a 50-50 dead even game right here. I think it's time for us to talk about this. The Clash laners, who will get the amazing backline engage to seal the deal for the team.
I mean, so far, Niap's been very successful with it, right? He's always catched onto 2, at least 2, right? Same with, obviously, we do obviously see a lot more damage coming through here as well. I believe it is with the Siege Breaker onto the side of Niap.
He's going to be throwing punches, and if you get launched by the jabs, you're not going to be running away if you're a squishy like the Feng Jie or like Xiaoyang.
Yeah, really counting on that, right? I mean, they're looking to try and push this high ground turret, but Feng Jie looks pretty low. Fury once more with the blades. Gets the catch on there, but at the same time, Merso just has to use the unruly blade. Xingling's been left for dead.
Xingling's left for dead, and 2-man Cannon Blast once again lands onto mid lane here. A flash, couple blades, lands onto Myosotis, but he's tanky, and he gets out alive. That Cannon Blast from Bilal, like you mentioned, don't count the Romans out. He lands on the Feng Jie, and he came up huge.
He came up huge. He gave them a great piece of engage, especially re-engage here from Bilal. But at the same time, yes, they got the kills, but are they going to convert into something more? Alpha 7 really needs to put some more of a stamp of themselves onto the Gorge.
Exactly here. At the very least, they fend off the Shadow Vanguard push coming in from the side of Paws Gaming here. As we mentioned, this game is a stalemate here. We need more hero plays like this coming in from Bilal. 15 minutes on the clock. More and more of these carries are full slotted right now.
Full slotted right now, and Fury is just be able to put the pressure onto the likes of Myosotis before even the team fight happens, right? The couple blades are definitely hurting, but Snow, he finally gets it! The MO of Dharma, the truth hurts!
The truth hurts, you get punched towards the wall, yeah, buddy, that's not where you want to be. So definitely 30 seconds on the clock. For the side of Paws Gaming, you can set up the ways, you can formulate a push, or right now, are you looking for the game-winning push?
Well, I mean, there's a potential push here, right? But I mean, they still have ACR7, and they also have Fury on the board, right? So in terms of damage, they're tight.
They're tight indeed, and right now, look at Feng Jie. He has to play careful. All these cannon blasters are not to be toyed with. As you mentioned, Fury clears out the whip, the couple blades. Yeah, 7 seconds on the clock. He will be ready and available in a short moment for this Shadow Tyrant. That's going to be the fighting zone of both these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, nice push there, though, for Alpha 7 down to the bot side of the map. They did force Paws Snow to recall to obviously make sure they can try and neutralize this wave, because if they don't do that, the pressure to try and take this Tyrant is going to be pretty hard for the side of Paws Gaming. But Danny already looking a little bit worse for wear there, takes a lot of damage, but May could go back in for the re-engage here.
Ooh, Annihilation takes down the health of Fury and Donnie here. They cannot be contesting this. Big shot coming in from Xiaoyang onto this Nua.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. The Annihilation, the Emergence, just to kind of be like, guys, just go away. Don't try and contest this, because we will take you down. But at the same time, you've got Niap having the time of his life. He's just skipping around. He's just trying to be able to maybe, like, guys, right, okay, the Crimson buff is up. They're not going to go for this. They're all going to be looking to push these high ground turrets.
He's looking for the flank of the tournament there. He's slowly but surely creeping behind the backline of Paws Gaming here. They do not have vision. Will someone get caught? Feng Jie, you're going to the wrong bush.
Oh, Snow, he just going for it. He's like, hey guys, I got the fight. I found the golden bunny. and Niap has had to run all the way back to base, taking too much damage. I mean, if the wrong person, like you said there, Sagi, got into that brush, it would have been game over.
This comes to the point where you have to be composed, you have to remember your roots, you have to play towards these important fundamentals, and I prize Feng Jie for that. He escaped the brink of death thanks to his fundamentals.
Thanks to his fundamentals and paying attention onto the Gore Drakes. I mean, that could have definitely cost the boys the game there. Taking down Feng Jie is not what they want to do, but Niap is still looking and stalking it within these brushes. Myosotis is just doing his job by taking these cannon blasts to the face.
Exactly, and look at the stalemate towards the mid lane here. Spells after spells, couple blades versus the annihilation here. CR7 being poked down to a very low health here. Engage goes in by Myosotis.
Yeah, Rolly Blade goes in just to try and keep Danny away. I mean, Danny is now taking a lot more damage onto this Agudo, right? He's trying his best to be that pseudo tank that they need, and it's just not cutting out for him.
It's just not cutting out indeed, and look at the damage now coming in from Fury and Paws Feng Jie here. It's a battle of firepower between these two teams here. Whoever gets the artillery damage onto the backline, whoever gets the snipe will win the game for their team. And the bonus here, Snow and Niap, whoever gets the big engage.
Whoever gets the big engage, but at the same time, we're obviously holding on to the Shadow Vanguard onto the side of Paws Gaming. We do see the emergence come through, putting pressure onto CR7, forcing the infinite vastness, but Furball goes in onto Myosotis. Niap into the backline there, but doesn't have the impact he needs.
Ooh, the annihilation almost catches CR7. He was only 10% health. That could have been huge, and that could have led to Tempest Dragon that's going to be spawned in 50 seconds. But look at Niap, look at Snow. They both know what they want to do.
Yeah, this is not their first time in this rodeo, right? They're like, guys, we're going to be in the brushes. We are Clash laners with no T1s. And even worse for Niap, he's a Clash laner with only his high ground turret left.
Exactly, and look at both these two mid laners. They are almost decked out in terms of their build here.
Yeah.
One small snipe coming in, and the squishy marksmen are just going to evaporate almost in an instant. Okay, let's think. 20 seconds on the clock. Our final Tempest Dragon of the series. Not final, maybe the first ever one that could lead to a game-winning push, maybe spawn the map real soon.
The first one of the group's King Stage, at least, right? So definitely a little bit of a history here for these two teams, because it is the first Tempest Dragon that's going to be spawning in roughly 6 seconds. They don't have the Shadow Vanguard. Obviously, it was put to the top side of the map just to try and put a bit of pressure in all 3 lanes. Now the Tempest Dragon's online. Will we see a big engage?
Get the battle music on. Tempest Dragon's already at 30% health.
Ooh.
It's going down very fast.
Very, very fast. Is he going to get stolen by anybody? No, Myosotis just gets in, and into the backline is Snow to try and set up a potential big engage here. Forcing infinite vastness. Danny is pretty low. Niap trying to put a bit of damage on a bleeding wound at this point.
Feng Jie still has the Sage Sanctuary. He is responding, so CR7 goes for the dive, but fails. CR7 falls. 5 members strong coming in from Paws Gaming here. Fury, the last to remain with Niap, gets sniped down. Has the Splendor, gets caught by the final punch, sending them to the C2 pool.
Here it comes. Paws with the minions. They are going to be taking it into pool number 1, and it is Paws Gaming from the WKS.
What a back and forth game, a magnificent series coming in from both Alpha 7 and Paws Gaming. However, there can only be one victorious here, and that will be Paws Gaming, your WKS representatives.
They are the only one of the wildcard series, right? So they definitely come through, and they are going to be representing their region into that top side of the poll. Again, they are going to be the first team to be seated next to AGAL and TTG. I mean, if that's not an honor, I don't know what is.
It indeed is an honor here. They earned it, and they deserve their spot. People were saying that, oh, you got some easy games, but no. They proved it with blood, sweat, and tears and actual performance here, and they deserve their slots right towards the upper bracket with the big boys.
Yeah, exactly. They went up against one of the other group kings, Alpha 7, and came out on top. And I mean, it wasn't a 2-0 stomp. So this is the first time for Paws Gaming where the scoreboard wasn't 2-0.
And a lot of people were saying that, oh, coming to the series, Paws Gaming was going to just 2-0 A7. It's not even going to be a challenge here. Alpha 7 through the days, through the weeks here in KWC, they have shown up big and they are growing as a team coming in from Chalk BR.
They're growing. They are definitely progressing as a team. I mean, even if we just look all the way from Season 3 to now, that's a couple of months. And even that, with obviously CR7 coming in as one of their new additions, they've definitely come far with very little time.
Exactly, especially it's only about like 1 month, right?
Yeah.
And CR7 already proving himself to be such a unstoppable force coming in for the Alpha 7 Gaming here. But today, Paws Gaming came out on top, and the matchup between Fengjie and CR7 came to a conclusion where Fengjie came out on top today.
They did. I mean, they were definitely trading in between each other, right? I mean, it was like who can get who off the board first, and that's what really set up these team fights into the mid and early game. But after that, the fact is, team fights within this one were very scrappy, very much not like Paws Gaming. They had to kind of play to the same standards as Alpha 7, where the team fights were really kind of multifaceted.
Exactly, I do have to agree with you as well, because all these team fights, it was all coming down from Villau, coming in from Danny, finding these crucial catches onto the carries like Xiao Yang, like Fengjie. But ultimately, when it comes to fighting as a team, formulating the game-winning push, formulating the objective tape, Paws Gaming came out on top and they secured the win.
Well, Alpha 7 is going to have to go to Pool 2, and Paws Gaming moving into Pool 1. That puts them in a very strong position as we move forward into the top 8, isn't it?
Very strong position indeed. I mean, like I said, it's not only a strong position, but an honor to be on that same bracket as AGAL and TTG.
Yeah, right. Like the bragging rights are going to be off the roof. They move in there right now. They can be called that they are in among the top teams of HOK in the world. They're the top 4.
They're in the top 4 indeed, exactly. Pool number 1, looking like a little bit of the after party.
It is like the after party, and right now, look at the post-game stats that we have. A 20-minute, 15 seconds banger of a game, kill scores 13 to 14. Look at the key damage dealers here. Of course, it's going to be Fengjie with the ladies on the main, and also Xiaoyang here. I'm talking about these artillery mages and artillery marksmen here. So much damage, so much stuff happening on the screen.
Yeah, the annihilation was so impressive towards the latter part of the game as well. Like, you'd see heroes just have a generous amount of health, and then all of a sudden they would have pretty much next to no health, and that's really thanks to these artillery mages, like you were saying. But overall kills was only 2 onto the board. But I feel like this is definitely Paws' longest game to date.
Oh yeah, I do have to agree so as well, and it was one of their most challenging ones thus far.
Definitely challenge. I mean, Alpha 7, they definitely pulled out all the punches. I mean, they really wanted to be in that pool number 1 as well, right?
I am very happy to see the progress of Alpha 7 through the time coming in here. I sincerely thought after the game 1 that they had a better momentum than Paws Gaming, but Paws Gaming just demonstrated that with their experience, you can always turn things around.
Well, that comes down to fundamentals. It comes down to game experience, like you mentioned. Yeah. When is it to take composure? Who has to do what kind of responsibility? And in that game, I do think that Paws Gaming definitely came out on top. Yes, it was scrappy, but they were against Alpha 7, a new and improved Alpha 7 here.
Sometimes games are scrappy, and sometimes you just need one player to stand up and to just command all the other players. And that player in here was Fengjie. Fengjie is going to take the MVP of this game. In that Lady Sun, I am certain that he commanded the whole gorge.
Like I say, I have no puns here for this one, but I am very impressed, right? I mean, Fengjie definitely getting one of the most MVPs so far within this tournament, and he just stacks up another one. I mean, the performance of this guy, this player, is definitely one of the backbones here of Paws Gaming, right?
Yep, that's why we always talked about the FMVP player coming in from Paws Gaming of the WKS region. He comes up clutch and he comes up huge in today's series. He's always the MVP player. He does it all.
You know what? This has been a great game. What about if we go to a break, we come back. We're going to come back with the match number 4 of today and our last match right before playoffs. Stay online.
This land is calling.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate butt to low HP. Victory!
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate right to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged! Scope calibrated! It's a quantum party! Ignites the stars! Into the nebula! Cosmic shifts! Supernova pulse! Woo! Right in the core!
我觉得这整个过程都很惊险吧，都是那种感觉到自己要输了，然后又可以翻盘。
Ci sentiamo normale perché ogni giorno alleniamo. La partita contro di Nongxin abbiamo vinto 2-0. Siamo molto felici. Ci auguriamo loro good luck.
现在的心情特别的开心吧，因为能作为第一支代表马来西亚进入8强的队伍，我觉得还是很希望遇到2支中国的队伍吧，因为他们特别的强大，然后正好可以验证一下我们在队伍的实力吧。
Sì, ci abbiamo pensato di entrare a playoff perché prima di venire noi ci abbiamo detto che prima di contro il KPO team non dovevamo perdere contro gli altri team.
我觉得最主要是好好调整自己的心态吧，因为可能前面失误了一波，然后就会可能发挥没有那么好，所以这一点是我觉得我应该去提升的。
Sì, siamo molto agitati perché noi potrebbe contro il KPO team.
距离上一次跟OG打已经是3-4个月前的事情了。我觉得他们在第一组是有绝对的统治力的吧，他们都能展现出特别强大的那种统治力吧。然后希望这一次是可以大比分拿下他们。
Per noi, cioè Nova e BSI, perché loro giocano bene. Gli altri, secondo me, normale.
如果你们 OG 想要报仇的话，中路就先过文帝这一关吧。
Be ready, Nova Esports, we are coming for you.
Nova Esports against OG Esports. This is going to be the last piece of the puzzle. We started on day 1 just wanting to know who was going to make it to top 8. Now we know who's in top 8, who's going to make it to pool 1, who's going to make it to pool 2. That is the last detail that we need to check on. Boys, welcome back. You've been with us since day 1. OG Esports, Nova Esports. This is going to be a great game.
It's definitely be a great game. And both of these teams have actually played the minimum number of games to get here. They 2-0'd both of their squads to get here. And we're going to see some serious fireworks between these two teams.
Yes, we wanted the big games, and we have the big fishes here. So OG and Nova, I mean, they are #1s in their own rights. But there can only be one. This is why I'm so excited for this matchup. Like, I'm so happy that none of them go home. In fact, we will just get to see them perform again.
I think that the fact that none of them is going to go home and they're able to understand a little bit more about the tactics of their opponents, that takes away a little bit of the pressure. And as it takes away of the pressure, it allows the players to perform a little bit better. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, definitely agree. I mean, it's all about that pressure, but one team is great under pressure. And of course, it's going to be the Season 3 champions, Nova Esports, Wendy, Waypit, Xuan, CY, and Muchi. This is an all-star team. They've been making some serious headways in 2025. There has been no team that has equaled what they've achieved.
That's right. They have been making waves, and one more wave before the second half of KWC 2025. They are pitted up against one of the strongest teams that has appeared in this year's performance, OG Esports.
OG Esports on the other side. It is no an easy feast, right? Like, it's going to be really hard for Nova Esports if they want to beat these 5 boys.
Yeah, it's OG Esports, Muchen, Wen, Keka, and Dao Dao. This is a squad that's been around quite some time. Actually, they were up 3-1 in the semifinals against the Season 3 champions of Nova Esports. Unfortunately, they lost 3 straight, and they want revenge.
So what better platform to do it than in front of absolutely everybody? Because KWC 2025, this is a global tournament, and this has to be the best stage to serve that dish, which is called revenge.
When you analyze every single lane, the matchups in there, they're so close to each other that the difference in between the players is just minimal.
Yes, and of course we want to explore the different players, and I think we have like super interesting matchups today, just lane by lane, right? It's a lot of information to process.
There's a lot. I mean, look, we can break it down, but I think at the end of the day, we need to look at these teams holistically, right? Both of these teams are just, the way that they play is very fast. They close the door very quickly, and understanding that, hey, they don't like close games, they just want to shut you out.
Xuan and Keke over there on the Clash lane is going to be one of the matchups that we want to see today.
A very steady performance. You can see Xuan, he's not looking for the kills. 6 kills in comparison to the 16 that Keke has had. And I think this might be a difference in the style of gameplay. But also recently, I think Keke has kind of upgraded his performance as well. Similar to what Xuan is doing for the side of Nova, which is to set up for the team.
I like that. You upgrade with the new patch, right?
Yes.
Look, I think Keke has just shown up, not to undermine what Xuan is doing, but I think that we've been very impressed because he's been making some highlight reels, he's had that impact, he's always been on front, and making things very uncomfortable for any of the teams.
And this is one of the most uncomfortable heroes to play against, and that's going to be the Dharma. Picked up for Xuan on the side of Nova Esports. They want to start this game strong.
Very strong indeed. And the Dharma always has tremendous impact, especially when you're going to set it up with a Xuan, really setting up for the lane as well as those team fights that are eventually going to happen. That flash truth just hurts.
Okay, that's going to hurt, but OG Esports, they respond with the Lung and the Diadia, another combination, a lot of heals, and wow, what a start. Everyone taking the big swings. Luna makes it out into the picking pool as well.
I mean, the biggest thing about is the speed that the teams are playing, or they're picking. I mean, they're getting right into this one because they just want to get into the game more than anything else. They've done so much research, they understand what is at stake, and of course, what the enemy team will be drafting here.
So if you take a look at the stats of Luna, survival, okay, she's not super tanky, but she's able to get a lot of damage done. And we've seen some superstar performances from across the entire board of KWC. But if there's any team you want to see pick up the Luna, it has to be OG Esports, a Dao signature hero.
Definitely a signature hero, and an impressive one. He's able to just kind of outclass people with his style. He's very creative on the hero, being very aggressive when you need to be. But if you're looking at the other end, look, this Dolia lineup is really gone quite well. I mean, you have the extra truth, you have the extra unending sorrow. There's a lot of options, plus the next two.
That's right. So Nova Esports still looking for that jungle pick. And there are a couple of things they can explore, which is number one, you can kind of match the pacing of the Luna in terms of split pushing, or you can choose to go toe-to-toe, right? Let's take the fight 1v1.
Yeah, but who are you looking to when you see a Luna on the enemy team? Like, what is kind of like that right counter?
stuns, control, suppression, both of which actually Nova can't explore that much anymore, right? Because they already have the clash lane, mid, and support. So it's left with the farm lane and the jungle.
Yeah, not too many options here. So this is the problem, and you don't want to let the Luna get to that back line. Maybe at the end of the day, you kind of go with the tankier bunch so that you're not as vulnerable, and Luna doesn't have that specific target to just kind of kill those guys.
That's true. And another thing you can do is to play a very independent lineup, right? So someone who's able to, either split push on their own or, keep things distant between the teammates, because Luna thrives on the ability to be able to reach other members in close proximity.
Yeah, it looks like the Lady Jun's going to be picked up for OGs, just securing that mid lane. And now, I mean, if you're looking at the other one, the Yuan, could they potentially flex it in the flex or the jungle, or are we looking at a mid lane here?
I mean, if you want to consider, let's consider that thought process first, right? Yuan in the jungle, she can double stack camps, quite decent pacing. But going up against a Luna, I'm not sure if that's the correct answer here.
Yeah, I don't like it as well. It was a bit of a loaded question in that sense. I wanted it in the mid, and I think OG Esports realized that it's probably going to be there. So they've gone with a Lady Jun, very classic mid laner, very, everything that you want, right? Especially for setting it up. This is a best of 3, so again, every game is super important here.
I think they might consider, I like this answer. Musashi coming in for the Luna. In fact, Musashi is also a great pick against the Lung. You can kind of force out the infinite fastness, the dragon form from the Lung very early in the fights. And with the help of Chano as well, it's everything pitted up against An in this farm lane.
Yeah, and look, going into this game, I mean, whoever wins the first one and drops that first, it's going to be huge. I mean, it's like not only is it bragging rights, but to see one of these teams be vulnerable for a moment, it will be very interesting to see how they respond to that.
And just to put you guys in a position where we are all on the same page, this is not a best of 5. This is a best of 3. So 2 games, 2 wins will do it for you.
Yeah, and none of these teams are going to be eliminated, although there are definitely ramifications of this going into the draw, where they're going to be. You want to be in pool 1. You want to kind of stay away from those KPL teams as long as possible.
Do you really want to?
I do.
Okay, if it's me, not that I like losing, but I don't mind, right? We will have to face them eventually. Why not do it when they have as little information on us as possible?
Because you kind of look at, and this is kind of like the chess piece. Obviously, if you're in those pools, you avoid them. So you want to play the teams that you're more familiar with, which are the other global teams. You just kind of get yourself there so that you can get into the top 4, where, of course, there's a little bit more money.
Okay, all right, business-minded as usual, understand that? All right, so down to business we will go. Nova against OG. This is a matchup I think a lot of people have been waiting for, that rematch since Season 3 Invitationals.
I think OG more than anything else want this revenge, right? I think they wanted this matchup as much as possible because, like, that one hurt. Right? That was a huge one. The fact that they were 1-3 going into this one, 3-1, they had the potential to take down Nova Esports, who were the eventual champions. Right? You could have been champion. That's pretty much the thought process here.
Yes, history could have been very different, but history, as usual, is always decided by the winners, and today they have that power in their hands.
And we're going to be underway. This is the 4th and final series of the day. Group Kings, who will be number 1? Everything will be at stake for that pool 1 where you want to be. Nova Esports and OG both undefeated, gone 2-0s across the board, and they're going up against it in this one final series.
So this is an interesting scoreline because someone has to lose here. And I like this movement by Nova. Straight away, they put an advantage for Wendy against Wen in that mid lane. They're starting to make their rotations on the top as a response from the side of OG.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about lineup. I don't think we talked too much about that, but which of these teams are you giving an edge to?
I am giving an edge to OG because I think it is pretty hard to deal with Dao Dao, especially if they manage to play that game, which is, look, taking resources. They've taken the Clash Lane camp on the top, they're taking the space right as well. This is going to increase their rotational speed, open up more room, and once again,
feed Dao those singular waves, he's going to have the level advantage against CY.
He's definitely going to have that advantage early, but once CY comes online, that duel of the death, that control is pretty much all you need to potentially burst down Dao, right? So he needs to play safe, and dare I say, they're on a bit of a timer, OG that is.
True. But here's my argument point. CY is a single target hero with his ultimate. And I think there's too many members on the side of OG you have to take care about.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot to go on. I mean, how do you deal with this? Do you choose Dao? Do you get onto An? Like, there's a lot of different options in play and how they want to play this, of course. But OG Esports, if we're looking on the other end, you obviously need to get on top of Muchi. Are you able to kind of deal with this Musashi that's going to be bursting in on you?
That's true. I think that's a difficult one, right? Because, oh, hang on, Muchen, he wants to try and make life a little bit difficult. And I feel, look, Muchen has been fantastic on his support role so far. You know, his Liang performance the other day was pretty much spectacular. A grade, right? Or triple S in that case.
Yeah, definitely a triple S. I was like, how are you only giving an A, right? You're being a little too harsh. He had an amazing game on the Liang. And, I mean, he's more than up to the task with this Diadea. And I think that he's going to be way more consistent, dare I say, because Muchen has just so many options to be mobile.
Okay, so let's put the name Muchen aside for a bit. Let's talk about the hero Diadea, right? Massive heals, massive debuffs with ultimate as well. That's an encounter. That big yellow wave, when it crashes down, every target it touches, it gives a heal to its allies and a debuff to the side of its opponents.
Just a huge bonus. And it looks like An is going to have to infinite vastness to stay away. These wolves have been kind of annoying. And OG realizing that, hey, maybe we should protect An as much as possible. Give him a little bit of space.
Yep. They need to open up the map a little more. Now, these two teams are primed at taking big wins off of small moments.
Yeah, Nova Esports here. Juan and Kaka, this is the matchup that we really wanted to look into, especially in this Clash lane. If we're looking at, if you had to make a dream team, like you're creating a new team, which of these Clash laners would you want on yours?
Wow, I don't know right now, Shuren.
They find Wen. They're going to give up first blood. Juan finds him out, gets the kill, duel of death, the flash away, and it looks like Keka will be still alive. But he went in for what reason, and CY makes him pay.
Interesting. Is that to buy time? I'm not sure, but that's a big blunder on the side of OG. And Nova, this is a great start.
Yeah, great start for them, and that's exactly how you want to do this. I mean, Keka was going in, and you're kind of questioning, why would he do that? And I think at the same time, C was like, okay, I'll take that free food.
Okay, so time bot, 4 minutes now. Looks like Nova have a decent control of this Tyrant Pit.
Yeah, it looks like they're completely open at this point. Way Pit is going to be eating some flaming palms, but it's just space created. Provided that vision, OG really no chance to contest.
I don't think they want to as well, right? Dao, I think the Azure Golem is definitely the #1 prio on his side, because as a Luna, you need that cooldown reduction, you need that mana regeneration as well.
Yeah, and at the same time, CY, I mean, the rest of Nova could be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, you had a numbers advantage, you took the Tyrant. Obviously, getting that timer with that buff is pretty huge, but Muchen getting a little bit low, Muchi makes him pay.
OG, I think it feels like they are tasting a little bit of greed here. 3 kills already to the side of Nova with a 1,000 goal lead.
Yeah, and it looks a little uncharacteristic of OG. We know that they like to play fast, but it seems like they're kind of getting a little bit out of position, and Nova Esports are making them pay every single time.
Yes, that's a lot of payment.
They go in for KK. They find him. The little damage on top of this one, but do they have enough? The duel of death on back. CY, though, potentially dancing around, and KK is going to be the one that goes down. CY gets killed in return, but Dao now trying to stay alive. He eats an enlightenment, but he's going to get back to the tower and heal up.
So a 1-for-1 trade, but right now, if OG make another mistake, I think Nova is going to be very happy.
Yeah, I think they're going to be happy with the fact that, I mean, OG that is, and at least getting CY one time. I mean, you got to slow him down as much as possible. Dao did survive. You got to get him back in this game.
Okay, but if you compare the farms, Dao is doing better in the farm department than CY. But across the map, Nova having a significant advantage. Team 1 on the bottom, already taken by Muji.
Yeah, 1K net worth lead for Nova Esports. They've been making some great moves. The net worth has been more evenly distributed across the team. CY hasn't been basically funneled everything like Dao has been on the OG side.
Yep, it is an important marker, right? And I think the goal difference might be a bit big difference maker in the next few team fights. As we hit that 10-minute mark, I think that is where OG will want to turn the game around. But for now, Nova having a vice grip over this lead.
Yeah, and look at how Nova Esports, realizing that they're actually in the lead, they have that advantage, they will be aggressive, putting it on top of the top T1. Nothing OG can do at this stage. Now, the Crimson Golem potentially going to be contesting here. Schwan in a bad spot. He's going to get caught down. Dow makes it pay, but now CY is the next target. He's trying to dash away, but does he get away? Yes, he does. Just barely. No! KK slices him down, chasing him all the way. They find Wendy, and now Waypit on the run. 3 members down from Nova.
Oh, that was a very interesting moment. You could hear the screams of the players. I believe it has to be from OG, and yes, they were screaming for a pause as well.
Yeah, they were looking for one. I mean, the fact that Nova, 3 of the members just going down like that very quickly, I mean, like they were constantly just going on. They found one member, and they were looking for the next and the next, and continuing with that chase.
And this is what's so scary, right? In moments where you feel like, hey, okay, the aggression is over, Kerker, he went in as a Charlotte, caught that last hit, because CY, if he made it out of that fight, that would have hurt OG so bad.
Yeah, so close. But the absolute edge, and you know, in terms of that damage and just getting that final blow by KK, just really well played on that one. A very, like, think if he missed, right? He would have been in a bad spot. They might have turned on him and killed him instead.
And what's surprising to me is, look, Xuan, he actually dove in first, right?
Yeah.
He was looking for an opening on the backlines, and it felt like a positional error because OG shifted their attention from the top side of their jungle into that mid lane brush where Xuan was at, and it instantly became a 1v5, even though there were Nova members around.
Yeah, I mean, just like that. I mean, Nova Esports were winning. They had about a 1K net worth lead, but with those 3 kills, it will shift back in favor of OG at this point, or if anything, it'll be very close. I mean, that's exactly what you wanted from these 2 teams going at it here.
Okay, I feel like the game is going to be starting soon, but I'm very curious. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard it. Someone was screaming as though their life depended on it, and I can tell that this game matters to both sides. It's regardless of the result in terms of like placements for pool 1, pool 2. It's about we want to win this series to show that we're stronger.
I mean, even in the groups or any other casual scrim, I think that there would be a lot of passion between these 2 teams. There's a lot at stake. Dare I say bad blood? Obviously, we're all very friendly. I'm not actually like creating any sort of drama, but these are 2 teams that when they play up against each other, they really want to win regardless of outcome.
And it's not just winning. They want to win with dominance. That's the difference, right? Winning is okay. You can get a win, but you want to show a display of true power. And that is the power struggle between OG and Nova at this point.
Yeah, and OG right there coming out of the Paws. They take the mid T1, a great spot for them. The net worth lead completely shifting in favor of OG, and now they are in the driver's seat.
Okay, so 1,000, which means there was a 2,000 gold swing going to the side of OG to have this 1,000 gold lead. Now, I'm going to secure this T1 at the bottom. This kind of balances out the advantage that Nova have gotten for themselves in the early parts of this game. So, back to square one.
Yeah, back to square one, but let's talk about Dow. I mean, he's got 2,000 gold lead over CY. He's just been really on point in terms of those steals, and he's literally carrying this game on this Luna that really you cannot be giving to OG.
Exactly, and this is why I felt like OG, they weren't too frazzled by that initial lead by Nova, right? Because if you can't control Dao, it opens up so many windows for players like An, Kerker to jump into important positions to catch out the different members of Nova.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much the biggest thing. It's like, yeah, Kerker died a couple times, not the worst thing in the world, especially since Dao was constantly farming. Yes, he's 3-0-1, but he's really bounced back, helped this team get back into a great spot.
Okay, so let's try to put ourselves in the shoes of Nova here. Who do you actually put a duo to the death on?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, you have to go for Dao, I would think, right? Or maybe An, obviously, if he's used his infinite fastness, that's going to be the tough one. When those team fights are happening, everybody has their ults, or Dao is able to get away potentially. Okay, but they're looking to go in. Schwan finds them in the brush, but they've been scurried away. They take a lot of damage themselves, and now they're on the retreat.
Yeah, you can hear the screams. OG, they feel like there is an opening available on the Nova lineup. They've yet to find it.
Yet to find it, but they're still up in front. And Nova looking for that ambush. They find DAO, the flash forward, they go for the stun. The unending sorrow all the way up in front, and it looks like Waypin might be in a bad spot. Sorry, Wendy that is. He's going to be backing off at this point, but they're looking to go under the tower. No, Keka flashes away. Xuan is still going to be there, but An decides to go in, gets the flaming palm on to Xuan. Not yet enough damage. They almost get him very close, and no one had died.
You can see the shimmy, the footsies that they're trying to play, right? Positional advantage is so important to both these teams. They don't over-aggress. And this is what you will start to realize about the top-tier teams as we've filter down to our top 8 here at KWC.
I mean, the biggest thing of that was that, yes, you've pushed them back, but you've created so much space where you're able to take the bottom T2. That's a huge win in the books of OG. Now they're looking to just invade in the enemy jungle. Keka is looking to go in. CY is going to be there, does not want to give up this Azure, but they've got the pullback on a DAO, but the truth is going to hurt, and it looks like Xuan is going to go down first. DAO finds him out. He's got a double already, but Wen and Muchen and An all down for the count. Now Keka and CY fighting 1 versus 1. DAO is there, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to go on. Muchi with a soaring signal. He's going to be flying high. CY right around the wall. Both of these teams, KG, walking around each other, sizing each other up. CY might want to go in for this one, but soaring signal yet again onto Keka. They're not letting him go. Every single time they're on the chase. Muchi making it uncomfortable, gets the pick off onto DAO with that soaring signal. Continue on, and it looks like Keka will walk away.
I don't think so. Muchi still wants more.
He still wants more. He's going to chase it. Another soaring signal, another dash, and I believe Keke will survive now.
Holy. Okay, so 4 kills for the price of 3. A good offer coming in, and Nova happily obliged. More importantly, this is the 10-minute mark, and Nova have control of the pit for the moment.
Yeah, they have it for now, but Muchen and Wen, they're going to spot this one out. With another truth, setting it up. They've got 2 members, and it looks like they're going to get them both. Picking them off. Xuan with that play. What an amazing one.
This guy, he is silent. He is very shy, but when he comes to power, you know he's going to be screaming out at you.
Yeah, he was waiting in that brush for that perfect moment for both of them to just be walking around. And now this is Azure Golem. Oh, DAO smites it, but CY takes it. And now OG on the run. They have the unending sorrow, the infinite fastness on back. Keka is being focused. They have the duel of the death, and they want to go. They find Keka, and Nova Esports are looking to dive the tier 2.
They actually ignored it, the T2 in the middle, that is. And of course, now OG struggling to find their pathing. And once again, the swing coming back to Nova Esports. They're leading this time by 2,000 gold.
If you wanted to see how top tier teams are going to play it, this is exactly how you do it. It's back and forth, finding those gaps. OG was back in it, Nova's back in it, and they're finding the right moments to go. Each of these teams want everything here.
Right, so let's take a look at the replay here. DAO started off beautifully, but Xuan was the difference maker because he caught 3 different members on the side of OG. And once the fight started to split off, the big thing here is that Muchi was given that safety net to be on the backlines shooting. And when he gets rid of the rest of the team on the side of OG, it's so difficult because Muchi is playing with range.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the biggest thing. He's got that range advantage. He can poke and prod, and that soaring signal, I mean, whenever it's off cooldown, he's going to do some serious damage. So again, you got to be very scary, but they're looking to go in for this one. Xuan trying to find them with a 3-man stun in return, and they get the initial pick off. 2 members are already down. The unending sorrow continuing on. The infinite fast is on. He doesn't want any of this action, but DAO's caught in a bad spot. He somehow dashes away, and he does get to safety, all at the cost of Muchi here.
It's not bad, right? I think for the side of Nova, in fact, this is a big situation. Yes, can DAO turn this? Probably, but it's going to be very risky.
It's going to be risky, and with the minions here, DAO looking for that searing stab, gets the pull back, but he's going to be fine. Xuan, though, is a little bit on the low side. Nova Esports take the mid T3 at the 13-minute mark.
DAO keeps giving the invitation for a mechanical skill matchup. But Nova is so smart, they say, no, we do not want to entertain your DAO Luna. We will take that T3, we'll make it out safe.
And Nova Esports with yet another blue buff steal, taking it away from the Luna, which DAO is starving for. It really affects his farm. DAO really needs that to get going, but he has the most damage on his team.
Yes, and with that, Muchi actually topping him on top of that. So Muchi, this is the reason why he's able to do so much. It's because the team is providing him space. CY with the duel to the death. Xuan with those unlimited catches. Every fight starts with Xuan getting a perfect truth. Xuan.
Oh, Xuan walking into this one, finds two members of the opposing teams, goes on to KWC. They've got a little bit of control. He's trying to go for the pullback. CY almost with enough damage. He gets up with the duel to the death, slicing him down, and now with this blood rage, and CY trades his life away. Dao deciding to go right back in for this. The unending sorrow from Wendy keeping him alive. He's going to try to pick off Wen, who's a little bit low but does survive. And now Nova Esports sieging, and they will take the top T3.
It's so smart. Okay, so for those of you that are watching, Nova, it feels like they want to push for a fight. They're actually not. They're pushing OG back into the base so that they can take advantage of the Vanguards, helping to hit and take away that backdoor defense.
Yeah, and shepherding them in, getting them out of the way. And on, it doesn't look like he's going to pick up the red buff. Wendy and Muchi both having their own variations of those things. And it looks like Nova Esports doing such a great job of pinning OG in.
Yes, and this is exactly what you need to do, right? You need to create space for yourself. Xuan, once again, goes into hiding. Him as a Clash laner, especially as a Dharma, this is so important. Vision control. Now you know where they are, but they don't know where you are.
Yeah, that's the scary part, right? I mean, Nova, and this is why when you have that advantage, you're hiding in those brushes. You have a huge advantage in terms of the vision score. But now here, looking to go in, Xuan with the play, finds him with the truth yet again. How many initiations do you want from this man? Say his name. Xuan with another initiation. Dao's been picked off. An is looking to flash away. He gets under, back into the fountain he goes. The bottom T3 is going to be taken out, and the base is wide open.
Xuan is just playing a completely different game. He is playing a fishing simulator at this point.
Yeah, just setting it up for the rest of Nova Esports to knock them down. KWC and An looking to create the greatest defense ever. Going up against 5 members. They're looking to go in. They get the nice little knockup, but it might be too little too late. They've got KWC. An is back in the fountain. Nova Esports strikes first. They'll take game 1.
There really was no option for the side of OG. And for Nova, looks like their message over the OG is you have not learned your lesson.
Well, I mean, there were some lessons learned today, but there are even more lessons given out by Nova Esports. I mean, that was a classic Nova Esports game if I'd seen any.
Yes, and we don't even need to talk about this later. We know who the MVP is going to be, because if you don't, I think you need to go for some lessons as well.
Yeah, obviously. He was just setting play after play after play, and you'll constantly see him on those highlights. Every single time the action was happening, Xuan was there, setting it up. That perfect truth. And we're wondering, like, how are they going to deal with this Luna? Well, it's like, oh, you got Xuan. He sets it up, and then CY's there to help clean up.
Yeah, one of the important markers here is that we were also asking, right, CY with that duel to the death, who do you go for? And the question was, we were thinking more of it as an initiation tool, but it's not. It's a finisher tool. They will make KWC very, very low, and once he's low enough, CY finishes the job with the duel to the death, and then you find yourselves in a very precarious position, because as OG, you have now lost multiple members, and Nova always have the manpower advantage.
Look, you were talking about, oh, is it going to be initiator or a finisher? I never said it was going to be initiator. I knew it was going to be a finisher. But look, every single time he was able to just kind of set them up. They had them on the run, and OG really had no answers because they constantly got chased out. Dao with an amazing play on Namuchi there, just salvaging what he could. But man, this game was almost all Nova.
Yes, for sure. And I think the biggest difference maker was the fact that they actually focus on KWC majority of the time, right? Another member that was always at risk was Wen, because Wen is actually the disruptor on the side of OG. The knockups, the freeze, the destructive deluge, ultimate for Lady Chen. These are all tools that will stop Nova, especially Xuan. So let's get rid of the problems, and we will instantly and naturally have the solution. And Nova, they played this to a T.
Everybody, every single hero,
yeah.
Xuan with his plays on this Dharma, like CY on this Musashi, just like everybody stepped up, realized what they needed to do to close out a juggernaut that is OG, at least in game 1.
Yeah.
Is it the best game that we've watched so far?
Okay, I like comeback materials. That's other games, but this one, in terms of just seeing these two Titans going at it, and just seing how they're so back and forth, it's very mechanically sound. It's a fun match to watch.
Yeah,
I like hearing it.
It's
I
like
like
a
just
tutorial.
like I like the commenting. I like the way that the players were talking to each other. I love the communications. It was really loud.
Yes.
It was very, very loud. If you would be right over here, you would literally feel how the voice of the players, just kind of like the waves, hit you on the bones.
Okay, so interestingly, we were talking about this the other day, and your comment was like, the louder you are, right, you win the game. But today, that wasn't the case. OG was very loud. But I think if you take a look at Xuan's performance throughout the entire game so far, he was so quiet and so calm, composed, and he just went in. You would not think that he was a Dharma.
Yeah. Actually, I feel like that's something that's a weakness in his game. He needs to be louder and yelling and trash talking and just being like this abrasive guy. But that's me. That's just
you just like big personalities, right? Like the louder, the better.
And they provided so much space, right? So Nova Esports, I think one of the very strong things you'll notice in this game is that Xuan makes and creates those moments. You don't expect them. I think that's what OG suffered from, which is they were expecting for certain movements to come from Nova before the plays were actually made. But Xuan did not allow that thought process. He was the one creating moments out of nothing.
I have a question just when we look at the heroes that were played already. When I saw the Luna come out and then I saw the composition from Nova, I thought it was going to be a lot easier for Dao Dao than what it actually ended up being.
It actually exposes the weakness on the side of OG for a Dharma, right? So let's talk about the thought process of a Luna player, right?
Please.
So as a Luna player dives in, what is the one call you will call for your team? What is the call? As a Luna, I dive in, what will you tell your team?
Everybody just follow me. Let's go. Let's go together.
Everybody follow me.
Yeah.
And what does the Dharma here? He hears the truth mantra, because the whole team is going to be behind Dao Dao. So to him, he saw that situation even before it was present. That's why I say, Xuan, he has a very, very good vision. He created these situations in his mind, but he made it happen because he was waiting for Dao Dao to jump.
So the only thing he needs to wait is just for Dao Dao just to make the decision, then after that he can just reply back with that.
Yes, and to show you how I mean, his intelligence is so high, is you understand the opponent's strength. You know as a Luna, he's going to dive in. And the call immediately after that is, I got in. Guys, back me up. And that was the moment he was waiting for. How many times do you see in this game? He caught Wen, he caught An, he caught Mu Chen. The three members that are supposed to help out with Dao Dao. They don't care about Keke. It's fine. We get the backline.
Well, Xuan showed us how to play with that Dharma, how to wait, and how to counter that Luna. And that's the reason why he's going to be taking the MVP on that Dharma.
That is not easy to do. 4-2-11. I mean, you're talking about his vision, flawless, right? The ability to be very patient, waiting in the wings, understanding the timing is another thing, right? Sometimes it's like, oh, you see one person, it's like, oh, I'm going to go. But he's like, no, I'm going to wait for them. I'm going to let them come in and group up and have the perfect truth. And he had so much impact on this Dharma.
Patience is key.
Exactly. Patience definitely is key. And I think this is something you'll notice amongst the top 8 teams as you watch the performance. You realize that every role is a role that you can't ignore. Someone on the team will step up. And then your view on the game suddenly changes. Like, you know what? I used to ignore Clash Laners. I don't care about the Dharma. Now everything is about the Dharma. Okay, we have to watch out for Xuan. And next game, as OG step into it, it's going to be a point of focal for them.
I think that it's going to be difficult for OG to bounce back in this one, because this is the first game that they lose in this whole KWC 2025, right?
Yes.
So it is difficult to jump back when actually Dao Dao had a Luna pick in front of something that looked like the whole script was set up for him to be successful.
I mean, everything was trying to be. I mean, this is a team that revolves around Dao Dao's play. Yeah. So I understand. You got to get your superstar going, right? I think that it's really smart for any team to do that, especially in this stage. But Nova Esports know that same thing. They have that same information, and they're able to kind of counter that, not only with the draft, but also with execution. Nova Esports, flawless on that one.
And here's what's so beautiful about this game. Because, sure, we have expanded the Luna on OG, right? They have expanded the Musashi on Nova. But you know that their hero pools are so vast, so deep, that there is
this is a completely different story. Forget game 1. Game 2 is another big monster to tackle.
There are so many combos that are still out there, that are still available. And let's remember, this is a best of 3.
Yeah.
It is not even like it's a best of 5, best of 7 when you need to actually just think a lot about this. It's just like my meta against your meta, and let's see who's stronger.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this one, it looks like the MKL one was a little bit stronger today. Nova Esports, again, proving why that they're the champions. They are the top dogs. They're able to kind of make OG look mortal here.
Yes, and that is so interesting because as we go on later parts of KWC, every strong team will have their weakness revealed by someone.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, look, I wonder who's going to make Nova Esports kind of quiver, or dare I say, or kind of find some of those weaknesses. Because right now, Nova Esports is running the table, and they've been making every team really respect them.
Right, you'll find out next week. We'll see you guys. No, I'm just kidding. It is going to be the first pick coming in, our lead. This time, the focus switch. You know what? We gave Xuan a perfect start to this game. Let's start off with Muji this time.
Yeah, I mean, starting strong, right? Letting him just kind of get going as well. And I mean, I think it was a really good channel play, like in terms of how they executed, ensuring that they used the channel to the maximum and kind of whittled down OG Esports. I mean, they had a great draft. I think if you're looking at that draft, you're thinking 9 times out of 10 that OG Esports would win, but Nova Esports are like, no, here's the counter.
Exactly. Like it's a different thought process, but then it's not just about, you know, the tools you have, it's how you use it, right? And I feel Nova Esports just understands the game a little bit better than OG, at least in game number 1. Now, Nova Esports, they choose to ignore the potential of stealing away the Princess Frost to spoil that combination for Liang. They look at the counterplay instead. So it's a Mai Shiranui and a Liu Bang. Global presence once again.
Yeah, very strong 1-2 punch here. It's like, okay, you're going to control the Mai. Boom. Liu Bang is just going to be right on top of them. And it also protects the Arlie as well. There's a lot of potential shielding that can happen here. Plus, Liu Bang, to a certain degree, can be flexible as it can be Clash or Roam in this case.
And you will be kind of scared on the side of OG, right? Do we ban out the Lianpo or not? Do you give that option? Because the support role is still open for Nova Esports. How smart is the coach on Nova's side?
It's very good in terms of the drafting. And again, you're kind of like, where are these guys going to go? Obviously, the Arlie in the farm, Mai in the mid, that's a given. But the Liu Bang is kind of flexible. So you're looking on the other end. OG Esports is like, yeah, we got the combination, Princess Frost and Liang, but you were talking about the Lian Po. If that were to be taken, that has proven to be quite a difficult counter for potentially this combination here.
Which is why OG bans out the Agudo. Agudo is a jungle if they build tank for this lineup for Nova Esports. I'm pretty sure the Lianpo will come through for the side of Nova. Look, you already have a decent, a very hard time dealing with them in the early game because of the Mai, and if you give away kills to the RLE, they are going to snowball really fast. But what happens when you have the Agudo, Lianpo, and a Liu Bang combination coming in? You can't break that defense.
Yeah, it would be slow sieging, and they would just be able to constantly be up front. And right now, the biggest thing about OG Esports is like, there are some juicy targets in the Arlie and the Mai. The Jing is looking to just fly directly at those, like a homing missile, potentially just bursting them before they have an opportunity to even get going. But now it's in the same way, Jing, on the other hand, kind of the squishier type. If there were some nice CC by Nova Esports, he might have a bad time.
They need more burst damage, right? This is one of the reasons why Fang is banned on the side of Nova Esports. Not only does Fang offer the very quick turret takes, also big burst damage, which OG Esports at this point is lacking. Yes, Jing is a burst potential, but they're so squishy. And we have seen in games earlier today, you can bait the Jing deeper into your backlines and have everyone just give him a blanket party.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about that, right? But looking at that and picking up the Chano here, laning phase against the Arlie. What are your thoughts?
I like it. Once again, I stand by that viewpoint that Chano is a very strong farm laner, especially for heroes that can't do with very good wave clear, right? If wave clear is not your strength, Arlie is a 1v1 machine. It's a pretty big monster, but against Chano, it's never a 1v1.
Yeah, it never really is, right? And so he's obviously going to be supported by somebody here, but it looks like the picks are underway. The Dune of the Zhangfei adding some body size, like a bodyguard, and some stuns to add on to this one. Potentially going in is like, hey, Jing, you're going to go to the back line, find 3 of our biggest dudes.
Yep, so Nova Esports right now playing a very smart draft. I like their draft so much. They have 3 different tanks coming in, the Liu Bang, the Dun, and the Zhang Fei. How are you supposed to fight against that, even if you have Princess Frost and Liang Qi control, but you can't kill them fast enough?
Yeah, and this is kind of like the counter, and why, I mean, look, you're going to probably have to isolate and try to get that jungle pick as soon as possible for DAO to get him going. But the Mulan pick, your thoughts on this one? I mean, Keka likes to play it, right?
Okay, Mulan, very versatile, able to get quite a bit of burst damage, but it requires a little bit of timing as well. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to beat Nova, because once again, I think the weakness on the side of OG is also their strength. Princess Frost and Liang combination, it's a level 4 power spike. It's pretty early in the game. Unless they can stop the Mai, maybe, at the early parts of the game?
Yeah, we're going to have to see this one. I mean, it's not going to be the easiest task, especially since Wendy is piloting the Mai. Very adept on this hero. It's not going to be an easy ask.
Definitely not, because there's so many different combinations you can do. Look, Xuan has an option. He can choose CY. He can use his battlefield command to jump on his jungle because of the entrance and exit available for this Dun. He can also follow Wendy, coupled with the knockup from the Ryu engine. You could also go with Waypit when after he releases that Unbridled Owl, but so many different options, and it's all aggressive yet defensive at the same time.
Yeah, it's all about protecting the Wendy, Muchi, like the 2, right? Those are the squishier 2. Yes, they're going to do a ton of damage, but this is a really well-rounded draft. I mean, yes, the jump in might happen. If we're looking at the OG side, who's kind of going to take the punches at the end of the day if they get jumped on?
That's a big question, which in this particular game, it feels like, okay, Keke has to be the one. And OG's game plan here, aggression, offense is the best defense. But in order to do that, you need to have the goal lead. And goal lead is not going to come easy with this lineup. They have already fed Muchi that mid lane wave. Now he's down here farming the Firebeak.
Yeah.
And it's not looking good.
It's not looking good at all. I mean, even if when Muchin hits level 4, obviously they're going to be looking to make some ganks across the map. But once Nova Esports gets to that critical mass where they're tanky enough, they have a decent enough amount of counter initiation that can kind of counter this play. So OG Esports, if anything, they need to play fast. They need to ensure that they have a great early game and to get those pickoffs.
They definitely need it, right? So one of the things you'll notice about Nova is that they're starting to parade around as a trio in the jungle. This is to share EXP and gold. And more importantly, they leave Muchi alone to farm. And for the first, until you hit level 4, you can't exactly catch Muchi, right? Muchin is not going to have a good time.
Yeah, and he just needs levels himself, right? He needs to kind of mooch off as much as possible, just try to get him to the quick 4. Then you want to start making plays. But if you're looking at the rest of the OG lineup, Jing DAO kind of wants to be left alone. He wants to be farming. Yes, the potential pickoffs can happen, but you don't really have that, gank squad available.
Exactly. And DAO, I think, if they ever make the mistake, OG, of giving... Hang on.
Oh, the Ryu engine, the battlefield command is going to be expended as well, but no real potential onto when they're going to be backing off. And look at how they're protecting that blue buff as much as possible for OG.
They have to. DAO and the Jing, you require the Azure buff. If you don't have it, you are expending too much mana. You will not be able to fight for long.
Yeah, but with everybody growing or sticking together, I mean, this is space across the map for the rest of the lanes to kind of push, and it looks like that might be a detriment as Nova Esports can fully utilize the map.
It benefits Nova so much because you have 3 tanks on your team.
Pick your poison. Who do you go on? Obviously, Muchi is going to be target number 1, but then Wendy's kind of there as well. And then you're looking at some 3 beefy boys. Not going to be the easiest task for OG, but if anything, this is a lineup. If they get going all offense and they're able to get some pickoffs and then end the game early, this is probably the best strategy for them.
I don't think Nova is a team that will allow it, right? Look, my viewpoint here has been the same since this draft started, which is I don't think OG has enough damage. And if you talk about, hey, you know what, just buy some time, they can't buy time.
Yeah, and it's really more of OG Esports trying to dictate the pace, being aggressive. The Ruin Gen engine with a nice little pushback. The unbridled uppers on top of this. They find Mucha, kick and went, looking to limp away. DAO somehow surviving as well. He dodges the Kachusen. He will be fine, but only 1 member down. But that was, of course, first blood.
Beautiful gameplay by Nova. This is how you stretch your advantage across the map. And look, once again, what can you do as OG? You're so soft.
Yeah, soft, squishy, not great. Look, you want to be that hardened guy, but here comes the leader stance. They want to protect this blue buff as much as possible. This is going to be a huge one, but with that wind slash, CY takes that on out, and they walk away scot-free.
Yeah, this is not looking okay.
Oh, they found it. Dow was looking for this potential steal with that mirror domain. He was a little upset, but CY's got the buff. He's not going to be an easy target to take down.
I mean, Wendy is the most vulnerable in this entire lineup. If you take a look at Nova, if you really have to open up a kill for the side of OG, it has to be Wendy, because I don't think you will ever catch Muchi out on the lineup of OG unless you have the vision control.
Yeah, and Muchi's just like his positioning, his game awareness is like understanding where they're going to be. Like Waypit will be doing the face checking in that brush, but here's the control, the battlefield command completely negating that attempt.
Exactly. So where is the damage? Nova, this is such a smart draft coming up from Orange.
It's such a great draft, and now this is going to open things up. The Tyrant is going to be started, but like you've lost control. You just got your leader stance back onto On. There's really no way to even contest this Tyrant here.
And this is where the strength of Wendy will come through, because Wen is at level 6. When you have a level advantage on a Mai, you have the item advantage as well. It's going to be a tough time because the instant burst potential is so high.
Here's the Umbrella Outburst onto On. He goes for the Stampede, but with that leader stance, he's going to just be backing off. CY in the enemy jungle, not scared, looking to go for those steals as much as possible. Nova Esports putting the aggression on, knocking on the doorstep in that regard. But here we go. Looks like Waypit, he's going to be very low, somehow barely getting alive, but here's the Battlefield Command. Muchin is going to be killed first, and they try to go for Wen, who's going to be dodging things, but he does go down in the end. CY finds him, but the mirror domain onto Waypit wants to get that single kill, and they do. It's a 2-for-1, but now Dow in a bad spot. Does he get away? No. Muchi takes him down.
You can't. And once again, because of this overcommitment, the Azure Golem now at risk of being taken by Nova Esports. CY here does not have the smite, doesn't even need it. So OG, once again, they find themselves even deeper down that goal gap.
Yeah, and Nova Esports playing perfectly here, just being aggressive, winning those team fights, and then turning them into like the blue buff or objectives. And OG right now really struggling to find their footing.
And we talked about this. So Kirka on this Mulan, what is he trying to achieve here, right? One of the potential options he can explore is actually to try and stop Xuan from using his global ultimate, lock him in place whenever that combination of the Liang and Princess Frost combination is used. But for now, because of the way that they have played the map, now that the map is so much more open for Nova, yes, it's just a T1 in the bottom, but this provides so much freedom for Muchi to just run rampant.
Yeah, just run rampant and just continue to farm. He's been outclassing thus far, staying alive. But, you know, Xuan has been on point with his battlefield commands. He's had so many saves already, and it's only 6 minutes in the game. And now Dow looking to just potentially just deal with the minion waves more than anything else with this mirror domain, and he will take them out. The T1 will hold.
Okay, that's a decent defense, but they need a little bit more than decent at this game for OG. They need something spectacular because Nova has been on point.
Nova Esports cutting the creeps on top. That's going to create a little bit more pressure. Dow's there looking to rotate. And this mid T1 is technically under siege in this sense. It's going to be very uncomfortable to get out of this one.
Look, everyone, they're gathering. They want to find out Kirka. At the same time, they keep their options open. They're consistently looking for pressure across the map.
They want to steal the blue buff every single time. Make it a contest. Make it uncomfortable. Here's the Umbrella Outburst, but who takes the blue? They're going to continue on. They push them back, they find him, and it looks like Keka is in a bad spot, but he will limp away as well. But Nova Esports taking the buff and making their way on out of there.
The graveyard has been dug here. Muji, the one responsible for taking the Azure buff. And see why does he really care? He doesn't, because his own Azure Golem is coming up soon, and it's all about putting pressure.
Oh, the Rue Engine, he goes in with the Battlefield Command. They find On, they get the pick off, and that's a massive win for them. The Crimson Golem is going to be picked up as well. Nova Esports hitting on all cylinders.
I think we forgot the second half, or the first half of Nova's name. It's called the Super Nova, and the flames are too hot for OG to handle.
Too hot, too difficult, I mean, too fast at this point. OG trying to do what they can, trying to slow down the game. They're down about 3K. I mean, Dow hasn't really gone online because he just doesn't have any space.
And the biggest difference here is, look at Wendy, he's almost twice the gold net worth and in comparison to Wen. And this means he's able to dish out quite a lot of pain. Look, Savant's Wrath at 8.5 minutes. This is a great timing for Wendy. Wendy.
Yeah, Wendy's like, change it, get rid of the stats, get rid of the stats. You know, I don't want to do that. I want to pretend like I'm doing okay. But here's the Unruly Blade. CY goes all the way in the front. He's very tanky boy. It's going to be tough. But the mid T1 still holding for OG. They have at least a glimmer of hope.
There is a very soft glimmer at this point, but you also have to take note the T3 at the top is open for the taking if Nova makes the correct play.
Tyrant picked up already. Unruly Blade by CY. DAO is on the retreat. They're going to take what they can, take that away from Nova Esports, who are looting and pillaging their jungle. Kaka. Yeah, Kaka, they find him. The Battlefield Command right on top of this one, and Kaka flashes over the wall, but Waypit is looking to push him back, but he's going to go with the Umbrella Outburst to pushing him onto the tower. He's going to miss the Stampede. Muchen, it doesn't really matter. They're going to dive the tower. Nova Esports, so strong, finding DAO as well. 2 members down from OG.
They divide and conquer, and look at the way that Nova are playing. So Wendy gets vision, he pushes them back. And this is so exciting because the 3 tanks, normally you expect them to be doing this job. So for Wendy to do it, this is...
And they find Wen, who's trying to flash, but he gets Kachusin and he gets sliced down, but they trade away Waypit. He's going to be going down. Kaka is still up in front, finds Wendy, the wind slash, and it looks like CY in a bad spot. On gets the shutdown.
You know what, Nova? I don't think they really can. Muchi is still alive. He has access into the neutral objectives at this point. He can actually take the Tyrant by himself, but it's unsafe. It's a risk not worth taking.
But
so,
yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, so for now, I really still don't see. OG, where is this window?
But it's still not a great trade. Letting 3 members of Nova Esports die, not a situation you want to be. You don't want to give OG anything, and it looks like OG are going to take this Tyrant because, again, 3 members down.
Okay, 3 members down. That's a numbers advantage. So OG, they get a, I would say, a present from Nova. But what can they do with this freebie that has been given?
Well, look, they turned it into a Tyrant and a mid T1. You never want to give the enemy team anything. And Nova Esports, it looks like they've given that. They were very aggressive. Unfortunately for them, I mean, OG paid them with their lives.
Okay, let me paint the picture for you now. In the mid lane, Wendy has a 3,000 goal lead against his counterpart Wen, and Muji has a 1,000 goal lead against An. Once again, there's 3 tanks on the side of Nova.
While true, Wendy, very squishy, could be potentially bursted down. On looking for the potential steal. The Overlord, CY takes that, but the Frigid Prison, it looks like they've got the lockdown onto Waypit. That's going to be pretty huge, but the Battlefield Command right on top of CY, who gets sliced down. On trying to run away, but he's kiting away. Xuan turns it around, decides to go with the Soaring Signal, gets the sniping, and 3 members down, trading away, only 2 from OG.
Muji.
But now Muchi in a bad spot. It looks like he's going to be picked off as well. And OG making them pay for these mistakes that Nova's making.
Yeah, Dream OG. At this point, I think it's okay. It's not a big comeback yet. They have just relieved the pressure. 10-9, but when he dies here, it's a bad situation.
Oh, he's just a dash. That was the great escape. He somehow gets back to safety, but the mid T2 going down and break this replay down.
Okay, so the important marker here is the fact that they got the Zhang Fei down. That's 1 tank down. And the fact that they could plan the Frigid Prison to prepare the welcome for Xuan, that was a big difference maker. When your tanks are down, and you, so what if Muji gets the kill? You're alone. And with the burst damage from DAO, they can easily get rid of Muji. So it's really, hey, you identify your win conditions and make sure you achieve it.
Yeah, look, this net worth lead is next to nothing, right? OG, in my opinion, they've gotten that momentum. They still have their T3s. They're definitely not out of this, and dare I say, they're in control. They've bounced back. They found ways to get back in. If you're looking at DAO and CY, he has that edge. Yes, the mid lane, Wen hasn't had a great game, but still, Wendy is a squishy mid laner. If he gets caught out a single time, he just dies.
That's true. And I think one of the important success tools that they have gotten on the side of OG is they have managed to stop Waypit for that one time. Because in the early parts of the game, it was always because of the consecutive lockdowns that Nova offered that OG couldn't handle that pressure.
Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right? And the fact that they were focusing on Waypit, they bursted him down. They start the fight 5 versus 4. They have a huge advantage because you have no Umbrella Outburst, you have no extra tankiness. And if you're looking at Wendy and Muji, very squishy.
Yes, you as a player on the side of Nova, if you take the position of Xuan, ideally you want to use your ultimate and have the time to think about, okay, what is the next play here, right? Do you get the stun? Who am I supposed to stun? But in the moment of chaos where you don't have a backup, nobody stops Muchen on his ultimate, it's a lost cause. You lose.
Yeah, and that's why he needs to be very careful. I mean, if Muchen is able to get those controls off, which he's apt to do, he's incredibly scary on this Liang. You got to be super careful with how this team fights goes. The
nice
flash
jump.
away, they're going to try to focus on Muchen. The Umbrella Outburst with that pushback. Here's the Battlefield Command. Muchen running for his life, but Muchen's already been killed. It looks like An and Wen also down for the count. Wendy just trying to stay alive. He's going to be backing off, but Waypit still out front. This is a huge win. 3-for-1 favor in favor of Nova.
So Nova, once again, playing their cards right. Who do you get rid of?
Oh, Kuka, the flash away by Xuan, and Kuka just going ham, trying to go solo on this one, and just to give their team a little bit of space.
Look, this situation will not present itself too many times in the later parts of this game. Every single time your trio of main control and damage dealers are down on the side of OG, you don't win any of these fights. But Keke, he's trying his best.
Oh, he's gonna go for the jump. He finds CY. That's not really the target. There's just too many juicy boys in that sense. But Wendy was a potential target. He was not able to find it. Dao Dao on the chase. Might even go for Waypit. No, he just wants his blue buff.
It's like taking a fork and trying to scrape off the entire block of cheese. That's what he's doing on the side of Keke to CY. He can't deal too much damage.
Yeah, it seems like you're doing that you're talking about for your person. Oh, here we go. The Umbrella Outburst finds Muchen. He gets the connection, the pushback. They find Wen, this wind slash right on top, but Wendy's gonna trade away his life. The mirror domain is bouncing around, and Xuan running for his life. He does have the shields, he turns it around, and he says, "What's up, Dao Dao?" as he slams him to the ground.
Yep, every single time. It's a trio of kills going to the side of Nova. Yes, this time they got onto Wendy, but still, if you don't deal with the 3 tanks, Xuan, CY, as well as Waypit, you don't win this fight. There's too much control, and An has no space to find an opening.
No space, no time to just do that consistent damage that you want, but the fact that they were able to find Wendy, I mean, that's a small window of opportunity for them.
Exactly, and it looks, it's really about spoiling your opponent's composition and timing. Muchen, time and time again, he gets his ultimate down first, but the response from OG is not fast enough, not because they're not good, but because Waypit is saving his ulti for these moments.
Yeah, and look, you also have CY as well, right on top if they're deciding to go for that control. You have different ways to kind of mitigate what he brings. This is a good counter draft and Nova Esports executing.
And Nova is a team that when they make one mistake, they tend to not make that same mistake again. So OG, once again, backs against the wall. This is a difficult position to be in. There is a little bit of breathing room because they got that Shadow Overlord, but it is Nova's game to lose.
So they're not like my ranked teammates, where they make the same mistake at least 5 to 10 times in the single game.
I feel like you're talking about me, and yes, they are not.
yes, I'm talking about you. You made the same mistake 17 times. But here we go, OG Esports looking to put the aggression on, trying to take over the map. Waypit, potential target. He needs to be a little bit careful here, but Nova Esports on the defensive now.
I mean, maybe Keke should try and look for Wendy or just get rid of Xuan. Someone needs to stop the combination coming from Nova. They have not found that opening just yet.
Haven't found it, but Xuan doing a great job of split pushing in the top lane. He can bounce in whenever he wants, but if anything, it's all about these buffs, taking as much farm as possible. I mean, this lead has dwindled. Nova Esports still up though, but the map control has shifted in favor of OG.
Okay, OG, this is a moment of reprieve, right? They're looking for an opening, but it's so hard when you have to play against 3 tanks. Waypit is happy to tank. He has a lot of itemization to help him with this.
Yeah, the barrier will slow him down. OG looking to just tactically retreat at this point, looking for the opportunity. Who's going to be jumping out in front? All of them have backed up, but they know that, hey, they cannot be giving up their jungle on the way back.
Okay, it's a healthy sign for OG fans here. An is actually able to do quite a bit of damage against Waypit. Now, for Nova fans, this is about whether Nova can take that T3.
If they can. I mean, the sieging is not going to be easy for them, right? Being able to go in. OG have a decent amount of wave clear. They're able to just whittle down those minions, but they find Wen. This is going to be a huge start. The flash away, the Battlefield Command on board. They find Wen. He's going to be picked off. The Unbridled Outburst pushing him back. Do they get anything else? The wind slash right onto Keke, but he's immune at this point. But here comes the Blood Rage. CY staying alive. Dao Dao with going in with that mirror domain, doing some serious damage, but he's not able to get any kills. On his solo. He's on the retreat, trying to stay alive. Muchen has been get killed. And now KK looking to turn this. Dow gets picked off. On is going to be there, but here's the Sage's Sanctuary on, and it looks like KK will fall as well as On. It's a matter of time. Wendy is still up in front. Sage's Sanctuary trading in the crystal at this point. On will stay alive, at least for now.
That was not what Nova wanted. They wanted to trade all of these kills to be able to put pressure on a T3 and break an opening into the base of OG. Right now, it is still a possibility because it is on his own, but Wun has just respawned.
Yeah, and Nova Esports are like, bro, I don't even want to fight. I just want your towers. Just get out of the way. And OG are like, no. We're fighting this to the bitter end. We're going to find ways to do all the damage. We're going to get some sort of pick off and get ourselves back in this game. But this net worth lead is shifted completely in favor of Nova Esports.
Yep, definitely at this point. Now, I think we have to place focus on Wen. I think if Wen stays alive in these engages, he can turn the fight for the side of OG because control is definitely what they need against the lineup of Nova, right? We've seen the difference being made when Wen actually gets the lockdown. This fight went really badly for them because Wen actually dropped his Winter Azure at the spot that he thought Nova was going to be at, and it was a lack of damage. It was lucky for OG that they survived this, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it was going to be a team ace in that regard. On just barely staying alive, but they were looking to dive, and it seemed like Nova Esports are like, just like, yo, just be a little bit more patient. I think that you're going to be fine in the end, but this Tempest Dragon could potentially come into play here.
This is a big moment, right? Nova, they actually had a very significant lead, but OG held on. They have managed to play it safe, maintain their tier 3s. In fact, it's the tier 3 on the top of Nova that's looking a bit risky.
Actually, that's the craziest part about all of this. I mean, OG have been losing for quite some time, but they've been able to keep themselves alive with those T3s. But On getting focused in, he does barely get away, but here's the control. But Dowdow's already been picked off, and that's a massive win for them. Juan is going to be trading away, and they find Wendy. They decide to go in. They know that they're still very strong. Keka is looking to go over the wall, but with 2 members down from Nova Esports, this is a potential opportunity for OG to take more off the map.
This is a rare mistake, Muchen. He's going to have his ultimate very, very soon as well. The cooldown at late game is very fast for Liang.
They're looking to just push them back. Keka over the wall, tries to find CY. Here's the control you were talking about, and they do have the damage, and CY has been taken out. 4 members strong, continuing on. OG looking for Waypit. They want to go for Muchi. That's going to be the prime target, the prize. He goes in. This is Sage's Sanctuary, but how does he survive 1 versus 4? Not going to happen today.
He does not, and OG, they're coming back. Do they really want to start this Dowdow? He is just respawned. He's going to try and make time, because right now, there is CY and Muchi down on the side of Nova for the next few seconds.
Yeah, they're making it work at this point, but it looks like the Tempest Dragon, not too risky at this point. Wendy, Juan, Waypit, all making moves towards that pit, and OG don't want any of that action, especially since they're a little on the low side, but now they're going to look to start it.
Okay, this is a monumental moment. CY is going to respawn right now. Can he make it in time?
Can he make it? I mean, Muchen with those barriers, a lot of zoning. It doesn't look like they're going to contest, and the Tempest Dragon goes the way of OG, the first of the series.
Okay, so first of the series, I believe there will be many more, but only if Nova holds on to the T3 at the top. That is probably the opening that OG is looking at.
Could we have asked for a better series? Well, I mean, we knew that they were going to go back and forth, but the fact and the way that OG were able to bounce back, giving themselves an opportunity to really take it to Nova Esports, now with this Tempest Dragon buff, how do they proceed?
Sage's Sanctuary. That is the most important item. A lot of members have already burnt it out from both sides. We're left with the Splendor. Wendy needs to time this item very, very well.
Yeah, and it looks like the siege is underway. They're doing a little bit of pressure on that top T3. The mid lane has been covered, but the top T3 down, they're looking to go. Wendy trying to go in for this one, but with that Battlefield Command, it's not going to be enough. Here's the Sage's Sanctuary for Schwan. He's going to go down. Oh, the stun, the Umbrella Outburst is going to be on point, but Waypit trades his life away. It's a double kill going the way of On. Make it a triple, and OG Esports coming back from the depths of hell to potentially end and even the series here. They're going to take the mid T3 all the way up in front. How does Wendy and Muchi hold? They have the Crystal and OG Focus Fire. They're looking to go, pad the stats, and they go and they equalize in this series.
They come back. OG, what a way to do it. The story lives. And OG, my goodness, what a game from them.
What a great game. I mean, just being able to come back in the way that they did it, the never say die attitude. And you're kind of thinking, hey, this isn't even an elimination game, but it felt like it. Because when we go to that group draw and they want to be in that first pool, this is that game.
This is a Nova that we don't really get to see often, right? Look, they had a very strong start to this game. They found out their solution, right? They got rid of Muchen, they got rid of Wen, and they got rid of An. The three members on the side of OG kept falling down in the first half of this game. But they held on to the tier 3s, and they always managed to get those turnarounds only when Wen was alive. To me, in this game for OG, yes, I think Dao Dao played great. Keke was a monster in getting the CCs, but it was also because of Wen. The Frigid Prison, the winter is here. These are the important moments. He had a horrible start to this game against Wendy.
Yeah, but it's all about how you finish. I mean, I think you talk about that all the time. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish and all that. Coach can speak right there. But this is that moment where they were starting to dive, and with 3 members down, I was like, hey, remember I questioned it? I was like, this is too risky. Why are you taking this play? And it completely shifted the game, because OG Esports, with those T3, they were able to repel many a siege.
So it's really a situational awareness, I think. And Nova, I think, for the first time in a long time, Nova got impatient.
Yeah. I mean, they saw the finish line. They thought they could make a sprint, a dash for it. But OG were like, no. Not just here. Leashes them back, ensures they get it. And look, everybody stepped up from OG. Like, they had to have made those perfect plays. They were losing the game, but they were able to be very resilient.
That last moment, could you blame them? It was just one singular member left on, and he was so low. And this was like the butterfly effect, right? Wendy burned off his double Sage's Sanctuary charge at that moment. And that led to this big turnaround where it was a stagger of kills. This is why OG had a successful run, because they staggered the death timers of Nova.
Yeah, they did such a great job. I mean, if they come in one by one, but sometimes it's not by choice in that regard. But OG being able to bounce back the way that they did so, I mean, just really stuck it to Nova Esports. They're like, hey, you got to lead, but can you close out the game against us?
Exactly. I think this is a great game for you to review. You know, I mean, this is all on our 4 different social media platforms. Take a look at the games and really study, because there are little things that Nova did that got them the win, right? The target prio for them was so clean. It won them the first half of the game, but it kind of lost that momentum the moment they started diving, like you said.
Yeah, they were diving way too much. I mean, I think Nova Esports, again, you were talking about impatience. It just didn't seem like the typical Nova Esports with the clean, calculated movements.
Yes.
And they were just like really forcing it. I think that they needed just like, hey, the coach needs just to talk to them and just be like, calm these guys down and understand that, hey, if we got a winning game, let's just go slow and steady.
I mean, there's no other way we will have this series, right? It has to be a 1-1 scoreline, and we need to take a look at the stats here. One important thing, let's start with Nova first, right? Take a look at the damage by Wendy. Wendy was one of the reasons for their success in the early parts of the game. 29% of the team's hero damage, 119K. Because Wendy always found the 3 members on the side of OG. This was aided by the ultimate of Wei Pit, the ultimate of CY, and the ultimate of Xuan. It was a trio combination that worked in perfect synchronization to catch out OG. But that only works in the early parts of the game because they are squishy.
Yeah, and if you're looking at these stats here, I mean, look at Wendy and Muchi both over 100K, but 4 members of OG with over 100K damage. They were doing some serious damage, and yes, we questioned, are they able to survive? And they're like, actually, if we just go all in on the offensive side, we're gonna be fine, because we're able to just like weather through all of these tanky guys.
It's all about the unfair advantage. This is why this draft is so scary. The combination of Princess Frost and Liang, if left undisrupted, then it's kind of like, hey, you're gonna stand there and take the punches from OG. And to be honest, I think, once again, I still hold a stand. They don't really have a lot of damage. They just had a lot more time to deal damage.
Yeah, and if we're, again, looking at this OG lineup here, I mean, Wen died 6 times, Muchen died 7 times, constantly being focused. But Keke, with those plays, 7, 1, and 10. I know you don't care about KDA, but he was making some serious plays. He was always on the front line, doing his AoE damage, and just making, like, he was creating so much havoc.
Okay, so, you know, I want to talk about Dao Dao, I want to talk about Wen, I want to talk about, Muchen, because the 3 of them prove my point. No, KDA does not matter. It's about how you play the game.
You know who I want to talk about?
Let me guess.
I want to talk about An. An is going to be our MVP for this game. The one thing that happened in there that allowed OG Esports to turn things around was the fact that Ann just kept farming again and again and again. And by the end of it, no one could stand in front of him. No one.
It's a difficult position to be in because, okay, for the newer players, it's a very simple concept for you, right?
Yeah.
Look, the team buys you time, they buy you farm, you get the damage in. But, you know, An had a very horrible experience at the start of this game. He got taken out multiple times, twice, which as a farm laner, that's too much.
Well, that is a problem, but you can always turn it around. One of the things that I want to talk about is Nova. Nova Esports came in, and they looked like they jumped over the high ground turret too many times.
Yeah, too many times. I mean, they were trying to make the plays, and again, it was the whole impatience thing. They were going for kills more than anything else. And again, we need to rein them in and be like, hey, not only do you need to calm down, but you need to focus on those towers. How long did those... I mean, I don't think a single T3 was taken. So yeah, they had that assault. Yeah, they had that offense, and you had that lead. But without those T3s, there's no push. Right? So you need that, especially in that mid game, to put more pressure onto OG.
I feel like they just jumped into high ground and then the waves were not even there.
Exactly.
There was a one-to-one battle that they had right over next to the crystal. All the tier 3 turrets were still there. The waves were in the mid lane. They were not even close. They were just next to the river. And while we're jumping in, we lost a resurrection right over there. And then that resurrection, we needed it later on in the game.
Yeah, it seemed like the first 10 or so minutes is like classic Nova Esports. Very calculated, systematic with their movements, understanding how they need to play. But then once that mid-game hit, it was kind of like, wait, who is this team? Like this Nova Esports, these are uncharacteristic mistakes that they're making, just really being impatient, which we've never really seen from Nova Esports.
I think that you mentioned it in a very interesting way. When you are really close to the end line, you really start just pushing faster and running faster and running faster, and it looks like they just ran out of steam in there.
Yeah, so it's going to be like the tortoise and the hare type of thing at this moment, right? Slow and steady will win you the race. I understand that, hey, maybe you got dinner plans or something and you want to end the series as quickly as possible, but you got to ensure that when you have that advantage, you got to make sure you take it, because OG Esports are looking for any mistakes, and they took advantage of all of them.
I want to take the opportunity for you guys to explain something to the audience. We saw the Mulan pick in there, and that's a pick that we have not yet seen in the KWC 2025. I've heard that it's a very difficult hero to play. Can you break down a little bit of the mechanics of that Mulan?
Okay, so Mulan actually has two states, or two stances. One with a greatsword and one with the flurry blades, or martial arts blades, whatever you call it, right? So, of course, the one where she's charging her move, that is her big burst skill set, which is the use of the greatsword. When she changes her move, she's actually much more mobile. She has an extra dash, and she can throw a dagger out into the open as well. That is exactly what they used against Nova, to be able to lock down the tanks and push him under the tower, which is why turrets were so important for the side of OG.
I mean, the biggest thing is that KWC is like an absolute maestro on this hero. He will, like, he was in the one-on-one battle that he was challenging everybody with this Mulan pick, even against ranged farm laners. Like, he's totally comfortable with it, understands how to play the actual limits of this hero, and I think he's going to be one of one in terms of this Mulan pick here.
Okay, so Mulan pick, that was a great idea, but now I want to talk about a potential problem that I see for the BPs of Nova Esports. They expended 3 very big tanks in this game. You're left with a Lianpo. And if you really want to go like tank, maybe you can go for a Nerja jungle, but this time it's Nova playing that squishy lineup.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder if they went with the Lianpo instead of like the Zhang Fei. They might have had more impact in that game, because the amount of stuns with those burst ramps where everybody's kind of congregating, and the tremor smashes are much easier then, right? You have more stuns as opposed to the Zhang Fei, which is like that one initial boost. Yeah, you have the Stampede and things like that, but you have more stuns quicker.
More consistent, reliable stunts, right? I agree. I was kind of confused at, like, why would you not pick a Lianpo? But of course, once again, there's a reason why we are on the test and not on that stage. But we will trust in the coaches Andy and Orange for OG Esports and Nova Esports respectively. Now, OG, this has been one of the Dao specials, the Allgrin coming in, and with the help of Byron, this is a tanky front line to take care of. Nova Esports, they respond with the Agudo and the stock standard. Lower defense, Gen.G, Golden Token, and you have Mozi with the Cannon Blast stunts.
Yeah, I love that counter pick. I mean, these guys playing just like next level, you know, in terms of the draft, of just being able to just kind of outclass them. Trying to use that Agudo to kind of, again, counter that Ogren. But going into this one, look, whenever you see Dao on the Ogren, you're always kind of worried. I mean, for the other teams, because he's very good. He's able to get that farm. I mean, the KDA for him, the amount of deaths that he's had, even in those 2 games thus far, has been like less than 5 across 2 games. He's been very good. He usually stays alive, and he's able to farm.
I'm not sure what I feel about the Nova Esports lineup. Because, okay, look, once again, we obviously have hindsight bias, but doesn't a Garo make a lot more sense against a Byron and Allgren, you know?
Yeah,
because
yeah, with
she
shields,
does extra damage based on shield values.
Yeah.
But of course, what's done is done. Now, OG Esports are left with the final pick for their draft. Nova, they pick up the Mayin to try to go and handle this Byron 1v1 in the lane. Another skill matchup for the Clash laners.
So I like this Mayin pick, right, for Zhuan. I think that this is the way you want to go. I mean, the Liu Bang, he had plenty of saves, and it was great, but let the man kind of create that chaos, right? Which he did with the Dharma. I think that you got to go back to his playstyle. Like, Zhuan has been the guy that you want to, like, shine for you. Give him something that he can really shine on.
Okay, but the way that this composition works for OG Esports, they're going to be quite spread out until they find that killable moment. And on the side of Nova, that puts the Mayin, which is going to be piloted by Xuan, in a very risky position. I mean, they're looking, all right? Nova Esports, this is the game plan for them. The setup will come for the Mortar. They want to get the stun from Gen.G. Hopefully that sets up Wendy, who is one of the best mid laners in KWC, to be able to get those blades down. And for Nova Esports, here's the challenge. Kill on, I think you win the fight. But if you can't, you get destroyed.
Yeah, it's going to be up to that, right? I think it's going to be key on this one. I mean, look, if we're looking at this draft, though, who are you giving the edge to in this final game of the series?
That is a very unfair question, because take a look at these 2 teams. There is no black and white with this team. They are a gray line. Anything can happen. There is many outplay potentials, because if you're taking a look at, hey, is there disruptions for Mortar's ultimate? Is there a catch available for the Garden Mo and Gen.G, or even the Agudo? There is. That is open and a chance for OG. Likewise, on the side of Nova, is there a chance they can snipe down members like Wen and An and Mucha and Dao before they even get the fight started? Yes, there is. This comes from Wendy. Too many things to consider.
Yeah. Okay. I asked definitely a loaded question. It was definitely not fair to you in that regard. But on this Flowborn marksman, hasn't had the greatest win rates. I think it's won 1 or 2 times already at the KWC, but it's been picked like 8 or so times. It has not been great. Your thoughts on this hero, though?
I think it's okay. It really is a comparison of combinations now instead of a single player anymore. And this is what you're going to notice as we head into the higher tiers of KWC, right? In this game for Nova, my eyes are on Wendy and Waypit. Can he land a stun so that Wendy gets free hits?
Yeah, free hits and free kills, right? Once Wendy starts doing that damage, I think there's going to be, you know, it's going to be huge for Waypit to really set the tone with those cannon blasts, getting those initiations off.
Yeah, gonna get that first neutral objective at the bottom. So that's a big win. In series like this is a big win.
You'll take anything at the end of the day. I think that's going to be great for them. Now, Nova Esports, you're putting the pressure onto An. Okay, like, look, Flowborn Marksman, not a hero that we've seen too often. I mean, obviously, it was just released kind of soon, or recently, excuse me. An versus Muchi, who are you giving the edge to in this one?
I'm definitely giving it to An, based on a hero kit, right? Because Muchi will not be able to touch An as easily. And also, the setup coming in is pretty even. Muchen and Waypit.
Yeah, they're going to be backing off. The stun does actually connect onto 2, though, but they're not going to follow up because it's too close to the tower. Dao, again, given a lot of farm. He's got a 200 gold lead over CY.
Not ideal.
CY, the furball right on top of him. Dao should be backing off, though.
Yep. This game has too many twists and turns because a lot of setup can come from many different players on both sides, right? One can definitely set up a board to be able to get the catch for the team. Kerker has the flash, Storm Strike, second skill. And let's take a look at Muchen. He also has his stun.
These two have been duking it out in the top lane. Zhuan and Keke has been going at it, punching each other in the face. Of course, this is the Clash life.
Yeah, I mean, 1v1, right? Skill matchup. And here we go. This is what I mean. An will get a lot of free hits onto Muji. They're looking.
Oh, they're looking, but Wen is looking to go over the wall. I think he's been sniffed out, if anything, but they find another target, Waypit, with that cannon blast. In return, he misses the first couple blades. Wen gets hit with a second. The reforged blade's not going to connect on that one. He actually stepped into the Venn diagram there.
Okay, and here we go.
The Imperial Order. Here's the flash away and on. Ooh, those blades somehow surviving.
So you can see, right, both teams, they have this very nice setup. Look, CY can set up for the team, Xuan can set up for the team, Waypit can set up for the team as well. And this all then funnels into how does Wendy perform this game?
And look at this, and the fact that like they've been aggressive here, taking away the Crimson Golem, and they're walking away with it. It doesn't look like OG can really do anything on that.
So they balance that steal on that neutral objective on the bottom lane in the farm lane. They take away that Crimson Golem. So OG now in a deficit.
A little bit of a deficit here, but you're slowing down Dao Dao. That's the biggest thing, right? Any sort of farm or any sort of buff that you can take away from Dao Dao, you're going to have a good time if you're able to constantly focus on his farm.
Okay, so Dao Dao, yes, this game is not exactly going swimmingly well for him, but the rush by An has been made through, so Doomsday already in hand on the side of OG An. Now An, this is a percentage health damage item, so you are actually able to melt down tanks.
Yeah, and there's a lot of beef on that side. They want to go in, but here's the Unending Sorrow. It's going to be used by Muchen. He gets back to safety. Wen is still there as well. He's going to be bladed for his good measure. But now Dao Dao, the big boss, shows up, decides to take all of the farm before he makes his way on out.
This is why they didn't want to engage 4 minutes here. This is the first time of the game. We'll see the big marker of difference. Now it's all about Wendy. There is a potential of a steal. There is more damage than the smite.
Yeah, the blades are not really connecting by Wendy. OG doing a great job of navigating them. Keka is still there. He's got the force field suppression. The board has now been set up. They're deciding to go, but the tyrant has already been picked up by Muchi. And now OG on the run. The flash away by Keka. He will be fine. Nova Esports want more. They want something, but they didn't look like they're going to get a kill.
Brilliant steal. I think Dao Dao missed his smite there. He didn't actually use it now. Nova get a lot of pressure on the T1.
Not a pressure. About halfway in terms of damage there. A little structure damage. Really well played by Nova Esports. Look, it's the little things, right? We're talking about this one, taking that tyrant and putting that pressure on that mid T1. All in all, in overall favor of Nova Esports.
It truly is. So here are the options you have during the tyrant take, right? In this 4 minute mark. If you lose the tyrant, one of the things you can consider doing is to go and steal the buffs on the side of Nova. But Nova, knowing this, they have actually cleared their jungle timings and gotten the rotation out of sync from OG. So there's no reward.
Yeah, and this is why, again, Nova is very strong in terms of just understanding the way to play across the map, taking things away. If you're in the enemy jungle, Dao Dao is he's going to be there, but some of the stuff is going to be stolen, right? You're not going to be able to get going. You have a jungle route, and if it's going to be, things are going to be stolen off of that route, you're going to be slowed down in general.
Exactly. You want to keep on pace. You want to keep on schedule. And this is why good teams are great, because they dictate your schedule.
And it looks like the top T1 is going to be under siege. Muchi's there. Nobody's there in response. And look at how Waypit is all the way in the enemy jungle. If any rotation were to happen, it would be scouted out long before he would even go to the top lane.
So vision control. This is why you want to take control of objectives, open up the map, so you can hide in brushes. And now, Dao Dao, he's going to try.
He's going to just be a little bit of a feint, a little bit of a push, but he's a level behind CY. He's doing the work. Cannon Blast just barely missing Dao Dao. He's going to survive, as well as those Reach Force blades. Yes, it's on cooldown. Nova Esports still sticking around the mid lane.
I think this is a very scary situation for both teams. Look, the mid laners, once again, in this game will decide the future of fights.
Yeah, Muchen on the return, on the retreat, excuse me. They're going to be backed off, but they find that the enemy jungle is barren in this case. They're not able to find any sort of value, but here's the Crimson. CY taking a decent amount. Keika was looking for that wraparound. He's looking to go for this one. Xuan gets over the wall. He's in the Tyrant pits. Finds the force field suppression from Keika. It looks like Nova Esports still on the retreat.
Yep, they're going to put pressure on this as well. The board has been laid out. They want Wendy.
They find Wendy, and Keika goes right in with that Storm Strike and finds first blood, and it looks like he's going to be traded away. Dao Dao just way too deep. Muchen is going to be killed as well, and they make him them pay. And Muchi now on the run. Keika just trying to stay alive. He's not going to get so.
So a lot of difference in terms of synergy, or at least in terms of the hive mind mindset for OG. It was a good attempt, but Nova just better as a team in understanding and alignment. So they make it out of that team fight.
Nova Esports taking away the buff and putting the pressure on. The bottom T1 is under siege now. Muchi is already there. Nova Esports angry with the last game. As you can see that they're really taking the fight to OG here.
So let's take a look at the replay. They actually split the fight, and one thing I want you to notice, they committed quite a bit to get to Wendy, but because of the delay of Muchen's ulti to save his jungler, Dao Dao took a fall. If Dao Dao had survived there, I think they would have made a big difference in the fight, but because of the lack of manpower, and the fact that Muchi is able to free hit with no worry, Nova wins that fight hands down.
Yeah, like why would you continue on? You already got that kill. You had first blood, and Dao Dao was in a bad spot. He was stuck between the rest of the members of Nova, and he got kind of pinballed around, and they made him pay. So OG Esports, like, you had that moment. Again, hindsight is 20/20, but you probably should have backed off at that point.
For sure, and now Nova gonna get the punish. But
they find Muchen, the unending sorrow on back to Storm Strike, just trying to stay alive. Dao Dao with the Conductor of Souls, but the blue buff has already been taken away. Nova Esports putting the aggression on, and it looks like, again, Nova Esports taking what they want and getting away scot-free.
And they're unpunished because OG is looking like a mess at this point. The synergy is not there. They're not getting the timings right. And Nova, they're happy that this is happening. And Nova is showing you what you must do when you have the lead. You have to take control of the resources, take control of the turrets, and get vision for yourself.
But the reason for that is because Nova is putting the pressure on. They're dictating the pace. They've been like choosing when the fights are actually looking to happen. And it looks like it's going to be the Crimson Golem. They're looking to go for the seal. And CY smites it and gets away again.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eyes on An because An has not been a comfortable position at all. He has not.
And the Cannon Blast Reforged Blade combination, and he gets decapitated.
Yeah, it was OG that was looking, but it was Nova that got rewarded.
Nova Esports still on the assault here. The bottom T2 potentially going down. They're going to focus their attention on the mid one instead.
Big performance by Wendy here. Now, Wen does have the board. He needs to open up the map for his team. Kaka
look at it, just defend. He's in a bad spot. Beautiful. He flashes back onto that tower. He will be there, but the mid T2, not as fortunate. It goes down.
So they have learned from the mistakes of game number 2, right? Nova playing this very cleanly. They are not impatient. They're looking to just slowly take down the layers of outer turrets.
Yeah, it's like peeling an onion, right? Layer by layer. Let's not go impatient and try to take 10 layers at the same time. We need to go slowly and surely, and we're going to be able to take it out. And look at how OG are responding. They're trying to farm, but they're literally fighting for scraps.
Exactly. I mean, if you tear too many layers of onion, you will start crying.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yes. Speaking from experience, it's happened to me. I don't know why. I was like crying uncontrollably at one point. But here's the Shadow Tyrants. This is going to be a great start for Nova Esports. And again, with Chuan pushing the bottom lane, this is going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, he is providing so much information. It's look, the objective taking speed on the side of Nova is scarily fast because CY is there with the increase in attack speed. Right now, if they can find a nice stun from Waypit, it's the end of the game for OG.
Yeah, that's one cannon blast, but it's on the Kuka, not the greatest target. If they're able to find like an Honor Wen, you're going to have a great time. Nova Esports with these blades, so annoying by Wendy, just tenderizing Dao Dao more than anything else. But this bottom T3 is where they want to go. Waypit is still on the side. They have that wild growth, and they're going to potentially go for this one. But Wen with that passive, he does stay alive. Unending Sorrow on back by Muchen, he's going to try to stay alive as well. Chuan with the flash back into safety, and it looks like Nova Esports not able to take the bottom T3.
Yep, they were showing shades of game number 2. They were prepared to overdive once again, but Nova, they know about the power of restraint. They will use it. On looking.
Oh, the Arrow Storm doing a little bit of work here. CY still up in front, and now with this next minion wave, they're going to look to put pressure on this mid T3. They need to be objective focused, take down these towers.
The difficulty is Kaka can't find anyone.
Like, they're so tanky, or, you know, CY has just always been that frontliner. I don't want to be there.
It's about the positioning. Kaka is not allowed any entry point because there is a backup, a safety net for the rest of the team on the side of Nova. So until Kaka finds an opening, or when finds an opening, OG are stuck in this position.
Yeah, Nova Esports already learning the lessons of Game 2 and implementing it into Game 3 here, playing very smart, taking what they can. It looks like they're going to be backing off, taking the Overlord, realizing that they have a lead. It's just a matter of them potentially throwing this game more than anything else, but instead they're going to go slow and steady.
They need to set something up on the side of OG. Art is not finding any value in this game at all. But Nova, if you're a Nova fan, this is perfect for you.
This is great situation. It is their game to lose. They're in the driver's seats, and they find KWC to kind of start things off. That wild growth is still there, but DAO looking for that farm. Looks for that wave clear more than anything else to keep these T3s alive. Mucci was doing a little bit of damage on the top T3, a cheeky guy in that sense, but they got the stun. The unending sorrow, Muchen does get back to safety, but again, they're going to focus their attention on the top T3. It does go down.
Okay, it's a reverse of history here. They get the T3 on the top with a Shadow Overlord and Vanguard flying down the bottom. This is another opportunity for Nova to break more structures.
It's going to be a great siege indeed. Nova Esports just pushing them back, understanding the limits. CY still up in front with that furball, but Waypit taking a little bit of damage. They have the board, but DAO just barely gets away. The T3 is again not as lucky. All of the T3s have gone down. Furball onto On. They want to decide to go for this one, and KWC with that force suppression, he's going to be backing off. Muchin is at about half life, and Nova Esports whittling them down. They have the Shadow Vanguard taking, but it doesn't look like Nova Esports want any more.
The power of knowledge, the power of restraint. Nova, they have this game in full control. It is a Baron bait for the side of OG. 13 minutes into the game, Nova are looking very strong.
I mean, they have only 4 kills, but they've been so focused on the objectives. They've taken the fight to OG. OG have not been able to kind of climb back in this game. There have been 0 openings. They only have a bottom T1 and that kill.
They have nothing to offer at this point. It's a 8,000 goal lead. In fact, I think it's 9 at this point for the side of Nova Esports.
Nova Esports full control. OG not able to get DAO going. He is falling further and further behind, down 2K to CY, and there's a reason why this Agudo is like the counter pick to the Ogren.
But the timing is of the essence. We're 14 minutes in. Nova, they cannot afford to play around as well. Late game, there is a chance that Wendy might get bursted down.
Might be a chance, but we might not even get a later chance than this one. DAO still up in front. CY decides to go in, finds KWC with that force field suppression. CY taking a decent amount of damage. It looks like they're going to go for this one. The passive keeping Wen alive. No, he's going to be shut down. Xuan still up in front. 3 members down from OG already. And with that double kill from Mucci, they're looking to close this game. And OG Esports are win game 3 in this series. They will be the #1 team.
Yep, that's a perfect performance for the side of Nova Esports. And with that victory, they seal their place in pool #1.
What a great game by Nova Esports, understanding just how to just push them back, playing their game. And there's the reason why they're the Season 3 champions, being able to constantly put the pressure on. OG really didn't have any answers. They could not get DAO going.
Not only that, they could not get On going. I hate to be the one, the point is out, but On did not have a game at all.
Yeah, not a good game. No space, right? Nova Esports was just constantly just like putting the map control on and just pushing them back, taking everything from them.
And okay, so as you take a look at the replay of the game here, I think you should definitely pay very close attention to the way that Nova extends their lead, right? We keep talking about this from day 1 of KWC. It's not just about taking and making an advantage for yourself. It's also making sure you delay the growth of your opponents.
And that they really didn't have many opportunities. OG, that is. They got caught out. I mean, this Gan and Mo had such an impact in terms of those blades, just kind of constantly just damaging them from afar, and they didn't really get a good board to kind of set things up. They were constantly on the defensive and just trying to stay alive. Just too much Nova in the end.
This is why your bans and picks are so important, right? And knowing the fact that they didn't have access to too many tanks in this game, I think Nova played their cards really well, because it's okay if we can't defend. Let's make the pressure on them. Offense, we get the stuns, get the snipes.
Yeah, it was just constantly just to barrage them, right?
Yeah.
Put pressure on and don't give OG any space to kind of get anything going. They were constantly forced back into their base. They really had 0 answers in this one.
I mean, the questions were kind of tough, to be honest, because how do you deal with a mortar that's constantly shooting cannon blasts at you? And it's not about getting stunned up. It's the fact that you're going to eat 4 couple blades by our dear Wendy, one of the top, if not the top mid laner in KWC.
I'm telling you, this for me felt a little bit more of OG losing the game to Nova than Nova actually taking it from OG. That's just my perspective. It just felt like OG did not come in with the same energy as they had in Game 2. We know that in Game 2, Nova Esports, they were a little bit rushed.
Yes.
But they should have just, OG should have just taken that momentum and really just sealed the deal early in this game.
It's really putting like your strengths to at their peak, right? And if you take a look at his percentage of damage dealt, yes, it is the highest in the team, but look, he did not have much value. Let's compare him to a different side. I'm not talking about Muji, I'm talking about Wendy, because they're supposed to perform the same function, right? They are supposed to get rid of their opponents, and Wendy did a much better job. Not to say that there wasn't enough support, but because for Waypit, it was a singular AoE target. For Muchen, you can provide the same value, but Ant doesn't do the same amount of burst as Wendy.
Like, how do you even try to assault into the Nova lineup? They just constantly, those blades, like the cannon blasts, the furballs, the wild growth, everything was just like from ranged attack. Right? You really had no chance to kind of get anything going. OG always on the defensive, unending sorrows left and right by Muchen, just trying to stay alive, trying to weather the storm in a way, but they had no openings into this Nova lineup as well.
And there was no healing potential on the side of OG. Because if you take a look at Nova, the Mortal Reminder coming in from CY, that little yellow blade, that is a physical anti-regen item. They also have the double Venomous Staff coming in from both Wendy and Waypit. So at any point during the fight, you are constantly bombarded by any one of these three members. There's no healing.
Yeah, there's no healing at all. And I mean, the sustain from Nova Esports is just keeping it alive. And this is why that Agudo pick is actually quite good. Once you start to like push them out, that Agudo is so annoying. He has sustain, he has that wild growth, he has everything that you want to really just close games out.
I think it's really just the lack of commitment. That's why Agudo is such a good pick, right?
What do you know about commitment?
I know a lot about commitment. I've committed to so many ranked games with you guys. But anyway, the Agudo throws Furball down. And, you know, the Furball does the work for you. It tanks for you. You don't really have to put yourself in danger.
Yeah, and that's the safety of it. And the rest of the team and just like how they were able to just keep them at arm's reach and at the same time just do all that damage, just staying alive more than anything else. It was so tough. There was no angle. There was no sides. There was no answers from the OG side.
But let's agree that this has been a great game. It's been great. We watched it just like here, like looking stick to the screen, and then the MVP for this game is going to be CY on that Agudo. The both of you just mentioned how important that Agudo is, how annoying it can be, and it was the solution for Nova Esports in such a difficult game.
Yeah, a very difficult game for OG to kind of overcome in this one. 2-0-7, 10,000 gold. I mean, the damage that he had, but it was mostly about the damage taken. He was constantly being focused on. Yeah, he was up in front, but he was staying alive, and they had, again, no real way to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, damage taken is one thing, but I'm very curious about what the players think about this match.
I am very curious about that as well. What about if we send it to Mara? Mara, talk to us.
Here with me is Xuan. Congratulations. That was a great win. Now, if you could rate your team's performance, how would you rate it and why?
5. Because hari ini kita main tak baik sangat lah.
We just rate ourselves 5 score because today we are not performed very well.
Oh, you didn't think you performed well. But what's good is that you got the win today, so you go into Pool 1 now. How big of a relief is that you won't be facing the KPL or the ACL teams right away?
Very happy lah because very high chance to the top 4.
So that's quite a relief. Now we're wishing you luck in your next journey. Right after this, we're going to be drawing our playoffs bracket, so good luck to you. And so now we're gonna head back to the desk. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much. I think that we are already set with all the top 8. We're already set with the playoffs. The players have already just break it down for us. I am enjoying my time here, but we need to move forward. Today we had the last chance. Today we had the Kings Group. It's been great. It's been amazing. Sadly, we had to say goodbye to some of those teams.
That's the cost of competition right here. And you know what we are talking about? This is the big pond.
Yeah.
And starting from the next stage of KWC, we are going into the ocean, where I think we would like to explore the different depths of the team, not just in hero pool, but in the understanding of the game as well.
We've seen so many amazing games. The group stage has been unreal this time around. Everything's been very competitive, and getting it to this level where we see who truly are the best in the top 8 going into the playoffs next week. It's going to be fire next week.
The level of competition, right? Like when we start thinking and summarizing these last 6 days of competition, it's been so high. I know that everyone at home has been trying to take notes. They've been trying to follow up with everything that we've been saying.
Yeah.
I hope that everyone at home as well has tried to get online, just play some games and try the new heroes that you've been able to explain.
I think you only learn as, okay, I know we have different types of learners in the chat. So I learn by playing. So I like to make the mistakes in person so that I can remember and memorize that, okay, I don't do this, or this is why I itemize in a certain way, right? But I think there's many ways to play Honor of Kings, and I think you should try it for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And please do in casual games, not your ranked games, and don't play with your friends until you actually know how to play the hero.
You're going to end up without friends, right? Like, because if you keep playing with your friends in rank when you're practicing heroes, I'm telling you, you're not going to be the most popular pick. Talking about popular picks, what do you think? The heroes that we came in with the meta. We came with an idea of what the heroes were going to be. Which heroes stay in that meta and which heroes have been taken away? What do you think, Kin?
I think Yuhuan is going to continue staying in the meta, right? She has been the highest picked hero so far with a pretty good success rate. But I'm curious to see if we'll see a lot more Noirs and we'll see a lot more Gardemots. I like the fact that we see more of the burst artillery mages so far in KWC because it's a high risk, high reward kind of composition.
All right, so the Noirs, the Ganonmos, the Yuhuans, Holler. What do you think is going to stay in the meta?
Stay in the meta is going to be Dharma. I mean, you just saw the impact in terms of the series. He's always going to be that staple. The ability to just make a game-changing play is always on the table. He's going to be very important. But let me go with a hero that's never going to be in meta. Well, without a buff, Flowborn Tank.
Yes, yes.
Terrible.
I am agreeing with that one. I love Flowborn Tank, but it just has not been delivering the result that everyone needs right now. Which one is going to be your take on taking away from the meta, Kin?
Taken away from the meta, I think we might see a little less Fatih in the future. I think teams are starting to figure out how to use Fatih, and we have about, what, 1-2 days of research. I think that's plenty of time for the coaches to figure out a answer or a solution to the Fatih. So I don't like the idea of Fatih being taken out of the meta, but I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of the research is going to be, the effort is going to be put for the research.
No, I agree with you. I don't like the idea about taking it away, but sometimes you need to do what you need to do. You should not just continue using the same hero again and again and again if it is not working. It was working, and right now seems like the coaches have caught up with that. What about if we analyze the top 8 teams of our KWC 2025? They're going to be set into Pool 1 and into Pool 2, and those 8 teams are right now the top of the top. On Pool 1, we're going to have AGAL, we're going to have TT Global, we're going to have Paws Gaming, and Nova Esports, sealing the deal on that last win.
All of them are like absolute amazing teams, right? There's a reason why they're in the top of this Pool A. Going up against Pool B too, let me be very honest, also very good teams.
Of course, yeah,
but nobody really wants to play against any of these teams in Pool A. I'm just saying.
I think it would be amazing if we get a OG against Nova rematch, because as we head into playoffs, these games are best of 7s.
I would love to see that. I would love to see a Nova against OG Esports. At the same time, I would love to see a Paws Gaming against Team Vitality.
That could be an interesting one.
Come on. I would like that.
Look, Team Vitality, Twisted Minds, both of these teams on the up and up, which is great. But to be like, okay, next game you're going to be up against one of these 4 squads, like this is the true test. Did you study on your exam? Are you ready to go? Because literally everything is at stake for that next game.
Exactly. This is where the true power spikes will start to show. You've already seen the 8 teams. We know they're strong. We have preferences for some of these teams coming in, right? The second half, like I said, this is no longer that small, big pool that you're looking at. We are entering the ocean where there are many different depths, and you will be tested.
What about if we just summarize a little bit of what happened today as we're closing the day? Let's start with the last chance. 4 teams came in with the last chance to make it to the top 8. Team Vitality and Twisted Mind both of them just clutched that last ticket into the top 8. Well, and Gen.G Esports and Alpha Gaming, they're saying goodbye.
Now, unfortunately for both of those squads to be exiting out on this one, but Team Vitality really impressed, really showing the true roots, right, of this team and just how good and the experience that they've built and they've gotten to this level, and of course Twisted Minds stepping up, proving all the naysayers wrong.
That's right. I think the biggest thing here that I have really learned from this entire KWC is that the teams are starting to learn, but they're learning really quickly and they're learning very strongly as well. So you will start to see growth, and it's by leaps and bounds. So when we come back into the second half of KWC, I think it's fair to say you can keep your expectations much higher this time because it's all about the big boys now.
Of course, even though it was already set as the top 8, we still got the Kings Group in there, right? We had 2 matches of the Kings Group. It was best of 3s with Paws Gaming taking a 2-1 victory against Alpha 7 Esports and Nova Esports a 2-1 victory against OG Esports.
Both of them bangers, both of them going the distance and proving that, hey, at the end of the day, it's about these longer series. And I think that Paws Gaming came out on top. They just were able to find some mistakes from Alpha 7 Esports, really making them pay. And of course, that final one, Nova Esports, just too strong for OG Esports.
This is super exciting, right? Regardless of whether you're a new member of a player into Honor of Kings or whether you're someone who has experience watching all of the different growth stages of Honor of Kings, I think you will start to learn and appreciate. And those little moments will start sticking out a little more. As we explore the next half of KWC, we will also bring you those critical moments in the game that really change the fights, because it really will come down to those minor differences in the game as we head to the deeper end of the ocean.
I'm telling you, we can expect that the next round of games is going to be the same level. It's going to be even better because we moved out of the best of 3, we moved out of the best of 5s, we're moving into best of 7s.
Yeah. Everything is at stake. I mean, the potential ultimate battle going into that Game 7, plus all of the players and their deep hero pools, we're going to see everything, plus the chess match in these drafts.
Yes, and also those small things like last hits. I'm going to tell you every single last hit that the player has done.
Okay, please do. Give us that report. Let us know what we need to do.
Yeah, it is for sure something that people at home are completely looking forward to, just for King just to tell us last hit. Last hit. Last hit.
Times 1, times 2. Okay, but of course, with that being said, it's not just about watching the games. Please, please do not miss out on the prizes for KWC 2025. Make your predictions. I've read the chat. Some of you have won like, what, 3,000 coins. That's insane. That's a lot to reap in rewards. And also, if you make those correct predictions, you have that exclusive KWC recall. I, unfortunately, will have to give that a miss because my predictions have not been great so far.
Yeah, and look, it's all about the predictions, ensuring that you've gotten that one. I mean, it's the great thing in just really being involved, watching the streams, getting the free loot that you can get in-app as well. Just a great time to be part of this KWC.
That's right. And if you're new to HOK, don't forget to join. Yes, I agree. You should try your heroes in the casual games. But if you're like me, you like to learn through experience, try in rank. Don't quote me on it, but try in rank as well. You get the full-blown experience.
Please don't. All right. Thank you very much, boys. Right now, here, the studio is getting packed. All of the players are coming in. They want to see the draw, the playoffs draw that we're going to bring to you in about 15-20 minutes time, so stay online. Thank you very much to everyone. Right now, as we move forward, you can stay and you can watch the Qiddiya top plays of the day. It's been an amazing pleasure for us to bring you the top activity of Honor of Kings, and we hope to see you when we come back.
Welcome to the playoffs live draw of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. After an intense group stage, including the Group Kings and the Last Chance, we now have our 8 teams ready to fight for the championship. My name is Mara Aquino, and here with me is the man who knows the game inside and out, the one and only Isaac Peña.
I am Isaac Peña. Thank you very much, everyone, for being right over here. I am going to be bringing to you a little bit of the introduction of the teams. I'm going to try to keep it simple, but you know what? If I make it too complicated, I'm really sorry, because you guys don't want to hear me. What you want to see is these bulls right over here, no?
Now, we're going to show you how it's going to go. We have in here our tournament manager, EWC representative, to help us with the draw. In front of him, you will see 2 fish bowls. We have the 6 teams who have qualified from the group stage, and joining them are the 2 teams from KPL and ACL. So we have a total of 8 teams. Those 8 teams will be divided into 2 pools, Pool 1 and Pool 2. Pool 1 consists of the winners of the Group Kings as well as the 2 invited teams from KPL and ACL. Now, Pool 2 are the teams, the losing teams of the Group Kings and also the survivors of the Last Chance. In Pool 1, we have AGAL, TT Global, Paws Gaming, Nova Esports. And in Pool 2, we have Vitality, Twisted Minds, Alpha 7, and OG Esports. So that means there's 4 teams in each pool. We're gonna draw Pool 1 first before we draw in Pool 2, and we'll match them up for the bracket, and that's gonna be a best of 7. So Isaac, are we ready?
I am ready. I'm completely ready. Right now, the studio is filled with the players. I know that none of you can see it, but the players are right over there biting their nails. They want to get a good draw, but that is completely out of our control. Ladies and gentlemen, what about if we get some balls out of there?
Let's get this started. So we have our EWC representative. He's going to be starting off with Pool 1. Go ahead. And this is going to be random. So Pool 1 and Pool 2, this ensures that the teams in the same pool won't be facing each other that early. The first team will be TT Global. Lots of people making a noise in the background because they know it's gonna be tough.
I love that, Mara. TT Global. This is one of the KPL teams. They came to us qualified as the Asian Champions League 2025 winners. It is because of this title that they were directly qualified into the quarterfinals. So you have not seen them yet in the group stage. TTG Global. TTG wants us to understand that when you think about Honor of Kings, you do not only think about AGAL. There is another name right out there that needs to be respected. There is a group of young men, a group of strong boys that they want their names to be heard. Their name, TT Global.
Very well put. Now we're going to be picking in Pool 2 to see who they're going to be facing. And to make sure we're gonna mix it up. So you know this is completely random. And here we go. They're holding their breath. Team Vitality.
Wow, you can hear it right over here. The audience, knows that right now. That's gonna be our first matchup. Team Vitality is going to be facing TT Global. For those of you who want a little bit of introduction of Team Vitality, their run over here in these last 6 days has been a roller coaster, ups and downs. They came in as the 3rd seed in the IKL, and right now they are the last hope of the region. The group stage set them in the Group B, where they faced first Dominator Esports, winning 2-1. But then after that, they lost 1-2 to Alpha 7, sending them again to the lower bracket. In that lower bracket, a 2-1 victory against Dominator Esports sent them to the Last Chance, where they took a 3-1 victory against Gen.G Esports. Their main player, Gen.G, it is the person that has taught us how to play jungler, how to cash on gold, how to get the items, how to get the kills. The top first matchup is gonna bring us
TT Global against Team Vitality.
Oh, we're gonna see how Gen.G Squag is gonna go towards the TT Global. Now we're gonna go ahead and reach for a team in Pool 1. We have 3 more teams in Pool 1. Who will it be? Opening it up slowly. And the team is Nova Esports.
Oh gosh. Nobody wanted to make it to that side of the bracket. Nova Esports is going to make it to the top side of the bracket. Nova Esports, they came in and they were seated in the group of death. The group of death had an overlord, and that overlord needed to be Nova Esports. They came into that Group C. They took a 2-0 victory against Twisted Minds, a 2-0 victory against Black Shrew Esports, and today in the Group Kings, they took one more 2-1 victory against OG Esports. If you're looking for Nova, you know what? They're a multiple core team. If one player is gonna fall, the other players can always stand, wear the cape, and be the superheroes.
And let's see who they're going to be facing in Pool 2. Go ahead. Nova is patiently waiting to see who their matchup will be. Drawing from Pool 2. And it is OG Esports.
Oh! You can hear it right over here. We're bringing it to you live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Everyone is going nuts with that matchup. OG Esports is gonna be playing one more time against Nova Esports. This is crazy. You know what? OG Esports, they've been loud, they've been quick, they've been merciless. They came in as the KMW, KME last chance winners. And at the same time, they took a 2-0 victory against Nonshim Red Force, 2-0 against Alpha Gaming. But in that Group Kings, they were unable to take the victory against Nova Esports with a 1-2. But the destiny brings them back together. We're gonna have a rematch between Nova Esports and OG Esports.
And that is their fate for this match. Now we're gonna be drawing the next match. Go ahead, we're gonna be choosing the next team from Pool 1. There's only 2 teams left. Who will it be? It is Paws Gaming.
Paws Gaming. Paws Gaming is gonna be seated as the first team at the bottom side of the bracket. If you need to talk about Paws Gaming and their performance in these 6 days, it's gotta be dominating. They came in as the Wildcard King Series champions. They were seated in Group A. They took a 2-0 win against Blacklist, 2-0 win against Gen.G. Came to the Group Kings. They lost their first game against Alpha 7 Esports, but they took it back with 2 games in a row and a 2-1 victory for Paws Gaming. If you're looking for their main player, it's got to be Fongjie. Fongjie, the farm laner, showing to us that you do not need to have a hero pool. You need to have a hero C. With 7 games, 5 different heroes played. He played the Mongya, he played the Shoyue, he played Marco Polo, Lady Sun, even today playing the Futsu. I'm looking forward for Paws Gaming, and who is Paws Gaming gonna be facing?
For sure, they're looking forward to their matchup. And that's why now we're gonna reach in Pool 2. The lucky team that will be facing Paws Gaming will be... The suspense continues. It is Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds! Twisted Minds are jumping right out there as if they would have already won the trophy. They love that matchup. They love the way that they're gonna be playing Paws Gaming. Twisted Minds, it doesn't matter that they had a slow start. Right now they are at full throttle, ladies and gentlemen. Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025 champions. They came in to the Group of Death.
Sadly for Twisted Minds, they came in. They were unable to win that first game, and they lost 2-0 to Nova Esports. But they promised to themselves that that was going to be the last L they were going to take. They turned things around, and they started winning games. 2-0 to Kagendra, 2-1 to BSE, came to the last chance, 3-1 to Alpha Gaming, sending them home. And the player that you want to be looking forward to is Hailang. Hailang, that mid laner, clutch after clutch after clutch performance. It is the man that is cooking right now the highlight reels for sure.
And now we have 2 teams left, 1 in each pool. Let's go ahead with pool 1. We all know who it is, but we're gonna do this for formality. The last team in pool 1, AGAL.
AGAL. Ladies and gentlemen, this went quiet very quickly, I'm telling you. AGAL, the KPL Spring Season 2025 champions. If you're thinking about HOK, you need to think about AGAL. It doesn't get bigger than that. Great organization, top coaches, the best HOK players worldwide. Because they are the KPL Spring 2025 season champions, they were directly qualified into the top 8. When you think about that, any team that wants to be playing against AGAL, it's only 2 options. They either have a death wish or they have a plan cooking right over there to make history. If there's one player from AGAL that we need to be looking forward to, it's got to be Inuo on that farm lane. Inuo, the best early player in this game, is going to come in and it's going to show us what farm laners need to be doing. And we already know who's going to be the matchup, but you know what? What about if we just take the ball out of there?
Let's show everybody the last team for pool 2. Officially going up against AGAL is Alpha 7 Esports.
Alpha 7 Esports. You know what? I'm gonna go off script on this one. Alpha 7 Esports was destined to have this slot. It was destined. It was over there. It was written in the stars. They came in here as the Chalk BR second place. They lost their final to Loops 3-4. And you know what? Destiny put Loops right over there for them to take revenge 2-1. They won against Loop 2-1. They came in, took a 2-1 victory against Team Vitality and sent them to Group Kings. It was Destiny that wanted them to play against AGAL, and that's why they lost 1-2 against Paws Gaming, sending them to pool number 2. If you are looking forward for Alpha 7, you need to be looking forward for their main player, Danny. Danny has grown with us. It's got grown with the game. Since Honor of King's first international championship, Danny has been there. Now, the boy has become a man. Is that man gonna be supposed to be the one that creates a history and sends AGAL back home? I do not know that, but we're gonna have to look forward to it.
Now that we've seen the official playoffs bracket, how does it look like to you? What can you say about it, Isaac?
Well, I'm telling you, I am really looking forward to that AGAL against Alpha 7. I am really excited about last match. Nobody wants to play against AGAL, but someone needed to do it. And what better than just the intensity, the Latino flow coming in from Alpha 7. I am gonna love that match for sure.
And for everybody watching at home, you could make your predictions in the Honor of Kings app, and you could also vote for your favorite players and teams. Let's see which one of them will rise on top. Now, the official playoffs picture for the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 is set. So we'll see you in the playoffs, and we'll find out who will rule the gorge. See you, everybody, and make sure to support your favorite teams.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for being right over here. The brackets are set on stone. There is nothing that you can do more than just to go and support. Please, your teams need you. They come here, they practice, they do their very best to try to provide you with the best Honor of Kings performances that you deserve. The brackets are there. Please comment on that. Go and talk to us in the chat. Leave us messages because we want to know what everyone is thinking, isn't it, Mara?
That's absolutely correct. Now, Everyone is wondering what AGAL and TT Global will do in the playoffs. They're the two that we've been waiting for. So definitely the playoffs is going to be something else. It's going to be very, very exciting. And we want to know your predictions. And once again, this has been the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 Playoffs Bracket Live Draw. Thank you so much for supporting us, and we'll see you in the playoffs. It's time to find out who will reach the ultimate victory.